Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you used this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Something felt off. The moment I set foot on that property, the air was too still and the tall grass surrounding the house seemed to rustle in irregular patterns as if something was moving just beneath the surface. My chest felt tight from the start, my heartbeat picking up in a steady rhythm of unease. I couldn't fully explain I'd come here alone for a straightforward task, fix a few minor issues for the acquaintance who owned the place, but was living abroad. It should have been routine, just a handful of days surrounded by nature and quiet. Yet the property greeted me with a silence so weighty it felt almost accusatory. Even the wind when it blew seemed to carry more questions than answers. I tried to brush off the initial sense of unease by reminding myself that I'd been here before. Without incident, I would arrive, do my maintenance jobs, then leave simple, but the moment I parked my truck in front of the old wooden house, an involuntary shiver ran through me. A cold sweat broke on the back of my neck and I swallowed hard. Maybe it was just the sudden dip in temperature or the fact that the sky looked permanently gray as though refusing to reveal even a sliver of sun. I grabbed my bags and headed into the house, flipping on lights to push back the oppressive darkness. I remember glancing at the large windows, feeling as if something beyond the glass might be watching. There was nobody there, at least nothing I could see. The first day passed uneventfully. I inspected the plumbing, fiddled with some wiring, and took inventory of tools and supplies. The property was extensive, but my focus was mostly on the house itself. In the distance stood a large old barn, more of a rickety workshop than a barn really stocked with tools I rarely saw outside of museums or antique shops. There was an old tractor in the far corner, huge metal chains coiled on hooks, rusted sides, and wooden crates stacked precariously against the walls. Every time I glanced at that structure, I felt a subtle tug in my gut, as if that building had a heartbeat of its own, but I let it be, telling myself that I'd deal with any barn-related issues later. The second night found me restless. The property's isolation, usually a source of calm for me, became unsettling when darkness fell. The only light in the house came from a single lamp in the living room and the small bedside lamp in my room. Every other corner seemed to linger in shadow. I tried reading, but the silence made every page turn echo as if I were in a cathedral. Eventually, I decided to do a quick check around the premises, thinking a walk might help clear my head outside the moon was partially obscured by clouds. My flashlight cut through the night, revealing tall grasses shifting in gentle waves. Each time I took a step, I expected to hear something scurry away, but there was only silence. The entire property felt strangely devoid of typical nocturnal life. No hooting owls, no chirping cricket. It's nothing. It was as though nature had collectively decided to hold its breath. I made my way toward the barn, more out of habit than necessity. That place always intrigued me because it was full of old tools nobody ever used. It was padlocked, not so much for security, but more to keep wild animals from wandering inside. As I approached, I noticed how the barn's rotted wood seemed to vibrate in the beam of my flashlight, but that was likely just my own trembling hand. I took a breath, inhaling the damp smell of earth and rust. My heart was pounding. Then I heard a low, soft whistle. At first I thought it must be the wind slipping through a gap in the barn structure, but the padlock in the door appeared intact, leaving no obvious space for air to produce such a sound. I swept the flashlight around the exterior, scanning for a broken board or a missing slat. Nothing. The whistle persisted, carrying a small odd melody. I didn't recognize a tune that seemed to rise and fall as though performed by someone waiting for me to follow. I felt a jolt of panic in my stomach, an immediate punch of adrenaline that made my hands shake. My breaths came in quick, shallow bursts. My first instinct was to assume someone was inside, but I had to ask myself how they got in. The lock on the barn door looked undisturbed and nobody else was supposed to be on the property. I stepped closer and the whistling grew louder. It was such a human sound. Controlled, deliberate, it had a pattern, a sort of half-finished sequence that repeated every few seconds. My mind raced. If it wasn't wind, then who was making it? I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the cold metal padlock. The frigid steel against my fingers made me wince. I told myself there must be a logical explanation, maybe an odd echo of the breeze. Then I steeled myself, unlocked the barn, and swung the door open. The whistling stopped so abruptly I could have sworn it had never existed in the first place. Inside, everything was silent, pitch black. I flicked the flashlight in wide arcs, illuminating rows of antique tools hanging like trophies. The smell of dust and aging wood overwhelmed me, and I felt a surge of anxiety that manifested as a sudden dryness in my mouth. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. There wasn't even a rat scuttling in the corners. I forced myself to step in and search behind every crate, every shelf, even inside the old tractor's cabin. It was a brief but intense check fueled by a cocktail of dread and determination. Eventually, I found no one and nothing out of place. My pulse was thundering in my ears, and I was almost disappointed at the lack of tangible evidence, like it would have been easier to see a person lurking there than to face the alternative explanation that maybe something I couldn't categorize was playing tricks on me. I left the barn door unlocked, partly in defiance of whatever had just taunted me. I returned to the house with my heart still in my throat inside. I locked the doors and tried to calm down with some water. My hands trembled, and every noise in the house seemed exaggerated. 20 minutes passed, perhaps 30, and just as I started to settle into the uneasy comfort of the living room, I heard it again, that faint whistle, but this time it was right outside my bedroom window. The fear that gripped me in that moment felt primal, like my body went into some sort of fight. ORF flight mode before my mind could catch up. My breathing turned ragged. My throat clenched, a thin line of sweat trickled down my back, and I clenched my fists so tight my knuckles popped. I stood up slowly and approached the window. Every footstep ringing in my ears, the window looked out onto a small patch of dirt and sparse grass. The moonlight cast a pale glow over the scene. I saw nothing except the swaying shadows of the property's boundary fence, but the whistling persisted, seeming to hover just beyond the frame. For a fraction of a second, I considered pulling open the curtains entirely to look out. Yet some deep instinct made me hesitate. I eventually forced myself to check. Flinging the curtain aside, the night stared back at me. Empty. The whistling stopped. I couldn't see anyone or anything. My flashlight, which I flicked on almost frantically, revealed not a soul. There were no footprints, no rustling in the bushes, no sign of a person crouching out of sight. It was just me and the windless stillness. But that sense of being watched, of being toyed with, sank deeper into my skin. I swallowed hard and stepped away from the window, trying to regain composure. Sleep was impossible. My mind replayed the whistling over and over, dissecting every note of its fleeting melody. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to lie down, but even under the blankets, I felt exposed. Every time I closed my eyes, I had the vivid sensation of a presence standing at the window, pressing its face against the glass, patiently waiting for me to open my eyes again. Morning arrived in the form of a gray haze. I woke groggy. Feeling anything but rested, my neck and shoulders ached from tension, and my hands were clammy. Despite the cool temperature, I wandered outside to see if maybe daylight would provide some answers. The ground around the house looked undisturbed, except for one odd detail. The barn door was now closed again. I distinctly remembered leaving it open. The padlock lay in the dirt, appearing as if it had been gently placed there rather than dropped. My stomach twisted. I told myself maybe I'd forgotten to latch it, that a gust of wind had blown it shut, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been there. After I left, I decided to keep busy, hoping distraction would keep my nerves steady. I worked on small fixes, patched a leak in the roof, and tried to push thoughts of the barn out of my mind. But strange details kept surfacing. Tools in the storage shed seemed rearranged, and the air inside had grown stale, almost suffocating. Each time I glanced at the windows, I had the feeling something flickered on the edge of my peripheral vision, just a split-second presence that disappeared the moment I turned my head by lunchtime. I was jumpy, heart-pounding at the slightest sound, and the late afternoon clouds rolled in heavy and thunder rumbled on the horizon. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive, as if the sky itself threatened to crush the land. I kept glancing at the barn, half expecting to see someone standing in its doorway when a crack of lightning illuminated the property. I thought for the briefest heartbeat that I saw a shape dart behind the barn. My breath caught and I nearly lost my grip on the flashlight I was carrying. I told myself it could be my imagination or a trick of the storm, but the whistle that followed, distant yet unmistakable, told me otherwise. Even with the thunder and occasional wind, I recognized that melody. It was the same pattern, the same eerie tune that seemed to tug at my sanity. The storm was intensifying, but I couldn't ignore the compulsion to investigate. My steps toward the barn felt slow and deliberate, like I was wading through water. My heart hammered so hard I could feel my pulse in my temples. My palms were slick with sweat, and I had to wipe them on my pants before gripping the barn door. To my surprise, the door opened easily inside. The darkness was almost total. Broken only by the dim beams of my flashlight, the air smelled wet and met Alice, as though someone had been polishing the old tools in a locked room. I swept the flashlight around, noticing deep shadows in the far corners where the light didn't quite reach. Every now and then, the lightning outside would flash through the small, grimy windows, creating split-second shadows on the barn walls that looked like elongated figures. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't make myself speak. My throat felt paralyzed as I approached a row of large metal hooks. I felt a sudden drop in temperature. An involuntary shiver ran up my spine. Then came a faint rustling sound near a stack of crates. My heart pounded so violently I worried I might pass out. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but I needed resolution. I inched closer, knees nearly buckling with each step, when I finally reached the crate's flashlight. Trembling in my grip, I found nothing but dust. Mows drifting in the stale air. A flash of lightning revealed something on the floor, a single footprint in a patch of dust. It was roughly the size of my own, but oddly skewed, like it wasn't made by a standard shoe. I crouched to examine it, noticing how the edges seemed smudged, almost as if the foot had twisted in place. Another whistle echoed from somewhere above me, faint yet maddening. My breath caught in my throat and I snapped my flashlight upward. The rafters overhead looked empty, but something scraped the WI. Stepped back, my calves pressing against a crate. In that moment, I felt more vulnerable than ever before, like every nerve ending in my body was on high alert. I backed out of the barn, never taking my eyes off the rafters, and slammed the door shut. This time I locked it firmly. The storm raged around me as I hurried back to the house, my mind spinning with possibilities I couldn't quite accept. Once inside, I bolted the doors, double-checked the windows, and sat down on the couch, trembling from adrenaline. I couldn't explain what was happening. Was it some intruder messing with me or something less tangible? More insidious night fell quickly in the storm, the sky an unbroken blanket of black. My surroundings felt claustrophobic. Despite the fierce rain pounding against the windows, I could still sense that hush beneath it all, a quiet tension that refused to fade. Every rumble of thunder made me flinch, and each flicker of lightning left me scanning the shadows. I kept expecting to see a face at the window, pressed against the glass in a silent vigil. The hours crept by. I sat in the living room, the single lamp casting a weak circle of light. Occasionally, I thought I heard the whistle between thunderclaps, distant but persistent. My throat felt perpetually dry, and my muscles were so tense they threatened to cramp. I tried to reason with myself to find a rational explanation. Maybe the wind could occasionally mimic a whistle, but the melody was too precise, too deliberate to be a coincidence. Sometimes the tune even seemed to shift slightly, as though reacting to my fear. Whenever I convinced myself it was gone, it would return faint and haunting sometime past midnight. The storm began to calm, yet the lingering electricity in the air felt more potent than ever. The property fell silent once again, an oppressive hush that weighed on my chest. Exhaustion eventually forced me to lie down on the couch. I must have dozed off briefly, because the next thing I knew, I was snapping awake with my pulse skyrocketing. My surroundings were dark, and for a moment I didn't know what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard it, a long, slow whistle coming from right outside the front door. My eyes darted to the windows, all locked, all covered. The door handle rattled slightly. My blood ran cold. I sat there paralyzed, feeling sweat trickle down my temples. The whistle sounded again, this time accompanied by the faintest tapping noise, like knuckles lightly drumming on wood. Every hair on my body stood on end. My stomach churned and I could barely breathe. I forced myself to stand somehow, mustering the courage to confront the door. My flashlight, flickering with low battery, cast a one glow on the doorknob. Another whistle, impossibly gentle, drifted through the crack between the door and the frame. I don't know how long I stood there, muscles locked, unable to decide whether to open the door or run to my truck. My mind swirled with paranoia, replaying every bizarre event after what felt like an eternity. The whistling ceased, the tapping stopped. Silence. I waited, listening so intently I could hear my own heart. I could almost sense a presence backing away from the door, as if acknowledging my unwillingness to let it in. My flashlight began to sputter, and in those final flickers I made a decision. I grabbed my keys, threw on my coat, and slipped out the back door to circle around to my truck. The night was still, and though I glanced around expecting to see a silhouette in the darkness, I saw only the faint outline of the barn in the distance. Once I reached my truck, I sat for a moment with trembling hands on the steering wheel. The engine's roar as I started it almost made me jump. My nerves were shot, my body on the brink of collapse from sheer terror and exhaustion. I needed to leave to get away from the property before that whistle returned. I drove off, not caring that I might be abandoning tasks left unfinished. Even as the farm disappeared in my rearview mirror, I felt the weight of something intangible pressing against my thoughts. The memory of that eerie melody still lingered in my ears. No matter how many miles I put between myself and that land, I couldn't shake the sensation that the whistling was following me, carried by the wind or lodged in my own mind. I never found out who or what was responsible for that haunting tune. In the end, I managed to finish just enough of the maintenance to fulfill my obligations, returning only once more in broad daylight to collect a few tools I left behind. I did so quickly, avoiding the barn altogether, but I could feel it watching, feel some presence on the edge of my periphery. Even after I was back on the road, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to catch sight of a figure or hear that faint whistle trailing behind me. To this day, whenever dusk falls and the wind picks up, I'm haunted by the memory of that singular, unsettling melody. It crawls into my dreams and pervades my waking moments, a reminder that sometimes the unknown is closer than we like to believe. And although I never discovered the source, I'm left with the abiding certainty that something out there was calling me by a whistle so gentle yet so terrifying that it marked me forever. A cold, sharp silence seemed to coil around my house that night, pressing against the windows and leaking in through the cracks beneath the doors. Even the flicker of the television felt subdued, as if the images on the screen refused to shine too brightly for fear of drawing unwanted attention. I remember how the hairs on my arms stood on end the moment I realized I was truly alone with my own heartbeat and the faint creaks of settling wood. It was just past 2 in the morning, and I was sprawled on my couch with a blanket pulled tight around my shoulders, surfing through channels in a futile attempt to drown out the uneasy quiet that was when I saw it. Something tall, dark, and fluid shifting in the reflection on the glass door that led to my backyard. A shadow I knew did not belong to me. I paused, breath catching in my throat. My eyes locked on the spot where I thought the movement had been cold. Sweat gathered at my temples and my mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was just the flicker of the screen combined with the reflection of a lamp. I turned around so fast I felt a twinge of pain in my neck, but my living room was empty except for the furniture and the faint glow of the television. No shape, no ominous figure loomed behind me. The only sound was the soft crackle from the TV speakers. I forced a nervous laugh through clenched teeth, trying to convince myself I was simply on edge. After all, I'd been struggling with insomnia for days. My breathing was shallow, my heart hammering so hard I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. I told myself that illusions were common when exhaustion blurred reality. Yet as I looked again at the glass door, I had the distinct sensation that someone or something was out there, standing among the scattered chairs in my small patch of garden. The reflection of the night behind me felt deeper than it should have been, as though the shadows had gained an extra layer of dimension, refusing to let paranoia get the better of me. I stood up and approached the door. My footsteps seemed to echo in the stillness, every creak of the floorboards magnified by the quiet. When I pressed my face against the cold glass, all I saw was my own pale reflection against the backdrop of the living room. The backyard was cloaked in darkness, except for the faint silver glow of the moonlight on a few leaves. I squinted, scanning every inch, straining to see if anyone was hiding among the bushes or behind the chairs. The only movement was the gentle sway of a tree in the chilly wind. I felt foolish for even checking my mind. Told me it was nothing but a trick of the light, a momentary distortion caused by the difference in brightness between the TV and the dark yard. Still, I couldn't dismiss the crawling sensation at the back of my neck, a primal alarm that refused to be silenced. I locked the door, made sure the curtains were drawn, and tried to convince myself that a locked door would keep any threat, real or imagined, safely outside, back on the couch. I flicked through channels aimlessly, the images on the screen blurred into a stream of flashing colors, accompanied by the low buzz of the TV. My heartbeat had slowed, but I remained restless. Every so often, I found my gaze drifting back to the glass door, half expecting to see a silhouette pressing against it. I also noticed my reflection gazing back at me. Each time I thought about getting up to turn the lights on, a different kind of apprehension surfaced. Bright lights might feel that something was there at least. In the dim glow, if a figure stood in the yard, maybe it wouldn't appear so vividly. Maybe I didn't want to see it clearly. A couple of minutes later, the sensation of being watched grew unbearable. I felt as though invisible eyes bore into me from the darkest corner of the room. My mouth went dry and I gulped down saliva. My chest felt tight, as if I couldn't draw enough air to steady my racing thoughts. I decided it would be best to go upstairs. My bedroom provided a sense of sanctuary. 4 solid walls without glass doors or large windows that peered into the night, clutching the handrail. I crept up the stairs, listening for any noise that didn't belong. The house responded with its usual moans and creaks, each one amplified by my frayed nerves. Once inside my bedroom, I locked the door out of pure instinct. My breath was still shallow and I could feel the cool sweat running down my back. I sank onto the bed, leaving the lights off, thinking that maybe if I pretended to sleep, the feeling of unease would go away. Perhaps I could fool my mind into slumber if I stayed still enough, but sleep refused to come. The mattress felt hard, the pillow seemed too hot and then too cold. My skin prickled as if electricity danced over it, making every hair stand. I thought about turning on some music or searching for a meditation app on my phone, but something in me hesitated. It felt as if making any noise would alert whatever presence lingered outside, if it was indeed outside at all. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I decided I was being paranoid. People see shadows all the time, especially when exhausted. I recalled half-remembered stories about individuals catching glimpses of movement in their peripheral vision. Scientists attributed that phenomenon to the brain's pattern recognition going into overdrive. I told myself I was simply another tired man who needed rest rolling onto my side. I stared at the faint glow that seeped through the curtains from the street lamp outside. My eyelids grew heavy, and for a moment I thought I was drifting off. Then I heard a subtle scraping sound so quiet it almost blended with the hum of my own thoughts. I froze, my body tensed. The sound came from somewhere below, as though something was brushing up against the back door. I held my breath, unsure if I was truly hearing it or if it was just the pounding of blood in my ears. I rose from the bed, feeling my knees tremble. My chest felt constricted and my palms were slick with sweat. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror on the wall and noticed how pale I looked, eyes wide like a cornered animal. The reflection unsettled me, reminding me of that earlier distortion I had seen in the glass door downstairs. I stood there trying to convince myself to check the hallway to make sure everything was still fine. But a gnawing fear told me that if I went downstairs, I might see something I didn't want to see. The scraping sound came again, followed by a soft rustling. My heart pounded to the point of pain, and a metallic taste filled my mouth. Unable to endure the uncertainty, I forced myself to open the bedroom door and step into the upper hallway. It was too dark, so I switched on a small table lamp. The hallway felt narrower than usual, and the walls seemed to close in on me. I strained to hear any repeated noise when nothing came. I moved step by cautious step to the top of the stairs and peered down. The living room was veiled in darkness, and the only indication of something amiss was a faint glow from the still active TV screen, which I had forgotten to turn off a flicker on the screen, cast dancing shadows on the wall. Could it have been the TV that caused the reflection earlier? The rational part of my brain clung to that idea, but that earlier sensation of being watched refused to let go. My mind replayed that moment again and again, the tall, dark shape merging with mine in the reflection, summoning courage I didn't believe I possessed. I descended the stairs, stepping as lightly as possible. The floorboards still betrayed me with each creak, and I felt certain that if there was something lurking in the house, it already knew exactly where I was. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow, and a cold sweat trickled down my forehead, a primal adrenaline. Spike kept me moving, even though my muscles ached with tension. Finally, I reached the bottom of the stairs and stood. At the threshold of the living room, the TV illuminated the room with a cold blue shimmer. My gaze fell on the glass door, now only partially obscured by the curtains I had drawn earlier. That sense of dread intensified as if an unseen weight pressed against my ribs, drawing a shaky breath. I crept closer to the door. Then, in the faint reflection cast by the TV light, I noticed the shape again. Only this time it was more distinct, a tall, featureless outline standing just behind me in the reflection. My stomach twisted in terror, and I lurched around, arms raised defensively, but I was alone. The shape was gone from the reflection. My heart hammered so loudly that I could barely hear the sound of my own gasp. Every hair on my body stood on end. The living room was empty, yet the reflection had been so vivid. Waves of cold spread through my limbs, and I felt a surge of lightheadedness. I staggered back, nearly tripping over the edge of the carpet. I thought to myself that maybe the figure was not in the house, but rather inside the reflection itself, like some warped presence of overlapping my own shadow. The idea made no logical sense, but I couldn't shake it. A movement in the corner of my vision made me whip my head around the curtains. Shifted slightly, though there was no breeze to move them. It was as if something had brushed against the fabric from the outside. My breath caught, and I reached out to pull the curtains aside, then stopped. Did I really want to look into the darkness again? My hand shook uncontrollably, but I gritted my teeth and yanked the curtains open. A quick, involuntary hiss escaped my lips when I saw the backyard. It looked entirely empty. The chairs were arranged just as I had left them. The small garden motionless in the windless night, yet the glass itself seemed distorted, rippling like a thin film of water instead of a solid pane. My own reflection appeared, stretched my face, elongated mouth, opening in an expression of silent horror. I felt an urgent need to confirm that I wasn't a man. In inning things, clenching my fist, I rapped my knuckles against the glass. It felt solid, but I saw a subtle shimmer at the point of contact, like a dark ripple that spread outward before vanishing. My breath caught, and I stepped away. The reflection flickered, and once again that tall silhouette seemed to loom just over my shoulder, then blinked out of sight. My instincts screamed for me to get out of there, to retreat back to my bedroom, or possibly leave the house altogether, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. A wave of nausea rolled through me, and I realized I was breathing in quick, shallow pants. The air felt stale and heavy, as though whatever lingered in the reflection had seeped into the room and was now standing right behind me. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and my heart pounded against my chest so hard I feared it would burst, refusing to succumb to the paralyzing grip of fear. I pushed away from the door. My mind leapt from one desperate thought to another. I considered calling someone, maybe a friend, to talk me down from this panic, but it was nearly 4 a.m, and I had no idea what I would even say. I imagined describing the events to another person and realized how absurd it would sound. A strange shadow in my reflection, a door that ripples like water. They would tell me to get some rest or see a doctor. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to slow my breathing. After several frantic heartbeats, I forced myself to think clearly. I repeated a silent mantra. It's not real. You're just seeing things. This is insomnia messing with your head. The more I repeated it, the more. Some small measure of calm returned to me. My breaths came easier, and the frantic drum beat in my chest settled into a steady thrum, stealing my nerves. I decided to check every corner of the house to prove to myself there was no intruder. One by one, I turned on lights. The kitchen was just as I'd left it, with a couple of dishes in the sink and no sign of forced entry. The bathroom next to the living room was empty, the shower curtain still drawn back as I had it. By the time I completed my circuit of the downstairs, I had rechecked the door locks, tested the windows, and confirmed everything was secure. The only place I avoided was the glass door. The more stayed away from it, the less I felt the weight of those eyes, that oppressive presence. Eventually, I decided I should try to rest. I turned off the TV, leaving the living room in darkness, and headed upstairs. My legs trembled with every step, exhaustion and anxiety weighing me down like lead. I left the bedroom light on this time, unable to face the thought of lying awake in darkness. I must have drifted in and out of a restless doze around daybreak. I opened my eyes to see the first pale rays of sunlight seeping through the curtains. The morning light dispelled some of the terror, but an uneasy tension gripped my chest. I got up, every muscle aching with fatigue, and steeled myself to check the living room again in the brightness of day. The glass door looked ordinary. No ripples, no distorted reflections. My yard was tranquil, the chairs sat in neat rows, and the few flowers in my small garden were undisturbed. Yet even so, that nagging feeling of having been watched clung to me. I had an almost inescapable sense that some fragment of that shape still hovered in the corner of my vision, as if waiting for dusk to reclaim its power. The memory of that tall silhouette loomed over my thoughts, and the recollection of the glass, rippling beneath my touch, was as vivid as any waking nightmare I had ever experienced. I wished I could dismiss everything as the delirium of a sleepless night. But my racing heart and lingering dread told a different story. Something had invaded my home. Even if it left no footprints or broken locks, it might have remained in the reflection, bridging the boundary between my world and some unsettling dimension. Just beyond ordinary sight in the weeks that followed, I covered the glass door with a thick curtain, one that blocked even the faintest glimmer of light. The moment the sun began to set, I would draw that curtain closed and avoid the living room. If I could, sometimes, while upstairs in bed, I would catch myself holding my breath, convinced I had heard a faint scrape against the glass or the whisper of movement beneath the door. On those nights, I hardly slept, running through frantic possibilities in my mind, imagining elongated figures and merging shadows waiting just outside my field of vision. Yet life continued, and I somehow managed to get by with less and less sleep. Friends occasionally commented that I looked exhausted, but I only offered vague excuses about stress and insomnia. I could never bring myself to explain the real reason the events of that single night remained imprinted on my thoughts, lurking like a bruise that refuses to fade. Eventually, I made a decision I wouldn't allow that presence, whatever it was, to dictate my life forever. One evening, I found myself standing in front of that glass door once more, curtain in hand, as the last amber rays of sun dipped below the horizon. My pulse raced, but this time I refused to close the curtain. I opened it wide instead, letting the reflection come into full view. My own eyes stared back at me, and behind that reflection stretched the growing darkness of my yard. For a moment, all I saw was my tired, haunted expression. No shadows flickered, and the glass did not ripple. I'm not sure if that's the end of it, or merely a lull in something much larger. Even now, as I step closer and see my face in the glass, I half expect to catch a glimpse of that shape looming over my shoulder. A chill still caresses my spine when I recall the electric tension in the air, the sense that two realities were overlapping like mismatched puzzle pieces. The memory alone is enough to keep me alert every night, listening for the slightest hint of movement in the backyard. Maybe I did see something that night, or maybe my tired mind conjured a phantom out of loneliness and fear. Either way, the sensation of those unseen eyes on me lingers buried somewhere in my chest like an invisible weight that compresses my ribs when the house is dark and silent. I can't say I'm at peace, but I'm still here, and in the end, perhaps that's all one can hope for in the face of a dread we can't quite name. Remaining watchful, refusing to yield, carrying the memory and the mystery with me into each new day. Yet even as I write these words, I glance at the glass door and brace myself, wondering what I might see the next time I dare to look darkness pressed in on me from all sides, a suffocating weight that made every breath feel shallow. The wind whispered through the pine trees like a warning, rustling their branches and irregular pulses that set my nerves on edge. Even the moon, a weak pale glow, seemed powerless against the immense shadow of the mountains. I had never felt so insignificant under a sky that should have been serene. Instead, it felt like the night was watching me, conscious of my presence, waiting. I had come here with two close friends for what we hoped would be a serene getaway, the promise of crystal clear mountain air, and the thrill of being far from civilization had convinced us to plan this trip for months. We set up our 3 tents in a rough semicircle, each just a few feet apart, so that we could share supplies and keep an eye on one another, though it wasn't my first time camping. Something about this particular region made me feel ill at ease from the moment we arrived. The landscape was dramatic, jagged peaks, dense forests, and sparse trails that wound like serpents around the mountainside. The isolation was absolute. Cell phone reception vanished before we even reached the dirt road that led us here. Our first day passed uneventfully, though I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that we had stepped into a domain that didn't want us. The sun set behind the mountains early, plunging our campsite into a prolonged twilight. We built a modest fire and shared stories of previous outdoor adventures. While my friends seemed perfectly at ease, I felt a constant prickling at the back of my neck, as if invisible eyes were upon me. Now and again, I was certain I heard a light scraping sound like branches against stone, or maybe something more deliberate just beyond the trees. Trying to dispel my unease, I crawled into my tent sometime around midnight, zipping myself into my sleeping bag. The outside world seemed to close in quickly. Soft scuttling noises drifted in on the breeze, and the dense silence of the mountains weighed on my thoughts. I told myself it was just natural forest life. Small animals moving under the cover of night, and that I should be thankful for the experience. I dozed off, eventually lulled by the muffled hush of the wilderness. A few hours later, I snapped awake. My heart was pounding so hard that my ribs felt bruised. Disoriented and covered in cold sweat, I held my breath, trying to understand what had startled me. The darkness inside my tent was thick, but I could detect a low crackling noise. The unmistakable sound of plastic being crumpled. It was faint yet close, as though someone or something was rifling through our supplies. The realization left me with a surge of dread. My breath came in shallow bursts, while a fine tremor spread through my limbs. After fumbling for my flashlight, I unzipped the tent door just enough to peer outside. The night air was piercingly cold, and my lungs seized at the sudden chill. With a shaky hand, I pointed the flashlight beam around the camp. 2 tents flanked mine, forming that near semicircle. The middle one belonged to one of my friends who had already turned in before me. Its entrance flap was closed from the outside, but something about it felt off. A creeping chill prickled the back of my neck as I noticed that the tent appeared oddly flat, almost deflated. Despite being fully zipped up for a moment, I aimed my beam at the supply bags, expecting to find them toppled or rummaged through, but they were untouched. The dryness in my mouth intensified as I realized that nothing looked out of place. I tried to steady myself, telling my heart to slow down, but a dreadful sense of being watched made it impossible to calm down fully. I forced myself out of my tent, fully aware of how vulnerable I was in that moment. Gravel crunched softly under my boots as I took slow steps toward my friend's tent. The air felt charged, as though a storm were about to break. The beam of my flashlight wavered across the brightly colored nylon. I called my friend's name initially, in a strained whisper, then louder. When I got no reply, I repeated it again, my voice echoing awkwardly into the silent dark. No response, no stirring from inside the tension in my stomach. twisted tighter for a heartbeat, I considered walking over to my other friend's tent first, but an invisible push compelled me to reach the empty one. Immediately after swallowing the lump in my throat, I crouched down to undo the zipper. The quiet rasp of metal teeth gliding open seemed impossibly loud. In the oppressive hush of the night, my flashlight revealed what I dreaded. The inside of the tent was empty, no one inside, no sleeping bag unrolled, no sign of recent occupancy, just some scattered gear and a half-eaten protein bar, as though whoever had been there left in a hurry. Chills swarmed over my skin and my pulse hammered in my ears. My friend had mentioned earlier that he hadn't brought any climbing equipment or fishing gear, so the likelihood that he would wander off at this hour was minimal. Panic whet at me. Where would he go? We had specifically discussed not exploring the surroundings in darkness. I thought I heard a faint shuffle deeper in the woods. It was the kind of noise that stops you in your tracks and sets your hair on end. I felt a strong compulsion to investigate, but an equally potent fear urged me to stay close to camp. Trying to keep my voice level, I called out again, scanning the dense undergrowth with my flashlight. Just as I strained to catch some sign of movement, there came the unmistakable sound of rapid footsteps on damp earth. The steps were quick and deliberate, and they retreated deeper into the forest with alarming speed. My stomach dropped. The footsteps were too heavy to be an animal like a fox or raccoon, but they didn't belong to any of my friends either. Not with that unearthly swiftness hiding the urge to run. I walked toward the sound with my flashlight. Pointed ahead the night beyond, our camp was nearly impenetrable, the trees forming a black wall only a few yards away. When I reached the edge of the clearing, I found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of intrusion. The ground was wet from previous rainfall, so I expected to see at least some indication of movement, but the earth was unmarked. My breath quickened, turning shallow and ragged. A sickening sense that I was being lured away crawled through my mind. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, as if invisible hands tugged at my ankles to keep me from straying further. For a long moment, I stood on the boundary between the campsite circle of light and the forest's blackness. Scanning the darkness, I heard nothing more. My flashlight picked out only gnarled trunks and tangled foliage. The mountain breeze carried the scent of wet pine, giving me the unsettling impression of being inside some creature's dark lungs. Each breath measured and watchful, feeling unsteady, I forced myself back to our circle of tents, my head pounding with uncertainty. My friend was missing. Possibly I thought an intruder was lurking nearby, though I couldn't fathom the motive. If it was a thief, why not take the supplies? Why just slip in and vanish? Without a trace, when I returned to my tent, I half expected to find someone there rummaging through my things. My flashlight beam shook in my hand, and I could barely swallow, my mouth so dry that my tongue felt like sandpaper. I tried to calm myself, telling my trembling hands to relax, to no avail. At length, I decided to wake my other friend stumbling over. I unzipped his tent. He stirred awake immediately, startled by the brightness in his eyes. I described the situation in breathless, fragmented sentences. He listened and told me that he hadn't heard a thing. His expression revealed concern, but also a hint of doubt. Maybe our friend had just gone out to relieve himself or decided to take a short walk. Still, I couldn't ignore the gut-wrenching certainty that something was deeply wrong. We checked around the perimeter once more, finding nothing unusual. Ultimately, we decided there was little else we could do at that hour. I returned to my own tent and tried to rest, though sleep was nearly impossible. My heart that in my chest, and every rustle of foliage made my nerves jolt. Eventually, exhaustion went out and I fell into a restless dream. Tortured doze when I next opened my eyes. The harsh light of early morning blinded me. It took a few seconds to remember where I was, and that terrible moment of realization washed over me like ice water. I quickly got up, my muscles aching from the tension of the night. Outside, the campsite looked deceptively peaceful. The sun made the dew on the grass sparkle, and a mild breeze carried the scent of pines and rich earth. but my stomach lurched again when I saw my missing friend standing beside his tent, fiddling with a metal cup as if nothing had happened. My other companion was beside him pouring water from a thermos. I marched over, ignoring the gnawing ache in my limbs, and demanded an explanation. My friend seemed baffled, insisting he had been in his tent the entire night and that I must have been mistaken. He swore there was no reason for him to go out in the middle of the night. He was adamant, confused but resolute that I must have had some vivid nightmare. I felt my blood run cold. I had seen his tent empty. I had heard something moving around. I had seen his gear abandoned, and he stood there looking as though he had slept soundly. My other friend, observing our exchange, frowned and tried to reason that stress or exhaustion might have caused me to imagine the whole thing still. I remembered the footsteps in the woods, the plastic crumpling sound, the unzipped and empty interior of that tent. My heart pounded with fresh urgency and my skin broke out in a cold sweat. There was no way I had hallucinated all of it. We spent the morning checking the surroundings more thoroughly. The D-laden ground didn't show any footprints. Apart from our own, the supply bags were undisturbed, and the interior of my friend's tent, which I was sure had been empty just hours before, now had his sleeping bag neatly laid out. Every sign pointed to him having been there all night, like he claimed. Yet I couldn't shake the prickling sense that some intangible presence was toying with us, warping our perceptions of reality. Throughout the day, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, convinced I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shape that vanished. Whenever I turned my head, my friends grew irritated with my jumpiness and reminded me not to spoil the trip. They told me in more patient tones that I probably needed more rest. But the tension under my skin refused to subside. Even the crisp mountain air felt stifling, as though the atmosphere itself had thickened with menace. As evening approached again, a gray haze settled around the peaks, and the wind picked up, carrying a mournful howl that resonated. Through the valleys, it sounded eerily like someone calling out in distress. My heart knocked against my ribs each time the wind gusted. We ate a quick meal in near silence, my anxiety so high that I barely tasted the food. The entire day had been overshadowed by my lingering doubts and confusion, and the prospect of another night made my breath come quicker. Determined not to be caught off guard again, I decided I would keep watch for a while after we all retreated to our tents. As darkness fell, a suffocating sense of dread consumed me. I zipped myself inside my thin nylon shelter, but the barrier felt laughably inadequate against whatever lurked in those woods. Every rustle, every whisper of movement made my skin crawl. My flashlight was clenched in my fist, and I ran through every possible explanation for what I had experienced the previous night. Rational logic offered little comfort, and the creeping paranoia returned full force. At some point, I felt my eyelids grow heavy. My mind drifted between waking and dreaming images of the empty tent and phantom footsteps looping in my head. Then, out of nowhere, a muffled thud pulled me back to full alertness. My pulse hammered so violently that I tasted iron in my mouth. Slowly, I unzipped my tent door just enough to peek outside. The night was starless, overcast sky, swallowing the moonlight. I lifted my flashlight, scanning the campsite. My breath caught in my throat when I saw a tall figure at the edge of the clearing. It stood unnaturally still, as though carved from the darkness itself, before I could even react. The figure turned and drifted away into the trees. Too smooth, too silent, my skin erupted in goosebumps. Everything about it felt wrong, as if I had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. I wanted to chase after it, confront it, or at least verify it was real, but my legs refused to obey. Every cell in my body screamed to stay put, to hide. Eventually, I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to control the trembling that had seized my muscles. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, half crouched in my tent's entrance. Flashlight pointed uselessly into the void. There were no more sounds, no crinkling plastic, no retreating footsteps. Just the punishing silence pressing on my ears until they rang when dawn finally broke. I emerged to find everything exactly as before. Tent flaps closed. Supplies intact, my friend sleeping or pretending to sleep peacefully, yet my world was irreversibly changed. Each subsequent breath felt fragile, as though any small noise might shatter my composure. After my friends woke up, I recounted what I had witnessed this time in an unsteady but urgent manner. They exchanged uneasy looks, uncertain whether to humor my explanation. One of them remarked I was pale and shaking, insisting I should get proper rest, or maybe we should cut the trip short. I agreed to leave that day. We dismantled our campsite under a brooding sky that threatened rain. My missing friend from the previous night remained adamant. He never left his tent, even repeating that he hadn't slept well but was definitely present. I didn't argue further. Something told me the truth was beyond a simple debate. I packed up my gear with trembling hands. The memory of that silent figure seared into my mind as we loaded our belongings into our vehicles. I felt a subtle sense of relief that we were departing those dark mountains. Yet the relief was tainted by a persistent disquiet that place had allowed us to leave, but it had taken something intangible from me. My certainty, my sense of reality. Even now, days later, I can still feel the cold night air against my face, still see the outline of that figure in my peripheral vision whenever I close my eyes. Sometimes late at night, my mind replays the rustling sound of plastic, the empty tent, and the vanished footsteps in the damp earth. I find myself wondering if I'm haunted by some trick of my imagination, or if that remote mountainside harbors forces beyond comprehension. All I know is that my friend insists he was there in his tent, asleep and unknowing. While I recall an empty space where he should have been, the contradiction weighs heavily on me. I haven't been able to fully shake the feeling that something else was walking among us in the darkness, something that could shift perception like a twisted mirror. Perhaps it was just an echo of the land itself, or perhaps it was something far more disquieting, quietly observing us from the depths of that ancient forest. No matter how many nights I spend in the comfort of my own home, now I can't chase away the memory of that oppressive night. Whenever I drift off to sleep, I brace myself for the possibility that I might wake up again to the sound of plastic crumpling in the darkness. My heart pounding in my throat, the adrenaline roaring in my veins, only to step outside and find something vital missing, yet somehow still there. Even if I never set foot on that mountainside again, the fear remains a companion that lurks just beyond the flickering edges of my understanding. It whispers that some experiences can't be explained, only endured, and that what lurked between our tents might follow me wherever I go. The night pressed down on me like a heavy blanket, making every breath feel thick with the promise of something I couldn't name. My tent was a small pocket of light in a vast expanse of darkness pitch at the bottom of a canyon whose towering rock walls trapped every faint echo of wind and distant rustling. In the daytime, I knew this place as a playground for adventure, sharp ridges, perfect for rappelling majestic formations that soared against the sky at night. However, those same walls seemed to close in and loom over me like silent, watchful sentinels. The sense of exposure felt overwhelming, as if a single misstep could tip the balance and send the entire cliffside crashing down. Yet I forced myself to settle in, to breathe, to embrace the solitude. It was supposed to be a getaway, a time to reconnect with the raw essence of nature and my own bravery. I was lying on my back, inside the tent, eyes open, letting the darkness swallow my surroundings. My heartbeat was already elevated, a dull thump echoing in my ears. Not from exertion, but from a tension I couldn't quite shake. The canyon floor was colder than I anticipated, and an unexpected dampness seeped through the tent space. Despite the dryness of the desert air, the day's exhaustion tugged at me and my eyelids felt heavy. But just as I began to slip into a fitful sleep, I caught a faint movement on the rock walls outside. A weak glow shimmered across the stone, dancing slowly as though controlled by an unseen hand. For a moment, I tried to dismiss it as starlight, or maybe the reflection of the moon. But no, this was deliberate, a beam of light sliding across the rugged cliff surface. My body tensed and my pulse quickened. I became intensely aware of every sound, or rather the lack of them. No footsteps, no quiet hum of a car engine or campsite chatter. Nothing to suggest another person had arrived at the canyon floor. Still, that glow continued its crawl, moving a couple of meters up the vertical wall. Then, pausing its pace, was painfully slow, deliberate. I sensed my palms getting clammy and my throat felt parched as I tried to swallow. I recalled earlier that evening, before the last threads of sunlight vanished, I had scanned the valley and noticed no other tents, no parked vehicles, no sign of fresh footprints. The fact that I now saw a mysterious beam of light flickering across the canyon face didn't line up with the total isolation I had observed. The contradiction noted at me, fueling a low, vibrating dread in my stomach. There was no one here, I told myself, or at least there wasn't supposed to be. Determined to test if it was a person with a flashlight, I grabbed my own lantern and with a trembling hand unzipped the tent flap. The chill night air slapped me, intensifying the goosebumps that were already forming. I pointed my lantern at the rock wall, aiming roughly at the place I had last seen the glow. I blinked rapidly, my eyes trying to adjust to the sudden brightness of my own beam. Slowly, I moved it in a friendly, signaling manner, a clear attempt to communicate with whomever might be out there. My heart drummed in my ears and sweat pulled at my lower back. Despite the coolness of the night, I waited no flicker in response, no shift in their positioning, nothing but the silent hush of the canyon. Then, without warning, the original glow disappeared altogether. My breath caught in my chest. I stood there for what felt like several minutes, scanning the towering wall for any sign of the flickering. The darkness around me felt thicker than before, as though it had swallowed the faint glow and swallowed me too. A part of me wanted to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a camper who didn't see my signal, or someone who switched off their flashlight. But an uneasy voice in my mind insisted that something didn't add up. Usually you hear people clambering around, especially on a rocky surface. Any movement on the canyon wall should produce the crunch of gravel or the slide of loose stones. I heard nothing. The absolute stillness weighed down on me so intensely that my own breathing sounded deafening. I ducked back into my tent, sealing the flap behind me. Inside, my little sanctuary felt less secure now. Every rustle of fabric made me jump, and I kept expecting to see the glow return. Perhaps shining directly into the tent, my chest felt tight, and I noticed how shallow my breaths had become. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I sipped from my water bottle, but it did nothing to soothe the rising apprehension. The water felt tepid, sliding down my throat. In an almost nauseating way, I tried to force myself to sleep, telling myself that if I rested, I'd feel more clear-headed in the morning. But every time my mind began to drift, some subtle sound, a rock shifting outside, or maybe just my imagination, jerked me back to full alertness. My back tingled as if unseen eyes were drilling into me from the darkness. When I did doze off for a few minutes, I woke up with my heart pounding. Uncertain whether I'd heard a whisper or dreamed it, it was like being trapped in a half-sleep state, where the boundary between reality and imagination was impossibly blurred by the time early morning light washed across the Caney Ion. I felt more exhausted than when I'd gone to bed. The dawn revealed everything in a stark, cold clarity: the imposing walls, the jagged rock formations, and my lonely tent in the middle of it all. I stepped outside and stretched, painfully aware of how stiff my muscles felt. It was as though the tension had coiled into every fiber of my body, leaving me throbbing and unsteady. I remembered the stories I had heard from fellow climbers, tales of strange lights in remote places, illusions caused by atmospheric conditions, or even distant hikers that vanish by menning. At times, these stories came off as local legends or cautionary fables, now standing in the chilly morning sun. I was no longer sure if those accounts were just rumors. Later that day, I tried to focus on why I had come in the first place. To rappel down some of the more challenging cliffs, I geared up and made my way toward a section I had scouted previously. The midday heat baked the rocks, and the canyon echoed with the calls of birds circling high above. For a while, the physical exertion of descending steep faces with a rope took my mind off the midnight paranoia. My breath turned ragged from adrenaline and effort, and my sweat stung my eyes. Rappelling always gave me a sense of exhilaration, a controlled exposure to danger that usually energized me. This time, though, I felt a persistent knot in my stomach, an unshakable sense that I was no longer alone out there. I caught myself glancing up at the cliff edges repeatedly, half expecting to see a flicker of light in broad daylight. Nothing appeared, but the sensation of being watched refused to leave. The silence of the canyon felt unnatural, as though every living creature had decided to keep its distance. Echoes of my own movements taunted me, making me wonder if footsteps echoed from behind, or if I was only hearing my own boots dislodging small stones several times. I paused, holding my breath to see if the shifting sounds would continue. Without me moving in those moments, my pulse hammered so loudly in my ears that I couldn't hear anything else by evening. I was both physically spent and mentally on edge. My plan had been to stay for a couple more nights to really immerse myself in the canyon's rugged beauty, but the memory of that dancing light and the dread that came with it made me hesitate. I debated packing up and leaving while there was still daylight, but a stubborn part of me refused to let fear dictate my actions. I set up a small campfire. Its flicker, sending long shadows stretching across the ground. The light seemed to distort the shapes of the rocks, twisting them into bizarre silhouettes that swayed and bent with the dancing flames. As darkness fell again, my nerves wound tighter. I told myself I should eat, that a good meal might ground me, but my appetite was gone, replaced by a knotted feeling in my gut. The very act of chewing felt forced, so I gave up after a few bites. The wind picked up and the canyon began its eerie chorus of howling gusts and clattering pebbles. I stared at the fire, trying to blot out the primal fears stirring in my mind. Occasionally, I thought I spotted movement at the edge of the flickering firelight just outside the ring of illumination. My heart kicked into a higher gear each time, but I never found anything real upon closer inspection. Eventually, the fire burned down to embers and it was time to face the tent again. My breathing felt too loud, as though each exhale might attract attention. Sliding into my sleeping bag, I tried to rationalize every noise the wind sometimes creates. Illusions, I reminded myself, when it hits the canyon walls at certain angles, it can produce whistles and moans that sound almost human. Once or twice, I was convinced I heard a low hum like a deep chanting carried on the breeze. My heart pounded so hard I could feel the throb in my neck, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Some hours into the night, I jolted awake. I wasn't sure what had roused me. My eyes darted around the tent's darkness until I registered a faint glow filtering through the fabric. My breath caught in my throat and I felt a surge of adrenaline. Spiked through my limbs for a moment, I thought perhaps dawn was breaking, but the angle was all wrong. This was not the soft, diffuse light of morning. It pulsed slightly. Moving just beyond the thin layer of nylon, my entire body started shaking. I wanted to scream or call out, but the fear froze my tongue. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper straining to control my trembling. I reached for my lantern. My hands fumbled in the dark, brushing against the cold metal. I clicked it on, and the warm glow inside the tent gave me a small sense of security. Then, in a moment of sheer dread, I unzipped the flap just enough to peek out. My eyes slowly adjusted, and I saw that the faint glow was no longer on the high canyon walls. It was on a nearby boulder not more than a few meters from my tent. It drifted across the stone surface at an impossible angle, as though it wasn't just a light, but a presence. I felt my heart hammering so violently that I worried I might pass out. There was a gnawing sense that I was witnessing something beyond my understanding. Sweat dripped down my temples, and I had to force myself to keep breathing so I wouldn't hyperventilate. Every instinct screamed at me to zip the tent shut, but I couldn't tear my eyes from the glow. It pulsed softly, shifting from one side of the boulder to the other. My mind struggled to label it an optical illusion, a trick of the moon, a reflection from some hidden metallic object. But the more I watched, the clearer it became that this glow was moving with intent. It paused occasionally as if studying me, then resumed its slow dance. My body was overtaken by chills, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I felt a tightness in my chest, the primal terror that comes from an encounter with something you can't explain and can barely comprehend. My thoughts spiraled. Was it a person with some advanced gear? Was it something that defied natural explanation? I recalled an older climber once describing a phenomenon in remote areas. Lights that seemed to have a will of their own. He had said in a hushed, serious tone that if you ever encountered them, you should look away, because when you stare too long, they might just stare back. At the time, I had dismissed it as superstition, yet now that warning felt all too real, resonating through my mind like a frantic alarm. Bell, a sudden gust of wind swept through the canyon, rattling the tent and stirring up a small swirl of dust outside. The light flickered erratically, then disappeared behind the boulder. My vision blurred for a second, and I wasn't sure if I had truly seen it vanish, or if it had merely moved out of my line of sight. Darkness settled once more, an oppressive claustrophobic blackness that felt alive. I slumped back, chest-heaving, heart battering my ribs for the rest of that night. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, my lantern flickering, weakly eyes darting around the tent as though the walls themselves might close in when dawn finally arrived. I was still shaking every muscle in my body, screaming with tension and fatigue. I crawled out of the tent and inspected the spot where I had last seen the glow. The boulder looked ordinary, just a slab of rock with a slightly weathered surface. There was no sign of footprints, no scuff marks from shoes or equipment. Running my hand over the stone, I felt a persistent trembling in my fingers as though some residual energy clung to the surface. My rational mind told me it was just my nerves, but a deeper part of me suspected otherwise. I forced myself to eat a quick breakfast and hastily packed up my gear. My eyes continuously scanning the ridges above the silence weighed on me, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I questioned my own sanity. Could I have imagined it all conjured by the isolation and the echoing hush of the canyon? But the memory of that dancing glow felt too tangible. Its slow, deliberate movements etched into my mind like a scar. Despite wanting to cling to logic, I couldn't bear to stay another night. I strapped my pack on, feeling the sweat of anxiety sliding down my spine. My throat still burned from dryness. The climb out of the canyon tested my endurance, especially given how little rest I'd had, but each heave of my legs took me closer to open ground and away from whatever had haunted me in that valley. Once I reached my vehicle, I paused, looking back one last time at the colossal rock walls. The sunlight had turned them gold, making them appear grand and almost inviting. Yet I couldn't shake the conviction that something hid within those shadows. Something that watched and waited as I drove away. The sense of relief was immediate, but my pulse stayed elevated, and a cold sweat clung to my skin. For miles, even now, days later, my mind cycles through the same questions. Did I truly witness a phenomenon that defies easy explanation, or did my own fears manifest into something that felt real each night? Since my sleep has been fractured occasionally in that liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, I see a faint light dancing at the periphery of my vision. I bolt upright, heart racing, only to find myself alone in my dimly lit bedroom. That persistent dread won't let me go, as if some part of the canyon followed me back. Whenever I close my eyes, I recall the silent glow creeping along the rock face. Independent of any mortal hand, the realization that I can't definitively explain it has left me with a nagging sense of vulnerability and an unsettling certainty that some mysteries are best left undiscovered. Even now, as I recount these details, my pulse quickens and my palms grow slick with sweat, no matter how I try to rationalize it. The memory remains. Vivid, a drifting radiance in the dark, responding to nothing I did, answering no questions and offering no clues to its origin. It remains out there on those canyon walls, waiting for anyone who dares to camp in that lonely stretch of land. The experience has woven itself into my nightmares, a trembling reminder that true terror doesn't always roar or lunge. It can float silently just beyond the edge of your vision, waiting for a moment of weakness to reveal itself and then slip away without leaving a single footprint behind. I woke drenched in a sense of foreboding, my heart thewing against my ribcage like a desperate animal trying to break free. The air around me felt charged, like a storm was about to rage, but there was no rain, no thunder, only the quiet immensity of a far-flung river miles from the nearest city, and the thin walls of my tent between me and whatever lurked in the darkness. This was supposed to be a simple fishing trip, a quick escape from the routine of daily life. Yet in those silent, suffocating pre-dawn hours, I could not shake the feeling that something watched from beyond the canvas. Waiting, I had left early the previous morning, eager to reach a secluded spot along the river that a coworker had mentioned. He said it was a fisher's paradise, untouched by weekend crowds and the usual noise pollution. The drive was longer than I expected, winding through lonely roads that seemed to stretch into endless swaths of forest. By the time I got there, the sun was perched high, the day was scorching, but the breeze across the water offered some. Leah, I cast my line, hoping for a few hours of serenity, however fish were scarce. That afternoon, I caught one small trout, barely enough to justify the excursion. The real prize was the stillness of the place. No hum of passing cars, no chatter from distant strangers. Just the sound of the wind, whispering through the trees, the lazy ripple of water against the rocks, and the occasional bird. CA in the distance, it was a soundscape that both soothed and unsettled me. Because the isolation was so profound, I started imagining shapes in the corners of my vision. Once I glimpsed a figure across the river, tall and shadowy, but when I focused, it vanished. I told myself it was only the flicker of sunlight on the water and forced a calm exhale. I had intended to pack up and return home before sunset. But the hours slipped away too quickly. When I finally checked my watch, the sky was already streaked with hues of orange and red. I made the call to set up my small tent near some large boulders on a flat patch of earth. Not far from the riverbank, it seemed safer to stay the night rather than risk driving back on those twisting roads in darkness. As I hammered the last tent stalk into the ground, an odd sensation nagged at me like I was being watched. The trees around the clearing were silent. No leaves rustled, no birds called the sudden hush. Made my skin loo trying to brush off my unease. I built a small fire using broken branches and driftwood found along the bank. The air cooled drastically after sunset, and the crackling flames were a comfort against the encroaching blackness. The only sounds were the night insects chirping and the soft glugging of the river. Every so often I caught a rustle behind me, some small creature scurrying in the brush. I assumed I tried to blame my nervousness on the unfamiliar environment, convinced that I was just a city dweller out of his element. Eventually, I crawled into my sleeping bag. The flames outside dimed to glowing embers, and even the crickets seemed to hold their breath. I fell asleep to the lull of the river's current, letting the rhythmic flow numb my mind. Hours later, I awoke to the distinct crunch of twigs snapping underfoot. It was close, definitely less than 10 yards from my tent. My muscles tensed immediately in the darkness. Every sense felt amplified. My eyes flew open, heart rattling in my chest. I tried to control my breathing and stay as silent as possible. There is a certain cadence to a human footstep, something you distinguish from an animal's scuttling. What I heard outside had that cadence, slow, deliberate steps circled the perimeter of my campsite. The thought of calling out to warn away an intruder crossed my mind, but dread anchored my tongue. My pulse hammered in my ears and my stomach twisted with a sudden wave of nausea. I strained to listen. The steps paused near the entrance of the tent, then resumed again, moving in a wide loop around the area. After what felt like an agonizing eternity, the crunching receded into the distance, unable to settle back to sleep. I lay still for at least another hour, my mind teetering between logic and panic. Perhaps a lost hiker had stumbled onto my sight, or a hunter was passing through, or it could have been someone simply curious about my presence. Yet something about the pacing, the heavy tread, made me question those possibilities. There was an intention in those steps that felt wrong, invasive. By the time the sky started to lighten, I was wide awake. My eyes gritty from lack of rest, the dawn brought with it a sense of fragile relief. I unzipped the tent cautiously, scanning my sewer surroundings for any sign of an intruder. The area looked exactly as I had left it the previous night, except for fresh footprints left in the damp, soft earth. They were wide boot prints, the tread, suggesting heavy outdoor gear. These prints looped around my tent in a crazy pattern. No clear direction or purpose, just circles and figure eights. It was as if someone had been pacing aimlessly, or maybe trying to intimidate me. Every hair on my neck stood on end when I recognized that these footprints came dangerously close to where I had been sleeping. My breath caught in my throat and I felt a surge of cold sweat across my forehead, kneeling down to inspect the prints. I noticed the depth. Whoever wore those boots was either very large or carrying something heavy. The ground was still moist from the previous day's drizzle, so the footprints were crisp and fresh. They had not been made earlier in the day. They were definitely from the night before. I thought about packing up immediately, but a stubborn part of me wanted to know who or what had been skulking around. Determined, I followed the footprints a short distance into the surrounding brush. They led about 30 or 40 yards away, weaving between trees and shrubs until the vegetation grew denser. Then they simply vanished, as though the person wearing those boots had lifted off the ground. No broken branches, no second set of prints heading in another direction. I felt an icy knot in my stomach at the abrupt end of the trail. If a hunter had decided to check out my campsite, why abandon the pursuit in such a random spot? A creeping sense of unreality began to set in, as if this was some bizarre dream. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a local who didn't appreciate strangers on the land. Or perhaps I was just so exhausted that I overlooked more footprints and got lost. Yet something inside me whispered that the explanation wasn't that simple. Despite my rising paranoia, I decided to stay another night. Part of me felt stubborn. I hadn't caught much fish, and I didn't want to let fear dictate my actions. Another part of me, though, was morbidly curious. I told myself I'd be prepared. If the footsteps returned, I had a strong flashlight and a camping knife, and I could drive away at any moment if necessary. The rest of the day was tense. I couldn't relax. Even as I cast my line into the river, the sunlight reflecting off the water seemed too bright, almost painful to the eyes. My every breath felt labored, my chest tight with underlying panic. I thought I saw shapes moving in the trees beyond my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned my head, there was nothing but trunks and foliage. Once I heard what sounded like a whistle, low and almost melodic. It echoed through the grove of trees. I froze, glancing around to see if someone was nearby, but the whistle never repeated, and no one emerged by late afternoon. The clouds gathered overhead, stealing away what little warmth the day had offered. The wind picked up, rustling the canopy of leaves in an eerie, whispering chorus. My eyes darted around the landscape, seeking any hint of movement. I felt that unshakable sensation of being observed, as if unseen eyes tracked my every move. The fleeting comfort I had found in the stillness of the day was gone, replaced by a kind of grinding anxiety as the light waned. I rebuilt the campfire with trembling hands. The snap of the kindling seemed deafening in the hush around me. My stomach churned, and each breath came too quickly when darkness finally descended. It felt heavier than the night before, as though the gloom itself had thickened. Every flicker of flame cast dancing shadows on the rock and trees, warping them into grotesque shapes. I tried to calm myself by imagining rational explanations. Perhaps I was spooking myself with ghost stories in my own head. Perhaps those footprints belonged to a camper who'd spotted my tent and thought to have some fun at my expense, but the tension in my body refused to subside. My hands were slick with sweat, and I caught myself flinching at the smallest crackle of the fire. At some point, I drifted into a fitful doze hunched near the dying flames. Dreams plagued me, images of tall figures shrouded in darkness, peering at me from behind the boulders in one fleeting vision. I saw something humanoid but distorted, with elongated limbs and a face that hovered between man and shadow. Even when I snapped awake, I couldn't fully shake the impression that those shapes lingered just out of sight. It was close to midnight when I heard it again, the crunch of leaves and twigs. A deliberate footstep, my chest constricted, and I held my breath, pressing my back against one of the large rocks for cover. My flashlight was in my left hand, my camping knife in my right. My heart pounded so violently I feared whoever was out there would hear it. The steps moved closer, almost teasing in their slowness. I felt my throat go dry, and my mind screamed at me to confront it, to shine the beam of light in that direction, but I was too terrified. Then the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the sound itself. I forced myself to flick on the flashlight, sweeping it across the camp for an instant. Beam caught something, a shape that darted behind a tree. It was gone before I could register details still. It was enough to send me into a surge of raw panic. My breath came in ragged gasps, and a cold wave of adrenaline shot through my veins, making me feel both hyper-alert and oddly dizzy. No voice called out. No greeting or explanation offered the presence. Whatever it was lingered on the periphery as though reveling in my mounting terror. I stayed rooted to that spot for a long time, unable to move. I tried telling myself that the figure was just a camper, or maybe even an optical illusion. Yet the primal fear in my gut insisted otherwise. This was something beyond a random passerby. The night seemed charged with an uncanny energy that made every hair on my body stand on end. Eventually, I decided I could not bear another hour of that dread. I shoved everything I could into my backpack, barely caring about organization, and dragged my tent down in half the time. It took to set up. My hands shook so badly that I fumbled with the poles the entire time. My nerves were on edge, certain that I would feel a hand on my shoulder or glimpse a silhouette creeping up behind me. The forest was too quiet, as if every living creature had fled, leaving me alone with this presence. When I finally threw my gear into the trunk of my car, I felt a rush of relief so strong I almost laughed. The idea of driving those winding roads in the dead of night suddenly felt less terrifying than spending another minute exposed in that clearing. I started the engine headlights. Illuminating the trees ahead for a split second, I thought I saw the faint outline of a tall figure just beyond the reach of the beams. My vision blurred with panic, and when I blinked, the shape disappeared. I sped away the darkness, swallowing the campsite behind me. Even as I drove, I couldn't rid myself of the sensation that something pursued me. The shadows in my rearview mirror seemed to ripple, and shift. My fingers clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white, as if letting go even slightly would allow the dread to overpower me. I stayed on high alert, convinced that a pair of wide-booted footprints might appear on the side of the road if I looked for them. When I finally reached a safe stretch of highway, a wave of exhausted relief washed over me, yet my mind still danced with visions of that impossible pattern of footprints and the shape that vanished behind the trees. I told myself I was lucky to have escaped before anything worse happened, but escaped felt like the wrong word, implying something truly dangerous was out there. It's been several days now, and I can't seem to shake the tension in my muscles or the unease that haunts my dreams. When I confided the story to a friend, he suggested it was probably just some weirdo roaming the forest, or perhaps a trick of the mind born from isolation and too little sleep. He tried to reassure me that there's nothing in those woods that could truly hurt me. I nodded along, but felt no comfort in my gut. I knew I had experienced something. Beyond a simple prowler, my body remembers the visceral terror. The moment my breath caught as I realized those footprints were humans, sized and yet utterly foreign. Now whenever I close my eyes, I see the circling prints in the damp earth looping around my tent in nonsensical designs. I hear the rhythmic snap of branches in the darkness, sense that oppressive silence. When the footsteps stopped, a chill crawls up my spine every time I recall how they disappeared. Without a trace, I find myself questioning whether I truly saw the outline of a figure behind that tree, or if it was just a manifestation of my own growing paranoia. But somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I'm certain something was there, something that watched and waited. Even though I managed to leave that campsite physically unharmed, part of me remains trapped in those woods. I can't shake the image of those footprints, aimless yet deliberate, as if laid out by a presence that thrives on fear at night. I still jerk awake to the memory of that slow, low crunching sound, my heart racing, sure that any second I'll hear it again outside my window. I've started double-checking the locks on my doors, looking behind curtains and under my bed for footprints or muddy boot marks. It makes no logical sense, yet I can't help it. I've tried rationalizing everything, telling myself I succumb to an overactive imagination. Yet in quiet moments, I recall the atmosphere of that clearing. The stifled air, the hush in the trees, and that unrelenting feeling of being watched. I might pretend that the incident was a harmless encounter with a stranger, but I know better. Whatever circled my tent that night, it felt more like a force than a person, something that took pleasure in my terror. Though I may never fully explain what happened, the memory of those footprints remains etched in my mind, an enduring reminder that sometimes the darkness holds secrets we are not meant to understand, and that knowledge follows me wherever I go, wrapping around my thoughts like a shroud, leaving me forever uneasy. When night falls from the moment I first stepped into that abandoned industrial building, I felt something was wrong. The air seemed to cling to my skin with an unwelcome humidity, and an almost inaudible hum pulse at the edge of my hearing. It was as though the very ground beneath the structure shuddered with an irregular heartbeat, a distant vibration that refused to settle. I had been sent there on a routine structural inspection, but within minutes I knew this job would be anything but routine. Even the sunlight filtering through the cracked windows felt dimmer than it had any right to be, as if the building itself was devouring the light. Before it could reach my eyes, my breath felt caught in my chest and my heart began to pound. No matter how many times I reminded myself I was just there to check beams and pipes, I couldn't silence the unsettling sensation that I was trespassing in a place never meant to be disturbed. I had taken this assignment because I was the only one with enough open time in my schedule to travel all the way to that remote corner of the countryside. The client had purchased the property on a whim, believing it could be renovated into a usable warehouse. My task was to investigate the condition of the sublevels where old piping and support columns ran the second I walked toward the reinforced steel door that led underground. I noticed a faint trembling in the ladder, as though something was shaking the entire frame of the building. I paused at the top of those metal rungs, trying to figure out if it was just my nerves. Then I placed my hand against the door's surface and I felt it. A low buzz that reverberated up my arm. It stopped as suddenly as it started, leaving me with a cold sweat on my brow and the distinct impression that the structure itself was alive. Despite my unease, I made my way down into the subterranean level. My flashlight revealed corroded pipes and rusted walkways overhead. Thick cobwebs tangled in the steel beams, and the air had the stale taste of old machinery. I kept telling myself it was just another inspection, that strange noises and minor tremors aren't unusual in neglected industrial buildings. Yet each time the vibration returned, it seemed to come in irregular bursts of about 5 seconds. I found my pulse racing uncontrollably. I couldn't identify the source. There was no visible machinery running. No humming generator in the corner, no ventilation system, just the sporadic quiver of metal under my feet, accompanied by a muted thrum that felt more organic than mechanical. By the end of my first day there, I had run through every plausible explanation. I told myself it might be distant truck traffic, maybe heavy farm equipment out in the fields. But deep down I knew that made no sense. The property was surrounded by overgrown farmland abandoned years ago, and there was nothing but a narrow, empty road leading to the main highway several miles away. That night I could barely sleep. My mind kept wandering back to that pulsing tremor, the way it made the beams resonate as if the structure was breathing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw saw-twisted metal corridors shifting under an unseen force, waiting to swallow me whole when I returned on my second day. I arrived early, determined to get a thorough reading on the building's structural integrity. The sky was gray, the morning fog clinging to the weeds around the main entrance as I entered. I noticed the silence was heavier than before, almost suffocating. My boots scraped against the concrete floors, and every step felt amplified, echoing into the gloom beyond my flashlight's reach. I spent hours carefully checking the beams, measuring the thickness of corroded sections. Noting downstress fractures occasionally, I could hear wind whistling through the broken windows above, but beneath that was the same ominous hum that would come and go in irregular intervals. I grew jumpy. My hands began to tremble. Each time the metal groaned in response to that unknown vibration, sweat trickled down my temples and the back of my neck tingled with the unmistakable feeling of being observed. That afternoon, I decided to explore the SUEV in more depth, hoping to find old motors or hidden power lines that could explain everything I discovered. Narrow corridors branching off from the main pipe chamber, they were lined with decaying insulation and half-buried conduits. My flashlight flickered over peeling paint and decades old. Grime and I felt my stomach tighten with each step. The corridors seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning, leading to locked doors and small storage rooms that had been gutted of anything valuable. It was in one such corridor as I was examining an ancient access panel that the vibration started again. This time it felt stronger, like a sudden quake that rattled my teeth. My heart thudded against my ribs and my breath caught in my throat. The metal under my feet trembled, and I dropped my flashlight for 5 terrifying seconds. The corridor appeared to ripple as if the walls were shuddering in protest against an unseen presence. When it stopped, I fumbled to retrieve my flashlight, my palms sweating so much that I nearly lost my grip on it. There was no logical explanation yet. I sensed something massive shifting deep below the foundation, an impossibility that gnawed at my mind. I recalled conversations with the property owner during which they had mentioned the building's age, the unknown expansions done by previous owners, and all the local folklore that surrounded it. I remembered them implying that the workers who once labored there left for reasons beyond economic downturn. They had murmured about strange occurrences and an oppressive atmosphere. At the time, I dismissed those remarks as superstitious small talk, but standing there in that flickering light, every word came back to me with a new weight. Over the next few days, my attempts to pinpoint the source of the vibrations LED, nowhere I used every device I had. Listening equipment ground, penetrating sensors, moisture detectors, and still I came up blank. Each evening, I would return to my hotel with my nerves shot, my body shaking from adrenaline and anxiety. I tried to convey what I experienced in my progress reports. I used professional terminology referencing unidentified structural resonance and unexplained ground disturbances. But the reports failed to capture the dread that clung to me when I was down in those corridors, the sense that with every quake, some colossal entity beneath the ground was stirring to life. My colleagues reading my messages from a distance seemed skeptical. They suggested that perhaps the building was on an old fault line, or that local geological shifts could be to blame, some recommended electromagnetic interference tests. Others simply advised me to remain calm and keep searching. Their tone was sympathetic but uncomprehending. One of my superiors mentioned through an email that if I couldn't find a concrete reason for the tremors, the client might abandon the project altogether. I recall feeling equal parts relief and disappointment at that possibility. Relief because I wanted out of that building, and disappointment because I feared I would leave without understanding what lurked beneath. On my final day of inspection, I arrived with a feeling of intense apprehension. The interior was darker than usual as the sun was obscured by thick clouds. The air was cool, yet it felt stifling. My first destination was the largest open chamber in the sublevel where I'd previously seen the thickest pipes. As I descended the ladder, I heard the hum again and my pulse quickened. This time it didn't come as a short jolt. It started low and droned for several seconds, building in intensity until the metal beams overhead began to shiver audibly. My stomach knotted and I realized I was holding my breath. The noise then tapered off, leaving a suffocating silence in its wake. That was when I noticed something in the far corner of the chamber, a section of the wall that appeared to be vibrating on its own, like a faint ripple dancing across its surface. My flashlight illuminated a patch of brick and concrete that didn't match the rest of the wall's pattern. The mortar lines were uneven, and some bricks looked like they had been hastily shoved into place despite every fiber of my being screaming at me to stay away. I found myself drifting toward Ed, compelled by a need to understand. I ran my hand over the bricks. They were oddly warm. Sweat beaded on my forehead and my breath came out shallow. I pressed my ear to the wall and I detected a deep rhythmic pulsing from behind it. My heart pounded so hard that for a moment I couldn't separate my own body's throb from the strange beat inside that wall. My mind raced with questions. Was there some kind of hidden machinery, an underground spring, a bizarre resonance phenomenon determined to see more? I retrieved a small hammer from my tool bag. I tapped the bricks lightly and an echo bounced back. Hollow and distorted with trembling fingers, I worked on one of the loose bricks, prying it until it clattered to the ground. Darkness waited behind the opening. Too narrow to see much, I fished my flashlight inside, straining to glimpse. Whatever lay beyond the beam revealed a pocket of empty space and something that glistened. Softly as the light passed over it, it looked like metal, but it had an organic sheen, an almost wet surface that pulsed faintly in sync with the vibrations I'd been feeling. My skin crawled. I felt dizzy as though reality itself had warped. I backed away, heart racing, hammer slipping from my hand. My throat tightened with panic. My legs threatened to give out, but I forced myself to remain upright. The pulsing grew louder, more rapid, as if whatever was on the other side of that wall had sensed my intrusion. The entire chamber began to tremble, dust and grit sifting down from the ceiling. My flashlight flickered, threatening to plunge me into total darkness. A wave of nausea rolled through me. Somehow I knew I was standing at the threshold of something I should never have uncovered in a rush of self-preservation. I turned and scrambled for the exit ladder, ignoring the small scrapes of metal tools dropping from my belt. Every step felt like an eternity as the chamber shook, the beams groaning with an otherworldly resonance. By the time I emerged into the ground-level factory space, I was gasping for air, my lungs burning. The vibration cut off the moment I cleared the sub-level entrance, as if an invisible boundary had been crossed. I stood there dripping sweat, my heart pounding in my ears. I drove away from that sight with my teeth clenched, Ed and my hands shaking on the steering wheel. My immediate recommendation to the client was to abandon the project for the sake of safety. There was no rational explanation for the structural anomalies I had observed, and I felt an overwhelming certainty that no standard renovation could rectify what lay beneath. They ended up taking my advice, and the property was left alone. Even after I submitted my final report, the visions kept haunting me. The image of that faintly pulsing surface behind the wall, the sensation of the entire building alive under my feet. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, in a cold sweat, convinced I could still hear that unnerving thrum sometimes when I'm half asleep. I swear I can feel my bed shaking for just a moment, and I'm taken right back to that underground chamber. My heart races, and for a split second I'm certain I haven't truly escaped whatever I disturbed weeks past, and I tried to bury the memory in my mind, chalking it up to stress or some bizarre phenomenon that I misunderstood. But late one evening, as I was heading home from another inspection job, my car rattled with a strange vibration that lasted just long enough for me to recall the exact feeling of metal trembling. Underfoot, my chest tightened and beads of sweat dotted my brow. The trembling ended abruptly, leaving no trace, but the dread it summoned remained. In that moment, I realized I might never fully rid myself of the impression that something ancient, hidden, and impossibly vast lurked underneath that deserted building's foundation. I have no plans to return and no further reason to explain myself to anyone who might doubt my story. Yet the experience lingers in my thoughts, creeping in during silent moments when I least expect it. The memory of that low pulsing hum resonates in my skull, and I can't help but wonder if it still calls out underground around waiting for someone else to come close enough to sense its impossible heartbeat. Sometimes I question whether there was something real behind that wall at all, or if my mind was unraveling from the stress of long days in the dark, but deep down I know what I felt: an ancient mechanism or presence. Slowly awakening, and no matter how far I run from that building, I can still feel its pull, as if part of me is forever trapped in that trembling darkness below. I remember how the darkness settled in that first evening, so thick it felt almost tangible. The path leading to the cabin was nothing but a muddy track slithering through tall, looming pines. There was no glow from a neighboring porch, no headlights from passing cars, not even a flicker of a distant window. It was an emptiness so vast that even the sound of my own steps seemed ominous. From the moment I arrived, a faint dread crept into my thoughts, as if the absence of noise concealed something that should have been there. Yet I told myself it was simply the unease of solitude, or maybe the tension that comes with being cut off from the world. No cell service, no internet, no comforting hum of civilization, just my breath echoing against the silent trees. Still, I was determined to make this cabin my refuge for the next few weeks. I had come to this ecological reserve for peace, I needed a place to work on a personal project, something deeply important to me. The caretaker, an older man with serious eyes, had warned me that there was no phone reception and that the area was known for its isolation. He had mentioned in a neutral tone that I should stay attentive to the weather because the cabin's roof was old and could be slippery in the rain. I brushed off his remarks as polite caution, but I felt a flicker of unease when he added in a quieter voice that some visitors didn't last long in that secluded spot. People tended to leave sooner than expected, often citing the intensity of the stillness or the incessant rustling of the pine branches. He didn't say more, and I didn't ask. I simply nodded, paid for the key, and hauled my luggage inside. When I stepped into the cabin, I found a small living area with a sofa, a wooden table, and a creaking bookshelf lined with old, dusty novels. The walls were plain timber, and every sound I made reverberated through the space. I could hear the floor planks complaining whenever I shifted my weight. The single bedroom was cramped, but clean enough with a bed that smelled faintly of mothballs. The caretaker had left me a short note with basic instructions about the fireplace, the water supply, and the generator that provided intermittent electricity. According to him, the power might flicker during storms. Despite its simplicity, I told myself it was enough for my needs. I even felt a small spark of excitement at the idea of total isolation, imagining how the quiet would fuel my writing. The first few days were uneventful, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I sat at the table to type. I caught myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting a figure to appear at the door at night. I often woke to unfamiliar sounds, a distant snapping of branches, the low groan of timber expanding and contracting. I reminded myself that houses in the woods make noises. That's what they do, especially old ones exposed to the wind and cold. My chest would tighten for a few moments, but eventually I drifted back to sleep, telling myself I was simply overreacting. By the end of the first week, rain clouds moved in, shrouding the forest in a perpetual gray gloom. An unrelenting drizzle coated everything, including the cabin's roof. The caretaker's warning about slippery tiles came to mind. I glanced outside occasionally to confirm no one was around, but the rain created a veil that made it impossible to see beyond a few feet. I tried to focus on my writing, determined to push aside the eerie calm that had settled inside my bones. The absence of sunlight, the hush of the pines, the monotonous drip of water from the eaves. All of it felt increasingly oppressive. My breathing grew shallow, as if I couldn't quite catch a full lungful of air. Late one evening, well past midnight, I was still awake reading a worn novel I had found on the bookshelf. The only light in the room came from a single bulb that flickered whenever the wind surged. My heart was already on edge from the unstable illumination. Each brief moment of darkness sending a tremor through my hands, I told myself to calm down to concentrate on the text in front of me. That was when I heard the first series of footsteps on the roof. Soft, deliberate, like someone treading carefully to avoid slipping. My heart pounded so hard it felt as though my ribs would crack instinctively. I froze, listening to each measured step. There was a distinct pattern, as if whoever or whatever it was had a slow, cautious gait. At first I wondered if I might be imagining it. The rain often played tricks, especially on roofs with old tiles, but this was too precise to be mere rain. I turned off the light and stood in the dark, the book still in my hands, as if that fragile paperback could offer any protection. For several seconds, the footsteps continued in a rhythmic pattern, then ceased abruptly. The silence that followed felt suffocating. My ears almost straining to catch any return of that movement, I flicked on my flashlight, grabbed the cabin's old umbrella, and stepped onto the porch. A shiver coursed through me, not just from the cold drizzle, but from the dread. Swirling in my stomach, I swept my flashlight across the roof and around the perimeter. Nothing was out of place. No ladder, no footprints in the mud, nothing that hinted at an intruder. The rain fell steady. Stay a relentless curtain of water. My flashlight beam revealed only the dark outlines of the trees. The wind hissed through the pines, seeming to whisper in a language I couldn't comprehend. I stayed out there for a while, scanning every possible angle, feeling the raindrops seep into my jacket, finally convinced I would find nothing. I returned inside, bolted the door, and dragged a small cabinet in front of it for additional security. My thoughts were frantic, bouncing between logic. Maybe it was just the creaking roof and a raw animal fear that said something was on top of the cabin toying with me. Within minutes of settling onto the sofa, I heard it again. This time the steps were slower, heavier, as though someone was searching for something. My pulse thundered in my ears and my breath came in ragged surges that left me lightheaded. Every muscle in my body tensed and I realized I was gripping the arm of the sofa so tightly my knuckles ached. My skin felt clammy, the trickle of sweat on the back of my neck. Contrasting with the cold, damp air, I wanted to rush back outside and confront whatever was up there, but a paralyzing fear rooted me to my seat. There was a sense that if I opened that door again, I might invite something into the cabin that I wouldn't be able to control or understand. Sleep was impossible. I just sat there in the darkness, flinching whenever a branch cracked or the wind rattled the window occasionally. I thought I sensed movement in the corners of my vision. Shadows darting along the walls, but whenever I turned my head, nothing was there. My rational mind argued it was simply the flicker of the flashlight or the uncertain glow from the storm-lashed moon, but the pounding of my heart refused to believe those reassurances, and I found myself whispering reassurances to no one in particular, reminding myself to hold on until morning when dawn arrived. Its pale light brought little comfort. I forced myself outside, determined to check the roof in full daylight. My stomach churned with nausea and I felt unsteady on my feet, as if I had been awake for days, climbing up on an old wooden stool. I carefully ran my hand along the edge of the roof, expecting to feel cracked tiles or find some tangible sign of disturbance. Nothing, no loose panels, no footprints, no broken branches above it. Was as if the footsteps had never happened yet. I knew what I heard, and the memory of that slow, deliberate pacing made my skin crawl. I decided then that my stay in the cabin needed to end. My nerves were shot, and my sense of reality was wavering. I gathered my notes, stuffed them into my duffel bag, and tidied up the cabin, anxious to depart before nightfall returned. While packing, I occasionally thought I heard faint echoes in the hallway, but they vanished the moment I stepped in to investigate. At one point, I was sure I felt the floor quiver under my feet as if someone was stepping just behind me, but the cabin was empty. My heart hammered and I felt a surge of dizziness, like the walls were closing in. Sweat clung to my forehead and I had to close my eyes to steady myself. I recalled something the caretaker had once mentioned about people leaving early because they couldn't handle the stillness. However, my experience was not mere stillness. It was an active, oppressive force. Before locking up, I stood in the living area for a long moment, gazing at the dusty bookshelf and the table where I'd been working. The shutters were open, allowing in a dull gray light that flickered across the floorboards. I realized I was holding my breath. A persistent thought nagged at the back of my mind. Perhaps the footsteps on the roof were only the beginning of something more insidious, something that thrived on seclusion and fear. The caretaker's cryptic tone echoed in my ears. He had never specified what exactly made people leave the cabin ahead of schedule. He had only hinted that the quiet here was unlike any other. As I finally stepped onto the porch, I scanned the tree line. One last time, the drizzle had lessened and the forest looked ghostly, the damp trunks glistening in the pale light. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck like I was being watched from the treetops. My stomach chet again, then came a subtle sound, an almost imperceptible shift, like the weight of a body rebalancing on wet timber. I looked at the roof's edge, but saw nothing. Yet my heart raced and my breath caught in my throat. A part of me considered climbing up there again, if only to prove that I wasn't losing my mind, but my hands trembled so violently that I couldn't gather the courage. The sense of an unseen observer was overpowering, an indescribable awareness pressing down on me from above. I hurried to my car, each footstep in the mud feeling heavier than the last. The moment I turned the key in the ignition, I felt a wave of relief, albeit tinged with lingering dread. My reflection in the rearview mirror startled me. My eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. My skin was unnervingly pale, My lips were dry and cracked from the tension of the night before. I took a deep breath, fighting the tremor in my chest, then steered the car back down the winding path every so often. Often I glanced at the rearview mirror through the drizzle. The outline of the cabin disappeared among the trees like a memory dissolving into the landscape as I drove. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had settled onto the roof again. Watching me leave the forest on either side of the road felt unnaturally silent, save for the faint dripping of rain on leaves. It felt like I was escaping from a place where the boundaries between what's real and what lurks in the recesses of the mind had begun to blur. The caretaker's words replayed over and over in my head, though I had no proof that he knew anything more than he let on. But somehow it felt like he had expected my early departure. He had seen it happen before. Visitors unnerved by something intangible, something that defied explanation. Even now, safe at home, I often wake in the middle of the night, convinced I hear footsteps overhead. My heart drums frantically against my rib cage, and for an instant I'm back in that cabin alone, listening to deliberate steps across old rain-slicked tiles. Sometimes I get up to check my own roof, running my flashlight beam along the shingles from the upstairs window. Even though I know there's no one there, I cling to the logic that my urban roof is impossible to access from the outside without a ladder, yet the adrenaline. Spike the sweaty palms and the dryness in my throat persist. I have tried explaining the incident to friends. Without resorting to vivid detail, most respond with polite sympathy or mild skepticism, as if I might be describing a vivid nightmare. I occasionally mention that I believe I heard something real out there, an intruder, an animal, a presence, but I never stay on the topic for long. The memory of those soft, careful footsteps sends a jolt through my nerves every time I recall them. It's as if a piece of that cabin followed me home, tainting the safety of my own bed and roof. Whenever rain patters against my windows, I tense up, listening for that measured tread, waiting for it to begin. Again, despite all the logical explanations, a raccoon, a loose branch. The shifting of ancient timbers, none truly satisfy me. There was a deliberate quality in each footstep, the unhurried pace, the weight behind every movement, the sudden stops that suggested an alert and sentient presence in the dim glow of memory. I can still sense its malicious curiosity, an intent that cannot be brushed off as random woodland phenomena. Something watched me from atop that cabin, and while I managed to leave, I cannot forget the way my gut twisted with every thump on those old tiles. I still see that caretaker's eyes in my mind. They had looked solemn, almost pitying, as he handed me the key. He must have heard the stories of strange encounters more than once, but maybe he learned that some things are better left unspoken. Perhaps that's why he gave me only the vaguest cautions, trusting that the place itself would deliver the true warning. And it did, though I escaped with my sanity intact. But Frey, I remain haunted by the intangible silhouette that paced above me in the night. I can still feel its shadow pressing down an inexplicable weight that no locked door could keep out. To this day, the recollection leaves me uneasy, a pit in my stomach that refuses to vanish. My dreams are stained with the vision of wet tiles and creeping footsteps urging me to remember what I heard in that isolated cabin. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back just to confront the source, perhaps standing in that space again. Shining a light upon the roof would offer clarity, but I cannot bring myself to make the trip. The sense of something unanswered looms over me, a whisper in the back of my mind that says some doors once shut ought to remain sealed, and every time it rains, I cannot escape the dreadful suspicion that what haunted me there might one day find its way into my life again. Stealthily treading above my ceiling, a reminder that not all silence is empty. Sometimes silence is alive and it waits. A faint chill clung to the hallway as if the old walls were exhaling decades of hidden secrets. The fluorescent lights above me sputtered and flickered, casting erratic shadows that seemed to lunge forward and then recoil from the very first moment I stepped onto the worn carpet. I felt the weight of that place pressing in on me, subtle yet insistent, like a whisper against my ear that I couldn't quite decipher. I was there for a professional congress, a week of lectures panels, a networking in a city rich with history. Since most of the modern accommodations were booked, I had to settle for a room in a historic hotel downtown. The photos online had shown grandiose hallways, elegant chandeliers, and a charming vintage atmosphere. Yet upon my late arrival, the reality felt far less welcoming. There was a musty smell I couldn't ignore, and the staff at reception seemed on edge, their eyes darting nervously as they handed me my key. They mentioned that the building had been renovated multiple times over the years. The renovations, however, must have been uneven because as I rode the outdated elevator to the 4th floor, the overhead lights dimmed and stuttered, sending my own reflection in the mirrored walls quivering and distorting the corridor. Outside my room felt like it was from a different era. The carpet, once a rich burgundy, had faded into something closer to a dull, muddy maroon. The wallpaper and ornate floral pattern had yellowed and peaked in the corners, revealing patches of old plaster behind it. Everything smelled faintly of stale air and ancient wood polish, and each step I took made a muffled creak beneath me. At that hour, no one else seemed to be around, but I sensed the presence of something intangible, like the memory of countless footsteps. Crossing that same corridor over the decades, my room itself was quiet enough, albeit small and worn out. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, even if the wooden frame squeaked. When I shifted my weight, a single heavily draped window overlooked the historic center below the city lights. Outside were dim, leaving the narrow streets blanketed in darkness despite the building's old-fashioned ambiance. I tried to reassure myself it was just a place to sleep for a few days. That first night, I slept more soundly than I expected. Exhaustion from the travel and the day's events had knocked me out almost immediately. However, the second night proved different in the early hours of the morning. I woke up. Suddenly, with an unquenchable thirst, my mouth was bone dry and even swallowing felt uncomfortable. I recalled spotting a vending machine in the corridor earlier, so I decided to venture outside for water. The hallway was dim, only 1 out of every 3 lights seemed to be functional at that hour. An oppressive silence hung in the air, broken only by the slow hum of the overhead fixtures. I stepped into the corridor and hesitated. At the far end, barely illuminated by a flickering bulb, stood someone wearing a dark overcoat. He was facing one of the doors, his head slightly tilted as though listening for something. The silhouette looked almost statuesque. Unmoving, my heart gave a sudden jolt, and for a moment my breath caught in my throat. It was strange to see another guest lingering there so late. I tried to rationalize that he might be returning to his room or searching for his key, but the longer he stood motionless, the more unsettled I became. I cleared my throat and took a step forward softly. Calling out, the figure responded by slowly turning its head, but the corridor lighting was so poor that I couldn't clearly see any features, only a vague blur where a face should have been. My pulse pounded in my ears, the pressure in my chest building with every second. He then turned, more fully, and began to walk toward the far corner. There was an odd stiffness to his movements, almost like a puppet on strings, each step rigid and overly deliberate. I felt compelled to follow, partly out of curiosity and partly from a strange sense of responsibility. It was as though I needed to confirm that he was truly there. To prove to myself I hadn't just imagined the presence. My footsteps grew heavier as I approached that same corner, and my nerves prickled at the back of my neck. My breathing quickened, and I realized my hands were trembling. A slick film of sweat forming on my palms. When I reached the turn, I found only a blank wall. No staircase, no door nowhere. He could have gone. My heart thudded against my ribs as I searched for any hidden passage or trick of the light. But the wall was solid and uninterrupted. The wallpaper faded but intact. I tried to steady myself. Inhaling slowly, perhaps it was a trick of exhaustion. Maybe I had seen a shadow, or the shape of some furniture, or even my eyes had played a trick on me. After all, it was late and my body was still craving rest. Convincing myself that my mind had conjured the figure, I hurried to the vending machine, grabbed a water bottle, and returned to my room, though I felt a gnawing unease with every step I took. Once inside, I locked the door, turned on every lamp, and sat at the edge of my bed, sipping water. My muscles were tense, and it took ages for me to calm my racing thoughts. Enough to drift back to sleep the next morning, I mentioned the previous night's occurrence to a colleague from the Congress. Though I didn't give many details, I only said there was something strange about that hallway. He seemed dismissive, but offered a few words of encouragement, implying old buildings often stir the imagination. I tried to leave it at that, hoping I'd be able to forget my dis and enjoy the rest of my stay without further an incident. Yet the following evening, the hotel's atmosphere felt heavier. The staff at the reception counter glanced up at me with apprehension, as though worried I might complain about something. But I kept my lips pressed shut. After a full day of lectures, I was exhausted again, hoping for some restorative sleep. But the moment I stepped off the elevator, I heard a faint tapping sound in the corridor. It seemed random, quiet taps separated by uneven intervals, like someone gently knocking on a wall. Unnerved, I walked slowly toward my room, straining my ears to figure out where the sound was coming from. The corridor's lighting was still dim, and the patches of darkness felt deeper than before. My heart rate accelerated when I noticed a subtle movement at the edge of my field of vision. I turned swiftly, only to find an empty corridor behind me. The air felt suffocating, like it was charged with an invisible energy. By the time I reached my door, the tapping had grown faster, more urgent. I fumbled with the key. My breath catching the sound now seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The moment I stepped inside my room, the tapping ceased, abruptly replaced by a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I locked the door and leaned against it, forcing myself to take slow, measured breaths. My skin prickled with a feeling of being watched, and even though no one was there, I couldn't shake the sense that something had followed me throughout the night. I kept waking up each time I felt certain I heard a faint rustling outside the door, like fabric brushing against the walls. My heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it would burst. My mouth went dry again, and beads of cold sweat formed on my forehead. When I finally dozed off, my sleep was restless and punctuated by half-formed nightmares. In those dreams, I was wandering endless corridors that looped back on themselves with corners that revealed only more corners. The next day, I confided in the hotel's front desk clerk, speaking quietly so as not to attract too much attention. I mentioned strange occurrences and asked if there were any known issues with the hallway or if someone else had experienced odd sightings. The clerk's eyes flicked to the manager before offering a polite but vague response. The manager, standing just behind him, gave me an uneasy smile, saying something about the building's age and how old pipes can cause unusual noises. They seemed keen to avoid any deeper discussion. Their collective discomfort only fueled my paranoia. That same day after the Congress sessions, I returned to my room earlier than usual, determined to prove to myself there was nothing truly supernatural at play. I spent a few minutes examining the corridor in daylight, though the windows at each end LED and minimal sunlight. The long hallway stretched out in two directions, with the main elevator on one side and a locked metal door labeled maintenance on the other. The corner where I had seen the stranger was an unremarkable turn leading to a dead end with just a small fire extinguisher on the wall. No door, no stairs yet. As I stood there, I felt a faint draft of cool air pass by, as though something intangible had brushed against me. My entire body tensed and a chill ran up my spine. I retreated to my room, telling myself I was letting my imagination get the better of me that night. However, would not allow me such easy comforts. I settled into bed early, leaving a small table lamp on the soft glow painted warped shadows on the walls, but it gave me a thread of reassurance. My heart pounded in my chest, every beat reminding me that I was still on edge. Hours passed without incident, and I began to drift into a light sleep, my eyelids heavy, my body finally succumbing to exhaustion. Then close to midnight, I was ripped from slumber by a sharp rattle at my door. Knob, my entire body froze, and my heart hammered against my ribs so violently it felt painful. The knob jiggled again, and I imagined someone, maybe that figure from the hallway, trying to get in. My first instinct was to call out, but my throat was too dry. My breath caught in my lungs. I crept closer to the door, pressing my ear against it. There was a soft shuffle on the other side, then sighed. Moments later, the jiggling returned with more force. I staggered back, adrenaline surging through me, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. The door groaned, and I felt the weight of someone or something pressing against it as if testing its resistance. My mind raced, was it an intruder? Or worse, was it that faceless figure when it finally stopped? The doorknob turned slowly back into place. My knees felt weak, and I had to steady myself against the dresser. I reached for my phone and hovered over the thought of calling the front desk, but a part of me was terrified of the hotel staff's response. Terrified they might dismiss me again, or that they might suspect I was losing my mind. For several long minutes I listened. The corridor outside was silent. I mustered the courage to peer through the peephole. The hallway was too dim to see anything but vague shapes and shadows. No one appeared to be there. My stomach churned with dread, and I found myself questioning my own perception. Exhaustion and fear can play cruel tricks. I barely slept the rest of the night. Every minute seemed to stretch on. Indefinitely, every small creak of the old building magnified into a potential threat. My mind conjured images of that blurred face, those rigid movements, the corners that led nowhere. I felt trapped in a slow-building nightmare, one that I couldn't simply wake up from because I was already awake. Wake in the morning, my nerves were frayed. I attended the last day of the Congress in a fog, unable to focus on the speakers or discussions. I drank coffee after coffee, trying to save off the fatigue and keep my mind sharp. But every shadow, every reflection in a window, every fleeting movement at the edge of my vision jangled. My nerves, people commented that I looked pale, that I seemed distracted. I muttered half-hearted explanations about stress or of sleep. Too embarrassed to share my bizarre experiences, by the time I returned to the hotel that evening, I had resolved to check out early. I didn't care about any financial penalties. My only goal was to get away from that oppressive atmosphere. My chest tightened as I walked through the lobby. The staff gave me polite nods, perhaps suspecting nothing, or perhaps they knew more than they let on. I went upstairs to pack, determined to leave as soon as possible. But as I reached the fourth floor, my heart sank. The corridor, lights flickered, violently plunging the hallway into a strobe-like effect. The corners and doors seemed to warp in the pulsing light as though the entire space were breathing. Then at the far end, I glimpsed the same figure in the dark overcoat standing perfectly still, facing the wall. Terror swept over me, freezing me in place. My breathing became shallow, my chest constricted. The figure turned slowly in that strange, deliberate motion. Its face was still an indistinct blur, but there was a suggestion of features shifting beneath the haze. I couldn't move, my limbs felt paralyzed by raw fear. My vision narrowed, and the corridor felt impossibly long, as though I would never reach my door. Then in one swift, heart-pounding moment, the light stabilized. The figure was gone, leaving the hallway empty except for the faint hum of electricity. My body was shaking and every muscle burned with adrenaline. For a long time, I stood there unsure whether I had truly seen something or whether my exhausted mind had fabricated it. Summoning all the courage I had left, I dashed toward my room, entered and slammed the door shut. My breath came in ragged gasps and my heartbeat thundered in my ears. I packed my things as quickly as I could, hands trembling so badly I could barely zip up my suitcase. The walls seemed to close in on me as if the building itself resented my presence. Finally, I flung the door open, luggage in hand, and hurried to the elevator. I stabbed the button repeatedly, my entire body tense. Seconds crawled by like hours. Then with a dull chime, the door slid open inside the elevator. The mirror reflected my own tormented expression. Back at me, a face pale as a ghost, eyes wide with dread. When the elevator reached the lobby, I found a resolute calm that replaced my panic, as though I had crossed some threshold of terror into pure survival mode. I handed my key to the front desk clerk, who looked surprised that I was leaving early without elaborating. I checked out, ignoring the questions about whether everything was all right. Stepping out onto the sidewalk, I felt the cool night air wash over me, cleansing me of that suffocating dread. My heart continued to pound, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting that dark figure to emerge from the hotel's revolving door, yet no one followed me, even in the taxi ride to a different hotel. My mind raced through every chilling moment. I felt no relief, only a lingering sense that some part of me had brushed against the inexplicable. I tried to rationalize an old building, poor lighting stress from the Congress, but deep down I knew there was more to it than that. Sometimes late at night, I replay the events in my mind, searching for logic in the illogical, and every time I returned to that corridor, to that corner where there was only a wall to that face that never truly emerged from the shadows, perhaps it was a mere trick of perception, or perhaps there really was something lurking. In those old halls I escaped without harm, yet I can't banish the uneasy feeling that a part of me never truly left that place. Long after I've moved on, I still wake in the small hours of the night, half convinced that I'll open my eyes to see that figure in the doorway silently watching, reminding me that some doors once opened can never be fully closed. I remember the night I arrived at the cabin as if it were etched into my mind with a razor. The air felt heavier than it had any right to be, suffocating in its stillness. My first steps inside kicked up a swirl of dust from the warped floorboards, and the door closed behind me with a dull thud that echoed too long in the cramped entryway. Even before switching on the lights, a sense of unease seeped into my stomach. This was supposed to be my sanctuary from deadlines and incessant city noise, yet all I felt was an oppressive silence pressing against my ears. I had chosen this place after scouring listings for a spot so remote it practically dared me to get any distraction, but writing done with a looming deadline for an article I'd been procrastinating on, I believed isolation would force my focus. I packed only the essentials, a few notebooks, my old laptop, and some clothes. There was no internet or cell phone signal here, just the promise of trees, silence, and time. I'd been told the cabin had basic electricity and running water. That was all I needed, at least in theory, when I finally flicked on the single overhead bulb. The cabin's modest interior revealed itself in an anemic glow. There was a small kitchen area in one corner, a rickety wooden table with 2 chairs near the fireplace, and a narrow hallway leading to a tiny bedroom. Everything smelled faintly of mildew and old varnish. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light. As I set down my bag, that was when I noticed a narrow door near the kitchen, probably a basement or root cellar. I decided to have a look right away, hoping it might hold some extra blankets or something useful. The door creaked on rusted hinges, releasing a stale odor that prickled my nose. Descending into the basement, I felt a chill emanating from the cement walls. My flashlight revealed dusty shelves with old jars, tools, and boxes I assumed no one had. Touched for years, in one corner I spotted what looked like an antique shortwave radio, the kind you might see in a collector's shop. Its metal knobs had a dull sheen, and the speaker cloth was torn in one corner on a whim. I carried it upstairs, figuring it might be interesting background noise if I could get it working. I had no other link to the outside world, so even scratchy regional stations would be preferable to total silence. By the time I finished lugging my suitcase into the bedroom, the overhead light was flickering slightly, as though the cabin's wiring wasn't strong enough to handle sustained use. I was already uneasy. My pulse felt a beat faster than usual, and my breath came out in shallow bursts whenever I considered how isolated I really was. The sight of that shortwave radio on the table provided a strange comfort, though it felt like a relic from another time, something with a history behind it. Over the next day I settled in. I spent hours trying to write, often staring blankly at my laptop screen, words refusing to form. Occasionally I'd twist the radio's dial, searching for any station that might break the monotony. Sometimes I picked up bursts of static or faint music, but never anything consistent. Early that evening, I managed to tune into what sounded like a local station playing oldies. The signal was so weak that it cut out, often replaced by sporadic crackling. Yet the music's muffled cadence was enough to make me feel less alone that first night. As the sky turned to ink black outside, I caught my reflection in the cabin's single window. I nearly jumped. My own face looked distorted against the darkness. Heart pounding, I shook off the chill creeping along my spine. I could sense a primal part of me screaming that I was too far from civilization, too cut off from help. If something went wrong, my palms felt clammy whenever I thought about the nearest neighbor, a good drive away with no phone line in the cabin to call for anything short of an emergency. But I told myself I was simply adjusting. New places can be unsettling, especially in the thick of night. The second night was when it all started. I'd left the radio on softly, hoping for some static-laden music that I could ignore. As I typed, the air outside had grown colder and a sharp wind rattled the windows. Every once in a while, I heard a branch scrape against the exterior walls with a hollow scratch. The radio pissed and popped, weaving in and out of incomprehensible chatter from distant frequencies. Then abruptly, a strange broadcast broke through the static. A low, wavering murmur that sent a surge of adrenaline racing through my veins. At first, I couldn't make out actual words. It was just a deep voice layered beneath thick interference. But then it sounded like it was saying my name. My actual name. Drawn out slowly in a distorted whisper, I froze my fingers, hovering over my laptop. Keys, the rest of my body seized by electric dread. A faint sweat broke out on my forehead and my hands started trembling. It wasn't just that the voice resembled someone calling me. It was the unmistakable way it elongated the syllables as if searching for me through the static. My breath caught in my throat and my heart hammered against my ribcage. I tried to adjust the radio dial to get a clearer signal. Every tweak produced a scratchy squeal that made my teeth clench for a brief second. The voice became marginally clearer, and I could sense a certain urgency in its tone, like it was straining against the static, pressing forward from some unimaginable distance. Then just as quickly it vanished. The radio snapped back to a dull hiss, leaving behind a jarring hum that resonated through the cabin. That hum was unnerving enough that I had to switch the radio off completely, but my ears kept ringing with the remnants of that sound. It felt as though the air itself was vibrating around me. I spent the rest of that night obsessively scanning every frequency on the shortwave, growing more desperate each time I failed to find the voice again. My mind buzzed with questions had I imagined it had. I dozed off at my laptop, dreaming it all, but I was so alert, so keyed up from fear that sleep felt impossible. I could almost sense eyes on me, though I knew there was no one else in the cabin. Every so often, I'd catch myself glancing at the window, half expecting to see a shadow lurking there. My heart rate refused to slow, and my breathing stayed fast and shallow. By the early hours of morning, I was physically shaking from fatigue and from an irrational dread that someone or something was trying to reach me the next day. I combed through every inch of the frequencies again, praying I'd discover a rational explanation. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind or an odd skip in the radio waves, but nothing resembling that deep whisper surfaced. The sky was gray all day, casting a leaden light through the windows that made the interior of the cabin feel claustrophobic. Every floorboard creak set me on edge, and I found myself jumping at the sound of my own footsteps. My paranoia took hold, intensifying each time I imagined that voice calling out to me again. By late afternoon, a soft drizzle began tapping on the roof, and the temperature inside dipped to an uncomfortable chill. I decided to warm myself with a small fire in the fireplace, but something about gathering the old kindling from the porch made my neck prickle. A sense of being watched tugged at me. I kept spinning around, expecting to see someone just behind me, even though no figure or shape appeared in my line of sight. The damp breeze rustled the pines, and I heard an eerie whistling through the branches. My stomach twisted with the certainty that something was off, like the entire forest was too quiet. Waiting that night, I resisted turning on the radio. The memory of that voice had me shaken, and I doubted I'd find it again anyway. Instead, I tried focusing on my article, tapping away at my keyboard in a desperate attempt to bury my fear in work, but each paragraph felt forced. My mind constantly drifting to the previous night's encounter. Then out of nowhere, I heard a distinct click from across the room, and the radio turned on by itself. My blood went cold. I stared, half disbelieving, as static crackled softly in the still air. My pulse pounded in my ears so loudly I thought the cabin might echo with it. I slid my chair back, legs quivering as I moved toward the radio. I thought maybe a faulty switch or loose wire caused it to power on, but in the pit of my stomach, I felt that same wave of dread. The static rose and fell almost like breathing until a faint voice surfaced. I couldn't make out any words this time, just a low muttering followed by high-pitched feedback that made me cringe. My hand shook so badly I could barely turn the dial when I finally managed to switch it off. The silence that followed felt like a living entity pressing in from all sides. Convinced I was losing my mind, I paced around the cabin, glancing at every corner as though something might emerge. A cold sweat clung to my skin, and I found myself gasping for air. Even though I wasn't moving quickly, my perception felt distorted. The walls appeared closer than they were, and the windows looked crooked and too small to let any real light in. Several times I rubbed my eyes, hoping to refocus, but the sense of claustrophobia only grew. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a faint scuttling from the ceiling as if small feet were brushing across the rafters. I tried to tell myself it was just a squirrel or some woodland animal seeking shelter, but every tiny scrape felt like claws inching along my spine. My chest tightened and I found myself pressing my hand against my heart as if to hold it in place. Even the air tasted metallic and bitter, fueling my suspicion that I was inhaling my own terror more than oxygen. I hardly slept when the first gray light of morning seeped into the cabin. I felt more exhausted than ever. My back ached from tension and my head pounded with a dull ache that throbbed behind my temples. I decided I couldn't stay in that cabin another night without at least trying to ground myself in something real. So I stepped outside, letting the cool morning air brace my nerves. The forest was dense and oddly silent. No chirping birds, no rustling. Wildlife, just an occasional drip from the trees. After the previous night's drizzle, my stomach churned with anxiety, and my breath fogged in front of me as I tried to calm my thoughts. For most of that day, I avoided the radio entirely. I read through my notes for the article, forcing myself to concentrate. I even managed to write a few coherent paragraphs. Though every little noise made me jump, the old refrigerator humming, the breeze rattling the window, each sound startled me with jolts of pure adrenaline. By early evening, I found myself so on edge that my hand shook uncontrollably as I tried to drink from a water bottle. I realized then that I couldn't keep ignoring what was happening. I had to confront the radio again or risk letting my imagination spiral out of control, summoning courage. I didn't feel I went back to the table where the radio sat silent and still. My pulse pounded painfully in my chest as I reached for the knob. My fingers were slick with sweat, making it difficult to get a firm grip when the radio clicked on. The static that greeted me seemed subdued, like a hiss that had lost some of its intensity. I slowly turned the dial, scanning the range of frequencies, but everything was lifeless. Just dull white noise and occasional whines. I was almost disappointed that I couldn't find anything at all. Part of me was hungry for an explanation, even if it frightened me. I was about to switch it off when the hum returned. A deep, resonant drone that made my skin crawl. My name reverberated in that hum, or at least I thought it did. It felt like it was forming itself in the static. Not quite a voice, but more like an impression of a voice. My legs threatened to buckle and cold sweat trickled down my neck. I forced myself to keep listening, even though my instincts screamed for me to run. Then I heard something else, a phrase. Maybe though it was distorted, it sounded like an urgent plea or a warning. My mind scrambled to decipher it, but I only caught disjointed syllables. A wave of nausea lurched in my stomach. I snapped off the radio, breathing in ragged gasps. My own fear seemed so palpable in that moment that I felt suffocated. Was this some supernatural force reaching out, or was I unraveling under the stress of isolation and an impending deadline? My mind teetered between rationalizing the experience and succumbing to the terror. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to stop the spinning feeling in my head. In that darkness behind my eyelids, I heard the voice again, faint and echoing. My chest tightened as I realized it was burned into my mind, a phantom I couldn't escape. Unable to stand it any longer, I decided to leave the cabin. That night, I packed my belongings in a frenzy, nearly tripping over the table leg in my haste. The overhead light flickered wildly, sending the walls into maddening shadows. My breath rasped in my throat, and I could feel every thud of my pulse in my skull. Even the act of zipping my suitcase felt oddly laborious, as though unseen hands were tugging it away from me. Part of me wondered if I'd find the radio spontaneously turned on again, but each time I looked over, it remained dark. The drive away from the cabin was nerve-wracking. The narrow dirt road seemed to blur at the edges of my vision, and every bump jolted my exhausted body. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I glanced in the rearview mirror repeatedly, half expecting to see something behind me. The forest pressed in an unlit corridor that swallowed my headlights. It felt like hours before I finally made it to the main highway. Heart pounding so fiercely I could taste the bitterness of my own fear in my mouth. In the days that followed, I tried to explain the events to myself. I told friends it was just my imagination running wild. In an old cab with an ancient radio that picked up weird signals, but whenever I closed my eyes, I relived those pulses of dread. I still felt the sensation of being watched and heard, that disembodied voice calling my name through the static. My mind kept returning to those moments of scanning the dial, searching for a rational explanation and finding none. No matter how many times I dismiss it as a fluke or an overactive imagination, the memory ref refuses to fade sometimes in the quiet hours of the night. I'll recall that ragged hum and feel my chest tighten with anxiety. The question that gnaws at me is whether I truly escaped whatever was trying to reach me. Even now, I wonder if that presence might follow me through any static-laden radio wave, whispering across the ether. I wonder if I only fled the cabin physically, leaving some part of my sanity behind to linger with that old unpredictable radio, and that lingering doubt is a terror in its own right, haunting me long after I've locked my doors, turned off every light, and tried in vain to fall asleep in the comfort of my own home, because no matter how safe I try to feel, every hiss of static on a lonely night brings me back to that cabin, that flickering light, and that voice on the edge of hearing, always just beyond my reach, yet close enough to make my heart pound like thunder in my chest. And as much as I yearn to dismiss the entire experience, I can't ignore the fear that it wasn't a dream at all. It was real somewhere out there. That distant crackling signal might still be calling my name. Waiting for me to tune in once more, I sensed the dread. Before I even knew what it was, the late afternoon sun, though warm and golden, seemed unable to penetrate the thickening air around me. My lungs felt tight, as though I were already inhaling smoke, yet there was no reason, at least not yet, to think anything was burning. I pedaled faster, hoping the oppressive sensation would lift if I just kept moving. Instead, the heaviness settled deeper in my chest, and an uneasy prickle in my scalp warned that I was cycling into territory best left alone. I had been on a mountain biking adventure that day, traversing narrow dirt paths through old farmland and abandoned ranch houses. The trails were rarely traveled, and I enjoyed the isolation until something shifted in the atmosphere. As I ventured farther, the vegetation along the path appeared more lifeless than usual, the colors muted under a dull haze. Even the sky overhead seemed oddly subdued, as if a thin film had blanketed the clouds. My legs kept pumping, but a sharp unease danced across my skin. Approaching a particularly desolate stretch of land, I saw a cluster of collapsing structures in the distance. Rusted barbed wire fences formed a crooked perimeter around a few storage sheds. A battered silo and what looked like an old barn. I couldn't detect any signs of life, no vehicles, no footprints, nothing. Indicating recent activity, yet an insistent odor-singed air, but not exactly wood smoke, scratched at my nostrils. It reminded me of scorched metal, or perhaps hot stones after a campfire, something unnatural. I rolled to a stop and dismounted carefully. Hearing the gravel crunch under my tires, I scanned the area. The wind was stagnant dry weeds and tufts of dead grass. Stood still as tombstones. Turning my head, I noticed a thin line of smoke rising behind the barn, so faint that I first suspected it might just be heat shimmer. But as I narrowed my eyes, I realized it definitely had the milky gray hue of smoke, slowly, as if hypnotized. I leaned my bike against a skeletal fence post and walked toward the barn with uncertain, deliberate steps. The closer I got, the more I felt that prickling in my scalp intensify. My heart pounded each beat. Echoing in my ears, my breath grew shallow and my lips felt papery and dry. The barn's faded red paint was peeling away in broad curls, revealing dark rotted wood beneath gaps in the walls, offered glimpses of the interior, but all I discerned was shadow and a few hanging cobwebs. Yet behind those warped slats, a flicker of orange flashed like embers in a dying fire. There was no crackling of burning wood, no smell of charred timber, nothing to suggest an ordinary fire. The silence was intense enough that my own breathing sounded like a thunderstorm inside my skull. My fingers were starting to tremble, so I clenched them. I reminded myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe there was an old fire pit behind the barn left smoldering by some trespasser. Still, it seemed bizarre that anyone would set up a campfire here in the middle of nowhere. I circled around trying to get a better vantage through a large gap near the barn door. The smoke appeared to fade away as though swallowed by the stale air. I couldn't figure it out. Nothing about it made sense. One moment it was clearly visible and the next it dissolved. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, half convinced that the heavy atmosphere was playing tricks on my vision. The tension in my shoulders tightened and my skin felt clammy with a sudden cold sweat. Despite the warmth of the day, a chill ran along my spine. I resolved to investigate, forcing myself to move. I reached the barn's entrance and pushed against the large sliding door. It groaned on. Rusty rollers. Dust drifting down in a silent, suffocating cloud. My heart thudded faster as I stepped inside, fighting the impulse to turn and run. The interior was murky, illuminated only by the cracks in the walls and a few stray sunbeams that managed to slip through the broken roof. Layers of cobwebs glistened like tattered curtains. The smell was musty, moldy straw mixed with something else, something accurate and vaguely electric. I expected heat, at least a lingering warmth, if there had been a fire only seconds earlier. Yet the barn felt distinctly cold, as if the walls exhaled a frigid breath. My footsteps stirred a fine dust that glowed in the dim light, forming swirling patterns in the air. I peered around, scanning the corners. Rotting hay bales slumped against the walls and a few old tools lay scattered on a collapsed workbench. There was no sign of flames or embers, no smoke, nothing that could have caused the glow I'd witnessed from outside nerves jangling. I decided to explore the far side of the barn where I'd seen the flicker. My legs felt heavy as though wading through waist-deep water. Each step kicked my pulse a notch higher. A persistent sense of being watched tugged at me. The weight of that invisible gaze made the back of my neck prickle. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd find someone lurking behind me, but the emptiness was absolute, despite the stillness. I heard faint sounds I couldn't quite place, like distant scratching or soft shuffling too subtle to pinpoint. My mind raced, conjuring images of rodents or maybe just stray debris blowing across the floor. It could have been perfectly normal, I told myself. Yet the goosebumps, rising on my arms, argued otherwise. My throat felt uncomfortably tight as I reached the spot where the barn wall had shown that orange glow. I found nothing but a few charred boards near the ground, possibly the aftermath of a long-ago lightning strike or a failed attempt at arson when I prodded them with my foot. The planks crumbled into black flakes, leaving no fresh heat or sign of recent fire. A single bizarre question pounded in my head. How did the smoke simply vanish? I paused to steady my breathing, wiping sweat from my brow. The dust caking my face felt gritty. My heartbeat thundered and my mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. Trying to calm myself, I recalled a conversation with a colleague. He once mentioned that illusions can manifest in moments of high stress or dehydration. Maybe I was overexerted from the biking and imagining this entire phenomenon, but the memory of that acrid scent lingered stubbornly in my nostrils, and the image of swirling gray smoke remained vivid in my mind. Warily, I made my way back toward the barn entrance. The air outside had been stale, but inside it felt alive with tension, as though every molecule pressed against me with malevolent intent. My ears picked up an odd scraping sound like metal against concrete, though I saw no object that could produce such a noise. I froze, scanning the gloom. A shape flitted in the corner of my eye, just a shadow or a trick of the limited light. My heart hammered as I spun around, convinced someone was standing behind a pile of old crates, yet I found no one. My arms trembled with a mixture of dread and adrenaline. I remembered telling myself earlier not to go inside places like this alone, especially when the atmosphere felt wrong, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. Senses on high alert, I edged along the wall, stepping over piles of splintered wood and avoiding cobwebs draping from the rafters. Each breath was shallow and ragged as I strained to catch any hint of movement or presence. The silence itself felt like a living thing pushing against my eardrums until they ached. At last I returned to the barn's entrance. Daylight glared in from outside, momentarily blinding me as I peered past the open door. My bike was still there, leaning against the fence post, and for a split second I felt an overwhelming urge to sprint toward it, jump on and pedal away without looking back. Yet my curiosity wouldn't fully release me. I glanced around one last time, hoping to rationalize what had happened. Suddenly I noticed something unusual. The dust in the air near the barn's threshold seemed to move in a slow swirl as if caught in a gentle vortex. There was no breeze to explain it, and I was standing still. My pulse pounded in my eardrums, the swirl intensified, forming a ghostly pattern. Then in an instant it collapsed on itself. Leaving the air eyely still, I stepped outside, gasping as the tension in my chest momentarily lifted, only to be replaced by renewed uncertainty. Standing in the daylight should have felt reassuring, but the sky now seemed unnaturally bright, washed out like an overexposed photograph. I found myself blinking repeatedly, my vision dancing with tiny spots of color. The farmland around me was silent. No birds, no insects buzzing, no rustle of grass. I recalled hearing that sometimes right before a natural disaster, animals go quiet. The idea set my nerves on edge again, but there was no obvious calamity here, just a deserted barn and the faint stench of something burned without warning. A jolt of fear shot through me as I realized how alone I truly was. Nearest civilization was miles away. My phone had no signal in this remote area. I checked earlier, the barn loomed behind me like a hungry M, and I half expected to see the smoke re-emerge from somewhere near its foundation. Instead, I caught a glimpse of motion in my peripheral vision. It was too quick gone as soon as I turned my head. My stomach tightened and a clammy sweat broke out across my neck. Desperate to convince myself everything was normal, I walked around the barn one more time, scanning the broken windows and battered walls for any sign of an actual fire. Nothing. The odor, that accurate electric tang, still clung to the air, though it was fainter now. My breathing remained shallow, and I kept swallowing to moisten my parched throat. My instincts shouted for me to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was about to reveal itself. I tried to recall if I had passed any streams or wells along my route. Suspecting dehydration was partly to blame for my state of mind, yet even if I were dehydrated, that wouldn't account for the charred boards or the swirling smoke. My heart kept drumming with an unrelenting fury, an odd sense of being tested or toyed with. Formed in my mind, it felt as though some presence was orchestrating these events, pushing me to confront something I'd rather avoid. Eventually, I made the decision to depart. My hands shook as I lifted my bike from its resting place. That sense of a watchful entity never left me. The barn stood behind my back, its rotting timbers somehow exuding a palpable malice. Mounting the bike, I pedal away, fighting the urge to glance over my shoulder. My muscles ached from tension, and the dryness in my throat had become a raw, burning sensation. Not far down the dirt trail, I heard what sounded like a low, distant moan. Not quite the wind, not quite an animal. The noise vibrated at a frequency that resonated in my bones, sending a fresh cascade of cold sweat down my arms. I quickened my pace, determined to get as much distance between me and that wretched place as possible. The farmland rolled by on either side, but the oppressive quality of the air lingered as though I carried it with me like a malevolent cloud. About half a mile later, I stopped to catch my breath. My head spun and my stomach churned uneasily. I forced myself to take big gulps of water from the bottle on my bike frame, ignoring the warm plastic taste as I rested. Recalled a friend once describing how some locations absorb the energy of whatever horrors occurred there. I had brushed off his tale at the time. Now, however, I couldn't help but suspect that barn was one such place steeped in dread, exhaling malevolence with each rotten board as I resumed pedaling. I realized the farmland behind me was unnaturally silent. Even as I moved farther away, a persistent image filled my mind's eye, that subtle swirl of dust near the barn door, twisting like a living entity. My heart refused to calm, each beat still hammering against my ribcage. My body was slick with sweat, and my legs felt like trembling rubber. I tried focusing on the crunch of the dirt under my tires to ground myself in the moment. But the memory of that flickering orange glow and the ghostly smoke clung to me. Refusing to fade, at one point I turned onto a slightly larger dirt road that connected to the main route. After several minutes of biking, the air around me felt less stifling. A few insects buzzed near the weeds, and a solitary crow caught in the distance, breaking the unnatural silence. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, painting the horizon in a bruised palette of purples and oranges. Despite these more mundane details, my body remained tense, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder repeatedly, fearful I might glimpse a column of smoke trailing after me like a curse by the time I reached a familiar crossroads. Dusk had begun to settle. The relief of seeing a weathered sign pointing toward a small town I knew felt like a reprieve from suffocation. Still, my mind churned with questions. What had I really seen? Was it a hallucination, a leftover phenomenon from some old accident that lingered in the structure of the barn? Or was it something beyond rational explanation, a gateway to a realm best left undiscovered? I never got an answer that satisfied me. Even now, recalling the incident makes my hands clammy and my pulse rise sometimes. In the quiet moments before sleep, I replay the memory of that swirl of smoke behind the barn, followed by its abrupt disappearance. I recall the sensation of something watching, measuring me in that darkness. No matter how many times I try to rationalize it, the hollow dread in my gut remains. It took days for the lingering odor imagined or not to fully fade from my senses, yet the psychological scar cut deeper. The barn still returns to my thoughts and flashes, typically accompanied by a sudden wave of goosebumps. On rare occasions, I'll wake from a dream drenched in sweat with the echo of that low moan in my ears when morning comes. I'm often left with an insidious feeling that I brought something back with me, a bit of that malevolent presence that refuses to let go. I've considered returning to that stretch of farmland to prove something to myself, to confirm once and for all whether there was a legitimate explanation, a hidden fire pit, a trick of light, or some phenomenon I misinterpreted under stress. But each time I entertain the idea, an involuntary shudder seizes me and my mouth turns as dry as dust. My heart starts racing just at the possibility perhaps it's best left alone some places, and whatever dwells within them don't need. Second chances, we cross paths with mysteries that exceed our understanding and poke holes in our sense of reality. Sometimes the wisest course is to walk, or in my case, bike away, and so I remain burdened by the memory, a mix of terror and fascination that clings like a dark stain on my soul, though I escaped physically unscathed. The relentless question of what truly happened in that barn follows me, still even at a distance. The haunting notion that the smoke might return at any moment keeps my nerves on edge. It lurks in my mind, an unwelcome companion that reminds me there are forces in this world that defy our comfort and challenge our sanity. I don't plan on going back. Let that place slumber submerged in whatever secrets it's been hoarding. There may be no conclusive end to this story, only the restless feeling that the barn still stands waiting, and whenever I close my eyes and recall that fleeting swirl of ghostly smoke, I feel the weight of its silent stare pressing against me again, demanding my attention, for now I refuse to answer. But part of me knows that the darkness in that barn has its own plans, and whether I confront it or not, it remains very much alive. In the corridors of my mind, I never used to believe that the dead of night could truly belong to anything other than weary travelers and the occasional insomniac. But but my conviction faltered on a deserted highway where the rain hissed against my windshield like a warning and the cold seeped into my bones. It was there in the inky darkness that I felt something press in around me, something ancient, hungry for attention and completely beyond my understanding. My heart still pounds whenever I think about those lonely hours before sunrise, when the world seemed suspended between dreams and waking nightmares I had. Set out from home at around 2 in the morning, hoping to avoid the weekend traffic. The night was cold, a sharp chill that felt like it snaked around my chest. Every time I took a breath, a faint drizzle tapped on the roof of my car, creating this almost hypnotic lull. For a time, I allowed myself to believe the worst I would face was boredom and a slight tension in my neck from staring too long at the scarcely lit highway. The landscape outside offered little comfort, and fields drowned in the dull glow of my headlights and an overcast sky that refused to share even a sliver of moonlight. My coffee thermos lay empty on the passenger seat, rolling around each time I navigated a gentle curve. Occasionally, I looked at the fuel gauge, feeling a vague unease that had nothing to do with running out of gas. There was a sense deep within me that my solitude on the road was an illusion. I had the persistent impression that something was out there, pacing just beyond the beams of my headlights, waiting. I tried to refocus on the drive. Turning on the radio static greeted me a harsh rasp that made the fine hair on my arms lift. I searched for a station, but the only one I found played an off-tempo country ballad that sounded strangely distorted. At that hour, the singer's voice wavered as though struggling to rise above a deep interference. The garbled sound set me on edge, so I turned the radio off. Silence took over, interspersed with the relentless pitter-patter of raindrops and my own heartbeat pushing into my ears. Soon a restlessness settled over me. My limbs felt cramped. My eyes wanted a break from the darkness. The overhead sign promised another rest stop in a few miles, but something compelled me to pull over sooner. The road ahead was empty, not a single pair of headlights approaching in either direction. My foot eased off the accelerator and I coasted onto the shoulder. The umble strip vibrating beneath my tires, I parked and turned on my hazard lights, trying to quell the jitters crawling across my skin stepping out of the car. I was immediately struck by how cold the drizzle felt against my face. The air smelled of wet asphalt and distant pine. I took a swig of water from a bottle, the liquid practically freezing on my tongue, then stretched my arms overhead. My breath came out in shallow puffs as I did a quick check around to ensure I wouldn't be in any danger from passing vehicles, though I had seen none for miles. The darkness was palpable, thick enough that I had to rely on the faint glow of my taillights to orient myself. That was when I noticed a figure. It was a solitary shape perched on the low embankment. By the side of the road, only a few yards away, my first instinct was to recoil. Because I was certain I had parked in an empty stretch of highway, this person, from what I could discern, appeared to be sitting with slumped shoulders, head bowed as though exhausted or ill. The silhouette was so still that at first I thought it might be a trick of the weak light. Yet the longer I looked, the more details I could make out a man possibly wearing something dark. He seemed weather-beaten and weighed down by something intangible. My pulse instantly kicked up, but a sense of responsibility also rose within me. I took a few steps closer to the shoulder, making sure I wasn't intruding on a dangerous situation. The drizzle intensified. Sheets of raindrops now shimmering under my hazard lights. I found myself raising my voice to ask if he needed help. The words sounded strange in my own ears. Carried away by the hiss of rain and the rumble of distant thunder when I spoke. He stirred slowly. He rose from his spot. The motion seemed laborious, as if every joint in his body resisted for an instant. I glimpsed his outline more clearly. Shoulders hunched, arms hanging limp at his sides. He wavered on unsteady legs, then turned away, slipping behind a large metal sign that signaled the upcoming rest stop alarm. Bells rang in my head. Maybe he was wary of strangers, or perhaps he was experiencing some sort of episode. I remembered my trunk had a spare blanket and some food supplies, so I thought maybe I could offer him something warm. Adrenaline pushed me forward, and I found myself following his path. Yet by the time I reached the sign, no more than a breath or two after he disappeared behind it, there was no one there. I called out again. this time trying to convey more empathy in my tone, but the wind answered with a hollow moan. Rain pelted my jacket, rivulets streaming down my face. My flashlight retrieved from the car sliced through the darkness to reveal nothing but flattened grass and gravel. There were no footprints, no sign that someone had been sitting there or moving about. I felt an immediate chill trickle down my spine, my lungs. Drew in a shaky breath, and I scanned the surroundings with renewed urgency. The highway stretched away in either direction, a ribbon of black tar lit only by my hazard lights. If the man had been real, he should have been visible escaping along the road or stumbling across the open field. But I was alone. A wave of knees washed over me, and my body reacted heart-hammering, palms slick with sweat. Despite the cold, a tremor building in my legs, it was a primal response, reminiscent of the fear that creeps in when you sense a predator at your back. I made one last attempt to search the area, stepping onto the wet grass with hesitant feet. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the crackle of the rain. Every sense was on high alert, convinced I might see that hunched figure again, silently watching from the darkness, unable to shake the feeling that I was no longer safe. I retreated to my car the moment I slammed the door. I exhaled a sigh of mingled relief and dread. My headlights cut through the rain-swept night, and for an irrational moment I pictured that figure standing just beyond the glow eyes fixed on me. My chest tightened. The car suddenly felt too small. Yet it was the only refuge I had. My breath was shallow and quick, and I had to remind myself to calm down. This was probably just a trick of the mind. I reasoned perhaps I was tired and my imagination had gotten the better of me. Still, the undeniable fact remained: I had seen something or someone in the darkness. I forced myself to get back on the road, telling myself that once I reached the next rest area, I'd go inside, maybe talk to an attendant if one was present, and clear my head as I drove every sign that loomed out of the darkness, looked suspiciously like the sign where the figure had disappeared. I tried to convince myself it was just the angle of my headlights playing tricks, but each time a little knot of fear tightened in my stomach. I kept glancing at the rear-view mirror, expecting to see a shape pop into view on the back seat or outside in the swirling gloom. My grip on the steering wheel was so tight that my knuckles began to ache. The drizzle grew heavier, morphing into a constant, whispering downpour. There was an odd rhythmic tapping on my windshield that didn't sync with the wipers. I tried to identify the source, even turning the wipers off briefly, but the tapping persisted. A random staccato that made me grit my teeth. My heart pounded against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears. I felt certain something was trying to breach the thin barrier of glass and metal that separated me from the endless void outside. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the lights of the rest stop. I pulled into the parking lot, half expecting it to be deserted, but there was a lone sedan parked next to a lamppost. The harsh fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting flickering shadows on the wet asphalt. I decided to go inside and rinse my face, gather my nerves. The lobby was dull and unwelcoming, with a few vending machines humming. In a corner, I saw an attendant, a middle-aged man wearing a bored expression, seated behind a service counter. He merely glanced at me, then returned to fiddling with something behind the desk. I didn't speak directly to him. Instead, I headed to the restroom to wash my hands and try to convince myself that I was simply overreacting in the mirror. I noticed how pale I looked. Dark circles under my eyes. My hair was damp and clung to my forehead. My lips were nearly bloodless, a sign of the stress thrumming through my veins. I splashed cold water on my face, noticing the goosebumps on my arms while I was in there. I had the distinct impression that the rest stop was emptier than it should have been, even for such an odd hour. There was a hush, an almost oppressive silence broken only by the buzzing of fluorescent lights and the mechanical groan of a soda machine outside. When I emerged, the attendant was gone, leaving the place feeling even more unsettling. I wondered if maybe he had stepped outside, but the front doors were closed and the swirling rain made it unlikely he'd choose to stand in the downpour. I left quickly, preferring the relative familiarity of my car. I checked the sedan again. It was still there, but I saw no sign of the driver as I pulled onto the highway. A jolt of adrenaline coursed through me for a split second. In the edge of my peripheral vision, I thought I saw someone sitting in my back seat. I whipped my head around, almost veering off the road. The seat was empty. My heart battered my chest. Each throb resonating in my temples, I muttered under my breath that it was just a hallucination. The tension in my body refused to subside, and I sensed I was being watched again. The miles seemed longer now. The road, an unspooling corridor of gloom, rain battered my car mercilessly, and the air inside felt suffocating. I tried cracking a window, but the cold gust that blew in made me shiver uncontrollably. The paranoia got worse. My eyes constantly flicked to the side mirrors, expecting to see that figure lurking in the breakdown lane. My thoughts began racing. Was I losing my mind? Had I truly seen a man by the road? Or was it some reflection on the wet pavement? Every so often my breath caught in my throat, and I realized my hands were shaking. Then, as if signaled by the clamoring of my thoughts, the tapping returned. It was faint at first, a muffled sound that seemed to come from the car's roof. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on keeping my car centered in the lane, but it grew louder, more insistent, like knuckles rapping in a strange pattern. My blood ran cold. I felt the primal urge to slam the brakes and get out. But the idea of standing on a dark, deserted highway again, vulnerable in the pouring rain, was even more terrifying. I pushed down the accelerator, heart hammering, telling myself I'd outrun whatever was clinging to the car, if indeed anything was there. The tapping finally ceased, replaced by a slow scraping noise on the passenger side, as if fingers were sliding along the length of the window. I can't describe the chill that seeped into my very bones, the mixture of dread and bewilderment that tightened around my lungs. I forced myself not to look. A sense of unreality weighed on me. This could not be happening. My breathing became ragged, shallow gasps. My vision tunneled, and for a heartbeat I feared I would black out from sheer terror. Just when I thought I could not bear another second, I saw the outline of another roadside sign indicating an exit leading to a more populated area. Streetlights glowed faintly in the distance, promising some small measure of refuge, with every nerve on edge. I veered off the highway, merging onto a ramp that led to the outskirts of a small town. The scraping noise vanished the moment the car's tires left the main road, as if some invisible presence had lost its grip under the illumination of streetlights. I finally felt that some barrier of darkness had been broken. My breath started to return to a steadier rhythm. Though my heart still pounded, I parked in a brightly lit gas station where several trucks were lined up. The overhead canopy cast everything in a sterile white glow, washing out the color of my car. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, feeling the reality of my surroundings reassert itself. The world no longer seemed as menacing under electric lights. Rain drummed on the roof, but it was just rain now. No eerie tapping, no scraping. My mind raced over the events of the last hour. The recollections felt unreal. The slumped man by the roadside, the sign behind which he vanished, the inexplicable noises on my car, and that suffocating sensation that I was never alone. I questioned whether exhaustion had triggered some elaborate hallucination, yet part of me resisted that explanation. The fear I had experienced was too intense, too visceral. Even as I calmed down, I couldn't entirely escape the lingering dread that something had followed me to that well-lit gas station and was just outside the ring of fluorescent light, waiting after fueling up. I stepped inside the station shop to collect myself. The bright fluorescent bulbs flickered occasionally, casting fleeting shadows across the aisles of snacks and drinks. A radio behind the counter played a static-filled broadcast. I asked the clerk in a low, tense voice if there had been any reports of strange sightings on the highway. He replied vaguely, barely looking up, that sometimes folks came in, rattled about odd lights or shapes, but he hadn't heard anything that night. His casual dismissal made me feel uneasy, as if my experiences were being brushed aside or reduced to mere rumor. I paid for a hot coffee and returned to my car, still trembling. Despite the warmth of the beverage in my hands, for a brief moment, I considered checking into a nearby motel and trying to sleep off the panic, but the lingering sense of being watched persisted. I felt safer continuing my journey under the protective glow of the small-town streetlights. Eventually, I merged onto another road that bypassed the emptiest stretches of the highway, hoping daylight would catch up to me before anything else did. The tap of rain receded into a dull background murmur, replaced by the steady hum of my engine and the swirling mania inside my head. Hours later, I finally reached my destination physically intact, though far from at peace. Even as I parked in front of my friend's place, I refused to relax until I was safely indoors. Stepping out of the car, I glanced behind me more times than I could count, convinced that a stooped silhouette might be following, but there was only the skeletal outline of trees and the hush of a neighborhood still sleeping to this day. I replay those moments on the highway. I can't be certain whether I encountered a lost soul, a ghost, or a figment of my weary mind. What remains undeniable is the acute terror. I felt skin clammy, chest tight, every sense firing wildly in alarm on that desolate stretch of asphalt. It was as though I brushed against a sliver of reality that refused to fit into my rational world. Even now, when it rains late at night, I sometimes catch my pulse racing my ears, straining for that faint tapping on the windshield. And though I've tried to tell myself I was just sleep-deprived or anxious, I've never been able to fully shake the sensation that I was not alone out there somewhere in the wet shadows. That presence still lurks, watching, waiting, and perhaps searching for the next traveler willing to stop in the middle of the night. I remembered the oppressive stillness of that morning as if it were etched into my bones. It clung to the air, filling every space with a muted anticipation that pressed against me and made it hard to breathe even before I reached my uncle property, a secluded parcel of land far from paved roads and any sign of human life. I sensed something wasn't quite right. The wind barely stirred, and when it did, it carried a faint, acrid smell I couldn't place. I tried to dismiss my unease by chalking it up to sleepiness or nerves, but deep down, a primal part of me whispered warnings I couldn't ignore. I was in my early 30s back then, and I'd grown weary of the same work-a-day routine that had characterized my life for months. My uncle, knowing I needed a break, had offered to let me camp on the property he looked after. It was supposed to be a simple, peaceful getaway, just me, a tent, and the calming isolation of nature. So I loaded my car with the essentials: a sturdy tent sleeping bag, food, water, and enough flashlights to illuminate a small city. I left home at the crack of dawn, wanting to get there early and set up camp before the midday sun became unbearable. Once on the empty highway, I felt freer than I had in a long time. There was no traffic. Just a ribbon of asphalt cutting through an endless stretch of countryside hills rolled by, and the occasional twisted tree stood defiant against the open sky. The sense of solitude was comforting, at least initially, but then I saw the dog. He was a medium-sized mongrel, his fur matted and steer with dirt, standing motionless by the side of the road. His posture was strangely rigid, as if he were waiting for something. Our eyes locked. In that instant, I felt a bizarre jolt of recognition. His dark eyes were intense, reflecting something beyond the typical canine curiosity. Despite his ragged appearance, he wagged his tail as though greeting an old friend. I slowed the car, certain I should stop and check if he was hurt or lost. The moment I pulled to the side, he bolted one instant. He was there the next. He had vanished into the tall grass lining the road. No barking, no growling, no sound at all. It was as if he dissolved into the earth. I sat in my car for a long minute, engine running, trying to decide whether I should go after him. My heartbeat fluttered with the strange déjà vu of it all. Eventually, I convinced myself it was pointless. The dog clearly didn't want to be found. I drove on, though the encounter left me unsettled. I reached the property by mid-morning. My uncle had told me I'd see an old wooden gate marking the entrance, but the gate looked even older and more weathered than I'd imagined. Rust corroded the hinges, and the wood was rough and splintered from the elements. There was a narrow dirt path just beyond the gate that wound through dense clusters of trees, eventually opening into a small clearing that was where I planned to pitch my tent once parked. I stepped out into the silence and felt the full grunt of isolation. No distant hum of highways, no chatter of distant neighbors, just the hiss of the breeze through the treetops and the scrunch of gravel under my boots. I just about set up my tent when I saw him again. The same dog crouched at the edge of the clearing. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt an odd thrill of anxiety tighten my chest. He was watching me, tail still, as if deciding what to do. I tried a gentle call, just a soft, "Hey, buddy," but it was more to calm myself than to beckon him. He didn't budge, didn't bark. Just stared. After a moment, he circled around to the other side of the clearing, keeping a wide gap between us. When I took a step toward him, he darted behind a large oak tree and disappeared. I felt a slight tremor in my hands as I exhaled. I've seen plenty of stray dogs before, but this one felt different. Something in his eyes made my pulse hammer. It was neither fear nor friendliness, but something else. Something that made me question whether I was truly alone out there. I managed to finish setting up camp with the lingering sensation of being watched now and then. I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the tree line, but I tried to focus on the simple tasks: rolling out my sleeping bag, organizing my supplies, double-checking I had fresh batteries for my flashlights. By the time DUS settled over the clearing, the world turned quiet again, as though nature itself was holding its breath. The temperature dropped faster than I expected, and a thin layer of mist began to weave around the tree trunks, giving them a ghostly outline. I built a small campfire and grilled a piece of chicken, trying to concentrate on the sizzle and scent of cooking meat. Still, an uneasiness gnawed at my gut. My eyes kept darting around, scanning the area. Beyond the firelight, the dog didn't show up again while I ate, so I eventually convinced myself he was just a stray passing through. Maybe my mind was overreacting. I watched the flames dance until my eyes felt heavy. I wasn't sure what time it was when I woke. The darkness outside seemed total the interior of my tent, casting shadows that felt claustrophobic. My heart pounded in my ears before I fully understood why. Then I heard a faint rustling, like paws or feet. Scuffing the ground outside, my throat went dry and I strained to listen. Something circled the perimeter of my tent, slow and deliberate. The sound came and went in waves, alternating between near silence and the soft crackle of grass being pressed under weight. It stopped for a moment, and I built the courage to peek out through a small gap in the zipper. Two piercing lights like tiny beacons floated in the dark. They seemed to hover in midair, flickering whenever they caught the faint reflection of the moon. My heart hammered. Those had to be the dog's eyes. Only they looked far too bright, almost like reflective lenses. I froze, torn between zipping the tent shut and stepping out to chase him away. Each thud of my pulse felt magnified, like it was booming in my skull. The second stretched. I thought I heard a low huff. Then the eyes blinked once and vanished. I listened for more movement, but nothing came. The rest of the night passed in agonizing anticipation, my brain spinning all sorts of scenarios I couldn't explain. Sleep never fully returned when dawn broke. I emerged from the tent exhausted but determined the fire was long gone, and the clearing looked unremarkable in the pale morning light. I walked the perimeter searching for footprints or paw prints, some evidence that the dog had really been there. The ground was mostly damp soil and grass, which should have at least shown a disturbance, but there was nothing. No indentations, no broken twigs, just unmarked earth. My hands began to shake again. I tried telling myself it was just a trick of the light, or maybe I dreamed the entire episode. However, the memory of those glowing eyes and the unmistakable sound of something moving around my tent was too vivid to dismiss the day wore on. Quietly, almost too quietly, I roamed the property, half hoping to find the dog so I could offer him water or a piece of jerky. My uncle had left a few notes about the layout of the land, including mention of an old barn and a small pond. I found them without much trouble, but no sign of the dog appeared. I kept scanning the ground for prints or fur, but I might as well have been investigating a phantom. An undercurrent of dread trailed me everywhere I went, as though the solitude itself had taken on a malevolent consciousness. Even the birds seemed subdued, only letting out occasional half-hearted chirps by late afternoon clouds gathered overhead, bringing premature darkness. I'd planned to spend a second night, but an inexplicable urgency to leave fought against my original intentions. My skin prickled whenever the wind picked up, and it seemed like every tree was leaning in my direction. Branches twisted as if in silent warning. I decided to make a quick meal before deciding whether to pack back up and go, but a persistent thought nagged at me. I had come out here for peace of mind to reconnect with myself. Letting fear drive me away felt like admitting defeat to something intangible and possibly in my imagination. Nevertheless, I couldn't ignore the sense that I was being observed. That feeling returned in force. While I gathered firewood, I kept turning around expecting to catch a glimpse of dark fur slipping between the trees. Once I even thought I saw a shape sitting still at the far end of the pond, a silhouette that vanished the moment I blinked. My breath hitched, and I could taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. My hands were damp with sweat as I gripped the bundle of kindling arms, trembling under the weight. I had to force myself to breathe slowly. If I gave in to panic, I knew I'd never recover enough courage to stay the night. Dusk arrived with a heavy gloom, the clouds swallowing any hint of starlight. The campfire crackled, casting tall shadows that danced across the clearing. I sat close to the flames, a flashlight within reach, determined to keep my eyes open until they stung with fatigue. Time felt warped. Each minute stretched uncomfortably as if the night were resisting any progress toward dawn. The wind carried hushed whispers, or at least that's what my mind interpreted from the rustle of leaves. Eventually, I heard faint movement in the distance. My stomach clenched and goosebumps rippled over my arms. This time, the footsteps or paw steps came from behind a cluster of bushes. To the left of my tent, I shone my flashlight in that direction, the beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing. My pulse pounded louder, and I had to remind myself to breathe. I tried to calm my racing thoughts by mentally listing everything around me. The crackle of the fire, the shape of my tent, the endless stretch of blackened sky overhead, but a sudden chill skirted across my neck, as though someone had blown cold air right behind me. I whipped around. Standing not 5 yards away was the dog, his fur looking almost cold black in the firelight. Though earlier I remembered it being a muddy brown, his eyes reflected the flames with an unsettling gleam. My heart lurched so violently that I nearly dropped the flashlight. He stared at me unblinking. I felt pinned under his gaze, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My throat constricted as I tried to speak calmly, but all that came out was a hoarse whisper. I thought about approaching him, but an instinct screamed not to move. The dog tilted his head slightly as if puzzled by my presence. For a moment, I considered that maybe he was just hungry or tired, but I couldn't shake the sense of wrongness emanating from him. My entire body was tense, my breath uneven. Then, as abruptly as he'd appeared, he turned and bolted into the darkness, disappearing from the halo of my flashlight within seconds. The undergrowth swallowed him completely, leaving no rustle or footfall behind. It was as if the night had taken him back into itself. At that point, I didn't care about a second night of solitude. My nerves were shot. I began dousing the campfire, and hastily gathering my belongings, my heart pounded so fiercely that I worried I might hyperventilate. While rolling up my tent, I kept casting anxious glances over my shoulder, half expecting the dog to resurface. It felt like each gust of wind carried unseen shapes, closing in my vision, blurred with panic, and I could barely steady my hands enough to zip up my pack the whole time. I was aware of my body's primal reactions, the dryness in my mouth, the cold sweat dampening my brow, the trembling in my legs that made each movement jerk and stilted. Suddenly, there was a snapping sound behind me, like a branch breaking under pressure. I spun around hard in my throat, the flashlight beam jittering across tree trunks. Nothing was there, or at least nothing I could see. My instinct to flee blared like a siren in my head. I fumbled with my supplies, stuffing them haphazard into the back seat of my car. Just as I slid into the driver's seat, I thought I glimpsed a flash of 2 reflective dots from the corner of my eye, but I refused to look back. I jammed the key into the ignition, turned it, and pressed the accelerator with a desperation that kicked up dust in a wild, swirling cloud. Driving away felt both relieving and terrifying. The narrow dirt path leading out of the property was lined with twisted trees that seemed to lean in accusingly. My hand shook on the steering wheel, eyes darting at every shape in the darkness I kept. Imagining the dog running along beside me, hidden just beyond the feeble reach of my headlights, a part of me worried I might lose control of the car if something leaped out. My mind replayed every second of the past 2 days, searching for a rational explanation and coming up empty. Perhaps the dog was just a stray, but why no footprints and why those impossibly bright eyes in the dead of night? I didn't fully relax until I hit the highway again, the hum of the asphalt under my tires offering some sense of normalcy. Even then, my muscles remained taut, my breathing still shallow. I kept glancing in the rear-view mirror, half convinced I'd see a silhouette bounding after me. The logic in me said that was nonsense, but logic had lost its footing the moment I laid eyes on that dog when I got home. It felt surreal to be surrounded by familiar walls and furniture. My heart rate gradually slowed, though my mind remained trapped in the echo of those events. I tried explaining it to a friend over the phone using indirect words like strange canine and unsettling presence, but I could tell they were skeptical. They casually suggested I'd had a vivid nightmare brought on by isolation and stress. They might be right, I thought, yet something in me refused to believe it was just an overactive imagination for weeks. I was plagued by dreams of those glowing eyes and ever-present watcher. Just beyond the edge of vision, I'd wake drenched in sweat, heart pounding. The memory of soft padding steps fresh in my ears. Every time I passed a stray dog on the street, I'd feel my chest tighten, afraid to look into its eyes and confirm whatever unspoken recognition I feared was there. I never found out who owned that dog or if it was indeed a stray. My uncle claimed not to have seen any dogs around the property, assuring me it was probably a wandering animal that picked up on my scent. Maybe that was all it was, but I couldn't ignore the sense of violation, like something ancient and unknowable had brushed against my life for those 2 nights, leaving its mark. Even now, I catch myself peering into shadowy corners, half expecting to see that dirty fur and those reflective eyes watching, waiting, judging. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that campsite. Part of me wants closure, to force a confrontation with my imagination or whatever I encountered. But another part, the part that still jolts awake in the middle of the night, insists I stay far away. There are things in this world, whether real or conjured from the depths of our own anxiety, that defy easy explanations. Perhaps it was just a lost dog, but I'll never shake the feeling that something else was there in those woods, wearing the shape of an animal, silently testing the boundaries of my sanity. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see those shining eyes in the darkness staring back at me as if to say, I am here and you are never truly alone. I remember the unsettling stillness of that place before I even stepped out of the truck the moment the engine died. The silence seemed to devour every other sound in the world. The sky was a palette gray, layered with clouds that promised rain but never delivered the air. Carrie buried an early autumn chill that clung to my skin like a warning standing on the shore of that secluded lake. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were intruders, trespassing on something ancient and resentful. My friend, let's call him Marcos, was already unloading the fishing rods, humming under his breath in a futile attempt to lighten the mood, but I sensed he felt it too. Something. In the hushed wind and the coarse sand beneath our boots whispered that we had wandered into a place that preferred to be left alone. We had arrived in the late afternoon, hoping for a tranquil Friday of fishing away from the city. Noise, the sun was hidden behind clouds, leaving the landscape steeped in a dim, colorless glow. The lake surface was almost opaque, a sheet of dark water that refused to reflect the world around it. Yet we proceeded with our plan, collecting our gear and picking out a spot near the water's edge. The only other signs of life were a couple of distant birds. Sing somewhere in the thick pines that surrounded us, their calls sounded forlorn, as if warning us to keep our distance. My breath caught a little in my throat when we finally settled down. The temperature was dropping, yet the dryness in my mouth intensified. My heart thumped with steady anticipation, not necessarily of excitement, but of a vague dread I couldn't name. Marcos broke the silence once to comment on how unusually quiet the place was, but I just nodded. A leaden tension pressed on my chest. It felt as though the lake was watching us. Waiting for night to fall, our fishing attempts that afternoon proved uneventful. There were no strong bites, only the occasional twitch at the end of the line that turned out to be nothing. I tried to focus on the slow, methodical process of casting the line, reeling it in, and casting again, but something kept my nerves on edge each time I paused to breathe. I swore I heard of a faint rustling in the tall grass behind us, or a distant gurgle from somewhere deep within the lake. When the wind blew across the water, it carried a whispering sound like a low moan echoing across the expanse. Eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon, or it would have had the clouds not already swallowed it. Twilight seeped into the surroundings quickly, and with it came an oppressive heaviness in the air. We set up a small campfire close to the water, hoping the flickering flames would soothe our nerves. The fire cast dancing shadows on the surface of the lake, distorted shapes that writhed and warped before vanishing into the darkness. I sat there, my muscles tight, conscious of every breath, my ears strained for any sign of the normal nighttime chorus, crickets, owls, the gentle lap of water, but there was only a strange hush. While we warmed our hands by the fire, we spoke indirectly about life's recent stresses, work, relationship, all the mundane troubles. Marcos mentioned how he'd been feeling restless, as if he needed to prove something to himself. Maybe by conquering a remote fishing spot. I confessed I was only there for peace, but I wasn't finding much of it so far. Despite our attempts at normal conversation, a thick tension stretched between our words. I felt my spine tighten each time the wind ceased, and the moment the breeze died, the air hung around us with an uncanny stillness. That was when we first heard the sound. It was around 11 at night, judging by the dying embers of our modest fire. At first, it resembled a low groan or a heavy sigh that rose from somewhere on the lake. It was as if a slumbering creature had suddenly inhaled, straining its lungs in the process. The hair on my arm stood on end, and Marcos and I exchanged uneasy glances. There was no direct need for dialogue. The alarm was plain in our eyes. We both turned toward the water, but there was nothing to see, only the small ripples reflecting firelight. I told myself it might be the wind funneling through the dense trees, or maybe some large fish breaking the surface. Yet each time I tried to rationalize it, I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my temples, my breath turning shallow. The sound had an undeniably human quality, as though someone out there just beyond sight was struggling to breathe. When the wind blew again, it carried the faint echo of that strained inhalation, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. The noise repeated itself intermittently, especially when the breeze died down. Each time it seemed slightly louder, a bit closer, until I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from calling out. Every nerve in my body told me it was a terrible idea to call into that darkness. Instead, I sat there pinned under a suffocating sense that something was out in the lake, inching toward us, only revealing its presence through those ghastly, labored exhalations. Marco stoked the fire, hoping the brighter flames might push away our unease, but the surge of light only made the shadows beyond its perimeter darker. My eyes strained to pierce that void, occasionally catching what I could have sworn were subtle movements. Near the water's surface, it was as if a hunched figure lingered at the boundary where the shore met the lake, its silhouette melting into the gloom. Whenever the flames flickered, my muscles twitched each time I thought I saw it. A jolt of electric fear snapping through me. I couldn't tell if I was imagining these shapes or if something truly shifted in the darkness. Sometime later, a gust of cold wind struck me with such force that I shivered violently. My teeth chattered and my shoulders tensed up as if preparing for an attack. That was when I grabbed my flashlight. In that moment, I decided I needed to see what was really there. Air to banish the illusions that were taking root in my mind. Switching it on, I pointed the beam across the surface of the lake. The pale light cut through the night, illuminating only the gentle rise and fall of dark water. No eyes reflected back, no creature emerged. Yet the sensation of being watched intensified, and the dull ache in my stomach grew into a knot of dread. My breathing became ragged the longer I searched. With the flashlight, I thought of shining it into the trees behind us, but a paralyzing fear held me back. A small part of me dreaded what I might find, or what might find me if I dared to look away from the water. Instead, I turned off the flashlight, letting the silence descend again. The moment the light disappeared, The sound returned, that wet, rattling inhalation that sent my heart into a gallop. We spent the rest of the night on edge, dozing off in short, fitful bursts, only to jolt awake when the noise crescendoed. Occasionally, I felt as if my own breath was in sync with that alien moan, as though something was drawing the air out of my lungs, forcing me to share its laborious respiration. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the lake surface parting to reveal a twisted face, lips parted in a toothless gasp. Sweat clung to my forehead despite the cold, and my clothes felt damp against my skin. Adding to my discomfort, my heart pounded so fiercely that it vibrated my ribs, and every shadow seemed to hide a set of eyes. A creeping doubt began to gnaw at my sanity. I caught myself wondering if it was all a hallucination, some manifestation of the stress I'd brought with me. Yet Marcos clearly heard the same sound, and the fact that we both experienced it lent a sinister weight to the entire night. Occasionally he would mention that maybe we should pack up and leave, but neither of us had the energy or courage to dismantle the tent in the middle of the darkness. We feared that if we turned our backs on the water, whatever lurked there might seize the opportunity to approach more boldly at around 4 in the morning. There was a fleeting moment of calm. The sound seemed to recede and the wind picked up again, rustling the trees and masking any faint echoes. My own breathing leveled out, though my throat felt raw from tension. I remember hoping that the first light of dawn would dispel this nightmare as I stared at the dying embers of our fire. I fought the overwhelming urge to run. The dread was a living thing slithering through my mind and feeding on every flicker of hope. When morning finally came, it arrived in half-light. Filtered through the haze of dense clouds, the relief I expected never fully materialized. Instead, I felt a numb exhaustion. My limbs trembled from fatigue, and my eyes were gritty from lack of restful sleep. The lake looked less menacing in the dull morning gloom, yet I couldn't ignore the lingering heaviness in the pit of my stomach. As we cautiously moved closer to the shore, we noticed only old animal tracks in the muddy stretch, possibly deer or some other creature, yet none of these footprints explained the horrifying, human-like gasping. We'd heard my pulse quickened again as I inspected the area. The footprints were half-faded, suggesting they'd been made days earlier. There were no fresh marks, nothing that could account for the presence we had felt. I told Marcos that maybe the lake had some bizarre acoustic phenomenon, or maybe we had spooked ourselves into hearing things, but as I said it, my voice wavered and my mouth tasted bitter. I knew deep down that we had experienced something real, something that transcended a simple trick of the wind or echo in the valley. We started packing up our gear, every small sound amplified by our frayed nerves. My heart raced at the snap of a twig, and my head whipped around each time I imagined a shape at the edge of my vision. The more I tried to maintain calm, the more my hands trembled. My skin felt clammy and a faint buzzing filled my ears. Even mundane tasks, coiling fishing lines, zipping up the tent took on a tense urgency. It was as though we were being watched even then, like the lake itself might lash out if we stayed a moment too long as we loaded the truck. I became acutely aware of how the entire environment seemed to hold its breath. The sky hung low with thick clouds. The water was unnaturally still, and the wind had settled again into a hush. My mind flashed back to the night's haunting refrain. I half expected that awful rattling sigh to float up from the lake one more time, demanding acknowledgement. But it never came. That silence unsettled me even more. Leaving a hollow ache in my chest, the sense of a looming presence remained, as if the lake was simply biding its time. On the drive back, I found my thoughts drifting into a fog of questions and half-formed doubts. My heart was still racing and my muscles remained tense. Marcos occasionally mumbled about how bizarre the noise had been, never quite finishing his sentences, as if he couldn't find the right words to describe it. I gripped the steering wheel with sweaty palms, glancing at the rear VW mirror more often than usual, convinced something might be following us. Each time I glanced, I saw only the empty dirt road unraveling behind us. A feeling of nausea swelled in my stomach whenever I thought about the dark water and that tortured breathing. Was it a restless spirit, a creature that defies all reason, Or was it merely a reflection of our own fears conjured by exhaustion and the eerie solitude? None of these questions had easy answers, and the uncertainty lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. The more I tried to banish it, the deeper it burrowed even now. When I recall the events by that lake, my body reacts as if I'm still there. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, breath turning shallow, sweat beating on my brow. I can't forget the primal chill that surged through me each time that sigh echoed over the water. Nor can I dismiss the sense that we left something behind, some intangible piece of ourselves claimed by the darkness we briefly encountered. Sometimes I think I hear it again in my dreams, that low groan followed by a broken exhale that seems to beg for release. I'm not sure if I'll ever return to that Lake Marcos, and I haven't discussed it much. Aside from the occasional passing remark on how unsettling the entire experience was, each time we skirt the topic, we both go quiet, lost in our own memories of that night. I suspect he too feels the faint pull of whatever lingered out there in the water. No matter how hard we try to rationalize it, some experiences simply refuse to be confined to logical explanations. What haunts me most is the uncanny silence of the morning, the way it offered no closure, no tangible evidence, just a grim reminder that sometimes the things we can't see are the ones that weigh on us the heaviest. Now, every so often I catch myself listening for that slow, drawn-out breath in the stillness of night, half convinced it might have followed me home. Home, and if I'm honest, there's a part of me that knows it did, an echo lodged in my mind as persistent as my own heartbeat. Each time I find myself alone in the dark, I wait ears straining for the sound of that impossible sigh to reveal itself again. I remember stepping out of my car that late afternoon, feeling the air press in on my ears with a suffocating quiet. The sun hovered low on the horizon, its orange light slicing through the dense canopy. There was a sensation of being scrutinized, an eerie awareness that made my skin prickle. Even though I was surrounded by miles of wilderness with not another soul in sight, I felt cornered, like some invisible presence was crouching just behind me, waiting for the perfect moment to show itself. I was in that part of the forest for a routine work assignment, checking and recalibrating GPS equipment to ensure accurate readings in remote areas. The day had been filled with stops at various coordinates, always under a time crunch. This particular location, however, felt different. My final stop was an old abandoned forest watchtower made entirely of wood. I had seen a few of these relics before, tall, rickety structures built decades ago for fire. Lookouts or park rangers, most were decommissioned, sometimes left to rot away in the undergrowth, but I hadn't expected this one to be so imposing or so isolated. When I first glanced at the tower, it looked hauntingly fragile, as if a strong wind could break it in half. The boards along the sides were gray with age, and the steps leading upward seemed warped. Nevertheless, I had a job to do. I grabbed my gear from the trunk and scanned the area. No signs of human activity, just the endless hush of the forest, punctuated by the distant rustle of leaves. I decided that the best vantage point would be from the top, so I began my climb, hoping the structure was sturdy enough to hold my weight. As I ascended, the sun's light grew fainter, seeping through the wooden planks in thin beams that danced with dust. Each creak of the steps triggered a jolt in my chest. My heartbeat quickened, a deep sense of unease gwed at me. Intensifying with each rung I passed, it felt like I was intruding in a place that wanted to remain forgotten, but I kept going, reassuring myself that I would be up and down quickly, just enough to gather the signals I needed once. At the top, I stepped onto a small platform that barely felt secure. I stared out at the sweeping view of the dense greenery. The forest below undulated in shadowy pockets, while the horizon was blurred by a faint orange glow. Strangely, there was a distinct absence of movement. No hikers, no wildlife that I could see, nothing but static foliage. I set up my GPS device, checking the signal strength, occasionally adjusting the orientation. The only noises were my own shifting feet and the wooden boards groaning under my weight. The sky overhead had begun to shift to a deeper, more ominous shade. I could sense the day dying around me, taking with it any warmth or comfort. After finalizing my readings, I climbed back down my shoulders. Relaxed a fraction, once my boots touched the ground again, the tower loomed overhead silent. Yet full of an indescribable tension, I felt an urge to leave that spot immediately, but I still had a few measurements to confirm beside my vehicle, so I popped open the back door, rummaging for a spare battery pack and logging the data on my laptop. That was the moment I saw it. A stark, motionless silhouette at the top of the tower, a dark figure standing against the fading daylight. My breath snagged in my throat. I had just been there seconds ago, and I hadn't passed anyone on the narrow stairs. The figure didn't move for a moment, just watched me. My legs tensed. I slammed the door shut, the hollow clang echoing off the trees. The silhouette turned its head sharply as if startled, and then vanished from the parapet with unsettling speed. A cold wave of panic washed over me. My heart thudded so hard I could feel it against my ribcage. I tried to rationalize maybe someone else had been around hidden in a blind spot, or maybe they had climbed up when I wasn't looking. My mind churned out possible explanations, but none felt convincing. The tower was precarious, old, and possibly unsafe concern or curiosity. Maybe both pushed me to hurry back up. I told myself that I would offer help if there was someone up there who might have stumbled upon the place, or at least confirm I wasn't hallucinating. I bolted up the steps, breathing hard, each wooden plank rattling beneath my feet. By the time I reached the top, my shirt was soaked with sweat. My palms were damp, clinging to the splintered railing. I glanced around frantically. No one the wind had picked up a bit, causing the tower to sway slightly. My heart hammered in my ears, and I felt a suffocating heat at the back of my neck. The platform was deserted, as was the small room used once for observation. Dust coated every surface, and old bulletins on the wall were so faded they were unreadable. It was impossible that anybody could have hidden there without me noticing. Still, I felt watched, as if eyes were on me from some impossible angle. I descended again this time, struggling to control the tremors in my legs. My throat was so dry I could barely swallow. Nothing made sense. Yet the urgency to wrap up my work overshadowed the confusion. I forced myself to focus on finalizing the GPS checks. My hands shook as I typed notes into my laptop. Even the breeze against the trees sounded sinister, like hushed voices conspiring just beyond my understanding. The forest that had once felt merely solitary was now claustrophobic, pressing in on me with a psychic heaviness. Eventually, I managed to stow all the equipment and slam my trunk shut. That muffled bang reverberated unnaturally in the emptiness, as though the woods absorbed the sound and replied with a low, ominous murmur. I slipped into the driver's seat, but before starting the engine, I couldn't resist taking a final look at the tower through the windshield. Dusk had fallen, and only the suggestion of its form was visible, a black outline against the twilight sky. I stared at that shape, half expecting the silhouette to reappear, but nothing happened. My chest felt crushed by the oppressive sense that this place was not done with me. I had the canny feeling I was leaving something behind, or that something was following me. The drive back to the main road was a nightmare in itself. Dirt paths twisted through thick stands of trees, and the headlights threw frantic shadows along the trunks, creating the illusion of figures darting between them. My breathing remained rapid, and I tried to calm my racing thoughts by mentally reviewing my notes. But every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see someone sitting in the back seat or the outline of a face at the window. The only thing I perceived was my own pale reflection, wide-eyed and drenched in perspiration when I reached a paved road. At last, a sliver of relief threaded through me. Streetlights were scarce, but better than none, and the knowledge that I was returning to some semblance of civilization offered a frail comfort. I found a motel on the outskirts of a small town and checked in. The clerk barely looked up, just handed me a key. I might have mumbled something about how quiet it was out there, but I can't recall exactly. My voice came out in a shaky monotone, and I'm not sure if the clerk even noticed my anxiety. Exhaustion gripped me, so I headed straight to my room without further thought. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered as I turned the switch, momentarily plunging the room into darkness before steadying. The air smelled stale, and the walls were covered in peeling floral wallpaper. I locked the door, set my laptop down, and sat at the edge of the bed trying to gather my composure. My ears still rang with the silence of that forest clearing. Every time I closed my eyes, I envisioned the tower's silhouette, the shadowy figure turning its head in my direction. My skin felt fevered, and I noticed a slight tremor in my hands. I tried to force myself into a routine to calm down. I placed the laptop on the nightstand, intending to review my data, but my mind refused to focus on anything but that tower. My thoughts looped back to the moment I'd seen that shape disappear. How could anyone vanish so quickly on a cramped platform at the top of a rickety watchtower? And how could I find no trace of them? When I returned, I turned on the TV for background noise, hoping the static mumble would provide some distraction, but every meaningless commercial only heightened my sense of foreboding. Occasionally, I thought I heard creaks in the hallway. Footsteps that halted right outside my door. My heart would pound, and I'd stare at the gap under the door, expecting to see shadows. Yet it remained empty, and I'd remind myself that old buildings made all sorts of noises. Still, each crack in the silence gnawed at my nerves. In the middle of the night, I jolted awake. Apparently, I had dozed off with the lights on. My mouth was parched and my pulse hammered, as if I'd been running for miles. Sweat clung to my skin like a damp sheet. A flicker of movement outside the thin curtains caught my attention. I froze. My breath stuck in my throat. I could make out a silhouette against the dim illumination of the parking lot. It looked taller than average, or perhaps it was just the distorted angle. There was a brief shift, and then it vanished from the window's edge. My stomach twisted. I couldn't bring myself to check outside. I stayed there paralyzed, the hairs on my arms standing on end. Hours seemed to blur into a half-waking nightmare. Every shuffle or distant door slam in the motel made me twitch. My mind played cruel tricks. I imagined that figure stepping down the hallway, passing under the humming lights, gliding closer whenever I mustered the courage to approach the door's peephole. I saw no one. The corridor lay vacant. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I slipped into a restless sleep, plagued by disjointed images of the tower and the forest in those dreams. The watchtower loomed impossibly tall, and I kept climbing its stairs only to find a mirror at the top instead of an observation deck. But the reflection in the mirror wasn't my own. It was the silhouette, still and faceless, tilting its head in my direction. Come morning, a dull headache weighed on me like a physical burden. I felt far from rested, but the daylight brought a shred of courage. I gathered my belongings, checked out quickly, and got back on the road. My next assignments were in other, more populated areas, which gave me some relief. Yet throughout the drive, a nagging paranoia clung to me. I kept glancing at the side mirrors, half convinced I'd see that shape tailing me from a distance. Over the following days, my anxiety refused to subside. I found myself looking over my shoulder whenever I entered a new site for work. The faint rustle of leaves or the scrape of a branch against my car made my heart jump. In passing conversation, a colleague mentioned that I seemed on edge, and I mumbled something about lack of sleep. I avoided describing the tower entirely, feeling that nobody would believe me or they'd dismiss it as exhaustion. Induced paranoia if I admitted what I'd seen. Even to myself, it meant acknowledging something. Beyond logical explanation, that sense of being watched never fully left me during quiet moments. I sometimes got the impression that if I turned around fast enough, I would catch a glimpse of that figure. A presence weighed on my peripheral vision like a smudge I couldn't wipe away. My nights became an uneasy blend of insomnia and fretful dreams, each one circling back to that solitary tower in the wilderness. Sometimes in those dreams, I would look out from the platform and see my car below, with me still standing by it, gazing up. It was like I was watching myself through some other entity's eyes. Each time I'd wake with my heartbeat pounding and sweat soaking my sheets. Eventually, I completed my work trip, collected all required data, and returned home. The comfort of my apartment offered some measure of security, yet in the darkness of my living room with the blinds drawn, I could still envision that tower and the figure on the parapet late at night. I would get the creeping sensation of eyes on my back, forcing me to spin around, only to find my furniture cast in moonlit shapes. Even walking through my own hallway felt nerve-wracking, as if the wooden floor might creak and reveal an unseen watcher trailing behind me. Days turned into weeks, and while the raw terror ebbed, a disquieting memory persisted. I couldn't stop myself from replaying every detail in my mind: the rotted stairs, the encroaching sunset, the hush of the forest, as I left the unmistakable outline of that stranger. If it was even a stranger standing so still and turning its head at me, I entertained the idea that I had conjured some hallucination due to stress, but the vividness refused to be dismissed. That haunted, lonely watchtower felt more real than many of the everyday routines I went through since coming home. Even now, I occasionally wake in the middle of the night, certain I've heard a floorboard creak. My pulse quickens as I strain to hear any further movement. There's nothing, just the faint hum of the refrigerator or the distant noise of cars outside. Still, a chill wraps around my spine, and I recall the oppressive hush of that clearing. I imagine what it would feel like to stand at the foot of the tower again, looking up and seeing that silhouette peering down at me. I never reported any strange sightings to the authorities, nor did I return to that location. Something in me resists the thought of going back, as if that place is best left abandoned. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if the figure is still there, silently occupying the top platform. Waiting, perhaps it continues to watch travelers who stray too close, revealing itself only for an instant before disappearing into the old structure's dusty gloom. Or maybe it left along with me, and I'm doomed to sense its silent vigil in my peripheral vision for as long as I live. No matter how much time passes, the thought of that watchtower triggers a dull ache of dread in my chest. My stomach knots whenever the memory surfaces, and my palms sweat at the recollection of that fleeting shape dissolving into thin air. The entire experience remains etched into my mind like a scar. No logical explanation offers any closure. I'm left with a lingering, persistent question. Was there really someone or something watching me that evening, or was it my own fear made manifest in the waning daylight? I'm not sure which answer would bring less comfort. What I do know is that my life hasn't been the same since the lingering unease follows me in quiet moments, and I often feel compelled to check over my shoulder or glance at the windows. There's no telling if this sense of being observed is psychological or something far stranger, and every time I think of that tower, I feel the raw thud of my heart all over again, as though I'm still standing there gazing up at a place that seems alive with secrets it will never share. Perhaps it's best that I never learn the truth behind that silent silhouette. But one thing is certain: some presences once encountered refuse to be forgotten. And if you ever find yourself in a similar place alone in the twilight, high above the tree line in a forgotten watchtower, be careful where you look and be prepared for what might look back. Finally moved back to this state. After Pamela graduated in 1988, Pamela applied for a job in the university's administration department, mainly organizing social events and external communications. Later, she also started her own photography course, teaching students how to use photography equipment for video production. Gregory then started working in insurance sales and even shaved off his long hair as everything gradually fell into place. On May 7th, 1989, 21-year-old Pamela and 23-year-old Gregory officially got married. They moved into the scene of today's crime, appearing to be a harmonious couple, and even planning to have a child in the near future. It was only 6 days until their first wedding anniversary at this point, and they had been hosting parties. Every now and then, to celebrate in the recent weeks, all the parties were lively, and nobody expected the sudden accident involving Gregory around 2 a.m. on May 2nd, 1990. About 4 hours after the incident, Pamela said she could now control her emotions and needed to talk to a detective. Even though this was beyond the police's working hours, the detectives did not refuse, hoping to solve the case quickly. Pamela said that she went to school early on May 1st for an administrative meeting she had to attend. She called her husband Gregory around 3 p.m., telling him she needed to work late that evening and that he should sort out dinner himself. Pamela got off work around 9 p.m. and arrived home around 10. There were no lights on at the house, which was very unusual. She remembered that the front door was unlocked when she pushed the door open. She saw a figure at the end of the corridor and found the living room in a mess. Realizing that her home had been burgled, she couldn't tell if the culprit was still in the house, so she quickly ran to the neighbor for help. She was extremely scared and her mind was blank. When the detective asked if the figure she saw was her husband lying down, Pamela replied without hesitation that she felt he had been hit by something. The detective then asked if she thought the burglar could be someone they knew, or if they knew Gregory. Pamela thought for a moment and said her husband was into gambling, but whether this had led to debts was unknown. The conversation ended after an hour, and the detective asked Pamela to go back and rest properly, suggesting that she could stay with her parents as it was safer on May 4th. 3 days after the incident, Gregory's funeral took place. As scheduled, Pamela broke down, once again needing to be held up by her mother and sister as she left the church. The whole community showed up that day, feeling sorry and wondering who the perpetrator could be. The detectives visited Pamela a second time. Later, they mentioned that this case was quite peculiar. The crime scene was a mess, but Gregory's wallet and credit cards were still at home. His wedding ring was also left untouched, which is not typical of a robbery. According to the forensic examination, Gregory's main cause of death was a .38 caliber bullet to his head, leading to speculation that the motive was personal rather than financial gain. Over the past 2 days, the police have investigated Gregory's connections, including his gambling and other activities, but have not found anything suspicious. Pamela was somewhat resistant to this. She said she believed in her own eyes and intuition, and the police investigation showed no underlying motive behind the murder of Gregory, which meant it was an unplanned burglary. The reason the thief did not take the money and escaped quickly was that she happened to return home at that time after leaving the police station. Pamela immediately called a local station and told the reporters that she was willing to be interviewed 5 days after the incident on May 6th. Pamela was interviewed at home by the station. She looked well presented and dressed beautifully. After briefly describing her and her husband's past, she went to the kitchen, took out a very delicate cake from the refrigerator, and suddenly smashed it with a fork, choking up as she spoke to the camera. "On this day a year ago, I was facing one of the happiest days of my life at the beginning of our future together. And today I have to wake up and realize that there is no future for us. There's a future for me, but not for us." After seeing the news, the detectives warned Pamela that she shouldn't be impulsive as it could tip the criminals off. But Pamela believed that the detectives were trying to cover up the case, and the only way for her to pressure the police was by speaking up 2 weeks after the incident. On May 14th, 1990, the police received an anonymous call from someone claiming to work at an Italian restaurant. They overheard their part-time colleague Cecilia and her friends discussing a plot where a woman was trying to kill her husband. This Cecilia happened to be Pamela's student a week later. Later, the detectives visited Cecilia at her home in a rather rundown. Her parents advised her to think about their 3 children and try to salvage the relationship. Diali stayed in China for 2 years, living mostly with her parents. The investigation team found so I wouldn't trip my own footprints in. The dust stood out, but every few feet I saw faint impressions of other footprints. They looked older, but not ancient. I tried to judge how big they were compared to mine. It was hard to tell in that low light, but they seemed narrower when I reached the gap. I switched off the flashlight and put it in my pocket. Town Cecilia, being 15 years old, was accompanied by her parents. Throughout the conversation, she explained that she had chosen Pamela's photography course in 1989, dreaming of becoming a journalist. Cecilia was fascinated by the young and beautiful Pamela, as well as her rich life experiences and in-depth knowledge of communication studies, but she did not understand the plot at all. Cecilia stayed at Pamela's house for a week at the end of April and was well taken care of by Pamela and her husband. This piece of information caught the attention of the investigators on the second day of the incident. The investigators requested Pamela to list all the people who had entered her house in the past 2 weeks so that they could collect fingerprints at the scene to eliminate unrelated individuals during their investigation. Pamela listed many names, even the names of the water delivery personnel. But Cecilia's name was not on the list. Did Pamela forget? Or was she intentionally hiding something after they returned to the police station? The investigators began their work. They wanted to know if the anonymous informant was causing trouble or if Cecilia was lying. Another 2 weeks passed. On June 10th, a middle-aged man walked into the police station. His name was Lamb, and he claimed that he was in trouble. His son's friend told him that it was his gun from the cabinet that killed Gregory. He didn't believe it, so he checked it. The gun barrel was very clean, which was unusual since he usually fired a few shots for fun and never bothered to clean it. The barrel should have been dirty. He brought the weapon with him that day, hoping the police could investigate and clear his name, as he did not want to end up in jail for something he didn't do. The detectives carefully inspected the weapon and confirmed that its caliber ballistics matched those found at the crime scene. They were curious as to why Lamb's son's friend would know about this, so they found the informant. The informant said he was friends with Lamb's son Junior and two other local boys, Pete and Billy. He was very worried about these three because they often went against the rules. After he heard about the incident involving Miss Pamela's husband, he unintentionally overheard Junior saying he had cleaned up the tools. Therefore, he suspected this matter was related to Junior and his friends. The detectives were alarmed immediately, as Junior, Pete, and Billy were still very young. Did they understand the consequences of their actions? Furthermore, Junior and Billy happened to be Pamela's students. Was there any secret among them? On June 11th, the media was tipped off and pointed their fingers at the three ignorant young men due to their age. The police kept the names of the three individuals confidential at that time and did not inform Pamela of anything. Pamela was extremely anxious, starting to ask around and beginning to complain that, as a victim, she was not getting first-hand details of the case. Perhaps Pamela had not yet realized that the police were deliberately avoiding her, because while she was a victim, her behavior was puzzling her initial reaction. After entering the crime scene was to flee, and when she voluntarily came in for questioning in the middle of the night, despite being emotional, she could still vividly describe everything that happened on the day of the incident, down to every single detail, not even a week after the incident. She was frequently in the spotlight of the media, trying to craft an image of a broken woman throughout the entire process. She repeatedly emphasized that everything was done by the burglars. Afterward, she immediately took out her husband's life insurance, totaling $140,000. Her husband was only 24 years old. How many people buy life insurance at such a young age? Even more suspicious was the intricate connection between the reported Cecilia, the three young men suspected of handling weapons, and Pamela. The families of the three young men had hired lawyers for them during questioning. They all remained silent, so the detectives were trying to figure out where the breakthrough could be. They called Cecilia's mother and frankly said that Cecilia was classmates with the young men. If they knew something and decided not to speak out, now it would be too late once the truth came to light. The mother understood what the detectives meant. The next afternoon, she accompanied her daughter to the police station. Cecilia admitted to having a close relationship with these three boys. Pamela was their mentor who had taken them to shoot an advertisement for orange juice. She said that if the ad became popular, she would reward them with a trip to Disneyland, which was a huge incentive for young people in the small town. During this period, Billy and Pamela got closer. Cecilia saw them being intimate more than once. She couldn't remember the exact time, but Pamela once said, "Okay, kill my husband," and then in the U.S. In Wong's testimony, Mr. and M. Zhao were portrayed in a completely different light. He claimed that he accidentally shot his mother-in-law during a struggle and that he shot his father-in-law in self-defense. Wong also stated that to focus on the elevator display, counting down each floor. I just wanted to get out of there. The door slid open and I stepped inside. I tapped the button for the lobby. When the doors closed, I finally let out a long, small town. During this period, Billy and Pamela got closer. Cecilia saw them being intimate more than once. She couldn't remember the exact time, but Pamela once said, "Okay, kill my husband." And then the incident really happened. Cecilia called Pamela in front of the detectives, trying to find out who the killer was, or to make Pamela confess that she was the mastermind behind everything. However, Pamela was cautious on the phone and did not fall for the trap. The detective asked Cecilia to wear a listening device and go directly to Pamela's office to get her to speak in a private setting. Cecilia was very nervous on July 12th. She walked into Pamela's office, but because the signal wasn't stable, there was an issue with the device. Luckily, there was a backup recorder still functioning. Eventually, the police issued an arrest warrant for Pamela. Based on one sentence, she said, "Can this sentence ultimately convict her 3 months after the case occurred on August 1st? 1991, Pamela was handcuffed 2 weeks later. She was formally charged overnight. She went from a sad victim to a black widow. The media dug up more dirty secrets, saying that Pamela sent a seductive photo of herself in a white bikini to her student Billy, which caused his downfall on March 4th, 1992. 10 months after Gregory was killed, the trial with the 5 individuals involved started. The media requested full live coverage, and the judge agreed. This was unprecedented at the time, and the public was eager to find out the extent of their evil plot. The prosecution pointed out that the mastermind behind the heinous crime was Pamela. She used her identity as a teacher to get close to and successfully seduce a naive and impulsive student, Billy, who was 7 years younger than her after engaging in the twisted relationship. Pamela instigated Billy to get rid of her husband, Billy, involved 2 of his buddies, promising each $500 after the deed. However, Billy did not come from a rich family, and $1,000 was a large sum for him. Where did his money come from later? All 3 confessed at the end of January that they were tricked by the teacher. They claimed the entire incident was the most vivid lesson given by Pamela. The defense, however, smirked, saying things were not that simple. The prosecutor deliberately moved the cases of the 3 boys to adult court, indicating they would face sanctions beyond their age protection. However, at this time, the prosecutor also opposed a plea agreement that not only exempted them from the death penalty, but also set a maximum of 40 years of imprisonment. If they behaved well, they could be paroled after 12 years. This was actually a trap, an unfair trade, and the goal was to get Pamela convicted. According to the private detective's investigation, the criminal records of these 3 boys regarding juvenile delinquency were deliberately concealed. In fact, they had long been problematic and had committed robbery and burglary. So what, wasn't it kind of a joke to accuse an educated female teacher? Moreover, they had no substantial evidence. The prosecution stated that the 3 boys pleaded guilty without any dispute, and their accounts of the incident were exactly the same. So these testimonies were all legal and valid. Junior testified in court that he was supposed to go to the rental company to rent a car as planned with his grandmother that day, but his grandmother forgot about it, so it was Pamela who drove him to get the car. His accomplice Pete was also there, and on the way, Pamela even mentioned having white furniture at home and using a gun to avoid dirtying the carpet. The defense attorney then asked Junior who he said good night to last night before going to bed and who he said good morning to early today. Junior replied it was Pete and Billy who were in the adjacent cell. The defense attorney caught on to this point, noting that during the months of detention, they could have easily colluded to fabricate a flawless story. At this moment, the suspect Billy appeared in court. He claimed to have met Pamela during a photography project at school. Pamela liked rock and heavy metal music, which was also Billy's interest. They started talking and got to know each other around February 1993, months before the incident. Pamela had Cecilia pass him a note, and they had a secret meeting. Pamela asked, "Don't you want to kiss me?" Billy blushed, leaned in, and kissed her over the following weeks. Pamela would take Billy to watch explicit videos and pose seductively in a bathrobe. Pamela was the first woman in Billy's life. The next day, Pamela asked Billy to take care of her husband, saying that only by doing so could they be together and inherit everything, including the house car and insurance on the day of the incident. Pamela intentionally left the back gate of the backyard open before leaving home. Billy and Pete followed the plan. Since Gregory was not at home at that time, they opened. After their headlights behind me, I pressed the gas pedal harder, trying not to break the speed limit. Still, I sensed something or someone around me. When I reached the next floor, I pushed open the stairwell door. This corridor looked similar to... The drawer took some jewelry, messed up the house as much as possible, then hid quietly behind the gate, waiting for Gregory to return home. Upon Gregory's arrival, Junior and Peter rushed out to beat him up. Then Billy himself pulled the trigger using the gun stolen from Junior's father. Afterwards, someone named Raymond drove them away to make Billy's testimony more credible. The prosecutor also had Cecilia testify. Cecilia admitted that Pamela and Billy initially communicated through her. Pamela wrote in a letter, "Do you miss me? I think of you all the time." Cecilia witnessed inappropriate behavior between the two individuals in different settings multiple times. Pamela suggested doing things to her husband, which Cecilia thought was a joke. When Billy asked if she could help obtain a weapon, she even suggested something. Fortunately, it did not succeed. The prosecution summed up at this point, saying Pamela brainwashed Billy with her body, causing him to lose his way and ultimately be completely controlled by her, which was the most terrifying part of this case. The defense attorney strongly objected to this conclusion, acknowledging that Pamela did indeed cross boundaries with Billy, but Pamela had already proposed to break up with Billy, and it was Billy who couldn't let go, hence planning the murder of Pamela's husband. Furthermore, Cecilia had a unique position in the case. Her attire during the trial was paid for by the government, so was her testimony, also serving the government's interest. Cecilia claimed that she thought it was all a joke, yet she mentioned to Billy about an elderly couple at her workplace. The wife said she didn't like the weapons bought by her husband because they didn't feel right. So she always kept the weapons in her car and never carried them with her. Billy deliberately inquired about the type of car and its parking location and went to investigate. Fortunately, that day, the husband had removed the weapons, proving that Cecilia's testimony was inconsistent. Why didn't she report to the police earlier? Because she was also afraid she was an accomplice, and now she's shifting all the blame onto Pamela. Trying to avoid jail time, the prosecution disclosed a segment of highly suspicious dialogue that Pamela uttered when Cecilia brought listening devices to her after the incident. Professional audio technicians transcribed this segment and distributed it to the judge and jury. Everyone read the transcript first and then listened to the recording. What Pamela said could be vaguely identified. The prosecution finally revealed that Pamela had disclosed her husband Gregory's affair, which her husband himself admitted, and begged Pamela to forgive him, promising such things would not happen again. Therefore, it could be implied that Pamela wanted revenge because of her husband's infidelity. The defense claimed that the audio had been processed by experts, but there was still significant noise interference intermittently. Moreover, this statement was out of context, and the transcriber likely listened to this recording with bias, so this recording was entirely insufficient to convict, and the reasoning for retaliating against the husband is purely hypothetical. Both defense and prosecution stuck to their guns, with no one willing to give in. Finally, Pamela made her appearance. She said that everyone in the room was viewing her with biases, but did anyone know that she was once on the edge of a mental breakdown, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably while sitting vigil, and even briefly suspecting her own student of orchestrating everything after hearing a news report. So when she spoke with Cecilia that day, she pretended to know everything. She wanted to trick Cecilia into confessing, but her approach inadvertently offended the prosecution. Their selective use of information caused her harm for the second time. They were a group while she fought alone. After 11 days of trial, the jury reached a verdict after less than 3 days of deliberation, finding Pamela guilty of plotting and being an accomplice in the murder, as well as interference with a witness. With 3 convictions, Pamela and her family could not bear it, as she was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Her life has been changed forever up until today. Pamela has yet to confess, enduring high levels of anxiety and vigilance. In prison, suffering from facial nerve damage inflicted by a fellow inmate in 1996, she has to take medication daily, especially during rainy or snowy weather when the pain intensifies. Despite her circumstances, she has earned 2 master's degrees in literature and legal studies in prison, and has applied to become a member of an international women's organization, aspiring to advocate for the rights of incarcerated women. In the meantime, the group of students were all eventually released one by one. Nia and Pete were granted parole in 2005 and 2015, respectively. Billy, the one who pulled the trigger, was missing. Barron escorted the man to the police car and continued to search the apartment. The officer found the missing son in a crib in the 2nd floor. Both Shane and Shawa had their faults. One was overly focused on money and was stingy, while the other had extreme tendencies and harbored jealousy. Lights stopped flickering and everything went silent. The air felt stuffy, like no oxygen was circulating. After a few minutes, I forced myself to go back to bed, but I couldn't sleep until early morning over the next week. The same events repeated. The trembling at 1 in the morning never failed. Sometimes the windows opened by themselves. The smell of wet soil lingered everywhere it was in the bedroom, the hallway, even inside the closet. One day I tried to pinpoint the source of the smell, thinking maybe there was a leak or some rotting wood, but I found no obvious signs. The wood on the walls seemed damp in some spots, yet there was no water stain or mold. I tried lighting candles, but the smell overpowered them at work. I had trouble focusing. My head felt heavy, like a mild headache that never fully went away. My eyes stung sometimes, especially when I thought about going back to the cabin. I felt a constant tension in my stomach and my appetite dropped. I'd go through the motions of my job, but all I could think about was what was happening at night. One night I decided I'd had enough. I called the landlord to complain. He sounded annoyed and said he had no idea what I was talking about. He claimed previous tenants never mentioned strange vibrations or smells, but he also didn't seem surprised. He just told me to make sure I was closing the windows properly and to check if the heater was making the noise. He brushed me off and said he couldn't refund me unless I found someone else to take over the place. I felt trapped. I didn't have a lot of money to rent somewhere else, and I needed a place to live while I worked on my project. I tried to stick it out, telling myself that I was being paranoid, but my body was telling me otherwise. I was constantly tense. My muscles felt tight and my back ached from sleeping poorly every evening. My pulse would spike when the sun went down. The final straw came about 2 weeks in. I dozed off on the couch, hoping to avoid the bedroom altogether around 1 in the morning. The trembling woke me up this time. It seemed a bit stronger than before. The floor felt like it was buzzing under my feet. I stood up and grabbed my phone to check the time, right on the dot 1 a.m. As I stood there, the overhead light in the living area flickered again, but more erratically than before. The window at the far side of the room slid open with a loud scraping sound. I rushed over to close it, and I could see the yard outside dark, and still the smell of damp dirt flooded in like a gust of foul air. It made me gag. My head started pounding. I slammed the window shut and locked it. At that moment, I heard creaking in the hallway as if someone was walking toward me. My ears buzzed and my chest tightened. Sweat dripped down my temples and I felt my legs tremble. I forced myself to walk to the bedroom to grab my keys and wallet. I stepped inside the room and the smell was even stronger there. It made my stomach clench. My eyes watered. I switched on the bedroom light and the bulb flickered. I couldn't see anything moving, but I felt like someone was standing in the corner watching me. My scalp tingled and I had to remind myself to breathe. I yanked my wallet off the nightstand and reached for my keys on top of a small dresser. I stumbled back into the living area. I didn't bother packing my clothes or my electronics. I just wanted to get out. As I reached the front door, the shaking stopped. Everything went quiet again. The sudden silence felt oppressive. The single overhead light still flickered and I kept glancing around, expecting to see something in the shadows. My chest felt tight and my mouth tasted like metal. I swung the door open and stepped outside. The air was cool and my heart was racing so hard it hurt. The nausea hit me in waves. My legs felt weak, like I might collapse. I turned around to lock the door, but paused. Something in the dark interior made my skin crawl like there were eyes on me. I still locked the door just on instinct, then hurried to my car, sitting in the driver's seat. I noticed my hands were shaking so much that I struggled to put the key in the ignition. After a few tries, I started the engine. My headlights lit up the front of the cabin. The windows were all closed now and the place looked empty. I could still smell the damp earth even inside my car. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to calm down. Then I backed out and sped away. I drove to a cheap motel about half an hour down the road. I checked in for the night, still feeling dizzy. My clothes were damp with sweat, and I had a splitting head that night. I barely slept the next morning. I returned to the cabin just to grab my remaining stuff. I went in quickly, keeping the doors wide open. I packed whatever I could into my car. The smell was as strong as ever, and the floor creaked under my feet. I felt like something was right behind me the whole time, waiting for me to linger. My chest was tight, and my breath came in gasps. I didn't look around too much. I just grabbed my bags and left. p.m. Jennifer still hadn't returned, locked up, and drove off without a word. When I was pulling out of the driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror for a split second. It seemed like the front window's curtain moved, like someone was peeking through it. My eyes watered and my throat felt dry. Part of me wanted to accelerate and not look back. Another part of me felt relief. I sensed that whatever was there was either sad or satisfied that I was leaving, but I didn't stop. I kept my eyes on the road and never returned. I lost my deposit, but I didn't care. I found a different place to stay far from that cabin. I still have nightmares sometimes in those dreams. The floor starts trembling at exactly 1 in the morning, and I smell that damp earth. I wake up sweating. My stomach clenched tight. I never figured out what caused it. I don't plan on investigating. I'm just glad I'm done with that place, and I hope nobody else has to stay there alone at night. Feeling that silent force. Under the floorboards, I never expected a rental house to shake me up. I saw a listing for a stone cottage on a mountainside and thought it looked perfect. I wanted fresh air, a quiet spot, and something different from the usual apartments I'd lived in on the day I first stepped inside. I felt the cold under my feet and noticed how the light hit the exposed beams in the ceiling. Everything looked sturdy with thick walls and large stones stacked together. I signed the contract fast, carried my boxes in the following week, and felt good about the place. At first, I remember the first night I slept there. I had a single lamp in the living room and a small fire going in the old fireplace. The fire snapped and popped, and I could feel the warmth, but only in that room. The hallway leading to the bedrooms felt like a different climate zone. I put my hand on the stone wall and felt it draw the heat away. I figured it was just the way older houses worked. I shrugged it off, slept soundly, and got up the next day to finish unpacking. The first couple of weeks passed quietly. There was always a chill in some rooms. Even when the fireplace roared for hours, I discovered the best way to keep warm was to stay close to the main room or bring a space heater with me when I worked on my laptop. Still, I felt something odd in the evenings, a slight feeling that I wasn't alone in the house. I told myself it was just the wind or my imagination. The floors sometimes creaked. The old pipes groaned when I turned on the tap. I told myself it was normal in a house this old. But one morning I woke up and walked to the kitchen the moment my feet hit the tile in the hallway. I saw a set of wet footprints. It had rained a little a few days before, but I remembered that morning's forecast said no recent rain. I lived alone and hadn't had visitors over in several days. Yet there they were, damp footprints that trailed from the front door across the living room and ended at the entrance to a guest bedroom. I looked around for any sign of a leak or a spill, but the footprints were shaped like bare feet. I didn't like that. My body reacted right away. My arms tingled with goosebumps and the back of my neck grew stiff. I stood there trying to figure out how water could have gotten inside. Then I checked my own feet. They were dry. I took a few photos with my phone, wiped up the prints, and went on with my day. Not sure what to think the next few nights. I felt uneasy. My ears tuned into every small noise. The walls made faint popping sounds as the temperature dropped at night. My second bedroom, the one where I stored some boxes, stayed cold. No matter what I did, I put a small heater there and let it run for hours, but the stone floors stayed cold to the touch. I kept the door closed most of the time. I didn't want to deal with the chill or the clutter one. Late evening, I was watching a show on my laptop when I heard a scuffling noise from the hallway. I paused the video and listened. It was soft, almost like a shuffle of feet. I walked over with the laptop still in my hand, but I saw no one. The house felt like it was holding its breath. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself old houses make weird sounds, but I couldn't ignore the sense that something was just out of sight. A few days later, I woke up and found another set of wet footprints. This time they LED from the front door across the living room, then down the hallway, stopping at the same unoccupied bedroom that made my pulse. Spike, I opened the front door, looked outside, and the ground was dry. No rain for at least 2 days. I checked my windows and doors. Everything was locked. I walked inside, following each wet track. They looked just like the last ones. I put my hand on the footprints. They felt cold. I stood there waiting, looking around for any movement. My stomach felt twisted and my arms felt numb. That level of confusion got to me. I had no idea how to explain it. After a while, I cleaned them up again, but the strange part was that the footprints stopped in front of the same wall inside that bedroom, the one. My mouth was dry. I stood in the hallway listening to the knocks. They paused, then started again. I climbed down to the subfloor with my phone flashlight on, trying to catch it. Facing the hallway, I tapped the wall expecting it to sound solid, and it did sort of. But when I pressed my ear against it, I heard a faint clicking noise, like someone softly tapping stone with their nails. It was too soft to pinpoint. I felt my scalp tighten, and I jerked back. There was no rational explanation that popped into my head. I left the room, closed the door, and tried to push it out of my mind. I told a friend Victor about it. He didn't make fun of me, which was surprising. He wanted to see for himself, so I invited him over. One afternoon, we had coffee in the living room. He said the house looked impressive, but he mentioned the chill in the hallway right away. I saw him rub his arms and glance at the closed door. I asked him if he felt anything weird. He admitted that something in the air felt heavy, like the atmosphere was thicker near that particular bedroom. I walked him over to the door, opened it, and showed him the wall. We both stood there listening. Nothing. No noises, but we didn't linger. He said something felt off, and I agreed. Over the next week, I began to find damp footprints more frequently. Sometimes they appeared in the early morning, other times I saw them in the middle of the day. I started keeping track, writing down dates and times. No pattern stood out except that they always ended at that wall. I wondered if maybe there was a busted pipe somewhere causing some condensation, but that wouldn't explain the shape of footprints or the path from the front door. I tried touching the walls in different rooms to see if I felt moisture. Everything felt dry except for that one section in the guest bedroom, which always felt a bit colder. One night I decided to sit in the living room without the TV on. Lights low and wait. It was around midnight and the wind was calm outside. I could hear the crackle of the fire, the hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and my own breathing. After about an hour, I heard a faint squishing sound like wet feet on stone. My heart pounded in my chest. I got up slowly and moved toward the hallway. Staying quiet, the squishing sound moved away from me. Heading to that bedroom, I felt wet on my forehead and my hands shook. I reached for the light switch, flicked it on, and looked down. Wet footprints fresh right in front of me, they LED straight to that door. I followed them. My pulse hammered against my ears. I put my hand on the doorknob, hesitated, and then shoved the door open. There was no one inside. The footprints went right up to the wall and stopped. I walked over, bent down, and touched the last footprint. It was wet and cold. I stood up and pressed my ear to the wall again. Click, click, click. It was so soft I had to hold my breath to hear it. I felt dread crawl up my spine. I backed out of the room, closed the door, and locked it. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day I tried to distract myself. I drove into the nearby town, had lunch at a small cafe, and bought some groceries every so often. I'd remember those footprints and that clicking noise. My stomach would tighten and I'd feel short of breath. I tried to come up with explanations, but nothing made sense when I returned. The house felt colder than usual. The living room was at a decent temperature, but the hallway felt like a freezer. I turned up the space heaters and tried not to think about it. I asked a few more friends to visit to see if anyone else felt something. My friend Monica came by. One afternoon, she stepped into the hallway, stopped and frowned. She said the temperature shift felt strange, and she asked if I checked for leaks or insulation problems. I told her I had. We walked to the guest bedroom, and she stepped inside right away. She shivered and said her arms felt numb. She reached out and touched the wall. Then she looked at me with wide eyes and said it felt like ice. She moved back, left the room, and said she didn't want to stay any longer. She felt uneasy. I heard it in her voice. By this point, I had a routine. I woke up, checked for footprints, cleaned them if I found any, then tried to ignore the situation during the day, but at night, my nerves were raw. Even when I got home late from work, I'd walk in feeling like someone was watching me. I locked every door and window. I kept the fireplace going, but none of it stopped the footprints. One evening, I decided to inspect the wall more carefully. I took a small hammer and tapped along the stones. I expected it to sound solid, all the way across most of it did. But near the center, I heard a slight hollow echo. I noticed one of the stones had a tiny gap where the mortar was worn. I tried to wiggle it, but it barely budged. I felt a chill hit me and I stopped. My gut told me not to mess with it. My head was full of questions. Could there be a hidden space behind the wall? Why did the footprint stop there? But I couldn't bring myself to remove the stones. I wasn't sure what I'd find. Plus, it wasn't my property. I only rented it. The lease didn't mention any hidden rooms or odd features. I went to shake the tension in my gut. I took a few more steps away from the hospital and checked behind me. The gate was still there, the broken windows were still there, but everything looked more menacing. My imagination ran wild. I pictured someone creeping down the stairs to come outside and confront me. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. The tension got too heavy. I finally decided to leave. Stepping onto the sidewalk and walking quickly down the dimly lit street, my ears stayed alert for any sign of someone following me. I heard nothing except my own footsteps when I got home. I locked the door and tried to calm down. I couldn't sleep right away. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette. I kept replaying the laughter I heard. It was either one person or maybe multiple people. I wasn't sure it sounded like a group, but it echoed strangely. I stared at my ceiling for what felt like hours, half expecting to hear knocking on my door or see someone lurking outside my window. Nothing else happened that night, but I felt exhausted by morning. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd missed something crucial. I needed to walk by the hospital again just to see if there were any signs of what I'd heard. Maybe I wanted to confirm it was just a few homeless folks having a late-night gathering, or maybe I was hoping I'd find some logical explanation. The memory of that fleeting shape in the corridor still bothered me. It moved too quickly and too confidently through a dark hallway full of debris that felt wrong around midday. I forced myself to go back. I walked up the same sidewalk, trying to keep my breathing steady. It was broad daylight, so the building didn't look as frightening, but it was still in bad shape. Broken windows, dirty walls, water stains, and a few old signs near the main entrance. I circled around to the side entrance. The chain was still there, loose around the gate. When I poked my head inside, I noticed bits of charred wood on the ground, like someone had lit a small fire. There were also empty bottles scattered around. Some were beer bottles, others looked like cheap whiskey. The smell of burned paper or plastic hung in the air. Maybe they used it as fuel for the fire. Seeing that evidence relaxed me a bit. It made sense. People in rough situations, maybe with addiction problems, probably stayed there at night. They might have had a small party inside that could explain the laughter. I moved closer to the open area near the side entrance, watching where I stepped. The ground was littered with broken glass and twisted metal pieces. I spotted a makeshift bedroll in the corner, a few dirty blankets piled on top of cardboard. Nobody was there at the moment, though it seemed deserted. I considered stepping fully inside just to look around. My nerves flared up again. My hand shook and I got that tense feeling in my gut. The place was silent now. In daylight, there were no voices echoing, no footsteps, no strange silhouettes. Everything was still. I stood at the threshold and took a deep breath. The air inside smelled damp and stale. I saw moldy walls and a hallway that curved around to the left. The paint was peeling and there was graffiti on every surface. Then I remembered how I felt last night, cornered, like someone had singled me out from above. I backed away. I wasn't prepared to go inside alone. I'm not a trained investigator. I'm just a guy who lives nearby. My curiosity was strong, but not strong enough to overpower my caution. I turned around and left the side entrance, walking around the WOW building. I looked at the broken windows on the second floor, trying to identify the one where I thought I saw a face. They all looked pretty much the same. Covered in grime and shattered in random patterns, there was a chain-link fence along the back of the hospital that used to be locked, but it was cut open beyond that fence. I saw more trash. A couple of old chairs and some graffiti that said stuff like "Get out" or random tags. It seemed like people had been coming here for a long time. I thought about how many nights this place might have been full of strangers, laughing, fighting, doing whatever they do in a spot where no one bothers them. Maybe they all know each other. Maybe they're territorial. The idea made me uneasy. I circled back to the sidewalk and paused near the main entrance. The front doors were boarded up, but someone had pried one board away enough to squeeze through. I stared at that opening. My heartbeat quickened as I remembered the silhouette. The way it moved stayed stuck in my mind like a replay. I couldn't skip it. Moved without fumbling, that was the worst part. No light, no hesitation. Nothing. It glided across that corridor as if it owned the place. I told myself it was probably someone who spent a lot of time there and knew the layout by heart. Still, the sense that something else was going on wouldn't leave me alone. I'd heard rumors that the hospital had been left with some equipment still inside some old X-ray machines and hospital beds. I ate a stale-looking donut from a box on the... Were too big or expensive to move. Thieves might have broken in over the years, but I wondered if there was still something left in there. Maybe that's why people kept coming, besides just having a place to sleep. I thought about possible hidden spots, locked rooms, or leftover medical supplies that someone could sell. My imagination ran in circles. I left the hospital behind and went home, but the tension stayed with me all afternoon. I felt a little jumpy checking my windows. Now and then I wondered if I should tell anyone about what I saw, but I didn't see much. Just a figure in a dark corridor. I heard some laughter. That's all. It wasn't exactly evidence of anything dangerous. It could have been a small group of people partying. If I called the police, they'd probably tell me to stay away and mind my own business. I kept revisiting that moment when I felt sure someone was watching me from the window. I can't prove it. I just felt it. My instincts were screaming at me to run. I don't ignore that feeling easily. The next day I went to work and tried to concentrate on my tasks during my lunch break. I told a coworker about the hospital. I kept it brief, just explaining that I passed by, heard voices, and saw signs of people. He shrugged and said, "Yeah, man, that place is a hot spot for squatters." Then he laughed a little and told me I was lucky no one jumped me for my wallet. He didn't seem to take it seriously that night. I lay awake thinking about going back, but not alone. Part of me wanted to see more. Another part wanted to forget the whole thing and move on. The next morning, I forced myself to swing by again just for a quick look during daylight. I found the same burnt area, the same empty bottles, and no people around. The blankets were gone, though, which meant someone had moved them or taken them. Everything else was exactly how it was. The chain on the gate was still loose. The boards on the windows were still pried open. That place wasn't going anywhere. I told myself I'd forget it, but I can't deny the itch in my brain. Something about the way that person moved inside the hospital felt off. My gut told me it wasn't just homeless people or casual trespassers, but I have no proof, and I'm not about to risk my safety for a hunch. I know myself well enough to avoid dumb decisions. I'm not going inside there at night without backup. For now, I'll let it be. That building has its own secrets, and I'm not sure I want to discover them alone when I pass by the hospital. Now I keep my distance. I don't stare up at the windows. I don't listen for sounds, but I can't unhear that laughter echoing down the empty hallways. I can't unsee that silhouette moving without a flashlight. In a place that should be pitch dark, people say it's just squatters. I've seen signs of them myself still. I feel like something else is there, and it's the kind of thing I don't want to provoke. Maybe I'm just paranoid, or maybe my instincts are right. Either way, I'm staying away. After sundown, that tension in my chest hasn't faded, and I don't think it will until the day they finally tear that place down or seal it shut for good. Until then, I'll leave it alone. That's all I can do. I noticed something was off the moment I came back from lunch. My coworker's desk was empty, but his coffee mug was still there. The computer screen showed a half-finished email. His blazer hung on the back of his chair. At first, I assumed he had stepped out to run an errand or make a quick call, but as the hours passed, I started to feel uneasy. By 5, I realized he was gone and no one seemed to care. I work in a small company on the 7th floor of an old office building. The walls are yellowed and the lights in the hallway flicker whenever someone in the adjacent suite uses a microwave or a copy machine. We occupy the entire floor. There are maybe 10 of us, plus our boss, who keeps an office in the corner. He's always behind a closed door. His name is Matthew Johnson, but we just call him Mr. Johnson that Tuesday. I returned from lunch around 1:30 p.m. I remember the time because I glanced at the small digital clock on my desk. My coworker, let's call him Mark, usually left for lunch around noon and came back by 1 row when he didn't show up by 2. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed, but people had their heads down. I got up to stretch, walked past the conference room, and checked the break room. No sign of him. I shrugged and went back to work, figuring maybe he had an appointment or some personal errand by 3 hour. I felt a small knot in my stomach. Mark never left his coffee mug on his desk if he planned to be gone all day. He was the type who rinsed it out immediately after every use. The mug still had a bit of coffee inside. It looked cold and thick. His blazer was draped neatly over the back of his chair as if he had planned to return in a few minutes. I tapped my pen on my desk and thought about asking the boss, but I decided to wait until the end of the day. I kept expecting Mark to walk through the door with some story about the elevator. My throat had gone tight. My stomach churned and my heart raced, as though I'd seen something tangible. By the time I reached the city, I still felt uneasy. I parked in my usual spot and carried my suitcase inside without talking to anyone. Once I was in my apartment, I locked. Never hear them at night. There was no sign of a TV or music. This was different. It lasted maybe a minute, then stopped. I stood there heart pounding. The next morning, I decided to talk to the building manager. His office is on the ground floor in a small room near the lobby. I told him I was concerned about security and that I found my door open. He flipped through a logbook and said no one else had complained about break-ins or suspicious behavior. Then he showed me a screen with a few camera feeds. One camera faced the lobby entrance, another faced the parking area, another pointed at the elevator doors on each floor, but the hallways themselves weren't covered. He apologized, saying that the building was still installing more cameras. He advised me to double-check my locks and let him know if anything else happened. He seemed polite, but he also looked a bit annoyed, like he'd heard his share of weird complaints. I left feeling unsatisfied. I went to work and tried to focus, but I kept thinking about the building. Everything looked saint-of-the-art, but something about it felt off. The nights were the worst part, with those footsteps and that cold presence. I considered looking for a new place, but I'd already spent a lot of money moving in. I decided to give it more time. That evening, I arrived home around my usual time. I stood in front of my door, took a breath, and unlocked it. This time it was fully shut and the lights worked. I made dinner, watched a show on my laptop, and tried to unwind mind around 11 p.m. I turned off the living room lights and went to bed a few hours later. I stirred awake, feeling like something had woken me up. I lay still, listening. At first I heard nothing, then I caught a soft scraping sound near my front door. It reminded me of someone brushing against the metal or lightly scratching it. My stomach clenched. I slid out of bed, grabbed my phone, and tiptoed toward the living room. The sound continued for a few seconds, then stopped abruptly. I stood still, my bare feet on the cool floor. My heart beat fast. I stepped closer to the front door. My hand hovered over the doorknob. I wanted to fling it open and catch whoever was there, but I was also afraid. I pictured opening the door and finding nobody. Just the empty corridor again. I pressed my ear to the door. Total silence. Finally, I turned the deadbolt. I opened the door a few inches and peeked into the hallway. The overhead light was on. It illuminated the beige walls and the other doors. No one stood there. I stepped out, feeling a cool current of air on my skin. The hallway felt colder than usual. My breath caught in my throat. I looked left and right. Both ends were empty. I closed my door, locked it again, and stepped back inside. My hands were shaking. I had trouble sleeping for the rest of the night. A couple of days later, I decided to talk with another neighbor. I ran into a middle-aged guy who lives on the 4th floor. He wore a t-shirt and jeans. Looked a bit tired, but friendly enough. I asked him if he ever noticed anything strange at night, like noises in the hallway. He tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then said he mostly works nights and doesn't hear much. He asked if everything was all right. I felt a bit embarrassed, but I told him I was just being cautious. He said he'd keep an ear out and let me know if he noticed anything. He didn't seem to think much of it. I started checking my door obsessively. Every time I left or came back, I wiggled the doorknob, slid the chain lock, and even tried pulling on it to see if it gave way. It always felt solid, but that didn't stop the strange feelings at night. The whispers would come and go. Sometimes they sounded like they were in the living room. Other times they seemed to be in the corridor. Whenever I checked, I found nothing. One night I tried a different tactic. I sat quietly in my living room, lights off, phone in hand, hoping to record the sound around midnight. I heard the faint footsteps in the hallway. My heart started racing. I stood up carefully, not wanting to make noise. I walked toward the door. The footsteps stopped. I pressed record on my phone and placed it against the door. After a few seconds, I heard a soft shuffle, like someone moving. Slowly, I felt my chest tighten. I whispered to myself, "Who is out there?" But I kept my voice low. My phone picked up only my words and a bit of static. I decided to open the door a crack and hold my phone up to capture anything. I did that. But as soon as I opened the door, the hallway was still. I could feel my hands trembling. I stood there for maybe a minute. Phone extended. I didn't catch any new noise. I retreated back inside, locked the door, and checked the recording. It was mostly silence apart from my whisper and some faint shuffling. It wasn't clear enough to prove anything. The tension kept building. I felt run down during the day at work. I was jumpy at home. I was on edge. The building itself looked normal, but late at night I felt like I was in a different place, and the quiet seemed unnatural. Every footstep in the hallway felt amplified. Every time the elevator pinged, I felt a rush of anxiety. I sometimes wondered if I was imagining it all, but I couldn't ignore the footsteps. The open door and the strange cold spots in my apartment one evening about 2 weeks after I moved in. I came home and noticed the corridor lights flickering. That was new. The light outside my door would dim, then brighten again. There wasn't a sound. The rest of the floor seemed fine. I stepped inside and tried to shake off my nerves. I changed clothes, heated up some leftovers, and tried to watch an online video. Then I heard a light tapping on the wall next to my front door. It sounded like knuckles hitting the drywall. 3 soft taps. My eyes snapped in that direction. I paused the video and listened. Another 3 taps. I got up, walked to the door, and said in a loud voice, "Hello." My own voice startled me in the silence. The tapping stopped. I waited. When I didn't hear anything else, I opened the door quickly. The hallway was empty. No flickering this time. The air felt stuffy and cold. I took a step out, looked around. Nobody. I couldn't handle it anymore. I went back inside and locked everything, including the chain. That night I hardly slept. I kept imagining those footsteps returning or the door unlocking on its own around 3 in the morning. I jolted awake because I thought I heard a muffled conversation in my living room. My mind was racing. I grabbed a flashlight from my nightstand and walked out there. The living room was dark, the windows were closed, and there was no one inside. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I turned on the lights, checked every corner, and found nothing. I felt cold sweat all over my face. My arms trembled, and I had to lean on the wall to steady myself. I'm writing this while sitting at my kitchen-able table. Every light in the apartment turned on. I've thought about calling a friend to come over, but it's late and I'm not sure how to explain it. I don't want to sound paranoid tomorrow. I might look up other apartments even if I have to break my lease. I can't decide if it's just my imagination or if there's something wrong with this place. All I know is that every time I hear footsteps in that hallway, every time I feel that sudden cold rush, I get a knot in my stomach. I keep expecting something or someone to show up when I open the door, but I never see a thing. Maybe I'm losing sleep and making this worse in my head, or maybe this building's renovation didn't fix everything. Either way, I'm not comfortable here anymore. I want to believe it's just stress, but at night when I hear those sounds, I can't ignore the sense that there's something around just out of sight. It's enough to make me question my own sanity, and I'm not sure how much longer I can handle it. I never thought I would regret buying a peaceful weekend place in the countryside. I wanted to escape the stress of the city, relax in the fresh air, and feel safe for a few days. Every week, I chose a small house with a large yard and a surrounding tree line. It looked comfortable and quiet. It seemed like the perfect retreat. Then the night started to feel wrong. I closed on the property about a month ago. From the outside, the house looked ordinary. There was a wraparound porch, some neat flower beds, and a simple gravel driveway that led to the main road. The nearby forest looked old and thick. The trees were tall and their branches spread out in every direction. They blocked most of the sun in the late afternoon, casting dark shadows on the grass around the edges of my property. During my first weekend there, I was too busy unpacking boxes and organizing furniture to notice anything strange. I went to bed around 11 that night. The place felt different from my apartment in the city. It was much quieter. There were no traffic noises, no humming appliances, and no neighbors moving around next door. I heard only frogs or insects in the distance. I liked that at first. I remember feeling relieved around midnight. I woke up when a strange snap came from outside. It sounded like a tree branch. Breaking, I figured it was just a deer or maybe some other wildlife. I tried to ignore it, but then I heard more crunching sounds. My windows were closed, so the sounds were a bit muffled, but they had an odd rhythm. I told myself it was nothing. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep the next day. I woke up early, I ate a simple breakfast, then walked around the property. The grass was damp with morning dew. I checked the fence along the boundary and saw no damage. I walked closer to the tree line and noticed how thick the forest was. There were no clear paths. The canopy above was dense. The air there felt heavier and the ground was covered in rotting leaves. I saw some squirrels and birds, nothing more. After a while, I went back inside and decided to paint one of the spare bedrooms. Later that second night, I heard more snapping sounds from the forest. They were louder. They had an odd rhythm. I told myself it was nothing. Eventually, before I remember lying in bed holding my breath, trying to hear any sign of footsteps. All I caught were those quick snaps, then a long pause, then another snap. It sounded larger than a normal animal. It felt like something was taking slow, deliberate steps among the branches on the ground. I got out of bed, walked to the window, and lifted a corner of the curtain. I saw darkness. I waited, but there was no movement. I finally closed the curtain and went back to bed. Though I didn't sleep well, my heart was racing and my stomach felt uneasy. On the third day, I spent time cleaning the gutters and checking the exterior walls. Everything seemed in order. The house looked sturdy, the windows were intact, and there was no sign of forced entry. Later, I decided to explore more of the yard. I found several areas where the grass was pressed down as if someone had walked through. There were no clear footprints, just flattened grass. I assumed it was from local wildlife, maybe deer roaming during the night. My neck felt tense, though because the pressed down spots were in a wide arc around the house, I tried to brush it off. I had no proof of anything wrong. That same night I was reading on the couch when I heard something scrape against the outside wall. I shot up from my seat. I froze, listening carefully. The scraping sounded short and rough, like wood dragging on stone. I put my book down, grabbed my flashlight, and walked to the front door. I opened it slowly and aimed the flashlight around. The porch was empty. The yard looked still. The forest stood there, dark and silent. No wind, no movement. I tried to scan between the trees. The flashlight beam didn't catch anything except trunks and branches. I felt a chill on my arms. Despite the warm night, I told myself to calm down, then went back inside. I locked the door and double-checked all the windows. Later, I went to bed around 1 in the morning. I woke up to another sound outside. It wasn't a scrape this time. It was more like a faint knock near the window on the side of the house. I got out of bed and flicked on the lamp. My heart was pounding. I listened. There was another knock, then silence. I walked into the hallway and approached the side window. I peeked out carefully. The night was dark and I could barely see beyond the glass. The yard light on that side was weak. I turned on the outside light switch near the hallway. The bulb created a small pool of light on the ground, but I saw no one there. I stood still for several minutes waiting. I felt a chill in my gut, like I was being watched. Eventually, I went back to bed, but I didn't fall asleep until sunrise the next morning. I walked outside to that side window. The soil under the window was soft with some patches of old mulch. I saw two strange marks, almost like impressions from a pair of hands or something that pressed against the ground. The dirt looked pushed out of place, and the shape resembled the heel of a palm and part of a forearm. I crouched down and touched the edges. The soil was disturbed in a rounded pattern, like someone leaned forward on both arms. It made no sense. I felt uneasy. I looked around and noticed a few scuff marks on the siding. They were faint, but the paint was scratched. It almost looked like nails had dragged across the surface. Nothing else seemed damaged, so I took a photo of the marks on my phone and decided to keep track if anything else happened. I kept myself busy that day. I mowed the lawn, reorganized some shelves, and tried not to think about the odd marks when dusk approached. I felt that rising tension in my chest again. I locked the doors early. I checked each window latch. I pulled the curtains closed. I tried to watch TV and distract myself around 10 at night. I turned off the lights and walked into the bedroom. I kept a flashlight and a small crowbar by the bed. I felt silly, but I also felt more comfortable having something in reach. The night was quiet for a few hours. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a loud crack from the yard. It sounded like a heavy branch snapping. I sat up and grabbed my flashlight. I slipped out of bed still in my t-shirt and sweatpants. My heart was pounding and my forehead was damp with sweat. I walked to the living room and quietly opened the front door. The porch light was on, casting a pale glow on the steps. The rest of the yard was dark. The flashlight beam showed the grass and the edge of the forest. I saw no movement, but I heard a faint rustling among the leaves near the trees. There was no breeze. The rustling stopped and everything went silent again. I stood there for a long time, shining the flashlight back and forth across the tree line. My pulse was so loud in my ears that I barely heard anything else. Finally, I thought I noticed a shape between two thick trunks. It was just a vague silhouette. I couldn't see details, but it was taller than an average person. I stayed quiet, aiming the flashlight. The shape didn't move. I felt a tightening in my stomach. My hands trembled a little. I tried to steady. Pale glow on the steps. The rest of the yard, the flashlight. But my beam only lit up the bark of the trees and some undergrowth. The shape appeared darker than everything else around it. Then I blinked and it seemed to shift a bit to one side. Out of the flashlight's path, I kept staring, but then it was gone. I didn't see it. It just wasn't there anymore. I backed up into the house, locked the door, and went to the window to see if I could spot anything from inside. I stayed up the rest of that night sitting in a chair with the flashlight ready. Nothing else happened at dawn. I tried to make sense of it. I felt uneasy. I thought about calling the local sheriff, but I had no real evidence. Besides some marks in the dirt and what I thought I saw in the trees, I also felt hesitant to explain that I saw a silhouette. The local authorities might just think it was a trespass or some trick of the light that day. I tried to figure out a logical reason for everything. Maybe there was a large animal like a bear, though I had never heard about bears in that region. Maybe it was a tall drifter or a hunter. My mind kept flipping through explanations, but none seemed right. I walked out to the forest line and took a closer look at the spot where I thought I saw the figure. The ground there was covered in old leaves, twigs, and pine needles. I didn't see footprint prints, but I saw spots where leaves were crushed. I saw a few broken twigs. The branches overhead were thick, and very little sunlight came through the area. Felt colder than the open yard. My hands felt clammy. I didn't linger there long. By the time evening came, I was tense again. I cooked a simple dinner and ate while standing by the kitchen window. I wanted to watch the yard. I felt like something could appear at any moment. My shoulders were stiff and I kept glancing at the clock. Time felt slow and darkness fell. I locked everything again. I checked the same side window with the strange marks. No new marks had appeared. That gave me some relief. I decided to stay up and keep watch. I sat in the living room with the TV muted. The curtains were open just enough for me to see the yard under the porch light. The clock ticked loudly. Hours went by. My eyes started to burn from staring around. 1 in the morning, I saw movement at the edge of the forest. I leaned forward in my chair. My pulse sped up. The shape returned. It was near the largest tree trunk, and I could see its outline because it blocked part of the faint light from the porch. I reached for my flashlight, but I stopped myself from flicking it on. I wanted to see if it would move closer or stay put. The shave stood still. It was upright, not crouched it. It seemed to watch the house. I felt a chill on my arms and back. My breathing went shallow. I waited for a few minutes. The shape didn't come forward, it just remained in that spot, motionless. Finally, I decided to try the flashlight from inside. I aimed it through the window, but the glare on the glass made it hard to see. I got up, heart pounding, and crept to the front door. I opened at a crack, keeping the chain on. I pointed the flashlight toward the forest when I aimed at that spot. I didn't see it anymore. I felt a wave of fear. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I turned off all the inside lights and stood by the window, peeking out from the side of the curtain. The shape did not return to that spot, or if it did, I couldn't see it. I felt exhausted. My head ached from lack of sleep. My body was tense. I noticed how sweaty my palms were when I finally sat down again. My heart kept pounding for a long time. Eventually, I dozed off in the chair. I woke up around sunrise with a stiff neck. I got up and walked around the property in daylight, looking for more signs of disturbance. I found nothing new. No footprints, no scratches on the walls, no damage to the windows. It was all calm in the sunlight that afternoon. I called a friend. I told him I was dealing with something strange at the new place. I said it might be a trespasser. He offered to come by next weekend and check it out with me. I agreed because I felt desperate for backup. I stayed through the rest of the week and the nightly pattern continued. Almost every evening I heard some kind of branch snapping or a quick scrape on the exterior. Sometimes I saw a shape near the edge of the forest. I never saw details. It was always just a dark outline. Out of reach of my flashlight, whenever I tried to approach it was gone. Before I could focus one night, I built up the courage to walk outside with my lantern and stand by the porch railing. I called out asking if anyone was there. The night was still. My voice sounded too loud. I waited, holding the lantern up, scanning the darkness, then a twig snapped near the middle of the yard. I pointed the lantern in that direction, but there was no one there. I heard another crack near the forest. My chest felt tight. I retreated back into the house, locked the door, and shut off the porch light. I stood behind the door listening for any more sounds. After a while, time my friend was supposed to arrive. I was jumpy at every noise. He called me that morning to say he was running late. I decided to wait on the porch. The day was bright and the air felt warm. While I waited, I walked around the yard again, looking for evidence. When I circled behind the house, I noticed a few more scuff marks on the siding. These were near the back window. They seemed higher up than before. It looked like something had been pressing or scraping there as well. I felt that sense of dread. Again, I hurried back to the front porch and sat there scanning the trees until my friend arrived in his truck. He stayed with me for 2 nights. We heard the same cracks in the woods once around midnight. We both looked out the living room window and saw the shape at the edge of the forest. He shined a bright flashlight at it, but it disappeared behind the thick tree trunks. He suggested installing more lights and maybe a security camera system. We went to a local hardware store the next day and bought motion-activated lights. We set them up around the exterior of the house that night. The lights turned on a few times, but we only caught glimpses of something moving near the trees. My friend looked uneasy, but didn't say much. He left the next morning, advising me to stay alert now. Every time it gets dark, I feel that presence. Sometimes I hear the branches breaking. Sometimes the motion-activated lights flick on and I see a quick flash of something at the tree line. The nights are endless. My throat feels dry when I try to sleep. My arms tense whenever I hear the slightest sound. Outside, the marks on the walls haven't gotten worse, but I keep finding new scuffs near the windows. I don't know if it's a person or an animal, but it seems bigger than any ordinary intruder. It never tries to break in, though it comes close enough to the house to leave signs. I'm not sure what to do now. I bought this place for peace and quiet, and I found the opposite. The feeling of being watched hasn't gone away. It lingers in the back of my mind whenever I'm here. I don't know if this place will ever feel normal, and I'm not sure how long I can endure these nights. I woke up on my second night in the new house with a jolt. My phone charger sparked against the wall, and the lights above my head blinked twice before going dark. There was a faint crackling sound in the distance. I felt my pulse pounding in my neck. This wasn't just old wiring, something else was off. That was the moment I realized I had stepped into something I didn't fully understand. I had moved into this old two-story house a few weeks earlier. The place was in a historic neighborhood with a lot of preserved buildings. The paint on the outside was peeling. The windows were framed by weathered shutters, and the porch creaked. Whenever I lifted my weight, I liked its appearance because I thought it had potential. I planned to spend my weekends fixing the place up. I thought I'd handle some of the simpler repairs on my own. I'd watched a few online videos on house restoration, so I felt confident enough to tackle basic tasks. On my first day, I spent hours ripping up old carpet in the living room. The air smelled dusty and stale. The front door stuck. If I tried to close it too fast, the floorboard squeaked. Especially near the base of the stairs. The staircase itself had a leaning banister, which I made a note to fix upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms and a small storage space. I had decided to keep one bedroom as my own and use the other 2 as a home office and a guest room. The last bedroom at the end of the hallway felt colder than the others. I noticed it right away. The light switch in that room sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. I fiddled with it a few times. Sometimes it gave off a soft buzz. I assumed it was old wiring and planned to fix it eventually on my second night. Like I said, I woke to that flickering light in the morning. I phoned an electrician I found online. He showed up that afternoon with a worn toolbox and a serious look on his face. He walked around upstairs and tested everything with a small voltage tester. He climbed into the attic space. He even removed the faceplate of the switch in that back bedroom. He told me the wiring was old but intact. He said he didn't see any immediate reason for the switch to cut out the way I described. He told me to call him if it happened again, then left. I felt uncertain, but I tried not to overthink it. That night, the wind rattled the shutters outside my bedroom window. I'd been exhausted from moving furniture all day, so I fell asleep quickly. Sometime around midnight, I heard a slow, deliberate creaking noise that sounded like a door hinge. It wasn't the front door. It felt closer, like it was coming from upstairs. I sat up and stared around in the dark. My door was closed, the hallway, light was off. I listened for a minute, my heart thawing in my chest, but I didn't hear it again. I thought it might have been the house settling old places. Do that, I told myself the next. I described. He told me to call him if it happened again, then left. I felt uncertain, but I tried not to overthink it. That night, the wind rattled the shutters. Morning, I went upstairs and checked all the doors. My own bedroom door was fine. My home office door was fine. The door to that last bedroom was slightly open. But I was pretty sure I had closed it. I stepped inside and flipped the switch. The overhead light flickered, then stayed on. The air felt stuffy, so I opened a window. I thought I smelled something that reminded me of old cologne or some kind of strong perfume. It wasn't pleasant. It had a stale edge like it had been lingering for years. I figured maybe there was something stored in the closet, so I checked it was empty. I shrugged and went about my day, sanding a few rough spots on the staircase banister. Later, I realized that the smell had followed me out into the hallway. I sniffed my shirt, thinking maybe it stuck to me. I wasn't sure. After I ate dinner, I went upstairs again to see if the smell was still there. It was faint, but definitely in that bedroom. I turned off the light and closed the door. I didn't lock it yet, but I felt odd leaving it open that night. I lay in bed with my eyes on the ceiling. I kept waiting for that creaking sound. It came around 1 a.m. It was the same slow squeak of a door hinge. I got out of bed fast. My bare feet felt cold on the hardwood floor. I flipped on the hallway light and hurried toward that last room. The door was closed, but now it was unlocked. My pulse sped up. I felt a jolt in my stomach. I stood there with my ear to the door, listening. Silence, I wrapped my hand around the knob and turned it. The room was dark, but a little moonlight came through the window. Everything looked the same. No furniture, no boxes, nothing out of place. But the smell was back stronger than before. I couldn't place it exactly, but it reminded me of old grooming products or a musk that had been left in a closet too long. The hair on my arm stood up. I just closed the door again in the morning. I decided to keep that door locked. I didn't have any real reason beyond my own nerves, but I had a key for each interior door in the house. I inserted the small key into the lock and turned it until I heard a click. I tested it a few times. It was solid. Then I went on with my day. I replaced a few light fixtures in the hallway, hoping new wiring might help. I made sure the circuit breaker in the basement was intact. Everything looked fine. I told myself I was being paranoid that night. I walked up the stairs, slowly testing each step for squeaks. I had my phone flashlight on when I reached that bedroom door. I checked the lock. It was still engaged. I exhaled and felt a bit better. My own bedroom was a mess of half-unpacked boxes, so I worked on it for a while, folding clothes and organizing things around midnight. I finally lay down. My legs were tired. My eyes felt heavy. I tried to focus on the hum of the old fan in the corner. I must have dozed off because I woke again to a soft squeaking sound. I froze. It sounded exactly like that same door, but it was sharper this time, like the hinges had moved under pressure. I sat up, swung my legs off the bed, and grabbed my phone. The hallway was dark again. I felt a wave of apprehension push through me. My breathing went shallow and my chest felt tight. I made my way to that door. It was closed, but I reached for the knob. It turned easily in my hand. The lock was disengaged. I opened the door. Shining my phone's flashlight into the room, it was empty. I flicked the switch. The overhead light came on with a weak glow, then cut out. I stood there in the dark. My heart pounded. I called the electrician again the next day. This time, he brought a colleague. They went through the wiring once more, checked the breaker box, replaced the light switch in that room, and tested the circuits. Everything worked when they left. They told me I might be overloading the breaker with all my equipment, but I wasn't running much at night. I tried to explain the squeaking door, but they shrugged. One of them suggested maybe the latch was loose. I replaced the latch myself that afternoon. I also added new WD-40 to the hinges, hoping that would fix the noise. I locked the door again when I finished for a while. Nothing happened. I started to relax during the day. I focused on repainting some of the walls. I tested different shades of off-white. I replaced an old light fixture in the kitchen. I fixed the front door so it wouldn't stick by the fourth day. I felt confident that the weird noises might have stopped. I was alone in the house, but I felt fine. Then on the fifth night, I woke again. The power was out. In that same part of the upstairs, my bedside lamp still worked, but the hallway was dark. I got up, walked to the breaker box in the basement, and saw that everything was normal. No tripped switch. I felt sweat on my forehead. Even though the basement was unlocked, I stepped back and took a deep breath. The locked door was unlocked again, and I had no explanation for it. I turned the knob slowly, my hand shaking. The door creaked when I pushed it inward. The window was open about a foot. Letting in a breeze, I knew I had closed it earlier. My arms felt tense. I hurried over to the window, slammed it shut, and locked it. I left the room quickly. I decided to sleep on the couch downstairs that night. I turned on every light in the living room, but around 2 in the morning, I heard the faint squeak again. It came from above me. I sat up, heart racing, and stared at the ceiling. I could almost imagine the door opening and closing. Then it went quiet. I didn't sleep again the next morning. I bought a digital camera and set it up facing that door from the hallway. I hit record before bedtime. I wanted some kind of proof that night. I heard the door squeak around 3 in the morning. I felt a surge of adrenaline in my arms and legs. I stayed in my bedroom listening. My chest felt tight. I waited when morning came. I rushed out to check the camera. The video was there at around 3:05 a.m. and the door opened a few inches, stayed that way for a few seconds, then closed again. No one was visible in the shot. I couldn't see a hand or any movement in the gap. The door just opened and closed. My stomach lurched when I watched it. I felt a flush of heat in my face. I locked that door again, pacing back and forth in the hallway, trying to calm down. At that point, I started feeling like an intruder in my own house. My thoughts were rapid. I wondered if someone had a spare key or if there was a hidden passage. I checked the closet, the walls, the attic space. Nothing, no sign of a hidden door or anything else. I decided to barricade that room. I pushed a heavy dresser from the hallway into the doorway. I left it there so no one could get in or out that night. I was so tense I could barely sit still. I kept looking at the stairs from my living room couch, waiting for a sound at around midnight. The power in the hallway died again. My palm started sweating. Then I heard a soft scraping sound against wood. It was a gentle push, like someone trying to open the door, but finding the dresser blocking the way I stood at the base of the stairs. My teeth clenched. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I didn't sleep at all in the morning. I found the dresser had moved about an inch. I had marked its position on the floor with a piece of tape. Just to be sure, I felt a pounding in my head. I didn't want to believe it was possible, but I was out of rational explanations. I put the dresser back in its place, taped the floor again, and left for work all day. I couldn't focus on anything else. I knew I had to do something, but I wasn't sure what. I came home that evening and went straight upstairs. I decided to open the room and just leave it unlocked. I removed the dresser, opened the door wide, and propped it against the wall. The room looked the same as always, empty. The overhead light was off. The smell was faint, but still. There, the window was closed. The air inside felt a few degrees colder than the rest of the house. I said out loud, I don't want any trouble, I just want to live here. My voice felt shaky in my throat that night. I tried to sleep in my own bed around 1 a.m. I heard footsteps overhead like the sound of shoes on the creaky floorboards. I bolted upright, heart pounding. The footsteps moved from one side of the room to the other, then stopped. I swallowed hard the next morning. I found the door half open again. Now there was a faint smell in the hallway too, like someone had walked around during the night. I decided that I'd keep the door closed but not locked. I hoped whoever or whatever was there would stop messing with the electricity if I didn't challenge them. It's been a few nights of that arrangement. The power in the room still cuts out sometimes and the hallway light flickers on occasion. I still wake up to a door squeak from time to time. I climb the stairs, my heart pounding with every step. When I reach the top, the door is usually closed, but not always. Sometimes it's open a crack. Sometimes it's locked from the inside, though I never locked it. I still catch a hint of that perfume. It's not every night, but it happens enough to unnerve me. I keep the key in my pocket just in case. I haven't seen anyone inside that room. I've checked it a dozen times. I've moved around the furniture. I've examined the walls and the closet. I can't find anything that explains it. I still live here hoping that this will either stop or I'll get used to it. I don't feel threatened exactly, but I do feel like I'm not alone. Sometimes I stand in the hallway and stare at the door, my breath shallow. I can sense a presence, although I can't see it. It's like someone is making sure that room stays private. That's the best way I can put it. Even though I own this place now, it feels like there's a line I shouldn't cross. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Everything. Occupied by exploring the rest of the house, I opened closets, looked under the stairs, and checked the basement more thoroughly. I found old looks normal by daylight, and there are no obvious signs of forced entry or damage. The electrician can't find any problem. Nobody has a logical explanation for the door squeaking open on its own. I double-check the lock each night, but it doesn't matter. The door does what it wants, and every time it happens, I sense a quiet message. Stay out. I've learned to live with it for now. I still hear the squeak from time to time, usually late at night. I pause whatever I'm doing and I wait for it to stop. Sometimes the smell lingers for a while, sometimes the power in that room blinks out for no reason. It's not a daily occurrence, but it's often enough that I can't ignore it. I still keep the door shut, but I don't try to block it anymore. I figure it's not worth the stress. If something wants its space, I'll give it. That's my story. I moved into an old house in a historic neighborhood thinking I'd enjoy the atmosphere and the renovation projects. Instead, I'm sharing the place with something I can't explain. There's no sign of it harming me. There's just the squeaking door, the locked knob that unlocks itself, the flickering light in that back bedroom, and the lingering perfume that drifts through the halls late at night. That's the reality I'm living in now. I don't see L to know why it's happening, and I've stopped trying to reason with it. I just hope it doesn't get worse. For now, I'm keeping my distance and doing my best to ignore the things I can't change. I guess that's all I can do. I moved into the studio 2 weeks ago because it was close to my office. The rent wasn't cheap, but the location felt perfect. I could walk to work in under 10 minutes. That convenience seemed worth the cramped space. Right from the start, everything felt off. It started with small things like my coffee mug not being where I left it. I brushed it off as me being distracted. Then I noticed my nightstand was a few inches away from the wall. One morning I pushed it back and forgot about it. I kept telling myself I was imagining things. I'm not the superstitious type, and I sure as hell don't jump to ghost stories. The layout of the studio is simple. There's a door leading into a narrow hallway that opens into the main area. A small bed is tucked in one corner next to a table and a chair. The kitchenette sits on the opposite side with a mini fridge and a single electric burner. There's a tiny bathroom in the back. I can see the whole place from my bed. If I angle myself right, it's not roomy, but I only need it to eat, sleep, and shower most of my day. I'm out working or grabbing a bite somewhere nearby. The first real sign that something weird was going on happened on a Wednesday. I had gone to bed around 11. I remember placing my keys on the table next to a pile of papers. When I woke up, I saw the keys lying on the floor near my shoes, and the papers were stacked in a neat pile on the chair that didn't make sense. I knew I hadn't moved them at first. I thought maybe I'd gotten up in the night to go to the bathroom and knock them over, but that wouldn't explain the perfectly stacked papers. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling in my stomach, but it lingered the next day. The tension got worse. I tried an experiment. I took a few random objects, my phone charger, a pencil, and a folded grocery receipt, and lined them up along the table's edge. I took a mental snapshot of their positions, then I went to bed. I woke up with a start at around 4 in the morning. My heart was pounding and I didn't know why. Maybe I heard something. Maybe I just had a bad dream. I reached for my phone to check the time. The table lamp was still on, just like I'd left it. Everything was quiet. I forced myself to relax, telling myself it was just nerves. When morning came, I looked at the table. The charger was on top of the folded receipt and the pencil was rolled next to it. I felt a chill run through my body. I hadn't touched any of those things after I lined them up. I wasn't sleepwalking. I'd never had a history of that. But something was moving my stuff and it wasn't me. My palms got sweaty and my stomach tightened. I stood there staring at those objects, feeling a strange mix of anger and fear. If someone was sneaking in, how the hell did they do it without waking me up? I checked the front door. It was locked just the way I'd left it. The windows were shut. There was no fire escape or any obvious way someone could slip in. I walked over to the caretaker's small office in the lobby. He's a tall guy with graying hair and a blank expression. I asked him if anyone else had a key to my studio. He shrugged and said something vague about old locks. I pressed him more, but he didn't give me a straight answer. Instead, he mentioned that a few people moved out of that same studio pretty quickly in the past. He didn't say why, just said they left and didn't explain much. He acted like it was no big deal, but his evasive tone told me there was more to the story. I started feeling uneasy anytime I was in the studio during the day. I left early and came. Flashlight in my room. I was determined to stay in there and wait out the night if I heard or felt anything. Again, it was around midnight when I started to doze off. I had my phone on the nightstand, volume turned up. The bed felt uncomfortable, but I forced my eyes to stay shut. Suddenly, I heard a faint clack from the hallway. It reminded me of the sound of the fan's chain hitting the blades. My heart rate jumped. I tried to ignore it. Then I heard a dragging sound like something brushing against the wall. Back late trying to be in there as little as possible, but I couldn't avoid sleep each night. I double-locked the door and kept the lamp on. The bright light felt comforting at first, but it never fully calmed my nerves. I would lie in bed, eyes flickering around the room, looking for any slight movement or shadow. The nights passed in a blur of half sleep and sudden jerky. Works awake, I often woke up with my heart racing, and sometimes I thought I heard faint rustling every single time. The objects I set out before sleeping were shifted around by morning. One morning, I found my chair turned to face the bed that freaked me out. More than the smaller stuff, it felt like someone or something had positioned it for a clear view of me sleeping. My skin felt clammy. My arms tingled. My thoughts raced with possibilities. I looked for cameras or any sign of tampering. I saw no hidden devices, no loose ceiling tiles, nothing that made sense. The caretaker stayed tight-lipped when I asked him about break-ins. He just said to call the cops. If I felt unsafe, I considered it, but I had no solid evidence. Beyond some moved objects, I didn't want to sound crazy, calling the police to say that my furniture was out of place. I decided to stay awake one night to see if I could catch whoever was messing with me. I brewed a pot of strong coffee. I propped myself up in bed with my laptop, watching a movie on low volume with my eyes darting around the room. My plan was to stay alert until sunrise by 2 in the morning. My eyelids felt heavy by 3. I was struggling to keep my head up. I must have dozed off when I opened my eyes. It was bright outside, and I had an instant feeling of failure. My neck ached and my mouth felt dry. I looked at the table and saw the coffee mug was on the floor upright, a foot away from where ID placed it. No coffee had spilled, which meant it was lifted and placed there. My stomach lurched. I felt weak, almost dizzy, like my blood pressure dropped. I pressed my palms against my eyes and took deep breaths. Then I stood up and checked the door again, still locked. Windows still shut the next day at work. I could barely focus. People asked if I was feeling sick because I looked pale. My friend Jim asked if I was stressed out about something. I just shrugged and said I was having some trouble sleeping. I didn't want to sound nuts. I didn't want to explain that my furniture was moving on its own. I was scared people would think I'd lost it. Still, I felt a growing desperation. The caretaker knew something, but he refused to say. Instead, he acted like it was normal or that I should mind my own business that night. I tried another tactic. I took small pieces of tape and placed them on the door and window. If someone opened either one, the tape would tear. I also put some tape in spots around the floor near the table to see if footprints would show. Then I set up my phone to record a video while I slept. It was simple. I propped it on a shelf facing most of the room. The phone had enough battery to record a few hours, but not the whole night. Still, I figured it was better than nothing. I sat on the bed, the lamp on, feeling a surge of anxiety. My chest felt tight. I forced myself to lie down and try to relax. It took a while, but I drifted off. At some point, I woke up at dawn, heart pounding. The phone had fallen over. It was lying face down on the floor, still recording. I checked the door. The tape was intact. The window tape was intact, too. The pieces of tape on the floor were untouched, but the table was moved about 6 inches closer to the bed. My throat went dry. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I grabbed the phone and stopped the recording when I played it back. The video showed the room in stillness. For a long while, nothing seemed to happen. At some point, around 2 hours, in the footage. Cut to darkness, it was like the camera got blocked or the phone was moved. When the picture came back, it was just the phone's camera facing the floor. I saw nothing else. No figures, no signs of movement in the background. It was just a giant question mark. Now I was sure something was inside the studio with me, but I had no proof. I didn't know if it was a person using some weird trick or if it was something else I couldn't explain. My nerves were shot, my body felt constantly tense, and my hands were shaky. I didn't sleep well, and when I did, I had nightmares of shadows passing over me. I started jumping at every little sound. Sometimes the pipes in the walls made a faint knocking sound, and I'd jerk awake sweating. Convinced that someone was in the room after a week of this, I confronted the caretaker again. I told him I deserved to know what was going on. He shrugged, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "People leave that studio because they can't handle it." Then he turned around and walked into the back room of his office. I followed him demanding answers. He told me there were rumors of a former premier tenant who used to come and go without paying rent. But I could tell he was lying, or drove to work on the way. I kept looking in the rearview mirror. At one point, I thought I saw the same black SUV, but it turned off at an intersection. I convinced myself I was just being paranoid. Later that day, I received another anonymous message, this time on my phone. It was a text that said, "You found some things, but not everything. Are you going to keep looking?" I felt a jolt in my chest. How did they get my number? My hands went clammy, my mind raced. I replied with one word, who no answer came. I stared at my phone for a good 10 minutes, waiting for a response that never arrived. That evening, I decided to check the trunk for any hidden compartments. I pulled up the spare tire cover. I tapped around the corners. The trunk was plain. I shined a flashlight under the seats from the back. I didn't see anything unusual. The only mystery that remained was the smell. The envelope, the strange keys, and those newspaper clippings. I went back inside my house, placed everything on my kitchen table, and studied each piece one by one. I lined up the notes, tried to see if they formed some sequence. I read each clipping carefully. They mentioned a series of break-ins at storage units around the city. Police had questioned several suspects, but no one was charged. One note had a partial list of names, but no last names. Another note said, "Check unit number 17." Another one said, "K, possibly." My pulse quickened. I glanced at the small set of keys again. I couldn't decide if I should call the police. I thought about dropping everything off at a station and explaining the situation, but I worried they might think I was involved in something illegal. I also felt a strange urge to figure this out myself. I reasoned that if there was real danger, it might be better to keep my guard up and see if I could uncover the truth on Saturday morning. I drove to the address I had found in the notes. It led me to a row of warehouses in a rundown industrial park. The place looked almost deserted. Most of the buildings were gray, with rusted loading docks and empty parking lots. I parked on the street. My hands were sweating. I could feel my heart thudding in my chest. I got out of the car and walked around, trying not to look suspicious. The address on the note corresponded to a metal door near the back of one warehouse. There were numbers stenkled above the door. It matched the address exactly. I tried one of the keys on the ring. It didn't fit. I tried another. No luck. Then a third, still no. The lock looked old. My shoulders felt tense. I glanced around to make sure nobody was watching. I noticed a camera mounted near the corner of the building pointing toward a loading bay. I couldn't tell if it was active. I heard an engine somewhere behind me. I turned around and saw a dark SUV moving down a side street. I couldn't be sure if it was the same one, but a surge of panic shot through me. I hurried back to my car. I left the area and drove home. Checking my mirrors every few seconds. If they were following me, I couldn't see them after a while, but that didn't make me feel better. My hands shook on the steering wheel. My breathing was shallow. I got home and locked my doors that night. I received another text. "You're on the right track. Don't get scared." Now my legs felt weak when I read it. I didn't know if I should call someone or just ignore it. I decided to block the number the next morning. I found another note on my front door. This time it said, "Go to the police or find out the truth. Either way, you're involved now." No signature, no explanation. I looked around my porch. The neighborhood was quiet. I ran inside, heart pounding. I started packing the envelope, the keys, and all the notes into a small box. I thought about heading to the police station. Right then, I even grabbed my car keys, but I stood there in my living room, unable to move. I took a breath. I told myself to calm down. I decided to call the old owner one more time. The phone rang several times before he answered. His voice was low. I asked him why he sold me the car, if he knew there was something inside. He repeated that he had no idea what I was talking about. I told him about the notes, the keys, the texts. His voice got shaky. He said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you," and hung up. He sounded scared. That made me even more on edge. I spent the next hour pacing around my house. I checked all my windows, locked them, and peeked outside every few minutes to see if that SUV would show up again. The box with the envelope and keys was on my coffee table. My phone sat next to it silent. I felt a knot in my stomach. I imagined someone creeping around outside. I pulled the blind shut. My breathing was fast. I tried to steady myself by focusing on basic tasks, making coffee, washing. A few dishes turning on the TV for background noise. Eventually, I grabbed the box and walked out to my car. My plan was to go to the room, check the hallway through the peephole. It was pitch black except for the glow from the exit sign. My mouth was dry and my hands shook whenever I tried to pick something up. I was exhausted and unsettled in the morning. I saw the landlord again and I told him about the voices and the strange odor by the water tank. He gave me a blank stare and said there was nothing to worry about, that the building was old and I was probably just on edge because I wasn't used to the place. I insisted that the odor seemed like something was rotting in the tank. He said he'd send someone to check it out, but I could tell by his disinterested tone that he wasn't going to rush. That night, I heard the voices again. This time they lasted for nearly an hour, stopping. Only when I got too close to the wall, my nerves were shot. My stomach was twisted in knots. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I felt trapped, like I needed to get out of that apartment, but I had nowhere else to go. I walked around my place, flicking lights on and off, opening closets, checking under the bed, hoping to find some explanation. But there was nothing, just the same peeling paint, the same squeaky floorboards, and the same silence that mocked me when the voices went away. I tried the roof again the next day, but the door was locked from the inside. This time, the landlord must have changed something or put a new lock on it. I didn't bother asking him about it because he already seemed annoyed with my questions that left me with no answers about the odor I'd smelled near the tank. At that point, I was convinced something was up there, something stagnant, but I couldn't prove it, and I had no idea if it had anything to do with the voices. My life became a cycle of dread. I'd come home from work, brace myself in the hallway, unlock my door, and immediately check if I heard anything. Most nights, the voices started sometime after midnight. I tried sleeping with music on, but I could still hear them under the sound. I tried earplugs, but they didn't fully block the muffled drone. I'd lie in bed, sweat gathering on my forehead, listening to my heart and waiting for the faint murmur to begin. One evening, I decided to just leave the apartment and sit in my car for a while, thinking, maybe I needed fresh air, but in the parking lot, I realized I couldn't stay out there all night. I had nowhere else to go. I was stuck with that apartment, with that building. So I went back in, and sure enough, around 1 a.m., the wall started that same routine. I felt anger welling up inside me. I yelled, pounded on the walls, but it only made my throat hurt. My muscles were tense, and I could feel sweat pooling under my arms. I paced back and forth, cursing under my breath. I started to question my own sanity. Maybe I was sleep-deprived and imagining all of this. I don't have a neat conclusion to all of this. All I can say is after weeks of trying to live with it, the constant tension wore me down. I kept hearing those conversations that never made sense. I never discovered exactly what was causing it. The landlord kept dismissing it. The strange odor on the roof never went away, even though he claimed someone checked it, and every time I got close to the wall where the noises came from, they would stop. I'm still in that apartment, still trying to figure out why the building feels like it's hiding something every night. I wait, and every night it comes, that low, muffled, impossible conversation between the walls. I've learned to keep the lights on and try not to listen too hard, but it's difficult. I feel my body tense at the slightest sound. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth. My eyes burn from lack of sleep, and when the voice is finally quiet, I'm left with my own heartbeat and the knowledge that it's not over. Whatever's causing it, it's still there just on the other side of that old cracked wall, and every time I think about it, my stomach twists, my palms sweat, and I feel an urge to run out of this building and never come back. But for now, I have to stay, even though I know this place isn't normal, so I just wait for the next night, wondering when I'll hear that strange conversation again and praying it doesn't get any closer than it already is. I never expected a routine afternoon at work to turn into the most unsettling experience I've had in years. I was just doing my job, trying to fix a power issue that wouldn't stop bothering the main office. Nobody else seemed available, so I said I would check the basement. I felt confident at first. I've handled small electrical problems before, and it was usually a quick process. flip a breaker, tighten a wire, and get out. But this time, every moment I spent down there only made me more tense when I first opened the door to the basement. The hallway lights upstairs were bright enough to guide me. The stairs creaked under my feet. The air smelled stale, like no one had opened a window in ages. I took each step slowly because the overhead light in the stairwell was faint. The last few steps disappeared into darkness. I couldn't see the bottom of the staircase at all. My breath felt shallow, and I tried not to think about how quiet it was down there. I reached the concrete floor, and my shoes made a slight tapping sound. That noise felt too loud for my own comfort. I found a single overhead bulb near the electrical panel. It was flickering on and off. The breaker was right there inside a metal box on the wall. I walked over and flipped it for a moment. The flickering stopped. I heard the hum of the lights come back to life, and I thought I had fixed the problem, but within seconds there was a loud click and everything went black again. I stood still, heart pounding, my fingers still on the breaker switch. I flipped it back to on, but it immediately clicked off. That was unusual. Usually a breaker only trips if there's a serious overload or a short circuit. I kept telling myself it was just an electrical fault. I cried again, no luck. I fumbled for the flashlight on my phone. The small beam cut through the darkness, but it also made everything feel strange. The dancing light created shadows on the walls, and the basement looked bigger than it was. The overhead bulb stayed off, and that left me with only my phone to guide me. A few old shelves and cabinets stood against the walls, stacked with forgotten office supplies and old cleaning products. The smell of dust and damp concrete became stronger, and I had to cover my nose for a moment. My pulse was racing, but I told myself it was just because I was frustrated with the breaker. I tried to stay calm. I checked the panel to see if there were any burnt wires or loose connections. My phone's light revealed some cables that looked worn, but nothing obviously charred. Then the breaker clicked back into place on its own. Lights flickered for 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten on the far side of the basement past 2 big metal storage cabinets. I saw a shadow move. It didn't look like a reflection of my own body. It seemed separate, like someone else was standing behind the cabinets. I froze and watched as the light blinked off again. Darkness swallowed the space, and I couldn't see anything. My heart pounded harder. I tried not to panic. I moved my phone light toward the cabinets. All I could see was dust on the floor and some old boxes nearby. I didn't hear footsteps, but I felt like someone was there. My hands were sweaty, and I wiped them on my pants. I told myself maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. The basement was mostly silent, except for the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. I kept hoping someone would come down and ask me what was taking so long, but no one did. I decided to go back upstairs for a moment to see if I could reset the breaker from the main panel. In another part of the building, my legs felt shaky as I climbed the steps. The door at the top felt heavier than before, or maybe my nerves were making me weaker. When I got upstairs, I asked our maintenance guy if there was some other switch or fuse that might be affecting the basement. He told me the main switch for that section was indeed in a small closet near the supply room. I went to that closet, checked the panel there, and everything looked fine. Nothing tripped, no sign of an obvious short circuit. He said we might have a faulty breaker downstairs that needed replacement. He offered to come with me, but he got a call on his radio about a spill in another area. He sounded annoyed and said he had to handle that. First, I waited a few minutes for him, but then I realized it might take longer. I didn't want to waste more time, so I told him I would try again alone. I went back to the basement door as soon as I opened it. The smell of damp concrete hit my nose again. I held my breath for a moment, not wanting to inhale more dust. I used my phones for flashlight to guide me down the stairs. My shoulders felt tense and my ears were on high alert. I heard my own heartbeat. Each step down made me more anxious. I reached the bottom and aimed my light toward the breaker box again. I tried flipping the breaker a few times. It stayed on for a moment, then tripped off. Each time the overhead bulb flickered for about 2 seconds. During one of those flickers, I saw movement behind the cabinets again. It was quick, like someone shifting from one side to the other. I heard a soft scrape as if a shoe slid on the concrete. I spun around, shining my phone light at the cabinets. Nothing I wanted to shout, "Who's there?" But I felt unsure about how smart that was. My mouth felt dry and my throat felt tight. I walked closer to those cabinets. My feet scuffed against the floor, kicking up a small puff of dust. My phone light trembled because my hand was shaking. I reached the edge of the cabinet and peeked around it. The backside led to another corner of the basement. I hadn't really paid attention to the walls. They were lined with old pipes and what looked like a few metal crates stacked on top of each other. The corner was dim even with my flashlight. I didn't see anyone. I only heard a drip coming from a pipe above. The dripping sound echoed in the silence. I was about to step into that corner when the breaker clicked again. The lights flickered, but then they died just as fast. I felt a wave of panic. I hurried back to the electrical panel. My mind raced. I thought maybe I should leave and wait for the maintenance guy, but the rational part of me wanted to fix the problem now without calling for backup. I also felt a strange urge to see if I could catch whoever was moving around. A part of me kept thinking maybe it was a coworker playing a prank. Our office sometimes had people who messed around like that, but the longer I stayed, the more uneasy I felt. I started examining the wires again, opening the panel, tugging gently on each connection. That's when I heard a quiet thud behind me. It sounded like something bumped against the cabinet. I whipped around with my flashlight. My pulse pounded in my ears. I moved toward the sound. Feeling my throat tighten again, I nudged the side of the cabinet with my foot. Checking if it was unsteady, it seemed solid. Another sound came from the corner, a soft rustling. I aimed my light there, but it only revealed old crates and pipes. My fingers twitched on my phone, ready to call someone. I decided to speak in a firm voice. "Hello, is anyone there?" My voice echoed. No answer, just that dripping pipe. My stomach was churning. My arms felt cold even though the air was stuffy. I wanted to leave, but I also felt stubborn. I didn't want to be the guy who got spooked by an old basement, so I walked back to the panel, forced the breaker into place again, and held it. The light stayed on while I held the switch. My phone light was off now, so the overhead bulb was my only source of illumination. It flickered a bit, but it stayed on. I glanced toward the cabinets. My eyes caught something shifting, like an arm or a leg slipping behind the metal shelf. My chest heightened. I felt genuine fear. Then the breaker jerked under my finger and snapped off darkness again. I cursed under my breath. My phone light came back on, but my battery was getting low. I could see the icon flashing. I knew I only had a few minutes left before my phone died. That panicked me even more. I tried to remain calm. I pulled a small flashlight from my tool bag, one of those cheap ones with weak batteries. It was better than nothing. I switched it on. The beam was steadier than my phone light. At least I moved away from the breaker panel, deciding to search around the basement more thoroughly if someone was there. I wanted to know. I shone the flashlight under the old desks stacked in one corner. I kicked aside some empty boxes. I saw only cobwebs and dust. I walked along the back wall, checking behind each piece of stored furniture. One tall shelf was loaded with files from 10 years ago. Another shelf held broken chairs. I reached the corner with the dripping pipe and those metal crates. I leaned forward and aimed the flashlight between the crates. Nothing, no sign of movement, no sign of a person. The dripping water made a small puddle on the floor. The air felt colder. There I heard a noise near the stairs. It sounded like a light step. I quickly swung the flashlight in that direction. I caught a glimpse of a shape disappearing around the corner up the staircase. It happened in a split second. I couldn't make out details, just that it was hum-sized. I felt a jolt of adrenaline. My muscles tensed. I broke into a run, aiming my flashlight ahead of me. The beam jumped across the steps, revealing the empty staircase. I climbed quickly. My breathing was loud in my own ears. The door at the top was closed, but not locked. I pushed it open. No one was in the hallway. I called out, "Hey," but didn't get a reply. I looked both ways and saw nobody. The corridor was silent except for the hum of the overhead lights. I paused there, trying to catch my breath. I glanced down at my phone. The battery was at 5%. I felt shaky. I walked to the supply room hoping to find the maintenance guy, but he wasn't there. I grabbed an extra flashlight from the shelf one with fresh batteries, then I headed back down again. I didn't want to leave that basement with the breaker still failing. I also wanted to find out who was messing around. When I got back downstairs, the smell felt heavier and the silence seemed more oppressive. I switched on the new flashlight, letting the beam spread across the floor. I made my way to the panel. I flipped the breaker again. It clicked into place and the lights buzzed overhead. They stayed on for about 3 seconds in that brief time. I scanned the basement. I saw shadows across the walls. One moved near the cabinets, then darted behind them. I ran toward that spot. My shoes squeaked on the floor. The overhead light died again, but I kept going. Guided by my flashlight, I reached the cabinets. I swung the beam around. Nothing. The corner with the crates was empty. My hands were shaking now. My stomach twisted in knots. It felt like there was someone there always. One step ahead of me, I decided it wasn't safe to stay. Spot. Eventually, I closed the curtain, placed a chair against the door, and sat there in silence. I wondered if he knew my room number somehow, or if he would try to tail me again in the morning. I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound in the hallway made me jump. I checked the lock a few times, even though I knew it hadn't changed. I kept thinking about how he asked where I was staying and how long I'd be in town. The look on his face kept popping into my head, the way he grinned and made weird comments about trust it played on a loop until I finally dozed off. Exhausted in the morning, I checked out earlier than planned. I asked the front desk if there was a back entrance, and they pointed me to a side door near the parking garage. I slipped out that way. Scanning the area for any sign of him, I didn't see him still. I felt uneasy. I headed to the conference, dragging my luggage behind me, planning to leave for the airport. As soon as my last meeting finished, I didn't want to spend another night in that hotel. Not after seeing him there. I still wonder what that man's actual plan was. I don't know if he was just bored or if he had some trick up his sleeve the moment I realized he was following me to the hotel. Something in my gut told me this could have ended badly if I wasn't careful. His questions about whether I was alone, how long I'd be in town, which hotel I chose. None of it felt normal that night in the bar, the way he blocked my exit. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. I still remember the night I saw that shape in the corner. It was late, maybe a little after midnight, and the apartment felt quieter than usual. I was in my small bedroom, hunched over my old computer browsing random websites. My father was in his room. We shared this cramped place because neither of us could afford our own place at the time. The walls were thin. I could hear him shifting around in his bed, sometimes clearing his throat or coughing. He was getting older, and it was normal for him to go to sleep early. I had my headphones on, half listening to some music not too loud because I didn't want to disturb him. The day had been long, but it was the kind of night where I felt some urge to stay awake. My desk was tucked against one wall, and the bed was right behind me. Taking up most of the space, clothes were piled in a corner, and the curtains were half closed, letting in a thin slice of moonlight. The glow from the computer monitor lit up my face and the immediate area around me. Everything else was dark. I was about to shut down the computer when I heard something outside my room. It sounded like a person calling my name. It wasn't exactly my father's voice. It was more like a muffled whisper. I remember pausing my music and waiting to hear it again. My heart rate picked up for a second. I thought maybe I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again. It was low but clear. I pulled off my headphones and stared at my bedroom door. The apartment was old with peeling paint and dusty corners. The door frame was slightly off balance, so sometimes the door would stick. I got up feeling a chill on my arms and walked over. My fingers felt sweaty against the doorknob. I turned it and opened the door, slowly expecting to see my father standing there, or maybe just an empty hallway. The hallway was dim, lit by a cheap overhead bulb that was about to burn out. It flickered sometimes, giving the corridor a shaky glow. I took a step forward, listening for any sign of my father moving around, but I didn't hear him. His door was shut. The living room was to my left, a cramped space with an old couch and a coffee table piled with newspapers. I could smell the stale air. We didn't open the windows much because the street outside was noisy and always smelled like garbage. The walls were a dull beige with stains. I heard a faint rustling sound like fabric moving against the floor. It came from the far corner of the living room, the one closest to the window. The lamp in there was off, so that corner was mostly in shadow. I stepped into the living room feeling the worn-out carpet under my feet. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness. There was a thin streak of light from the street lamp outside, cutting across the floor. It allowed me to see that corner just enough to notice. Something was there, crouched low to the ground. My stomach knotted up. The figure was small, like someone folded in on themselves, arms tucked in, head bent down. I felt my breath hitch in my throat. My first instinct was to flip on the light, but I didn't move. I stood there, frozen, just trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure wore what looked like a dirty old nightgown. It hung loosely around a body that didn't quite look right. The limbs seemed too thin and the fabric looked torn around the edges. The hair, or what I assumed was hair, was so messy that it blended with the darkness. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. My heartbeat hammered in my chest, and I could feel my palms getting damp. A part of me wanted to step back and close the door, but I was too shocked to move. I felt a cold sweat trickling down my forehead. The air felt heavy. It was harder to breathe, like the room had been drained of oxygen. My mind raced with questions. Was this an intruder? Was I having some kind of hallucination? Then the figure moved. It didn't stand up, but its head twitched to one side. I heard a faint crack like a joint popping. The movement was quick, almost jerky. My knees felt weak. I tried to call out for my father, but my voice was stuck. I could only manage a choked sound in my throat. Everything happened in a matter of seconds. I blinked, and suddenly the corner was empty. The figure was just gone. No sound, no flash, nothing. One moment it was there hunched over, and the next it wasn't. I stood there confused, heart pounding like a drum. My breath came in short gasps. I flipped on the living room light, then my hand almost shaking as I reached for the switch. The lamp buzzed to life, casting a weak yellow light over the old couch and the cluttered coffee table. The corner was empty, the paint on the wall. In that corner was chipped, and there was some dust on the floor, but nothing else was out of place. I glanced around, checking behind the couch. I even looked under the table. There was known as misophonia. This condition caused her to have physiological reactions such as anger or nausea when hearing certain sounds like chalk on a blackboard or people chewing food. This made it even harder for her to fit in as Helen entered puberty. Her sexual awareness began to awaken, and she soon realized she was pansexual, meaning she could be attracted to individuals regardless of gender. She quickly entered a relationship with a girl at her school. However, once this relationship was exposed, Helen faced even more bullying. Despite these struggles, Helen entered the 8th grade. One day, a friend invited her to a nearby anime convention. The cosplayers confidently performing in their self-made costumes opened a new world for Helen. When she tried cosplay herself, she found that her long-standing troubles and pressures disappeared when she focused on two-dimensional activities. Thus, Helen devoted all her energy outside of her studies to cosplay with her naturally androgynous beauty. Her portrayals of cute male characters became very popular among anime fans. Soon, her TikTok account amassed 120,000 followers. 2 years into her cosplay journey, Helen met Snow, who lived in the same city, at a convention. The two quickly became close friends at that time. Snow was already a well-known cosplayer, surrounded by many fans and friends. However, Snow's blunt personality often offended people, and even her friends sometimes felt threatened by her. Yet, according to those around them, Helen never spoke ill of Snow, indicating how much she valued their friendship. Helen's mother, Susan, had mixed feelings about her daughter's relationship with Snow. On one hand, she was happy that Helen had made new friends and significantly improved her psychological issues after finding this hobby. On the other hand, she worried that Snow, 5 years older than Helen, might lead her astray from Helen's accounts. Susan learned that Snow had a severe drinking problem and often got drunk. Additionally, Snow frequently encouraged Helen to drop out of school and join her in exploring the world. This greatly dissatisfied Susan, who hoped to steer her daughter toward a career as a scientist. Fortunately, Helen was clear about her life plans while she could not give up her hobby. She also did not neglect her studies. In the summer of 2020, Helen was admitted to Oberlin College in Ohio with excellent grades. Seeing her daughter start to live independently and integrate well into the college environment made Susan very happy. However, in November 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic surged again in the USA, and universities closed their campuses, requiring students to return home for remote online learning. Thus, Helen returned to her hometown of Houston, desiring independent space. She chose not to live with her parents, but moved into a shared house with Snow and several friends. This decision planted the seeds of tragedy on Sunday, January 17, 2021. Early in the morning, Helen, Snow, and 5 other friends gathered to drink and watch crime dramas by the early hours. Everyone was drunk. Suddenly, Snow stood up and mentioned having a gun. Like the one seen in the show, she then went into a room and brought out a semi-automatic pistol. Since Snow often played with guns no one found this unusual, Snow claimed it was something her recent ex-boyfriend left behind and assured everyone the magazine was empty, making it a gun. She pretended to aim it at her head, and a drunken Helen jokingly said. Without much thought, Snow turned the gun towards Helen and pulled the trigger with a gunshot. Helen fell to the ground, bleeding from her head. The group was stunned. It became evident that although the magazine was empty, the last bullet already in the chamber had not been removed. Snow's habitual recklessness combined with alcohol led her to forget to check the gun thoroughly. Resulting in this tragedy, the group's drunkenness subsided quickly. They scrambled to help Helen and called 911. Helen was rushed to the hospital, but due to the severity of her injuries, she passed away 2 days later. It was then revealed that Helen had signed an organ donation card, so her death gave new life to 2 patients in desperate need. However, responsibility for the tragedy had to be pursued for the police. This case had no doubts. It was a tragedy caused by a group of young people playing with a gun while drunk. There were 5 eyewitnesses at the scene, and Snow herself confessed. So the prosecution quickly charged her with manslaughter. The judge determined that Snow did not pose a threat to public safety, allowing her to return home on bail with a $20,000 bond, wearing an electronic ankle monitor. While awaiting trial, since the case has not yet gone to trial, this story should have ended here. However, what happened next added a layer of irony and tragedy to the entire event. After being released on bail, Snow posted on her TikTok account on January 21, 2021, stating she would pause content. Frequent, sometimes 5 or 6 times in an evening, it became impossible to ignore my work performance suffered because I was constantly on edge. I started to updates indefinitely for days after the tragedy. Helen's parents, though heartbroken, maintained their composure and did not publicize the matter, and a few insiders remained silent. As a result, the public was unaware of the tragedy and assumed Snow was taking a break due to a creative block. However, just 3 weeks later, on February 11th, Snow resumed posting videos on her account. She cleverly used camera angles and props to hide the monitoring anklet, performing the same beautiful yet slightly motted acts as before. Many of these scenes and lines seem to make light of the killing, even hinting at Helen's death. Unaware viewers saw this as Snow's usual style, but insiders felt it was a deliberate attempt to capitalize on the tragedy for attention, akin to exploiting a tragic event for personal gain. Under some of the videos, insiders left comments expressing their dissatisfaction, mentioning Helen's death. However, these comments were drowned out by applause from Snow's fans. It wasn't until July 2021, half a year later, that Helen's friends and classmates from college noticed these comments. After Helen's death, the college had informed students via email, simply stating that a student named Helen had passed away, expressing regret for not being able to share wonderful college experiences with her. This brief notification, coupled with the inability to contact Helen's parents, led her classmates to believe Helen had died in an accident or by suicide. It wasn't until they saw the comments on the short video platform and confirmed with the police that they learned the truth about Helen's death. Overwhelmed with sadness and anger, they began exposing the entire incident online. This led to a wave of condemnation that flooded Snow's channel Snow, then set her account to private making. All videos invisible judged to revoke Snow's bail due to her excessive drinking, often becoming heavily intoxicated and repeatedly allowing the monitor's battery to die, making GPS tracking impossible. These were violations of bail conditions, but the judge ultimately rejected these requests. Thus, Snow remains free. Snow's lawyer publicly stated that her videos during this period were not malicious, but were her way of expressing her inner trauma. However, it is doubtful that anyone believes this explanation in the U.S. The sentencing range for manslaughter is quite broad. It can range from up to 20 years in prison to as little as 2 years. With a $10,000 fine, the exact punishment Snow will receive is something we can only wait to find out. This tragedy, where a beautiful life was suddenly lost in such a seemingly frivolous manner, is deeply lamentable. While I believe that most of my viewers have never come into contact with firearms, I hope we all remember that guns are deadly weapons, not toys to be played with casually. Story 2, Daniel Sancho Bruno was born on June 11, 1994 in Madrid, Spain. He was the fruit of a passionate romance between Spanish actors Rodo Sancho and Silvia Bruno, who met in acting classes when they were 19 and 18 years old. Respectively, the relationship between Rodolfo and Silvia lasted for a while, before they separated amicably when Daniel was little. In 2005, Rodolfo started a relationship with actress Xenia Tostado Caballero, but Daniel remained an only child until 2015 when Hima, the daughter of Xenia and Rodolfo, was born. Daniel's father, a famous Spanish actor, launched his acting career when Daniel was 3 years old. The role that led him to his first success was Nico in the youth series Alir de Ciel. Throughout his successful career, Rolo has received around 20 recognitions and awards for his roles. Daniel is also the grandson of another great Spanish actor, Sancho Gracia, famous for his role as Quiro Giménez in the 1970s. TV show of the same name, Sancho Gracia, was awarded by the New York Critics Association in February 2003 for his performance in the Mexican film El Crime and Del Padre Amaro, and was nominated for a Goya Award in 2002 for Best Male Performance for his role in the film 800 Balas by Alex Dea Glacia. It was Rodolfo's father who told him that when he saw his son's face, his life would change, and it did. Despite achieving fame at the young age of 22, Rolo remained grounded. He understood the instability of the entertainment industry, and being a father helped him stay humble. He has mentioned this in several interviews about his life. Silvia distanced herself from the show business world and dedicated herself to raising Daniel. She started a career in the insurance business and is currently a property manager at the Mafre Company. She doesn't have a social media account, and information about her is almost non-existent on the internet. The only information available about Silvia online is from an interview on the website of the restaurant Shane Lucha. In the interview, she revealed that her favorite things in life are skating, sleeping, and spending time with her son, Daniel Rolo, and Silvia. Aware of all the media exposure due to Rolo's profession, preferred to keep Daniel out of the public. So he could grow up as a normal child, away from media harassment. Many entertainment journalists in Spain were unaware of Daniel's existence. The father and son enjoyed spending quality time together, playing soccer, and both had an interest in the arts. In fact, when Daniel was little, he helped his father with the script essays that Rodolfo had to study. There are not many photos of the family together on social media when they went out. They took precautions and chose places that ensured their privacy for these reasons. We do not know a lot about Daniel's childhood and adolescence, although he was far from the spotlight. Daniel, like many young people of his generation, loved social media and shared details of his life on these platforms. In 2013, he used Twitter frequently, where he shared messages with his girlfriend at that time, Carmen Celestino, with whom he had a romance that lasted 5 years. His last post on that account dates to March 8, 2013, and stated that he had to get his hands dirty. His father said in 2015 that his son hadn't been curious to follow in his footsteps and didn't want to know anything about film or television. In another statement in 2018, Rollo said that Daniel was finishing his degree in business management and administration, and that he and very proud of him when Daniel completed his university education. He lacked enthusiasm for his business administration degree. Instead, he wanted to pursue tennis competitions, but eventually gave up on the idea. In 2020, Daniel decided to take a new route and began studying gastronomy. His father commented on the change in Daniel's life direction, expressing that everything made sense to him because Daniel had already shown his passion for cooking at the age of 10 by preparing cookies and cakes for the family. From that moment on, Daniel became very active on social networks, sharing his passion for gastronomy travel and a life of luxury through photos and videos on YouTube. On May 20th, 2022, he created the channel Poro Deezer, where he shared 5 videos of his cooking recipes. Daniel's entire life could be followed on social networks. He had gone from anonymity to media exposure. He was a very handsome digital creator who showcased his trips to Padel Carmen, Tulum, for Ventura, Ibiza, Fora, Venice, Amsterdam, the Maldives, and Thailand, which he first visited in March 2018. According to his posts, surfing, diving, skiing, and sailing were his passions. He also had a girlfriend with whom he had a seemingly good relationship with signs of an engagement. He seemed to be having a good time and was enjoying it. Paula, as identified by the Spanish media, was a designer and an alpine skiing enthusiast, apparently the ideal partner for the life he wanted. It was through his travel posts on a social media account where he had more than 8,000 followers that Daniel caught the attention of a renowned 43-year-old Colombian plastic surgeon named Edwin Arrieta Artea in 2022. Edwin was born in Laica, a municipality in the department of Corda in northern Colombia. According to various profiles published by Colombian media, Edwin spent his childhood and adolescence in Larica, raised by a working-class family. His father, Leobaldo Arrieta, repaired radios and televisions, and his mother, Marcela Artia, was a teacher. According to the school director where Edwin studied, he was noted for his intelligence and perseverance from a young age, consistently achieving top grades and being part of the honor roll. Davis Palomino, Edwin's friend, mentioned to the Colombian media TMO that Edwin's parents made a huge effort to support him and covered the expenses of his expensive university education. Their efforts were more than compensated for, as Edwin, as soon as he was able, began to repay his parents with love and great generosity, providing resources for everything they had done for him. Edwin never forgot the support he received, especially when he moved to Barranquilla to study medicine, and later to Buenos Aires, where he specialized in plastic surgery. After finishing his studies, Edwin returned to Colombia, although not to LAAA. He settled in Monteria, a city 61 kilometers from his hometown, where he opened a practice specializing in aesthetics. On his website, he wrote that he treated generally healthy patients who were not comfortable with their bodies in Monteria. He enjoyed a splendid professional reputation and was also very loved personally. Edwin was always a role model for his sister, Darling Areta. Expanding his presence in the gastronomy and hospitality business, it hasn't been revealed yet whether Daniel's new idea was the one in which Edwin had invested money or had promised to invest. The truth is that the relationship between the two had been kept for about a year until there was a surprising turn in February 2023 when the young man decided to end this relationship and tried to distance himself from Edwin. That was the moment when the surgeon supposedly began to blackmail him and threatened to spread his private pictures. Despite the tense situation, Daniel asked Edwin to go with him to Koh Phangan Island in Thailand to attend the famous full moon party scheduled for Thursday night, August 4th. Thousands of people from all over the world come to this celebration on the seashore, looking to enjoy an extreme experience where alcohol and illicit substances are abundant. Some of Edwin's close friends knew that he would go on an adventure with Daniel, and together they would travel to Thailand. However, they all agreed that the surgeon spoke little about his private life. They were also surprised that Edwin wanted to be part of the extreme party atmosphere in Thailand because he wasn't a man of excesses, nor did he consume substances. As far as everyone knew, Daniel didn't have this type of behavior either, according to what has been reconstructed from what happened on the trip on Monday, July 31st. Daniel arrived at Koh Phangan and rented a motorcycle that same day in the private villa where Daniel would stay. There was a reservation from July 31st to August 3rd made by Edwin on August 1st. According to CCTV footage, Daniel bought a knife, rubber gloves, plastic bags, detergent, and other tools at a local store. Several Time media reported that he unsuccessfully tried to buy a kayak from two tourists on the same day, offering them up to $1,000. Other media indicate that he did buy the boat from a store where they gladly accepted his $11,000 on Wednesday, August 2nd at 3 p.m. Daniel picked up Edwin at the airport and the two traveled on a motorcycle around the island. Then they went to the villa where the accommodation was reserved. This was the last time the surgeon was seen alive. Daniel's version is that Edwin tried to have sex with him as soon as they arrived at the private villa, which had only one double room, but he says that he refused and punched Edwin. Edwin fell to the ground and hit his head, dying instantly. Why didn't Daniel seek help, call emergency services to assist Edwin, or notify the police of the supposed accidental death? This is something that is still unknown. Instead, he started to segment the body into 17 parts over 3 intense hours. He then placed the pieces in different bags with the sole purpose of getting rid of the evidence. 2 hours later, he went out in the kayak 600 meters from the coast and threw one bag into the water on Thursday, August 3rd at 6 a.m. He took another trip in the kayak and threw another bag into the sea. 3 hours later, he checked out of the hotel where he was staying, but there was still a bag with the Colombian surgeon's remains that was not thrown into the sea. Meanwhile, Danny decided to attend the full moon party with two friends he had met on the trip. Later, before midnight, he went to the police station to report Edwin's disappearance. According to Thaw, media workers at the incinerator plant at the garbage dump found parts of a body, and this discovery started the police investigation on August 4th. Thai authorities found another plastic bag with more of Edwin's remains, and inside it there was also a receipt that led them directly to the store where Daniel bought a knife and other materials. This was important information for the police since they could review the CCTV footage in the store. Upon discovering these incriminating clues, the authorities arrested Daniel and interrogated him. However, he initially denied the facts. At the same time, there was a conversation between Daniel and Vivi. Edwin's friend Vivi told him that those close to the doctor were very distressed not to hear from him for many hours and asked him to look for Edwin all over the island, to which he replied that he would take the motorcycle, search the hospitals, and go to the police, worried about not knowing anything about her friend Vivi. Asked him if he had already gone to the police before talking to her. Daniel then turned the conversation around, confessing that he was being held and that they were asking him a lot of questions that made him afraid she didn't suspect anything at that time, and told him to be calm. Then continued to inquire where Edwin left his luggage suitcase and things. The young man replied that they went to the full moon party but were staying in different hotels. Subsequently, more of Edwin's remains were found in garbage dumps, and on the seashore DNA test later confirmed that the remains found scattered around the island belonged to the plastic surgeon, although Daniel had... Chun Yu's credibility was severely to reunite with her daughter. Considering these facts, the Perth police once compromised in a media interview. Chin Naomi's father revealed that his daughter was too trusting. He never imagined she would encounter trouble. Just months after moving to Taipei to pursue her career, her mother, unable to hide her grief, said her daughter had appeared in a dream, saying she was in a very dark place, scared and wanting her family to bring her home. Soon to find Chun Naomi's whereabouts as soon as possible. The police changed their interrogation tactics, with Chung Yu attempting to break through his psychological defenses. Initially, they tried to persuade him to confess quickly by offering reduced sentences, but he remained unmoved. Left with no choice, the police began describing eerie details from past cases to his resolve. As it neared midnight, the police had a sudden idea and said, "Perhaps Chin Naomi is no longer in this world. After midnight, her wrong spirit will come to find you." By this time, it was pitch dark, and with the earlier ghost stories, Chuni finally broke down. Following his directions, the police arrived at the Wang Sheng building in Nangang, Taipei, in a dark, abandoned underground mall. They found the victim's body behind a large wooden board chin. Naomi lay on the floor, her face swollen and red, a belt around her neck, barefoot with her underwear only. Loosely covering her, seeing this tragic scene, the police at the scene were heartbroken. Chunu confessed that he and Liang Xiu had jointly invited Chin Naomi out. Afterwards, they fled to Taichung and checked into a hotel. He also accused Liang Xiu of being the mastermind, claiming he was only following her instructions. When Liang Xiu heard that Chin Naomi had been killed, she screamed, "How could this happen?" She repeatedly muttered in disbelief, but when she heard Chunu accusing her of being the mastermind, she became unusually calm and passive, either saying she didn't know or asking the police, "Don't you know how to investigate?" Based on the evidence at the crime scene, a renowned forensic expert made some deductions about the case. He suggested that the victim's underwear had been discarded. If Ling Xiu had been present at the scene, she might have redressed Chin Naomi out of friendship. Additionally, the body showed signs of being dragged. If had been there, she could have helped Chun Yu move the body instead of him having to drag it alone. Regarding this, Chun Yu stated that Ling Xiu had claimed Chin Naomi had cyberbullied her, so she asked for his help and revenge during the strangulation and rape. Chin Naomi regained consciousness once and started screaming. Liang allegedly hit her head with a flashlight and told Chunu to use the handbag strap to strangle her, unexpectedly due to excessive force. The victim died of asphyxiation. Chunu recounted that Liang Seo was present throughout the entire process, including the initial meeting and dragging the body at the crime scene. Chin Naomi's underwear was also discarded by her for a dark underground mall. Like this, it would be difficult for any girl to come alone with a strange man, but if two girls came together, it would indeed increase the feasibility of the plan. From this perspective, Ling So seemed incredibly cruel, disregarding their friendship and not even leaving the victim with a final shred of dignity. So who exactly was this Liang Seo? Liang Seo, born in Nangang District, Taipei City, was 22 years old in 2010 when she met and became close friends with Chin. Naomi, her father, was a retired police officer originally from Guangdong province. He had divorced when younger, leaving a child with his ex-wife. After retirement, he met and married Liang Seo's mother, and they moved to Taiwan together, where Liang Seo and her sister were born. Her father had a generous pension, and her mother ran a pastry business. Allowing the family to live comfortably, neighbors knew the family had two beautiful daughters, but noted that the elder daughter, Liang Xiu, didn't like studying at the time of the incident. She had been expelled from Lingdong University of Science and Technology for failing to register on time. Neighbors also mentioned that the mother-daughter relationship was strained with frequent arguments. Heard from their home, additionally, Ling Seiyu's private life was controversial. Some insiders revealed she had worked in the gray industry of hotels. In 2015, she dated a famous Taiwanese blogger, but their relationship was unhappy after breaking up. They often attacked each other online. Neens pointed out that this relationship might have sown the seeds of enmity between her and Chin Naomi. However, Liang's manager denied this. 2 years later, Liang So met a new boyfriend and began living with him. This boyfriend was said to be the son of an executive from the luxury brand Cartier with an impressive background. He even claimed to be a famous photographer nominated for the Pulitzer Prize. This person was Chunu, the main character in this case, the once. To see if there was any sign of who had been in here, I saw a pile of old newspapers in one. A bit louder nothing. Then the doorknob jerked with force. I watched it twist left and right. Something was trying to open it. My heart hammered. I took 2 steps back, turned around and rushed down the stairs. My shoulders felt stiff and my stomach was in knots from that point on. I couldn't deny there was something in there. I didn't know if it was a person or something else. I decided to lock the attic door from the hallway side as well. So now there was a latch on the outside attic entrance and 2 locks on the door in the corner upstairs. It felt like overkill, but I didn't care. I couldn't sleep unless I knew everything was secure. My plan was to stay in the house until I could find a new place. I wasn't going to explore further, I just wanted to get through my lease without going insane. I avoided the attic after that. I ignored the noises as best I could. Some nights were quiet, which let me sleep a few hours. Other nights I heard muffled tapping or dragging sounds, once around 2 a.m. I thought I heard a faint cough, but I convinced myself I imagined it. I kept my distance, I paid my bills, worked my job, and tried to live a normal life. But every time I passed that hallway door, I felt a knot in my stomach. The idea of going up there again made my legs feel weak. I'd find any reason to avoid it. Once or twice friends came over. I never mentioned the act to them. I felt embarrassed. I could have asked them to help me investigate, but I didn't want to drag them into it. I also didn't want to explain why I was so freaked out about some old door, so I pretended everything was fine. We hung out downstairs, or in the backyard. I always kept the hallway door locked and told people I just hadn't gotten around to cleaning the attic. After a few months, I reached the point where I knew I had to move out. The tension was eating me alive. I'd jump at the sound of my own fridge cycling. My hands shook whenever I turned a doorknob. I started having nightmares about locked doors, so I found a cheaper place across town. It wasn't as nice, but I didn't care. I arranged the move quickly on moving day. I avoided the attic completely. I hired a couple of guys to handle my heavier furniture. I didn't even bring up the attic with them. I let them haul everything from the bedrooms and living room. I grabbed my last few boxes from downstairs. I was done by late afternoon. I stood in the empty living room, double-checking that I wasn't forgetting anything. The house felt silent, but also charged. Like the moment before a storm, the hallway door that led to the attic was still locked. I found myself staring at it, remembering the sounds of footsteps and the twisting doorknob. I felt a wave of relief knowing I was leaving. I stepped outside, locked the front door, and drove away. I never looked back. I haven't been inside that attic since I stayed in that house for only a few months in total, but it felt longer. Sometimes I still think about that locked door. I wonder if it ever opened. Part of me hopes that whoever lives there now never bothers to check. Another part of me can't help imagining the doorknob rattling in the dark, waiting for someone to turn it from the outside, and that's all I know. I never found out what was behind it, and I'm not sure I really want to know. My only advice is this: if you ever move into a place with an unused attic, make sure you really want to see what's up there before you open any locked doors, because once you do, it's hard to forget. I never expected that moving into my grandparents' old house would tear my family apart. We had always gotten along, my parents. My sister and I used to share everything. We ate dinner together, watched TV in the same room, and helped each other with small chores around the house. We bickered sometimes, but it never escalated. All that changed the day we packed up our belongings and moved into that creaky house my grandparents left us. That place seemed normal at first. It had wooden floors, tall windows, and a large living room, but the feeling inside was heavy. The air felt thick from the day we arrived. I remember walking into the foyer with a box of plates. My arms hurt from carrying it. My sister was behind me with a few blankets. She complained about the dust in the corners. My mom was trying to open stuck windows, and my dad was messing with lamp that kept buzzing when he turned it on. At first, I chalked everything up to the house being old and neglected. There was a musty smell near the closet and some floorboards squeaked loudly. None of that alarmed me. Old houses have quirks. I sat down my box and wiped the sweat from my forehead. My shirt felt damp. The sun was bright outside, but inside the light seemed dim and almost grayish. I shook off the discomfort, thinking it was just my imagination. During the first week, we tried to settle in my Back and forth, hour after hour, I couldn't rest either. I heard soft creaks from the staircase at random intervals. I got up and checked a couple of times. I found nothing, but each time I stood there feeling a heavy weight in my chest. My heartbeat seemed so loud in my own ears. One evening, after a heated argument with my father about the misplaced toolbox, I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. My throat felt dry and tight. I noticed a whispering sound near the kitchen window. It was close to the sink. I froze in front of the sink, my hand gripping the faucet handle. The whispering was steady, like two people talking under their breath. I heard a faint hiss. My scalp tingled and my eyes started tearing up. Not from sadness, but from raw tension. My breathing became shallow. I wanted to move away from that spot, but my legs felt heavy. I forced myself to turn around and flick on the overhead light. The sound stopped abruptly. I just stood there, my hand shaking as I held the glass of water. I downed the water in one gulp and went straight to my bedroom without a word. My mom tried to ignore everything. She was in denial about the voices and the slamming doors, but even she started showing signs of anxiety. She lost weight. She ate less. My father acted gruff and impatient. He yelled at small inconveniences. He banged his F on the table. If dinner was late, my sister was on edge, snapping at me. If I asked a simple question, I felt it too. I caught myself glaring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, my shoulders tense, my fists clenched. The mirror was old with some spots of discoloration, and I hated looking at my own face in it. I didn't like who I was becoming. One afternoon, I decided to check the attic my grandparents used to store random stuff up there, but I hadn't been inside since we moved in. I climbed the narrow staircase and felt the air become stale and hot. My shirt stuck to my back. The attic was dimly lit by a small window on the far side. I saw old trunks boxes and furniture covered in dusty sheets. Each step I took made the wooden boards gran. I tried to find anything that might explain the strange noises or flickering lights. Maybe there was a wiring panel up there or some rodents messing with the insulation. I poked around carefully, lifting sheets and opening boxes. I found nothing unusual except for a few family mementos, old photo albums, out-of clothes, and some letters my grandparents kept. I felt a twinge of guilt reading the letters without permission, so I put them back. The smell of stale air made me cough. I noticed an odd silence in the attic, as if everything outside had vanished. No wind, no voices, no footsteps. I felt calmer up there, but also uneasy. My heart beat faster. The longer I stayed, I couldn't see any reason for the events happening downstairs. I left the attic feeling frustrated as the weeks passed. The house affected me more and more. I started having trouble focusing on work. I felt exhausted, even after a full night's sleep. My muscles felt stiff. Sometimes I woke up sweating, heart pounding. I dreamed about hearing those whispers right against my ear in the dream. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then I would wake up in a panic. My mouth felt dry and my pillow was damp from sweat. My sister complained about similar nightmares. She said she dreamt about doors slamming over and over. My mom avoided talking about any dreams, but I noticed her hand shaking when she poured coffee in the morning. We were all on edge one night. My father lost his temper when the hallway light went out. He stomped around the living room muttering curses. I tried to talk to him, but he ignored me. My sister brushed past me with an annoyed look. I felt heat rising in my face. My father and sister started yelling at each other over some missing remote control. I didn't care about the remote. I just wanted some peace. My chest felt tight. My arms trembled with anger I couldn't place. I wanted to punch a wall or break something. My mother stood by the stairs watching us. Her eyes were wide and she looked small in her nightgown. She said nothing. I left the living room and went outside, slamming the front door behind me. Outside, the air felt crisp and cool. I stood on the porch trying to calm down. My heart pounded in my ears. I looked through the window into the living room. The chandelier light flickered again. I saw it go dark for a moment. Then brighten. My sister and father were still arguing. My head ached and I inhaled deeply for a second. I wondered if the house was doing this to us. I never believed in haunted houses or curses, but everything felt wrong. It wasn't just the arguments, it was the constant sense of someone watching. Bedroom door was closed. I opened it and the mirror on the dresser was tilted. It looked like it had been pushed forward. My books were on the floor. Nobody else was upstairs at the time. My arm shook as I picked the books up. My mind raced with questions I couldn't answer when we finally decided to move out. I felt relief and anger at the same time. We packed in a hurry, shoving our things into boxes. We barely spoke to each other. My father refused to talk about anything. Supernatural, he just wanted to leave. My mother cried at random intervals, but she never explained why my sister stayed silent carrying boxes out to the car. I kept my thoughts to myself. My heart still pounded at every small noise on the last day as I walked through each room to check if we forgot anything. I felt this heavy weight in my gut. The house seemed darker, even though the sun was shining outside. The silence inside felt suffocating. I half expected to hear that whispering again, but there was nothing, just the creaking floorboards under my feet. We drove away, each of us lost in our own thoughts. None of us look back even now. Whenever I think about that old house, I feel a rush of anger and sadness. My shoulders tense up. My jaw clenches. I get a dull ache in my temples. It's like that place drained every bit of warmth from us. We haven't visited it again. My parents talk about selling it. My sister refuses to discuss it. Sometimes I recall the faint voices I heard in the kitchen. I can still feel that cold spot on the back of my neck. I can still see the chandelier flickering out of the corner of my eye. Those memories make my stomach tighten. I don't know if there was a logical explanation. I only know how it felt to live there and how my family changed in those weeks that house brought out the worst in us, and I'm grateful I don't have to set foot in it again. I found the apartment on a Monday afternoon. I was scrolling through listings. Not expecting much, most places looked run down or way too expensive. Then I saw this ground floor apartment in an old mansion. The ad said it was newly renovated with decent rent, and in a quiet neighborhood it seemed like a good deal. I drove over to check it out the next day. The building was older than I expected, but the outside looked solid. The landlord greeted me at the front door and walked me through the long hallway. We reached the apartment, which took up the entire left side of the ground floor. The rooms were big and the floors were made of old polished wood. The ceilings were high despite being old. The place felt sturdy. The landlord told me the upstairs units were vacant, but he planned to rent them out soon. I liked the vibe. It didn't feel creepy at first. It felt like I was stepping into something classic. I signed the lease and moved in a week later for the first month. Everything was good. I hear normal house sounds at night. Pipes rattling a bit. Maybe the wind outside the windows were large, so I got plenty of light during the day. At night, it was quiet. I worked at a small design firm, so I usually came back after upstairs, but it was locked from the inside. I didn't have a key to that part of the house. Apparently, it was a separate space. I listened at the door. Silence. I went back to my apartment and tried to sleep. My mind raced. I imagined squatters or someone sneaking in, but it didn't make sense. The landlord seemed on top of things, and the mansion was locked up at night. A week passed, and the sounds continued. Every couple of nights, they weren't super loud, but they were distinct. I asked a couple of friends to come over and hang out. I wanted someone else to hear the footsteps. We had dinner, chatted, and waited. It got late. One friend decided to crash on the couch around 2 in the morning. We heard it. Thump, thump, thump. Followed by a scraping noise. My friend shot up from the couch. He looked at me with wide eyes. I felt relieved that someone else witnessed it. We tiptoed to the front hallway and tried to see if we could spot anything upstairs. Through the banister, the hallway light was on, but the staircase was dark. We didn't see any movement. The sound stopped after a few moments. My friend said it sounded like a person walking around. I told him that the landlord insisted no one was up there. A few days later, something else happened. I woke up in the morning and found all my kitchen cabinets open. Not just cracked open, but fully wide. The plates and cups inside were still in place, but every door was open. I stood there confused before I closed them all. I tried to think if I might have left them open somehow, but I never do that. I told myself maybe I forgot to close them after putting the dishes away the night before, but I was sure I hadn't done that. That same day, I got home from work around 7, the cabinets were closed. Like normal, I took a shower, watched some TV, and went to bed around 11. When I got up the next morning, all of them were open again. The drawers were open too. At that point, I felt my stomach twist. I had no explanation for it. Showed it to my closest friend. He got quiet and said that it looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Over the next few days, I kept hearing the footsteps. It was never consistent, but they usually happened after midnight. The cabinet incidents continued too. I stopped trying to record them because it just stressed me out more. I couldn't find a rational explanation, and it felt like the more I focused on it, the worse I slept. I started double-checking every lock in the apartment. I even stacked a few boxes against the kitchen cabinets, hoping to catch someone in the ACT, but nothing changed. The boxes stayed in place, but the cabinet still opened sometimes. As I walked from the kitchen to the hallway, I felt a pressure on my shoulders. My arms would get goosebumps, and I'd feel my stomach tense up. There was this oppressive feeling in the air, like the atmosphere got thicker. When I'd look around, I'd see a flicker of movement near the stairs. My heart would hammer and I'd step forward, but then I'd realize there was nothing there. At least, nothing I could see straight on. I decided to check the upstairs again on my own. I asked the landlord if I could borrow the key just to inspect the place. He was hesitant, but he let me take it for the day. I waited until it was still bright outside. I climbed the stairs. The second floor was large, with several empty rooms connected by a long corridor. The floors creaked a bit. Light came in through tall windows. I checked every corner. Feeling the wood floor under my feet, it didn't feel spooky during the day, but I did notice the temperature was a bit lower than downstairs. I didn't see any footprints or signs of squatting. I opened closets, tested windows, and tapped on the walls. I didn't discover anything unusual. It was just an empty space with dust and a faint musty smell. That night I tried to sleep early. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a loud bang from above. I jerked awake, my heart racing, and grabbed my phone. I turned on my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. It felt freezing. I was wearing just a t-shirt and boxers, but the cold felt sharper than usual. I stood in the hallway, shining my phone's light at the door. To the upstairs, I heard what sounded like furniture scraping again. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. Then everything went quiet. I took a few steps closer. The door was still locked. I felt the handle. It was ice cold. I waited, pressing my ear to the door. Nothing. I walked back to my bedroom, my hands shaking a bit. I didn't sleep much after that. Over the next week, the cabinet incidents didn't happen as often, but I still found them open on 2 separate mornings. Once I found a chair in my living room. It shifted about a foot away from the wall. My front door was locked and the windows were locked, so I couldn't figure out how it moved. I kept feeling a strange presence near the hallway. At night, I tried inviting friends over again, but most of them were spooked after hearing my stories. One friend came and we both sat in the living room with all the lights on. Until around midnight, we heard a faint scraping upstairs, but it didn't last long. He suggested I might want to move out. I was starting to think the same thing. I gave it another couple of weeks, hoping the landlord would figure something out. He had a contractor come check for structural problems or rodents. They found nothing. I was out of explanations. My sleep suffered. I'd wake up multiple times a night, sometimes sweating, sometimes just alert and expecting to hear something. I developed a habit of flipping on every light switch when I got home from work. The apartment that once felt comfortable now felt tense. The final straw was a night when I returned from the grocery store and found every cabinet door in the kitchen open. Yet again, my living room chair was facing the hallway, like someone had turned it in that direction. I stood there feeling my chest tightened and my ears started ringing. I waited, listening. The place was silent, but I felt certain I was not alone. I locked the front door, set my groceries on the floor, and walked around flipping lights on as I approached the hallway. I saw that same dark shape in the corner of my eye. It moved toward the stairs. I turned my head quickly, but it was gone. I stood there, my heart racing. My hands were shaking. That moment felt like a breaking point. I couldn't stay calm in my own home anymore. I called the landlord that night and said I was moving out as soon as possible. I gave him my notice and started looking for a new place right away. Within a week, I had packed my stuff and left on my last day. I heard those footsteps one more time in the afternoon. It sounded like slow, heavy steps up. Never forget the feeling of being watched or how the air felt cold and heavy. Whenever I walked into that hallway, moving out was the only thing that made sense. I wanted to sleep through the night without the sound of furniture dragging above my head. I wanted to come home and not feel my pulse. Spiked the moment I opened the door. That's all I can tell you. It was an apartment that seemed perfect at first, but after that second month, I couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes I still wonder if anyone ever rented the upstairs. I haven't gone back to find out. I felt something was off. The first time I stepped into that old two-story place, the floors creaked under my boots and the walls looked discolored in weird ways. I told myself it was just age and poor maintenance. I even convinced myself that old buildings have character, but I couldn't ignore the tightness in my stomach whenever I walked into the main bedroom closet. It felt wrong. It smelled musty and stale, like nobody had opened it for years. And the moment I decided to rip off some of the flaky paint, I discovered those scribbled words. They were jagged, uneven lines of text in a corner. It looked like someone had pressed a pencil or maybe a small piece of charcoal into the wall. At first, I only caught random phrases like "no times it hurts" and "lock the sentences" didn't make sense. They were full of broken grammar, repeated words, and smudges, but the emotion was there, pumping out of those lines: fear, pain, confusion. And then it stopped abruptly, like whoever wrote them got dragged away or forced to leave. I'm not a superstitious guy. I never believed in curses or spirits, but those words made me uneasy. They got stuck in my mind. I tried to brush it off. I thought maybe a squatter got into the house before I bought it. It's an old property after all. People sneak in sometimes, and maybe they left those messages, but I saw no footprints in the dust on the floor, and nothing pointed to a break-in, no broken windows, no forced locks. I even checked the front door's deadbolt. Everything looked original and undisturbed. I tried to move on. I wanted that closet to look normal. So I scraped away the rest of the paint. My arms got sore from the repetitive motion. Tiny paint chips and dust stuck to my clothes. A chill ran down my arms, even though it was warm in the room. Every so often, I glanced at those words, half expecting them to change when I wasn't looking. They stayed the same, but the feeling that somebody had stood right there, somebody in distress, wouldn't leave me when I finally removed all the loose paint. I stared at the bare PL after the scribbles were more extensive than I first saw. There were lines on top of lines, like the person kept trying to rewrite the same phrases in different ways. Some letters were carved into the drywall. Other parts looked rubbed away or scratched off. I didn't make sense of them. It was a mess. But I picked out words like trapped, it's cold, and something that might have been help my throat went dry. I caught myself tapping my foot on the floor, anxious. Then I froze when I realized I wasn't sure why I felt so jumpy. I called a local painting crew to handle the closet. I didn't want to stand in there anymore. I stayed out and let them do their job. They arrived the next morning, 5 of them all in paint-stained clothes and carrying brushes, rollers, and ladders. I heard them joking around about old houses. One of the guys said he'd seen writing on walls before in abandoned places. Another laughed and asked if the place was haunted. They chuckled. I didn't. I kept quiet. I just wanted the words covered and out of sight. About an hour later, I heard banging around in the closet, so I walked down the hall to see if they needed anything. One of the painters came out looking a little uneasy. He said he heard noises in the wall like shuffling, scratching, or movement. He asked if there were rats. I told him I wasn't sure, but I hadn't seen any droppings or chewing anywhere else. He shrugged and went back in, but before he did, I heard him say something about it. Sounding too deliberate, like somebody tapping from the inside. I felt a knot in my gut at that, but I tried to stay calm. Old pipes can knock wood, can creak. You can hear all kinds of weird echoes in a place that's been standing for decades. They primed and painted the closet walls. It took them the rest of the day. the smell of paint got heavy in the house, so I opened the windows. I heard fans whirring. The guys wrapped up around 5 p.m. One of them shook my hand and said the job was done, but recommended I get a professional to check for pests or leaks behind those walls. He said it still sounded off to him. I nodded and paid them. I walked back into the bedroom. After they left the closet, it looked fresh with smooth light gray paint. No sign of those scribbles, but when I stepped in, I felt a shiver like a sudden draft. My eyes watered from the paint fumes, but I also felt a sting of anxiety. I turned around and walked out, telling myself. I moved toward the shelves, taking slow steps. Phone raised. I tried to breathe. Steady, my boot scraped against the concrete. I reached the E. We're not limited to this brass instrument with a strong and extroverted personality. Jennifer broke stereotypes and expectations by participating in traditionally male sports, such as baseball. She also loved hiking nature and animals. Her parents divorced when she was just 12 years old. Her mother kept the big blue house where the family lived, so all 3 siblings stayed with her. Jen finished high school at Hiron High School, and after graduation she enrolled at Augustana College in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Although their parents did not raise them with religious values, it was a Lutheran school, a Protestant denomination of Christianity. According to future statements by her father, his daughter converted to this faith and was baptized as an adult. Jen did not stay at Augustana University for long in 1999. When she was 20 years old, she transferred to Northern State University in Aberdeen, a city located in Washington State. It was on this new campus that she met Sarah Gangler, a girl her age who was studying the same major and with whom she fell madly in love. Sarah Margaret Gangler was born on April 8, 1979 in Big Stone City, a small town next to the lake with the same name in South Dakota. Depending on the source, her birthplace is also listed as Ortonville, Minnesota. Like Jen, Sarah was the eldest daughter in her family, although in her case she had 3 younger siblings instead of 2. Little is known about Sarah's life, except that she was a student at Ortonville High School and continued her higher education at the University of Minnesota. She later transferred to Northern State University, where she met Jen. They both majored in elementary education, with Sarah minoring in special education. It was within the classroom that their love blossomed in the first few years of their relationship while still living in South Dakota. Jen and Sarah hid their relationship from friends and family for fear of being judged and losing the affection of some people in 2004. Sarah, who had completed her studies 2 years earlier, and Jen, who had dropped out of college, moved to the city of Alexandria, Minnesota. Unfortunately, their fear became a reality when they decided to reveal their relationship to their loved ones that year, causing many to distance themselves or cut off contact altogether. A year later, in 2005, Sarah petitioned a local court to change her legal name to Sarah Margaret Hart. Since at that time same-sex marriage was legal only in the state of Massachusetts, sharing her partner's last name was a symbolic legal union. Both wanted to be mothers, so in 2006, while pursuing a permanent adoption, they were foster parents to a 15-year-old girl for less than 12 months after that. They took the teenager for a routine psychological consultation and never returned for her. It was the therapist who informed her that she would no longer live with the couple years later. This young woman publicly opened up about her relationship with her foster parents and revealed that she had been assured she would have a home with them until she came of age. She also denied allegations the women made about her, such as always eating out of the house garbage. Among other things, in 2006, just a week after leaving the teenager, Jen and Sarah adopted 3 children: Marcus, Hannah, and Abigail, born in 1998, 2002, and 2003, respectively. All 3 were biological siblings from Texas. Jen was very active on the internet. She documented her life on social media, especially after quitting her job to become a full-time mom, in a post she made shortly after adopting the siblings. She wrote about her first night in this new role. She described the children's attitudes, portraying them as dirty, messy, and clumsy. She confessed that although she knew it would be the most difficult challenge of her life, she felt a responsibility to care for them and help them improve as people. Although having 3 children was already a significant burden for the couple, in 2008 they decided to reapply to adoption agencies to further expand their family of 5. In June of that same year, they adopted 3 more children, Devont Jeremiah and Sierra Mija, who was renamed Sierra. They were also siblings born between 2002 and 2005 in Houston, Texas. Sherry Davis, their biological mother, was substance addicted, so in August 2006 she lost custody of them and a 4th brother, Dante, whom the Harts did not take, and due to behavioral problems, Devont, Jeremiah, and Sierra were under the care of their paternal Aunt Priscilla Celestin, who was ordered by the court not to allow her nephews to have any contact with Shear. However, Priscilla broke this rule when she had to work double shifts and turned to her sister-in-law for help. Unfortunately, a social worker discreetly evaluating the situation reported this violation shortly after that. The 3 children were placed in an orphanage and Priscilla was prohibited from applying for permanent custody at that point. The money she earned was far from enough. Therefore, Kodo came up with the idea of insurance fraud again. This time, he targeted Toshi. Turned on the punishment. The allegations of this type of behavior didn't stop there. In 2012, a nurse at Hannah's school reported that the young girl had told her she hadn't eaten anything all day when the Harts were confronted about this. Sarah simply said that her daughter was just trying to get attention. In the fall of that same year, Sarah moved to Portland for work while Jen stayed in West Lynn with the children. This arrangement lasted for 6 months until April 2013, when the family reunited, this time in the city of Portland, also in the state of Oregon, following the Woodland teacher's complaint. And during the last move, the couple withdrew all their children from the public school system to homeschool them. Although it is not illegal to do this, there are certain procedures and requirements that the U.S. government requires parents to follow, such as registering the change with the appropriate school district. In addition, homeschooled children are required to take standardized tests. This failure to comply with the law was reported to the authorities by an unknown person, so an investigation was reopened on the family. Detectives assigned to the case were tasked with interviewing each of the family members. Friends and acquaintances, these interviews helped uncover what was going on inside the Hart home. Testimonies from close friends agreed that Jen and Sarah seemed to be very firm when it came to disciplining their children. The list of prohibitions was extensive, ranging from manners at dinner to asking permission to speak. That same year, Oregon police received even more reports alleging that the children were severely malnourished. This allegation was analyzed by a doctor who assured them that although they did have some growth problems and were underweight, their lives were not in danger. During the interviews conducted with Jen and Sarah, the women repeatedly stated that all the legal problems they had had during the previous years were caused by social prejudice towards them and their children, since they were not a conventional family. Additionally, the 6 children did not confirm whether new episodes of domestic violence had occurred for these reasons. The investigation was terminated after the authorities failed to reach any conclusions. In 2014, the family went viral on the internet. Sarah and Jen had taken their children to an anti-racism protest in Portland, which was packed with law enforcement officials to contain the situation. The protest had been called after the court decided not to convict a white police officer who had taken the life of an unarmed African-American man for weeks. A picture of Devont hugging a white police officer circulated internationally with the caption, "The hug shared around the world." Although the picture was seen as an act of peace and progress in relation to racial violence, Alex Rittinger, a journalist who witnessed the moment live, SED doubts among the audience about the nature of the hug, according to Alex. Moments before Devont approached the police officer, he saw Sarah and Jen convincing the child to do so, giving the impression that the child's tears were from fear rather than emotion. This event completely changed the Harts' lives as they began to receive an overwhelming amount of recognition. However, the public's responses were not all positive. The family received threats in the mail and strange phone calls from unknown numbers. Jen even confessed to a close friend that someone was after them and lurking around their house. For this reason, they decided to move from West Lynn to Woodland, Washington. In August 2017, in this new town, they got a big house where they had a farm, planting different kinds of vegetables and raising goats and chickens. This last relocation marked the beginning of the end for the Hart family. Shortly after settling into their new home, something disturbing happened at 1:30 a.m. Hannah, then 16 years old, jumped out of her bedroom window on the second floor of the house and ran to her neighbors. Bruce and Dana DeCal's home. According to the couple's statements, the teenager was desperate as she begged them not to let her return home, claiming her mothers were not only racist but also mistreated her and her 5 siblings. Within minutes, Jen and Sarah went to pick her up. Jen assured Bruce and Dana that Hannah's behavior was due to her biological mother being bipolar and using drugs during her pregnancy. Jen also had her daughter apologize to the couple, and the young girl left them a small note on the door. The next day, Hannah wasn't the only one of the 6 teens to turn to the DeCals for help in March 2018. Several months after the first incident, Devant asked Dana for food and made her promise not to tell their mothers. At first, the boy was not looking for much food, but as time went on, he would visit his neighbor with more specific requests, mostly for non-perishable food. Dana, who in the last weeks had gotten close to Devant, had the idea that the Yamaguchi, the defendant Reiko Yamaguchi, must bear primary responsibility for the murder of Yamaguchi. Toshitaka, both defendants are equally responsible. They committed the crime together. Siblings were preparing to run away. In later statements, the woman assured that every time the boy came to her house, she sat down to talk to him to gather as much information as possible and make a well-founded complaint to the Washington State Department of Social and Health Services, DSHS. After Daunt's 10th visit, the boy told Dana to leave the food in a box on the fence separating the 2 houses. Although he never explained why, again, the DeCals had the feeling that the Hart family situation had worsened. It was because of this that they finally decided to make the report to DSHS, which sent Child Protective Services officers to the Hart's home on March the 23rd, 2018. After repeatedly ringing the doorbell, the authorities left the site, leaving a communication card on the car windshield parked in front of the house. What was even stranger to Dana was that minutes before the officers arrived, she saw the other family car pull into the parking lot of the home on Monday, March 26, 2018. Sarah's co-worker asked the emergency number to perform a welfare check at her home, as the woman hadn't shown up for work and they hadn't been able to get in touch with her that same day. A family friend named Cheryl, who shares the last name Hart with the couple, called 911 to report that she hadn't heard from Sarah in 2 days. 2 officers went to the Hart home again. No one answered the door, but the officers noticed that one of the vehicles was missing from the parking lot. A few hours later, a policeman visited the house again with the same result. There was no response. Meanwhile, the emergency hotline received a call from a German tourist who reported that a van had overturned on a cliff in Fort Bragg, California. The vehicle at the end of the cliff, a GMC XL Yukon, belonged to Jennifer and Sarah Hart. When California authorities arrived on the scene, they found the life bodies of Marcus Abigail and Jeremiah in the water near the vehicle. Once the vehicle was removed, they discovered the 2 women still sitting in their seats. On the other hand, there was no sign of the 3 missing children, Devin, Hannah, and Sierra. The autopsy results of the 5 bodies revealed that Sarah and her children had dihydramine in their blood, a drug with sedative qualities. Thanks to the toxicological examination, it was found that Jen's alcohol levels were much higher than those legally allowed for driving. From then on, the investigation moved forward quickly for days. After the accident, police obtained a search warrant to search the family's Washington home. Police reports showed that the Hart house was perfectly tidy. This might seem normal, but considering 6 teenagers were living there, it was strange to think that the rooms were so neat. Joe Swinson, one of the detectives assigned to the case, described that he didn't see any toys or any type of entertainment device, only board games in the living room. Additionally, the investigator explained that it was almost impossible to determine which room belonged to which child. Unlike Jen and Sarah's bedroom, their children's bedrooms lacked personalization. One detail that disturbed Joe was the presence of empty picture frames hanging on the walls, as if they had been purchased and forgotten to be filled. The evidence collected during this search included a laptop and a tablet. The technology specialists who analyzed the devices found in the web browser history 2 searches made from Z's account that completely changed the course of the investigation. The first was about animal shelters that do not euthanize rescued dogs. The second, which was the most shocking, was related to dihydramine. Sarah also searched about death by drowning. From that moment on, the authorities ruled out the possibility that the crash had been a simple accident. so a jury of 14 forensic doctors unanimously established that it was murder and voluntary death. A team of accident reconstruction specialists analyzed the information stored in the van's operating system. Thanks to this data, it was possible to determine that the vehicle stopped just before changing its direction towards the cliff, where it fell accelerating during that last stretch. This revelation confirmed that Jen, who was behind the wheel at the time of the crash, drove her entire family to a fatal end. Additionally, experts were able to reconstruct the route the family traveled during their sudden trip, which extended through Idaho, New Orleans, and finally California. Although investigators had succeeded in clearing up an important part of the case, the mystery of Devont, Hannah, and Sierra's whereabouts remained unsolved, while the absence of the bodies might indicate that the teens were not inside the vehicle. At the time of the crash, authorities said they had sufficient reason to believe that was not the case. A large search operation was conducted, mobilizing a team of 80 people in the area near the scene. It wasn't until Sunday, April 8th, that Sierra's remains were. Was a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, which had been fired 10 times and was now empty. A nearby spare magazine, also for 10 rounds, contained only one remaining bullet ballistics analysis. Later confirmed that this was the murder weapon. The crime scene was so horrific. In Prague had 1 million euros, reflecting a profit increase of at least 25 times. Exact. Finally discovered on a beach north of the cliff for days past with no sign of Devont and Hannah, so the police authorized a search of the family home grounds with dogs specialized in detecting human remains. Unfortunately, they were unable to find anything. Sometime later, a human foot washed up on the shore where Jen crashed the van. DNA tests revealed that the foot belonged to a female, making it very likely that it belonged to Hannah. However, the comparison between the genetic sample and that of their biological siblings was inconclusive. To this day, the California State Police continue to search for Hannah's relatives in the hope that one day they will be able to determine if the remains found belonged to her. Daunt's body was never located. The mystery surrounding this case still captures the attention of many. Some theorize that Devont and Hannah were not in the accident, but that their mothers ended their lives beforehand. Others claim that the two siblings ran away on their own. The unanswered questions are many. The most important may be why Jennifer and Sarah Hart decided to the lives of their entire family. Although we will never know what happened during the investigation period, the police interviewed Sarah's co-worker, who provided testimony according to this person whose identity was kept anonymous. Sarah once confessed to them that she wished someone had told her that not having a big family was okay because then they wouldn't have adopted the 6 children. Although the fate of the 2 minors is unknown, the Messino County Sheriff's Department officially closed the case and released the declassified files in 2019. This terrible story and the dramatic end that the 6 teenagers suffered after years of abuse highlighted the failures of the child protection system in the United States and the flaws of a society where prejudice, racism, and bigotry still prevail. They also reveal the indifference of those who, even upon seeing the signs, didn't act forcefully to rescue the children and prevent this tragedy, about which there are still more doubts than certainties. Saint Story 5. The Forbidden Love Between Teacher and Student. A tragic unfolding of events. This is the first time in American criminal cases that the trial was broadcast live in its entirety. Every audience member wanted to know the final outcome, whether the individuals involved were victims or the masterminds behind the case. This case shocked America. At the time, it involved a marriage, a love affair, a lie, and a tragedy. Even though the court reached a judgment, the truth seemed even more elusive. How many dirty secrets did they have between them? On May 1st, 1990, a horrible incident shattered the tranquility of Derry, New Hampshire. Pamela sprinted towards the neighbor house, banging frantically on the door, then collapsed on the ground, crying hysterically when the neighbors asked what had happened. Pamela couldn't articulate herself properly and pointed towards her own home. A few minutes later, police officers arrived to find Pamela sitting on the neighbor steps, trembling all over as she looked up at the officers. Trying to herself, she told them there was a burglar in her home. The officers immediately armed themselves and cautiously approached the scene upon opening the door. There was no movement inside, but at the end of the first floor corridor lay a man, Pamela standing behind. The officers immediately let out a scream, "Oh my God, that's my husband, Gregory." The police officers immediately called an ambulance, but it was already too late. The room looked messy, with items that were originally on the table scattered all over the floor. The drawers of the wardrobe were all open, and Pamela quickly realized that her jewelry was missing strangely. There were no signs of forced entry, just the back door open. It was uncertain whether the burglars forgot to close it while escaping or if the door was originally left open, giving them an opportunity to break in. Additionally, the police's response time was 10 p.m. Burglars normally wouldn't choose to take the risk at this time because most people are not asleep. Yet, considering Pamela was emotionally unstable, the detectives started to question the neighbors' Dreest. The neighbors mentioned that only the young couple, Pamela and Gregory, lived in the house. Pamela, the teacher, was born and raised in Miami. Her father was a pilot and her mother was a housewife. When Pamela was in the 8th grade, the family moved to this state and settled. Not far from the crime scene, Pamela was an outgoing person and had a wide range of interests. She was a cheerleading captain in high school and dabbled in heavy metal music after enrolling in a university in Florida. She also became a radio host on campus during Christmas. In 1986, Pamela returned from Florida and met Gregory at a party. He was handsome and had long hair. They fell in love at first sight, and their relationship quickly blossomed. Gregory followed Pamela to Florida, and they stayed home soon after they had children, one every 2 years, and eventually they had 3 children. This clearly showed that Jai was committed to making the marriage work. Rhythm echoing behind me. I climbed the steps slowly. My knees felt stiff. I pushed open the door to the main floor and closed it. Finally moved back to this state. After Pamela graduated in 1988, Pamela applied for a job in the university's administration department, mainly organizing social events and external communications. Later, she also started her own photography course, teaching students how to use photography equipment for video production. Gregory then started working in insurance sales and even shaved off his long hair as everything gradually fell into place. On May 7th, 1989, 21-year-old Pamela and 23-year-old Gregory officially got married. They moved into the scene of today's crime, appearing to be a harmonious couple, and even planning to have a child in the near future. It was only 6 days until their first wedding anniversary at this point, and they had been hosting parties. Every now and then to celebrate in the recent weeks, all the parties were lively, and nobody expected the sudden accident involving Gregory around 2 a.m. on May 2nd, 1990. About 4 hours after the incident, Pamela said she could now control her emotions and needed to talk to a detective. Even though this was beyond the police's working hours, the detectives did not refuse, hoping to solve the case quickly. Pamela said that she went to school early on May 1st for an administrative meeting she had to attend. She called her husband Gregory around 3 p.m., telling him she needed to work late that evening and that he should sort out dinner himself. Pamela got off work around 9 p.m. and arrived home around 10. There were no lights on at the house, which was very unusual. She remembered that the front door was unlocked when she pushed the door open. She saw a figure at the end of the corridor and found the living room in a mess. Realizing that her home had been burgled, she couldn't tell if the culprit was still in the house, so she quickly ran to the neighbor for help. She was extremely scared and her mind was blank. When the detective asked if the figure she saw was her husband lying down, Pamela replied without hesitation that she felt he had been hit by something. The detective then asked if she thought the burglar could be someone they knew, or if they knew Gregory. Pamela thought for a moment and said her husband was into gambling, but whether this had led to debts was unknown. The conversation ended after an hour, and the detective asked Pamela to go back and rest properly, suggesting that she could stay with her parents as it was safer on May 4th. 3 days after the incident, Gregory's funeral took place. As scheduled, Pamela broke down, once again needing to be held up by her mother and sister as she left the church. The whole community showed up that day, feeling sorry and wondering who the perpetrator could be. The detectives visited Pamela a second time. Later, they mentioned that this case was quite peculiar. The crime scene was a mess, but Gregory's wallet and credit cards were still at home. His wedding ring was also left untouched, which is not typical of a robbery. According to the forensic examination, Gregory's main cause of death was a .38 caliber bullet to his head, leading to speculation that the motive was personal rather than financial gain. Over the past 2 days, the police have investigated Gregory's connections, including his gambling and other activities, but have not found anything suspicious. Pamela was somewhat resistant to this. She said she believed in her own eyes and intuition, and the police investigation showed no underlying motive behind the murder of Gregory, which meant it was an unplanned burglary. The reason the thief did not take the money and escaped quickly was that she happened to return home at that time after leaving the police station. Pamela immediately called a local station and told the reporters that she was willing to be interviewed 5 days after the incident on May 6th. Pamela was interviewed at home by the station. She looked well presented and dressed beautifully. After briefly describing her and her husband's past, she went to the kitchen, took out a very delicate cake from the refrigerator, and suddenly smashed it with a fork, choking up as she spoke to the camera. On this day a year ago, I was facing one of the happiest days of my life at the beginning of our future together, and today I have to wake up and realize that there is no future for us. There's a future for me, but not for us. After seeing the news, the detectives warned Pamela that she shouldn't be impulsive as it could tip the criminals off. But Pamela believed that the detectives were trying to cover up the case, and the only way for her to pressure the police was by speaking up 2 weeks after the incident. On May 14th, 1990, the police received an anonymous call from someone claiming to work at an Italian restaurant. They overheard their part-time colleague Cecilia and her friends discussing a plot where a woman was trying to kill her husband. This Cecilia happened to be Pamela's student a week later. Later, the detectives visited Cecilia at her home in a rather rundown. Her parents advised her to think about their 3 children and try to salvage the relationship. Diali stayed in China for 2 years, living mostly with her parents. Town Cecilia, being 15 years old, was accompanied by her parents. Throughout the conversation, she explained that she had chosen Pamela's photography course in 1989, dreaming of becoming a journalist. Cecilia was fascinated by the young and beautiful Pamela, as well as her rich life experiences and in-depth knowledge of communication studies, but she did not understand the plot at all. Cecilia stayed at Pamela's house for a week at the end of April and was well taken care of by Pamela and her husband. This piece of information caught the attention of the investigators on the second day of the incident. The investigators requested Pamela to list all the people who had entered her house in the past 2 weeks so that they could collect fingerprints at the scene to eliminate unrelated individuals during their investigation. Pamela listed many names, even the names of the water delivery personnel. But Cecilia's name was not on the list. Did Pamela forget? Or was she intentionally hiding something after they returned to the police station? The investigators began their work. They wanted to know if the anonymous informant was causing trouble or if Cecilia was lying. Another 2 weeks passed. On June 10th, a middle-aged man walked into the police station. His name was Lamb, and he claimed that he was in trouble. His son's friend told him that it was his gun from the cabinet that killed Gregory. He didn't believe it, so he checked it. The gun barrel was very clean, which was unusual since he usually fired a few shots for fun and never bothered to clean it. The barrel should have been dirty. He brought the weapon with him that day, hoping the police could investigate and clear his name, as he did not want to end up in jail for something he didn't do. The detectives carefully inspected the weapon and confirmed that its caliber ballistics matched those found at the crime scene. They were curious as to why Lamb's son's friend would know about this, so they found the informant. The informant said he was friends with Lamb's son Junior and 2 other local boys, Pete and Billy. He was very worried about these 3 because they often went against the rules. After he heard about the incident involving Miss Pamela's husband, he unintentionally overheard Junior saying he had cleaned up the tools. Therefore, he suspected this matter was related to Junior and his friends. The detectives were alarmed immediately as Junior, Pete, and Billy were still very young. Did they understand the consequences of their actions? Furthermore, Junior and Billy happened to be Pamela's students. Was there any secret among them? On June 11th, the media was tipped off and pointed their fingers at the 3 ignorant young men due to their age. The police kept the names of the 3 individuals confidential at that time and did not inform Pamela of anything. Pamela was extremely anxious, starting to ask around and beginning to complain that, as a victim, she was not getting first-hand details of the case. Perhaps Pamela had not yet realized that the police were deliberately avoiding her because while she was a victim, her behavior was puzzling her initial reaction. After entering the crime scene was to flee, and when she voluntarily came in for questioning in the middle of the night, despite being emotional, she could still vividly describe everything that happened on the day of the incident, down to every single detail, not even a week after the incident. She was frequently in the spotlight of the media, trying to craft an image of a broken woman throughout the entire process. She repeatedly emphasized that everything was done by the burglars. Afterward, she immediately took out her husband's life insurance, totaling $140,000. Her husband was only 24 years old. How many people buy life insurance at such a young age? Even more suspicious was the intricate connection between the reported Cecilia, the three young men suspected of handling weapons, and Pamela. The families of the three young men had hired lawyers for them during questioning. They all remained silent, so the detectives were trying to figure out where the breakthrough could be. They called Cecilia's mother and frankly said that Cecilia was classmates with the young men. If they knew something and decided not to speak out, now it would be too late once the truth came to light. The mother understood what the detectives meant. The next afternoon, she accompanied her daughter to the police station. Cecilia admitted to having a close relationship with these three boys. Pamela was their mentor who had taken them to shoot an advertisement for orange juice. She said that if the ad became popular, she would reward them with a trip to Disneyland, which was a huge incentive for young people in the small town. During this period, Billy and Pamela got closer. Cecilia saw them being intimate more than once. She couldn't remember the exact time, but Pamela once said, "Okay, kill my husband," and then in the U.S. In Wong's testimony, Mr. and M. Zhao were portrayed in a completely different light. He claimed that he accidentally shot his mother-in-law during a struggle and that he shot his father-in-law in self-defense. Small town. During this period, Billy and Pamela got closer. Cecilia saw them being intimate more than once. She couldn't remember the exact time, but Pamela once said, "Okay, kill my husband." And then the incident really happened. Cecilia called Pamela in front of the detectives, trying to find out who the killer was, or to make Pamela confess that she was the mastermind behind everything. However, Pamela was cautious on the phone and did not fall for the trap. The detective asked Cecilia to wear a listening device and go directly to Pamela's office to get her to speak in a private setting. Cecilia was very nervous on July 12th. She walked into Pamela's office, but because the signal wasn't stable, there was an issue with the device. Luckily, there was a backup recorder still functioning. Eventually, the police issued an arrest warrant for Pamela. Based on one sentence, she said, "Can this sentence ultimately convict her?" 3 months after the case occurred, on August 1st, 1991, Pamela was handcuffed. 2 weeks later, she was formally charged overnight. She went from a sad victim to a black widow. The media dug up more dirty secrets, saying that Pamela sent a seductive photo of herself in a white bikini to her student Billy, which caused his downfall on March 4th, 1992. 10 months after Gregory was killed, the trial with the 5 individuals involved started. The media requested full live coverage, and the judge agreed. This was unprecedented at the time, and the public was eager to find out the extent of their evil plot. The prosecution pointed out that the mastermind behind the heinous crime was Pamela. She used her identity as a teacher to get close to and successfully seduce a naive and impulsive student, Billy, who was 7 years younger than her after engaging in the twisted relationship. Pamela instigated Billy to get rid of her husband, Billy, involved 2 of his buddies, promising each $500 after the deed. However, Billy did not come from a rich family, and $1,000 was a large sum for him. Where did his money come from later? All 3 confessed at the end of January that they were tricked by the teacher. They claimed the entire incident was the most vivid lesson given by Pamela. The defense, however, smirked, saying things were not that simple. The prosecutor deliberately moved the cases of the 3 boys to adult court, indicating they would face sanctions beyond their age protection. However, at this time, the prosecutor also opposed a plea agreement that not only exempted them from the death penalty, but also set a maximum of 40 years of imprisonment. If they behaved well, they could be paroled after 12 years. This was actually a trap, an unfair trade, and the goal was to get Pamela convicted. According to the private detective's investigation, the criminal records of these 3 boys regarding juvenile delinquency were deliberately concealed. In fact, they had long been problematic and had committed robbery and burglary. So what, wasn't it kind of a joke to accuse an educated female teacher? Moreover, they had no substantial evidence. The prosecution stated that the 3 boys pleaded guilty without any dispute, and their accounts of the incident were exactly the same. So these testimonies were all legal and valid. Junior testified in court that he was supposed to go to the rental company to rent a car as planned with his grandmother that day, but his grandmother forgot about it, so it was Pamela who drove him to get the car. His accomplice Pete was also there, and on the way Pamela even mentioned having white furniture at home and using a gun to avoid dirtying the carpet. The defense attorney then asked Junior who he said good night to last night before going to bed and who he said good morning to early today. Junior replied it was Pete and Billy who were in the adjacent cell. The defense attorney caught on to this point, noting that during the months of detention they could have easily colluded to fabricate a flawless story. At this moment, the suspect Billy appeared in court. He claimed to have met Pamela during a photography project at school. Pamela liked rock and heavy metal music, which was also Billy's interest. They started talking and got to know each other around February 1993, months before the incident. Pamela had Cecilia pass him a note, and they had a secret meeting. Pamela asked, "Don't you want to kiss me?" Billy blushed, leaned in, and kissed her over the following weeks. Pamela would take Billy to watch explicit videos and pose seductively in a bathrobe. Pamela was the first woman in Billy's life. The next day, Pamela asked Billy to take care of her husband, saying that only by doing so could they be together and inherit everything, including the house car and insurance on the day of the incident. Pamela intentionally left the back gate of the backyard open before leaving home. Billy and Pete followed the plan since Gregory was not at home at that time they opened. After their headlights behind me, I pressed the gas pedal harder, trying not to break the speed limit. The drawer took some jewelry, messed up the house as much as possible, then hid quietly behind the gate, waiting for Gregory to return home. Upon Gregory's arrival, Junior and Peter rushed out to beat him up. Then Billy himself pulled the trigger using the gun stolen from Junior's father. Afterwards, someone named Raymond drove them away to make Billy's testimony more credible. The prosecutor also had Cecilia testify. Cecilia admitted that Pamela and Billy initially communicated through her. Pamela wrote in a letter, "Do you miss me? I think of you all the time." Cecilia witnessed inappropriate behavior between the 2 individuals in different settings multiple times. Pamela suggested doing things to her husband, which Cecilia thought was a joke. When Billy asked if she could help obtain a weapon, she even suggested something. Fortunately, it did not succeed. The prosecution summed up at this point, saying Pamela brainwashed Billy with her body, causing him to lose his way and ultimately be completely controlled by her, which was the most terrifying part of this case. The defense attorney strongly objected to this conclusion, acknowledging that Pamela did indeed cross boundaries with Billy, but Pamela had already proposed to break up with Billy, and it was Billy who couldn't let go, hence planning the murder of Pamela's husband. Furthermore, Cecilia had a unique position in the case. Her attire during the trial was paid for by the government, so was her testimony, also serving the government's interest. Cecilia claimed that she thought it was all a joke, yet she mentioned to Billy about an elderly couple at her workplace. The wife said she didn't like the weapons bought by her husband because they didn't feel right. So she always kept the weapons in her car and never carried them with her. Billy deliberately inquired about the type of car and its parking location and went to investigate. Fortunately, that day the husband had removed the weapons, proving that Cecilia's testimony was inconsistent. Why didn't she report to the police earlier? Because she was also afraid she was an accomplice, and now she's shifting all the blame onto Pamela. Trying to avoid jail time, the prosecution disclosed a segment of highly suspicious dialogue that Pamela uttered when Cecilia brought listening devices to her after the incident, Professional audio technicians transcribed this segment and distributed it to the judge and jury. Everyone read the transcript first and then listened to the recording. What Pamela said could be vaguely identified the prosecution. Finally revealed that Pamela had disclosed her husband Gregory's affair, which her husband himself admitted and begged Pamela to forgive him, promising such things would not happen again. Therefore, it could be implied that Pamela wanted revenge because of her husband's infidelity. The defense claimed that the audio had been processed by experts, but there was still significant noise interference intermittently. Moreover, this statement was out of context, and the transcriber likely listened to this recording with bias, so this recording was entirely insufficient to convict, and the reasoning for retaliating against the husband is purely hypothetical. Both defense and prosecution stuck to their guns, with no one willing to give in. Finally, Pamela made her appearance. She said that everyone in the room was viewing her with biases, but did anyone know that she was once on the edge of a mental breakdown, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably while sitting vigil, and even briefly suspecting her own student of orchestrating everything after hearing a news report. So when she spoke with Cecilia that day, she pretended to know everything she wanted to trick Cecilia into confessing, but her approach inadvertently offended the prosecution. Their selective use of information caused her harm for the second time. They were a group while she fought alone. After 11 days of trial, the jury reached a verdict after less than 3 days of deliberation, finding Pamela guilty of plotting and being an accomplice in the murder, as well as interference with a witness with 3 convictions. Pamela and her family could not bear it, as she was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Her life has been changed forever up until today. Pamela has yet to confess enduring high levels of anxiety and vigilance, in prison suffering from facial nerve damage inflicted by a fellow inmate in 1996. She has to take medication daily, especially during rainy or snowy weather when the pain intensifies. Despite her circumstances, she has earned 2 master's degrees in literature and legal studies in prison and has applied to become a member of an international women's organization aspiring to advocate for the rights of incarcerated women. In the meantime, the group of students were all eventually released one by one. Nia and Pete were granted parole in 2005 and 2015, respectively. Billy, the one who pulled the trigger, is missing. Barron escorted the man to the police car and continued to search the apartment. The officer found the missing son in a crib in the 2nd floor. Windows 7 or 8 people were sitting in a circle. They were dressed casually, just jeans and sweatshirts or t-shirts. Nothing stood out in that sense, but their expressions were focused. It felt like they all shared a secret. Gabriel introduced me as someone who was interested in the way of mental expansion. No one clapped or said anything enthusiastic. They just nodded and watched me. The meeting started with a short breathing exercise which seemed harmless enough. A woman in her 40s led a countdown telling us to inhale and exhale slowly. Then she began reading from one of those books Gabriel had shown me. She listed steps for cleansing the mind of external influences. The language was direct. She told everyone to cut ties with distractions and push away all that is negative. Then she said we should share our personal experiences one by one. People spoke about times they felt attacked by negativity in their daily lives. They blamed old friends, ex-partners, or co-workers. They insisted that those connections dragged them down. I sat there listening. I didn't say much because I didn't feel like I had anything so dramatic to share afterward. Gabriel drove me home. He looked excited. He said he could see I had the potential to learn more, to reach a higher plane of mental strength. I thought it sounded exaggerated, but I smiled and thanked him for taking me. I went to bed that night with a mix of curiosity and confusion. My mind felt heavy with those concepts of negativity and distractions. A couple of weeks passed and Gabriel kept inviting me to small get-togethers. With members of that group, they showed me more advanced exercises that involved standing for long periods, staring at a single point on a wall and repeating certain words in a low voice. They never used candles or robes or anything dramatic. Everything felt stripped down, focused on repetition and concentration. I admit it gave me a sense of calm. Sometimes my job was stressful and these exercises made my head a bit clearer. That's what pulled me deeper into their activities. The first real sign of trouble came when Gabriel told me quite bluntly that I should start distancing myself from people who didn't understand our methods. He used a firm tone. We were sitting in his car after class. He said, "If you want to progress, you can't let ignorant people hold you back." I felt a pinch in my stomach. My palms got sweaty on my knees. I asked him what he meant by ignorant people, and he said it could be anyone not aligned with our path, including close friends or relatives. I tried to laugh it off, but he didn't laugh back. He said he was serious. He kept a steady gaze on me while we sat in the parking lot. The only sound was the hum of the car's engine. Finally, I told him I wasn't comfortable cutting people out of my life. He said I didn't need to do it all at once, but I should start missing social events and stop calling certain friends. He told me it was a necessary sacrifice. I felt my stomach tightening again. I just nodded and said I'd think about it. Over the next few days, Gabriel sent me text messages urging me to skip a coworker's birthday party and spend time studying the group's materials. He said each day I wasted on outside matters was a loss for my spiritual growth. I found myself getting irritated, but I also felt guilty for ignoring him. He had become this constant voice in my head telling me to focus on the group. My nights got restless. I would wake up at 3 a.m., sweaty with my heart pounding. I would remember his words, necessary, sacrifice, negativity, ignorance. I started to feel uneasy at work, glancing at my phone to see if he had sent me another message. I wanted to please him, but something about his insistence felt wrong. Not long after I mentioned to Gabriel that I had some problems at work, we were finishing our language class standing in the hallway. I said my workload was piling up and my boss was pressuring me to meet tight deadlines. Gabriel didn't hesitate. He said, "That's happening because you're still around people who are blocking your energy." He offered no practical advice. He just repeated that if I wanted relief, I should follow the group's ritual that weekend. He gave me a piece of paper with a set of instructions. Wake up at 4 a.m., stand in a quiet room, recite a sequence of phrases, and burn a small piece of paper with a list of names of people who I believed were poisoning my mental space. My face got hot when I read it. My throat felt tight. I told him I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that. He said, "Either you do it or you keep letting them control you." Then he walked away before I could respond. That weekend, I did nothing of the sort. I slept in. I went to see a movie on Sunday. I tried to ignore Gabriel's calls on Monday morning. I checked my phone and saw 3 voicemails from him. Each one had the same message: "You're hurting your own progress. You're choosing them over the path. This will have consequences." His voice was calm, but it made the hairs on my arms stand up when he picked me up. For class that afternoon, he didn't smile. He barely spoke. He just parked in front of my place and waited for me to get in during the drive. I apologized for ignoring the ritual. I said I just wasn't ready. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He said, "Every day you wait, you get deeper in trouble. Don't come crying to me when your life falls apart." I noticed my hands trembling in my lap. I told him he was overreacting and that I was free to make my own decisions. He turned his head and gave me a look of disgust. Then he focused back on the road and stayed silent over time. He escalated his pressure. He started insisting that I quit my job completely. He said if I wanted to be serious about the group's principles, I had to cut off every influence that was infecting my mind. He claimed my coworkers were polluting my thoughts with their negative energy. Whenever something stressful happened at work, like a client complaining or a project going wrong, he used it to prove his point. He'd say, "See, this is a direct result of your refusal to follow the path." I felt trapped because I couldn't argue with him without him twisting everything around. I realized I was getting pulled deeper when my own friends noticed I was more distant. They'd invite me to hang out after work, and I'd hesitate. I'd feel this internal conflict. Part of me wanted to go and relax, but another part heard Gabriel's voice scolding me for wasting time. My mood grew dark. I spoke less. My appetite changed. I sometimes felt a tightness in my chest when I tried telling Gabriel that I was concerned about these physical symptoms. He brushed it off and said, "That's just your body resisting the path. Keep going." I started making excuses to avoid seeing him outside the car rides and classes, but we were still in the same language course, so I couldn't escape him easily when he picked me up. The conversation always came back to the group. He'd demand to know if I had tried the rituals yet, or if I had finally started cleaning out my social circle. If I didn't give the right answer, he'd get agitated. Sometimes he would grip the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. He'd run his hand through his hair with a sharp motion and sigh loudly like he was dealing with a stubborn child. Then he would remind me I was not dedicated enough. After a few more weeks, I felt mentally exhausted. My boss noticed I was distracted. My friends asked me if everything was okay. I couldn't explain the situation because I felt embarrassed. I kept hearing Gabriel's voice in my head telling me they wouldn't understand. He'd repeat lines like, "You'll regret sharing our secrets with outsiders." The tension in my body built up, my neck got stiff, and my lower back ached from constant stress. My sleep patterns got worse. I had occasional nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat. My heart pounding one evening, Gabriel asked me to go to a special meeting. He said it was going to be held outside the city at a small cabin in a secluded area. He told me this was a crucial step if I wanted to achieve real progress. I hesitated. He looked at me with a cold stare. He said, "If you don't come, you can forget about the group. You'll be on your own and things won't be easy." I felt cornered. My stomach churned. I told him I needed time to think. He said, "There's nothing to think about. Either you're in or you're out." That night I couldn't sleep. My mind raced, imagining what might happen at that cabin. I pictured a scenario where I couldn't leave or where they might demand something extreme. My heart thumped in my chest and I could feel sweat forming on my forehead. By morning, I decided I had to distance myself completely, no matter the consequences at class. The next day, I avoided Gabriel. I didn't respond to his messages. I drove myself there after class. He cornered me in the hallway. He gripped my arm and said, "You're making a mistake. Everything you do from now on will be harder, and you'll see how this world is against you. Don't come looking for me when it all collapses." His voice was low and calm. I pulled my arm away and told him to back off. My heart was pounding and I felt a slight nausea. I walked out without looking back. Over the following weeks, I limited all contact. I stopped going to the group meetings. I stopped answering his calls. I felt anxious, worried he might show up unannounced. I changed my routine, leaving my home earlier and taking different routes. My sleep was still messed up for a while. Every time my phone buzzed, I felt a jolt in my stomach, expecting his name to appear on the screen. But gradually the calls slowed down. Eventually they stopped. Now, when I look back at that period, I remember the tension in my muscles, the constant headaches, and the way my pulse would race every time I thought about him or the group. I can still picture his cold stare, the calm threats, and the logical-sounding explanations he gave for everything. My life wasn't perfect before I met him, but I never felt as trapped as I did when I was under his influence. That's my story. I'm still cautious around people who offer quick solutions to complex problems. I'm still jumpy when I see someone reading a strange book of rituals, but I've regained a sense of normalcy. The tension in my chest is gone and I sleep better. Most nights, I won't deny that Gabriel had a certain power in his words, but I learned how easily someone can twist logic to push you into a corner. I learned to listen to my instincts when something doesn't feel right. If I hadn't stepped away when I did, I'm not sure where I'd be right now. That's the honest truth of it. Last night, I stood outside an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of my neighborhood, gripping my phone and feeling my heart hammer against my chest. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. I had just left a party a few blocks away. I was a little buzzed, but not drunk. I felt sharp enough to notice every broken window, every graffiti tag, and every small sound that came from that massive, decrepit building. The darkness around it seemed thicker than the rest of the street. There were no lights on inside, but I thought I heard faint voices somewhere above me. I can't explain why I stopped. Maybe curiosity got the best of me. Maybe I just wanted to confirm the rumors I'd heard about people sneaking in at night, whatever. The reason I froze near the entrance trying to listen. I grew up in this neighborhood. I remember when that hospital still operated. It wasn't the best place, but it served people who couldn't afford going anywhere else. Then it shut down. Folks said it went bankrupt and never recovered after that. It stayed empty. Windows were smashed over time. Gates were cut open, and everyone warned me not to go near it. They said users and squatters hung around inside. Some of them unpredictable. I never went in, I had no reason to. But standing there last night, the building had this strange pull. The broken windows, the cracked walls, and the darkness inside felt almost alive. I took a few steps closer to the side entrance. The gate was locked with a rusted chain, but the chain looked loose like someone had messed with it. I nudged it and saw it slide a bit. That was when I heard the first sound from the second floor, a short burst of laughter echoing in the empty corridors. I looked up. Everything was dark, but I had that uncomfortable feeling of being watched, like there were eyes in those busted windows. I tried to stay calm, but my throat tightened and I felt my hands getting sweaty. My heart pounded harder because I knew the place had no electricity, so whoever was laughing wasn't using any lights or anything, at least. Not that I could see. I turned my head toward a small gap in one of the boards covering a first-floor window. It was just big enough to peek through. If I got close, I hesitated. My mind told me to get the hell out of there and go home, but my legs wouldn't move. I inched closer, listened for more laughter, and kept my eyes on that gap. Right then, I heard footsteps on concrete coming from the second or maybe the third floor. The steps were uneven, like someone pacing back and forth. The sound echoed, making it hard to tell where exactly it was coming from. I bent down to look inside through the gap, but I couldn't see much. Just shadows and some old furniture tossed around. Suddenly, a shape flickered past the corridor in my line of sight. It moved fast and smooth with no flashlight or anything else. My heart jumped. I almost backed away, but I forced myself to stay. I pressed my face closer, hoping I might catch another glimpse. I saw a hallway that stretched to the left, piled with debris and broken ceiling panels. There was a door half off its hinges, then I saw that shape again, passing in the opposite direction. It looked like a person wearing dark clothes, but I couldn't see a face. The figure didn't trip or slow down, even though there was no lighting in there. It walked with confidence. Like it knew every inch of that hallway. A chill ran through my body. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt kind of exposed. I worried someone inside might notice me or worse, come out to confront me. I stepped back, panting a bit. My heart thudded so hard I could hear it in my ears. That was enough for me. I decided to turn around and Rogers to carry out the killing, motivated by financial pressures and fears of losing custody of their daughters. Additionally, court documents released during this time highlighted troubling aspects of Mark and Teresa's marriage, including financial difficulties and potential infidelity. The evidence suggested that Mark stood to gain significant from Teresa's life policies, which totaled over $4 million across 5 separate policies. On December 4, 2015, shortly after Teresa's funeral, Mark was taken into custody. He was escorted by law enforcement from the Lee County Sheriff's Office, wearing a red jumpsuit with bond set at $4.4 million. As investigators pieced together the timeline of events leading up to Teresa's murder, they expressed confidence that they had enough evidence to charge him with first-agreement murder. Mark Sever's arrest marked a significant turning point in the case as it shifted focus onto him. As a central figure in the conspiracy, his initial cooperation with investigators began to WN as the evidence against him mounted, leading to a complex legal battle that would unfold in the months to come. Following Mark Sever's arrest in December 2015, investigators intensified their efforts to gather additional evidence related to the murder of Dr. Teresa Sayers. A critical aspect of this ongoing investigation involved the analysis of digital evidence, particularly GPS data from the rental car used by Curtis Wayne Wright and Jimmy Ray Rogers. During their trip from Missouri to Florida, investigators obtained the GPS data which provided a detailed account of the route taken by Wright and Rogers. This information was crucial in establishing a timeline of their movements leading up to the murder. The data confirmed that they departed Missouri on June 27, 2015 and arrived in Bonita Springs early on June 28th, just hours before Teresa was killed. The precise timestamps indicated that they had arrived at the Severs home around 6 a.m., aligning with the timeline of events surrounding Teresa's murder. In addition to the GPS data, investigators also analyzed cell phone records that revealed communications between Mark Sayers and Wright. These records indicated a pattern of contact leading up to the murder, further solidifying the connection between Mark and the conspiracy. The use of prepaid phone by Mark and Wright suggested an attempt to evade detection, but investigators were able to trace their communications effectively. The collection of this digital evidence played a significant role in cooperating witness testimonies and establishing a clear narrative of how the murder was planned and executed as investigators continued to piece together the evidence. It became increasingly apparent that Mark Sears had orchestrated the crime, leveraging his relationship with Wright and Rogers to carry out his intentions. This phase of evidence collection not only reinforced existing findings, but also laid the groundwork for subsequent legal proceedings against Mark Sears, ultimately shaping the trajectory of the case as it moved toward trial. As preparations for the trial began, prosecutors focused on compiling a comprehensive body of evidence against both Curtis Wayne Wright and Mark Sears. A significant piece of evidence came from surveillance footage captured at a local Walmart where Wright and Jimmy Ray Rogers were seen purchasing items that would later be linked to the murder of Dr. Teresa Sears. The footage showed the two men shopping with apparent disregard for concealing their identities as they bought trash bags, flushable wet wipes, black towels, and a lockpicking kit. These purchases were critical in establishing their intent to commit murder and dispose of evidence afterward. In addition to the surveillance footage, investigators collected fibers from a blue jumpsuit discarded by Rogers along Highway 47 in Missouri. Forensic analysis revealed that these fibers matched those found on Teresa's clothing at the crime scene, providing a direct link between Rogers and the murder. This physical evidence bolstered the prosecution's case by demonstrating that both men had been present during the crime. The prosecution also gathered digital evidence, including GPS data. Found from the rental car used by Wright and Rogers, this data confirmed their route from Missouri to Florida and established a timeline of their movements leading up to Teresa's murder. The combination of digital footprints, surveillance footage, and forensic evidence created a robust case against the defendants. As the trial dates approached, the prosecution prepared to present this evidence in court, aiming to establish not only the guilt of Ryan Rogers, but also to demonstrate Mark Sever's orchestrating role in planning his wife's murder. The evidence collected would be pivotal in shaping the narrative presented during these trials. Following the conviction of Jimmy Ray Rogers, Mark Sears stood trial in December 2019. The prosecution, once he again prepared a case that relied heavily on the testimony of Curtis Wayne Wright, who had accepted a plea deal in exchange for his cooperation. Wright detailed how Mark orchestrated the murder plot, providing critical insights into the lad to Teresa's death. During the trial, prosecutors presented various pieces of evidence linking Mark to the crime. This included text messages exchanged between Mark and Wright that indicated discussions about the murder and financial motivations behind it. The prosecution argued that Mark's desire for financial gain from Teresa's life insurance policies was a primary motive for orchestrating her murder. The defense countered by asserting that there was no credible evidence directly connecting Mark to the actual murder. They emphasized that the state had only proven that Wright and Rogers, not Mark, were responsible for Teresa's death. The defense focused on discrediting Wright's testimony by highlighting his criminal background, which included multiple felony convictions and a history of mental health issues, including bipolar disorder. They argued that Wright had a motive to fabricate his story in order to secure a more lenient sentence for himself. Additionally, the defense theorized that Wright might have been influenced by law enforcement during his interrogation, suggesting he was simply parting a narrative fed to him by investigators. They pointed out that Wright had not undergone a polygraph examination, which they argued could have validated or undermined his credibility as a witness. The defense concluded their arguments by urging jurors to question whether they could trust Wright's statements and to consider the lack of direct evidence linking Mark to the crime. As the trial progressed, jurors were presented with the same forensic evidence, including fibers from a blue jumpsuit that Rogers had discarded that matched those found on Teresa's body. Despite this evidence, the defense maintained its position that Mark Sever was not involved in planning or executing the murder. On December 4, 2019, after a brief deliberation of approximately 4 hours, the jury found Mark Sever guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The verdict was based on overwhelming evidence that linked him to both the planning and execution of Teresa's murder. The jury's decision reflected their assessment of the evidence presented during the trial, including the motive and financial gains from Teresa's life insurance policy. The prosecution effectively demonstrated that Mark had not only planned the murder, but had also recruited Wright and Rogers to carry out his intentions. Following the verdict, Mark Sever faced a sentencing phase where jurors would determine his punishment. The outcome of this phase would depend on whether they found aggravated factors that warranted a death sentence, or if mitigating circumstances could lead to a lesser penalty following his conviction for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. A sentencing phase for Mark Sever took place where jurors considered aggravating factors related to the crime. This phase began on December 11, 2019. Shortly after the verdict was delivered, the prosecution sought to establish two primary aggravating factors: that the murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner, and that it was carried out for a pecuniary gain. The state presented evidence from the trial, including Curtis Wayne Wright's testimony about Mark's orchestration of the murder and the financial motivations behind it. Additionally, victim impact statements were introduced to convey the emotional toll of Teresa's murder on her family and community. The defense aimed to present mitigating evidence, highlighting Mark's lack of prior criminal record and his relationships with his daughters. Family members testified about his role as a father and husband, portraying him in a positive light. However, they faced a challenge in countering the strong evidence presented by the prosecution. On January 3, 2020, after deliberation, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty for Mark Sever. They found that the aggravating factor of cold, calculated premeditation was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but did not find sufficient evidence to support the pecuniary gain factor. During the sentencing hearing, Mark Sever addressed the court. Maintaining his innocence and expressing his love for Teresa and their daughters, he requested that he be spared from the death penalty. Despite his pleas and the defense's arguments for leniency, Judge Bruce Kyle ultimately sentenced him to death for orchestrating These's murder. The court emphasized the weight of the jury's recommendation and noted that Sever's actions demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. In addition to the death sentence for first-degree murder, he received a consecutive 30-year prison sentence for conspiracy to commit murder. The sentencing phase concluded with Mark Sever facing significant legal challenges ahead as he planned to appeal both his conviction and sentence. As of now, Mark Sever remains on death row at Union Correctional Institution in Florida while appealing his conviction and sentence. Following his sentencing on January 3, 2020, Sever has maintained his innocence, asserting that he did not orchestrate his wife Teresa's murder. His legal team claims to have new evidence that could potentially clear his name. This includes a letter from Jimmy Ray Rogers, the third man involved in the murder plot, in which he allegedly states that Sever was innocent and had no part in the crime. Sever attorney had filed motions to overturn his sentence, arguing that this new evidence could have influenced the jury's decision during both the conviction and penalty phases of the trial. However, the state of Florida has expressed confidence in its case, asserting that the evidence presented at trial was strong enough to uphold Sever's conviction. Legal experts remain skeptical about whether this new evidence will be sufficient to warrant a retrial, given the substantial evidence linking him to the crime. The Florida Supreme Court is expected to rule on S's appeal in the coming months. Do you think a letter from Rogers is enough to prove Mark's innocence? Story 3 on January 13, 2020. Officials from law enforcement agencies went to Anthony Todd's home in Celebration, Florida to issue him a warrant related to fraud charges, but they were all shocked to discover for badly decomposing human bodies, as well as the body of a dog. The bodies found in Anthony Todd's house were not strangers, but rather his own family, including his wife Megan and 3 children. And the killer wasn't any armed robber or hitman, but Anthony Todd himself. Anthony Todd was born on the 29th of September, 1975 in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. He did not have a normal childhood like other kids in his school and social circle, and was surrounded by dysfunction. Growing up, his father, Robert Todd, was a high school teacher who had a disturbing taste for girls a lot younger than him. Anthony's mother, Loretta Todd, was a housewife who had no idea that her husband was having secret affairs and sexual relationships with 16 and 17-year-old girls from his class. The problem was more serious than it looked. Robert was engaged to a nurse at the same time and had a relationship with one of his students, and this all was happening while he was married to Loretta. After hiding his affairs and relationships, Robert decided to permanently remove his wife from the equation and marry his fiancée. At this point, Anthony Todd was just 4 years old. One night, he woke up to the sound of his mother screaming from her bedroom. Shortly after that, Anthony Tony Todd heard a gunshot when he went to his mother's room. She was lying on the floor, miraculously still alive, although Loretta had been shot in the eye from point-blank range. She survived the murder attempt as the investigation began. It was soon discovered that Robert Todd, Anthony's father, wasn't as devastated as a normal husband would be after such a shocking incident. Rather, he seemed irritated and disappointed at the fact that his wife had survived. The law enforcement authorities soon knew that Robert had something to do with the murder attempt on his wife. This was proven right when further investigation into the matter revealed the shocking truth that Robert Todd had offered to pay one of his mentally disturbed students $900 in exchange for a special assignment killing his wife, Loretta. Robert wanted the murder to look like a case of home invasion. He gave the student a key to his house, a pistol, and instructions about where to find the bedroom where his wife would be sleeping. The incident took a serious mental toll on Tony, and he found it hard to recover from it all. After getting a divorce from her husband, Loretta remarried and tried her best to help her son get out of the trauma. But Tony's mental health was permanently damaged ever since he had heard about his biological father trying to kill his mother. Despite his mental health issues, Anthony Todd was an extremely well-mannered and hard-working kid in school. It was because of this that he was voted to be the president of his class. In both his junior and senior years, it was during high school that Tony met Megan for the first time. With time, Tony and Megan grew close and even decided to pursue similar degrees after graduating from high school. Just a few months after graduating from college, Tony and Megan decided to tie the knot soon after marrying each other. The couple moved from Pennsylvania to Connecticut and set up their own physical therapy business. There they both practiced physiotherapy and worked together to grow their business, until after a couple of years, Megan found out that she was pregnant with the couple's first child. This forced Megan to stop working as a physiotherapist, and the couple welcomed their first child, Alec, after a couple of more pregnancies and some unfortunate miscarriages. The Todd family comprised Anthony, Megan, and their 3 children, Alec, Tyler, and Zoe. It was a perfect American family, and Tony was the best father and husband anyone could have asked for. He was faithful to Megan and committed to providing for his children. Not only this, he made sure he was there for his kids on important occasions like school events and sports practices. Megan, who had now become a housewife full-time, was equally dedicated to her children. The Todds were a well-respected family in the community. A part of this was because of Anthony's physical therapy business, which had grown significantly over time when the money started coming in abundance. The couple decided to buy a condo in Celebration, Florida, a master-planned community located near Walt Disney World Resort. It was the perfect place for the Todd family to move because the place promised happiness, peace, and more important, life safety. But they soon moved to a house nearby when the condo started feeling small for their family. The Todds were living a happy family life, going on day-long trips to Disney World, visiting the beach, playing games, attending piano recital, and participating in different sports. Since Tony's business was based in Connecticut, he would return to work on his own while Megan and the kids stayed behind. Until this point, it was a picture-perfect life for the Todd family until 2011. When everything changed, when Megan was a teenager, she was bitten by a tick which developed into Lyme disease, which is a bacterial infection. LME disease normally stays dormant for years and doesn't cause any health issues until something triggers it and ignites its symptoms. That's what happened in the case of Megan in 2011. After a trip to Disney World, Megan told her husband that she had been bitten by a bug. Initially, the couple thought that the infection would go away after a few days. As in most of such cases, however, it could quickly turn into serious health problems. Megan was soon diagnosed with tonsillitis, hepatitis, and several other diseases. These health problems affected Megan mentally as well, and her personality completely changed with time. Sometime after her health issues began, Megan was diagnosed with depression, which only worsened when she had another miscarriage since Tony was in Connecticut to run the business the whole week and could only be in celebration on weekends. It made things extremely hard for Megan to make things worse. She didn't have the kind of community support the family had enjoyed while they were in Connecticut. The only positive in the whole situation was Tony's physiotherapy business, which Megan thought was going really well, except it wasn't at all. The company hadn't been making a profit for some time, and Anthony Todd was the main reason behind that. He had been using the company funds to buy condos across the country and intended to rent them out to vacationers, but those properties didn't make the desired profit, and most of them were running at loss. The little money that the physiotherapist business now made wasn't enough to run 2 houses in different states and cover Megan's medical bills and Tony's airfares as the financial problems increased. Anthony Todd decided to take out a small loan to make meet, but couldn't pay off the repayment when the time came, so he took another loan to repay the first loan, and the cycle continued. Things quickly worsened before they knew it. Tony was under $100,000 of personal debt. He also owed money in terms of company debts and 2 mortgages for the family's houses in Connecticut and Florida. Until this point, Anthony had been hiding the financial problems for Megan, but thought it was now time to tell his wife exactly what was going on, and he decided to keep it that way to make things worse. He thought it was a good idea to repay their debts by committing fraud. Anthony started sending invoices to different health insurance companies and the Medicaid program for physiotherapy treatments that he had never delivered to his clients. When the money came in, Anthony repaid the smaller of nearly 20 different loans amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. After some time, the insurance company started to grow suspicious, and the FBI began an investigation into the matter. In 2019, when the FBI agents interviewed Tony's patients, they complained that their insurance companies were billing them for 5 sessions a week, when in reality they had seen their physiotherapist once or twice a week. In some cases, the patients had moved out of the state and hadn't seen Tony in months. These discoveries prompted the FBI investigators to secretly check the documentation of the 2 clinics Tony had been operating, and they immediately noticed discrepancies. There were invoices for therapy sessions on days when the clinics weren't even open on the day of the surveillance Tony billed insurance companies for the therapy sessions of 16 different patients. Despite the fact that the clinic remained closed that day, the authorities decided to bring Anthony Todd in for questioning. He initially denied knowledge of any wrongdoing, but direct testimonies from several of his patients left nothing for him to convince investigators. Of his version of events, he eventually admitted to fraud, but insisted that his wife didn't know anything about his fraudulent activities. He also agreed to plead guilty to any future charges. If Megan was left out of it, in September 2019, Tony was stripped of his physiotherapy license, and both of his clinics were suddenly closed without any prior notice to his employees. Despite his admission, Anthony wasn't under arrest yet. In November 2019, he told the investigators that he was going to visit his family in Florida and would be back in Connecticut. In the first week of December, he was allowed to travel to Celebration but never returned to Connecticut. When Christmas came, Anthony's sisters informed the police in Celebration that she hadn't heard from the family in weeks, which was quite unusual because they regularly kept in contact. She told the authorities that she was particularly worried about her brother because she knew he was involved in a fraud investigation. She also said that during the call with her brother, Anthony told her that Megan and the kids had gotten ill and hadn't gotten out of bed in a few days since Tony never called after that. It made her wonder if the illness was more serious than what her brother had told her. On December 29, 2019, police officers knocked on the Todd's home to do a welfare check. No one answered the bell, and there were no signs of anyone occupying the house either. The sheriff's department in Celebration noted its report that the family had probably gone back to Connecticut. It took 2 more weeks to find out that the entire Todd family had been inside their Celebration home the whole time. On January 13, 2020. Investigators from the Department of Health and Human Services and police officers from the Ecola Sheriff's Department visited the Todd family's house. They knocked on the front door for 3 days but didn't receive any response from the inside. There was also an eviction notice posted on the front of the house. which convinced the authorities that the Todd family was still in Connecticut. Meanwhile, Tony's sisters told the local authorities that the family had been receiving disturbing messages from Tony and Megan's numbers. This was around the same time when the FBI agent who was investigating Anthony Todd's fraud case followed him to Celebration. This was because he had failed to report back ever since leaving Connecticut to spend Thanksgiving with his family in Florida. An FBI agent was parked outside the family's house in Celebration when noticed. Anthony stepping out of the house and briefly sitting on the patio before going back inside. The agent immediately informed the local sheriff's department, and officers arrived at the house within minutes to arrest Anthony Todd. But the police also had the responsibility to check on the welfare of Megan and the kids because of the official request by the couple's families. When the officers asked Tony about Megan and the kids, he told them that Megan was sleeping and that the kids were at a sleepover. But the officers knew they had to search the house because of an unusual smell when the officers entered the master bedroom. The smell became overwhelming and was identifiable. It was the smell of a rotting human body. The law enforcement officials were shocked to see the decomposing body of 42-year-old Megan and their two children, Alec and Tyler. The family dog was also lying dead in the room. As for the 4-year-old Zoe, she was nowhere to be found. It was clear that the bodies had been there for several weeks. What was even more disturbing was that Tony had been sleeping beside his dead wife the whole time when the forensic experts started removing the bodies. They discovered that Zoe was also in the room. Her remains were so badly decomposed that they had melted with those of her mother. Anthony was immediately arrested and interrogated about what had happened at his house. Meanwhile, the victim's autopsy report revealed that all of the victims except Zoe had been stabbed in the abdomen. The medical examiners also wrote in the report that they were murdered around Christmas in late December 2019. Anthony initially denied having any knowledge of his wife and kids' deaths, but later he told the authorities that Megan had made a death pay act with him because of their shared fear of an imminent apocalypse. He also said that Megan supported him when he went into each of his children's bedrooms to murder them. He suffocated Zoe while stabbing Alec and Tyler. According to Anthony, Megan then stabbed herself in the stomach and took her own life. Anthony Todd was charged. house. The next morning, Megan brought him into the room and told him that she had murdered their kids. He also added that he was so shocked by all of what had happened that he fell down the stairs, smacked his head on the stairs, and fractured his neck. He told the jury he didn't remember what happened next until he woke up in jail when asked about the recorded confession. He said he had no knowledge of it and saw the video for the first time in the court. But in his recorded confession, he had told the investigators that he and Megan had collectively made the plan to kill their children, and the kids were also well aware of their imminent deaths because Megan and him had gotten their consent before murdering them. Although surprisingly, he denied responsibility for murdering the family dog. In the recorded confession, he also answered the question about when he had killed his family. 2 days before Christmas of 2019, he told the jury when he saw his wife and children dead, he wanted to take his life and be with them. For that, he cut his wrists and took multiple doses of Benadryl and at several points even tried hanging himself. He further added to his version by saying that his wife had all the phones in the house, so he yelled from the window to get help. When no one arrived to help him, he visited a local store to buy a gun and tried taking his own life. In his recorded confession, he also told the investigators about the suicide note he and Megan had written together. According to the note, they as a family had decided to end their lives. For several reasons, they wrote that they were seeing the end-of-the-world prophecy coming true and chose to not suffer and be subjected to foreseeing tortures, cataclysmic demise, and continued agony. The note also referenced that through death, Megan would be free of pain because the ultimate goal was to be together without pain and suffering. When it came to discussing his wife's death, Anthony Todd told the court that she had stabbed herself twice in the stomach after consuming a large amount of Benadryl, but according to the autopsy report, the downward angle of the stab would strongly indicate that someone else was responsible for killing her. In 2022, the jury unanimously found Anthony Todd guilty of 4 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 4 lives in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge, in an unusual move, added 1 year to Anthony's sentence for animal cruelty charges, stemming from him having killed the family dog story. 4 Amanda and James Coley lived in a charming neighborhood on South Baggio Drive, a cul-de-sac in St. Augustine, Florida. The couple had a son and daughter, and to the outside world, they appeared to be the perfect family living the American dream. Those who knew Amanda described her as confident in the life of the party. She was always surrounded by friends and had a vibrant personality. James, too, was personable and easy to befriend. He was involved in coaching his children's sports teams, and everyone thought he was a great dad. However, as time passed, cracks started to appear in their marriage. James had always had a jealous side, and Amanda's outgoing nature and the way she lit up every room she walked into made him insecure. Her ability to make friends and attract attention further fueled his insecurities. Matters worsened when James began to drink heavily. His jealous tendencies became even more difficult to control when he was under the influence of alcohol. It became a common occurrence for James to verbally abuse Amanda. Blaming her for the problems in their marriage, Amanda believed it was important for their children to have their mother and father in their lives, so she and James tried to make their strained relationship work. Despite Amanda's best efforts, James' jealous behavior did not subside. It continued to manifest in various ways, including constantly monitoring Amanda's movements, controlling her social interactions, and questioning her fidelity. She attempted to navigate these challenging waters for the sake of their children, but her efforts were met with increasing aggression and intimidation from James. The toxic environment created by James' behavior had a profound impact on Amanda's son and daughter. They witnessed their parents' drug struggles, and the emotional turmoil began to affect their well-being. This constant tension and fear became unbearable for Amanda and her children, and she realized that something had to change. After careful consideration, Amanda made the decision to end her marriage with James. She knew that staying in the relationship was no longer a viable option, not only for herself, but also for the well-being of her children. The decision to leave was not easy, but Amanda was convinced it was the best choice for her and her children when Amanda informed James of her decision. He was devastated. He did not want to lose her. However, Amanda's decision was final, and she was determined to create a safe and nurturing, environment for her son and daughter James moved out of the home he and Amanda once shared on South Baguio Drive, but he visited the home often. There were times when James was over at the house that he and Amanda engaged in relations, but Amanda alleged that she only did so to comply with James to keep him from getting upset and hurting her. Amanda started dating a man, Lamar Doley, but kept it a secret from James. Despite their separation, James, jealous tendencies did not subside while Amanda was away one weekend. James decided to act upon his jealousy. He broke into Amanda's home and carried out a disturbing act of violence. James gathered all of Amanda's clothing and burned them in the backyard. After that incident, Amanda officially filed for divorce and sought an injunction from the court. This injunction included a provision that stated James needed to stay away from her home. In her injunction, Amanda explicitly stated that if James found out she had a boyfriend, he would kill her. She knew first the lengths James would go in order to control her, and she had seen firsthand the consequences of his jealous rages. Feeling threatened by Amanda's independence, James took drastic measures to spy on her. James sought the help of his neighbors living on South Baguio Drive. He asked them to keep an eye on Amanda's activities and inform him if they noticed any suspicious activity, particularly men around her house. In August 2015, Mike Dickens, one of James' neighbors, sent him a text message containing a screenshot of a shirtless man mowing Amanda's lawn. This text sent James into a furious rage. He immediately confronted Amanda, demanding to know the identity of the man in the photograph. Amanda assured James that the man was merely someone she had hired to cut the grass. However, James was not convinced and continued to harass Amanda through text messages. James turned to Mike Dickens, who had provided him the initial image for support. In his message to Mike, James referred to Amanda as an evil person, a cheater, and the worst person on the planet. He expressed his anger, stating she will pay for her perceived infidelity. On August 27th at 4:41 a.m., James drove to Amanda's house on South Bellagio Drive. Amanda, however, was not home. Frustrated by her absence, James decided to enter her house. Once inside DI, he embarked on a destructive rampage, breaking every television and destroying the furniture and walls. As James made his way through Amanda's bedroom, he stumbled upon a collection of men's clothing and adult toys. These items did not belong to him, and he immediately became enraged. In a fit of anger, he began incessantly calling Amanda, informing her about the intimate items he had discovered inside her bedroom at 8:34 a.m. James left a voicemail on Amanda's phone, calling her. Disgusting, his message was filled with anger and accusations, further escalating the situation. Just half an hour after leaving the voicemail, James arrived at St. Johns County Courthouse for an appearance on the injunction violation that Amanda filed against him for an earlier incident. During the court hearing for the injunction violation, James pleaded no contest to violating the terms of their protective order. Unaware of the mess James had just made at Amanda's house, the judge took into consideration James' lack of criminal history and decided to impose an alternate sentence rather than send him to jail. The judge ordered James to attend anger management classes and placed him on 1-year unsupervised probation. James, dressed in his work clothes, appeared to accept this decision and leave the courthouse. However, his plans took a turn for the worse. Before leaving the courthouse, James called Amanda and left another voice message. This time he pleaded with her to listen to him and call him back. James referred to Amanda as baby and expressed his desire for reconciliation. Amanda finally answered the phone and they engaged in a 14-minute conversation. The exact content of this conversation remains unknown, but it significantly impacted James' actions. Instead of heading to work as planned, James changed his actions. He headed to a gas station there. He filled up his tank and purchased several cans of beer at approximately 10 to 11 a.m. James started his journey towards South Bellagio Drive, where Amanda lived, armed with 2 loaded handguns. Amanda returned home to a devastating scene. James had not only damaged her home, but also caused her immense emotional distress. Alarmed and upset, Amanda sought solace in the arms of her boyfriend Lamar and was joined by 2 friends, Lindy Robbins and Rachel Hendrick. Visibly shaken and in tears, Amanda reached out to the sheriff's department and requested assistance. However, after careful consideration, she decided against pressing charges against James. Amanda wanted to avoid seeing James go to jail and be separated from their children since Amanda denied the officers help. They left Amanda's home unbeknownst to. Ben together is deserving of attention and intervention. The violence can escalate rapidly, leaving good people like Amanda and Lindy. Dead domestic violence does not discriminate. Affecting individuals from all walks of life, it does not solely manifest in young couples or those experiencing rocky relationships. Even couples who have been together for decades are not immune to the destructive power of abuse. Through Amanda's story, we are encouraged to break the silence surrounding domestic violence and seek help when needed by raising awareness and advocating for change. We can prevent future tragedies and ensure that no person has to experience the pain and loss of losing a loved one to domestic violence. Story 5. Robert Lemon, known to his loved ones as Rob, was a man with a heart of gold. From the outside, his large stature and tattoo of his last name on the back of his head might appear intimidating, but those close to knew that he was a gentle giant, a big teddy bear with a kind soul. When Robert and his wife Sabrina first met, they instantly connected. Sabrina, a sweet and loving person, instantly resonated with Robert's character. Despite their differences, they formed a deep bond and fell in love. Faith was deeply important to them, and they attended Mass together every Sunday in 2000. Robert and Sabrina were baptized in the same church, solidifying their commitment to each other. They later exchanged vows in a beautiful ceremony in Arizona, surrounded by their family and friends. Over the years, the couple had 2 children, dedicating their lives to raising a loving and stable family. Actually, Robert and Sabrina decided it was time for a change and relocated to Silver Lakes, California, a picturesque town located 99 miles from Los Angeles. Silver Lakes was a peaceful family community that offered a perfect setting to raise their young family. Sabrina stayed home and cared for the house and children while Robert worked at BNSF Railway, a job he loved. Robert's job at the rail yards was both his passion and a source of pride. He genuinely loved what he did and excelled in his role. His superiors admired him for his reliability and his unwavering work ethic. The rail yards were a bustling and chaotic environment. Despite Robert's dedication, the work was not without danger. The area was frequented by thieves who would patrol the rail yards looking for cargo to steal. These individuals posed a significant threat to the safety of the employees. However, Robert never let these security concerns deter him from his job and remained vigilant. With Robert's size and smarts, he could easily take down any opponent, human or animal. Robert was more than just a man, he was a force of nature. Robert's personal life was as vibrant and dynamic as his personality. He and his wife Sabrina, 2 peas in a pod, had an active social life and loved nothing more than throwing parties and hosting gatherings at their home in Silver Lakes. They were known for their warm and welcoming personality, attracting people from all walks of life into their circle of friends. But what captivated everyone about Robert and Sabrina was their youthful energy and unbreakable bond. Robert and Sabrina were like a couple of teenagers in love, not a long-time married couple. They had adorable names for one another and were always laughing, leaving those around them feeling uplifted and inspired. Robert's attentiveness and dedication to Sabrina left many of her girlfriends envious. They wished their husbands were as attentive and considerate as Robert. He seemed to know exactly what Sabrina needed and would always support her, making her feel valued and loved. Even though Robert and Sabrina's social circle was large, at the core of their friendship was a group of tight-knit men and women who referred to themselves as the Wolf Pack. This Wolf Pack included Jason Bertine, a firefighter in Silver Lakes, and his wife Kelly, a hairdresser. As the years went by, Robert and Sabrina became the goat of people for these parties, creating a fun atmosphere filled with laughter and good times. Alcohol played a significant role in the lives of Robert and Sabrina. They embraced the mantra, "It's 5 o'clock somewhere," as their go-to phase whenever the urge to drink struck. The heavy drinking accompanied a changing dynamic in their marriage. Due to the changes in their relationship, the couple decided to embark on an open arrangement, allowing each other to explore relationships with other people. One of the couples they frequently socialized with was their friend Jason and Kelly. Despite the unconventional nature of their arrangement, Robert and Sabrina seemed happier than ever. They presented the image of an ideal modern American family on Sunday, August 17, 2017. Robert embarked on his usual 85-mile journey to work at the BNSF Railways in Tehachapi. Robert, covering for a co-worker, had a scheduled shift at the BNSF warehouse, a mundane industrial building on the outskirts of the city as the KSEDC. Night progressed. Sabrina awaited Robert's return. This night held a special significance for the couple as their daughter's first day of school. Was the following day, the couple's daughter did not want to go to bed without getting a kiss. Good night from her daddy. However, Sabrina's concern grew when Robert never returned home. Meanwhile, in Tehachapi at the BNSF warehouse, Robert's replacement for the night arrived to find Robert lying lifeless on the floor. The co-worker, in shock, immediately called 911, alerting the authorities to the situation. Officers and paramedics arrived at the scene within minutes, but their efforts proved to be in vain. Despite their best efforts, the medics were unable to save Robert. Robert was found sitting against his work truck upon examination. The detectives saw that Robert had been shot twice, once in the upper torso and once in the head. The crime scene investigators immediately secured and processed the crime scene, a small warehouse belonging to the BNSF, as investigators meticulously examined the premises. They stumbled upon a crucial piece of evidence, an expended bullet found above Robert's head. This bullet was collected for evidence testing as investigators sought to piece together the puzzle of this heinous crime. As investigators delved deeper into the crime scene, they walked into the warehouse office and noticed it had been ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, their contents strewn across the floor. Shop manuals, binders, and important documents lay scattered about, seemingly tossed aside in a haphazard manner. Initially, the detectives at the scene believed that the killing of Robert was a crime of opportunity. A suspect looking to perpetrate a robbery had stumbled upon the unsuspecting victim and opened fire, leaving him lifeless on the ground. However, as the investigation progressed, the detectives began to question their initial assumptions. Upon closer examination, the detectives realized the crime scene had been staged. News of Robert's murder reached Sabrina, Robert's wife. The devastating new news shattered her world, leaving her in a state of shock and grief. Sabrina retreated to her room, shut off from the outside world, and wanted no part in planning his funeral during the investigation into Robert's murder. The detectives faced a peculiar challenge. Everyone who knew Robert described him as an exceptional person. Robert's friends and family painted a picture of a man who had it all: charm, intelligence, and charisma. According to them, he was the type of man every woman wanted. This overwhelming praise for Robert confused the detectives. If Robert was such a great man, why would someone want to shoot him in cold blood? The detectives were left scratching their heads, unable to find any logical motive behind such a heinous crime. As the investigation progressed, the detectives found themselves at a standstill. There were no witnesses to the shooting and no evidence at the scene that could lead them to a suspect. The only person they were left with to question was Robert's wife, Sabrina. Sabrina assured the investigators that she and her husband had an excellent relationship. She expressed her shock at the realization that someone would want to harm Robert. Although the crime scene yielded a bullet fragment, it provided no evidentiary value. However, the detectives were able to determine that the bullet had come from a .0044 or .0045 Magnum weapon. Despite the lack of solid leads, the detectives remained determined to uncover the truth behind Robert's murder. Their determination was fueled by the desire to bring justice to a man who, by all accounts, deserved nothing better but the best in his life. In an effort to piece together the puzzle, the detectives received the security camera footage from the warehouse where Robert worked. However, to their dismay, the camera fitted inside his work truck was not running at the time of the incident, rendering it useless. The only camera that captured any footage was outside the warehouse. As the detectives watched the footage, they spotted a person with a limp walking through the warehouse complex around the time they believed Rob was shot. Unfortunately, the grainy quality of the video made it difficult to identify any features of this person. However, the detectives felt confident that it was a man, not a woman, based on the shape of the person's body. Robert's employer, BNSF Railway, stepped in to help in the search for answers. They offered a $1,000 reward for any information that could lead to an arrest. This incentive generated a flood of leads from various tipsters, but unfortunately none were relevant to Robert Roberts' shooting. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they discovered additional video footage of Robert. On the day he was killed, this footage was obtained from local businesses located along Goodrich Drive near the warehouse where Robert was shot. The detectives carefully reviewed the footage they were able to identify and track every motorist who passed by the area during that time. However, there was one notable exception. Despite their best efforts, the detectives were unable to identify the person driving a motorcycle who passed by the area around the time Robert was murdered. This mysterious motorcycle driver stood out to the detectives. They felt strongly that the person was connected to the crime but could not identify them due to a helmet obscuring their face. The identity of the motorcyclist remained a mystery, adding to the frustrations of the investigation. Despite their extensive efforts, the detectives were unable to determine who the person was, as the detectives worked tirelessly to unravel the truth behind the crime. They received an unexpected lead from Robert's friend Jason Bertine. 3 weeks after Robert's murder, Jason came forward with important information that could shed light on the case. He contacted the detective working on Robert's murder investigation and divulged details about a man named Jonathan Hearn. According to Jason, Jonathan was a firefighter and used to work with him. Jason revealed suspicions about Jonathan's relationship with Robert's wife, Sabrina Lehman. He informed the detective that Jonathan had called him and left a voicemail expressing remorse for Robert's passing. However, the content of the message was confounding. Jonathan never explicitly admitted involvement in the murder but expressed apologies for what had happened. Jason turned over more evidence to the police regarding Jonathan Hearn. This evidence was a letter written by Jonathan in which he repeatedly apologized for something. However, the letter failed to provide insight into what exactly Jonathan was apologizing for. Furthermore, Jason's wife, Kelly, shared her suspicions with the detectives. According to her, Jonathan had been spending a significant amount of time at Sabrina and Robert's home. Following Robert's murder, Kelly found this strange. The detectives began their investigation by looking into Jonathan Hearn's background. They discovered that in 2012, Sabrina, the victim's girlfriend, worked part-time at Costco. Coincidentally, Jonathan was a frequent shopper at this store. Sabrina and Jonathan struck up a conversation and a connection was formed. After exchanging phone numbers, they soon found themselves in a romantic relationship. However, Robert, unaware of the ongoing affair, stumbled upon intimate text messages on Sabrina's phone. This discovery shattered his trust in her. Sabrina assured Robert that she would end things with Jonathan, but that promise proved empty as the detectives explored various leads. They discovered that Jonathan Hearn had access to a motorcycle. This discovery raised suspicions as the detectives believed that the suspect had used a motorcycle to carry out Robert's murder. Further investigation revealed that there was a Yamaha motorcycle registered to Jonathan. That information added fuel to the detectives' theory that Jonathan Hearn may have been involved in the murder. The evidence of the motorcycle and that Jonathan had been involved in a romantic relationship with Sabrina behind Robert's back made him a plausible suspect in a desperate attempt to gather more footage of the suspect. The detectives focused on pulling CCTV footage from businesses in the area. Their efforts paid off when they stumbled upon footage of the motorcycle driver pulling into a nearby Pilot gas station. The detectives found more footage of the suspect in the convenience store where they were able to see the suspect wearing a red bandana to conceal his face. However, with the helmet still on, they were unable to identify the suspect's features. Despite their suspicions, the detectives found themselves in a predicament without concrete evidence linking the motorcycle driver to Jonathan Hearn. They could not make an arrest. The lack of visual identification left the investigation at a standstill. However, the detectives remained convinced that Sabrina was involved in the murder. They knew that if their theory was correct, Sabrina's lover Jonathan was likely the culprit. Determined to catch them in the act, the detectives placed a wiretap on Sabrina's phone. Their hope was to intercept any incriminating conversations between Sabrina and Jonathan, providing the evidence they needed to bring justice to Robert's murder, so Sabrina and Jonathan spoke often, and their conversations were mainly centered around God and religion. However, there were moments when Jonathan delved deeper into his beliefs, reciting Psalm 51, also known as the Tale of David of Betha. This psalm, which delves into the consequences of adultery, caught the detectives' attention as they wondered whether their discussion had a deeper meaning. Determined to get Sabrina and Jonathan to open up, the detectives devised an ingenious plan they called Sabrina and lied, telling her that the detectives had found DNA evidence at the scene linking the suspects to Robert's murder. This ploy was designed to provoke a reaction from Sabrina and Jonathan, hoping it would prompt them to discuss their involvement in the crime. As soon as the detective hung up the phone with Sabrina, they immediately listened in on the wiretap. Sabrina wasted no time in calling her lover Jonathan during the call. Sabrina and Jonathan never explicitly admitted to killing Robert. However, the detectives felt the conversation was telling. Neither of them seemed thrilled at the news of the DNA evidence, leading them to believe that they were hiding something. On November 18, 2014, detectives were granted search warrants for multiple locations related to Robert's murder. These searches were crucial in gathering evidence and piecing together the puzzle at one of the search locations. The home of Jonathan detectives stumbled upon a Yamaha motorcycle, a helmet, a red bandana, a backpack, and other items. That same day, the detectives arrested Jonathan and Sabrina following the arrests of Sabrina and Jonathan. Sabrina was taken to the police department for questioning during this 4-hour interview. Sabrina adamantly denied having any involvement in her husband's murder. She maintained her innocence and refused to implicate herself in any way. Despite the efforts of the detectives, no evidence could be found to connect Sabrina to the shooting. As a result, the detectives were left with no choice other than to release her on returning to Silver Lakes. Sabrina was met with an unexpected backlash from her neighbors. The community that once loved her and her husband's infamous parties now turned against her. Sabrina was subjected to harassment and threats, forcing her to pull her children out of school. The pressure became unbearable, and Sabrina made the decision to leave Silver Lakes behind. Seeking a fresh start, Sabrina relocated to Camaro, California on January 7, 2017. Sabrina was arrested for Robert's murder. The charges against her this time stuck, and the case finally went to trial. Jonathan emerged as the star witness for the prosecution. He testified that Sabrina had suggested divorcing Robert so that she could be with him. However, Robert made it clear that he loved her too much and would rather die than lose her. According to Jonathan, Sabrina then had the idea to plan and execute her husband's murder. According to Jonathan, the first time they attempted to murder Robert, Sabrina mixed arsenic into his banana pudding with vanilla wafers. However, the attempt was unsuccessful and Robert survived undeterred. Sabrina and Jonathan planned a second attack. She showed him images of the warehouse and the surrounding area, describing the layout. In great detail, Jonathan claimed Sabrina wanted him to know what to expect when he entered the warehouse to shoot Robert on August 17, 2017. Jonathan confessed to the jury that he made a trip to the following Sabrina's instructions. He arrived and confirmed the CCTV footage that showed a man with a limp entering. However, Jonathan admitted that he had faked the limp to throw off the police, hoping to divert attention away from himself. Once inside the warehouse, Jonathan confronted Robert. He admitted to shooting Robert. Following Sabrina's instructions to make the scene look like a robbery, Jonathan stated that he went into the office and made a mess before leaving the warehouse. Jonathan said he realized Robert was not dead. He was still breathing. Jonathan admitted he shot Robert a second time, this time in the head, after committing the murder. Jonathan fled the scene on his motorcycle, feeling a mixture of belief and guilt. He quickly made his way back home. Upon his return, Jonathan discovered that he had received numerous missed calls from Sabrina. Jonathan immediately called Sabrina back and confessed that he had carried out the murder. As the trial progressed, the prosecution called Sabrina Lemon to the stand. Sabrina was the key witness for the defense, and her statements left the courtroom buzzing with speculation. During her testimony, Sabrina said that she and Robert were on good terms at the time of his death, but she also testified that she had feelings for Jonathan Hearn. Sabrina admitted to having a romantic relationship with Jonathan, but insisted that she never planned on leaving Robert. She claimed that she and Jonathan were merely exploring their options and exploring a future together while still committed to their respective marriages. However, the prosecution argued that Sabrina's actions did not all line with her claims. One of the key aspects of the prosecution's case was the belief that Sabrina may have murdered Robert for financial gain. They argued that Robert's life insurance money could provide the perfect motive. However, Sabrina denied the allegations, stating that any funds she received were placed in a savings account for their children's living expenses. She claimed that never intended to use the money for her own gain. Sabrina insisted that she had no prior knowledge or involvement. In his death, however, the prosecution presented evidence to the jury that showed Sabrina did not act like a grieving widow. After the shooting, they presented text messages that Sabrina and Jonathan exchanged, revealing their continued romantic relationship. In one text, Sabrina calls Jonathan a sexy guy and professes her love for him. Sabrina even wrote that she had a desire to kiss Jonathan all over nonstop after a lengthy trial. Sabrina Lemon was found guilty of 4 of the 6 counts against her, including first-degree murder, attempted murder, murder solicitation, and conspiracy to commit murder. Sabrina was acquitted of the charge of alleged poisoning. The guilty verdict brought a sense of relief to Robert's family and friends, who had eagerly awaited justice. However, the acquittal on the poisoning charge left some unanswered questions and speculation. In November 2017, Jonathan Hearn was sentenced to the terms of his plea deal. He pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter and was given his 25-year, 4-month sentence. During the sentencing hearing, Jonathan expressed remorse and apologized to Robert's family and friends. Despite his involvement, he seemed to genuinely regret his actions and the impact they had on the lives of those involved. The judge sentenced Sabrina to 25 to life, plus an additional 16 months. Despite her conviction, Sabrina showed no remorse and filed an appeal with a new attorney. In Sabrina's appeal, she argued that her attorney should never have allowed her to testify. She claimed that her attorney's decision had compromised her defense and ultimately led to her conviction. Sabrina claimed that her attorney had failed to adequately prepare for the trial and failed to protect her interests. Sabrina's appeal went through the state courts, but ultimately her conviction was upheld. Frustrated, Sabrina decided to take her case to federal court. The case received significant attention, with legal experts and media outlets speculating about the possibility of her acquittal. However, in January 2023, Sabrina's case was again upheld in federal court. This ruling was a blow to Sabrina's hopes. Story 6, on the evening of December 25, 2009, in Manhattan, New York, Shel Denisi had just got done celebrating Christmas with her 2 kids the next couple of days. Shelley prepared to celebrate New Year's Eve with her family, but things took a sad turn when she was found dead in her bathtub at Dorchester Towers apartment building on the 31st of December 2009. The initial investigation found an accident to be the cause of Shelley's death, and the case was closed. However, a few facts about this apparent accident didn't sit well with some investigators, who decided to get to the bottom of why a young, ambitious woman was found dead in her home. A decade later, it would be discovered that Shelley didn't die by accidental death, but was murdered by someone who once claimed to love her. This is the case of Rod Coughlin, who got blinded by his greed and went to extreme lengths to access his wife's money. In 1998, 34-year-old Shelley Denisi was living in New York and pursuing her career in financial advising. Shell had a kind personality that was difficult to ignore and had the ability to instantly catch people's attention with her graceful aura. Another fact about Shell was that she was extremely ambitious too. She had studied marketing in college and started working in New York's financial sector. Soon after graduation, her hard work and commitment to her profession eventually helped her become a successful financial advisor in New York, who had many high-profile clients. Everyone who worked with her or had her as their financial advisor knew Shelley as someone who knew how to get things done quickly, while Shell was doing extremely well professionally for a woman of her age. Her personal life was a completely different story. Despite being in the second half of her 30s, Shell still hadn't found a life partner yet. Shell had achieved a lot in her professional life and knew it was time to focus on her personal life and start a family with someone who understood her, her ambition, and her values. Shell was actively looking for a life partner, and fate finally found her one. In February 1998, she attended a Jewish singles party in a bar called Larbat, located in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood of Manhattan. It was an event organized for people of the same faith as her, so the occasion couldn't be more suitable to end her long wait and find a life partner during the event. Shell met a 25-year-old man named Roder Sin, and it was love at first sight. In fact, it was more than that, because just a few hours after meeting Rod, Shelley called her sister Eve and told her that she was on her way to Las Vegas to get married to Rod, although her sister convinced her at the time not to rush such an important decision in her life that didn't end the special connection between Shelley and Rod. Shelley and Rod had an 11-year age difference, but it didn't bother either of them, and a few weeks after the singles party, the couple got engaged. Both Rod and Ann Shell had told their families about their partner and how amazing their bond was. 7 months after meeting each other for the first time in September 1998, Rod Coven and Shelley Denisi got married in a happy ceremony that was attended by their friends and family. In 2000, 2 years after getting married, the couple welcomed their first child, a girl whom they named Anna, during the early years of marriage. The bond between Rod and Shelley grew stronger, and they became inseparable, since both of them were Jewish, and Shell had been brought up in an Orthodox Jewish family. It made the couple very active in their local Jewish community. Things went well for the first few years, but after that, differences started to arise, and both Rod and Shelley realized they didn't have as many things in common as they thought when they met and married in 1998. Shelley, being a hardworking woman, kept climbing the career ladder and became senior vice president for private wealth management at UBS. As for Roddick, he was completely opposite to his wife. He had initially tried to make a career as a stockbroker, but when he couldn't succeed, he decided to live off his wife's money. Shelley wanted her husband to be successful like her and even funded a couple of his ventures, but due to Rod's lack of interest, both the businesses failed. Having a husband who couldn't become as successful as her was still acceptable to Sheila because she loved him. But things started to change when Rod developed an obsessive passion for backgammon gambling. Rod won a few games initially and decided to earn money through it. He would go on days-long trips around the country to participate in different B-gam tournaments. When home, he would spend hours playing the game to get better at it. But that wasn't the only problem with time. Rod had also secretly started looking for women to date on different websites and social media platforms. He was so into it that he once contacted nearly 40 women on Facebook in a single day, most of which were the B-gammon players he had met during different tournaments. At this point, B-gam mattered more to Rod than anything in anyone, including his wife and daughter, to make things worse for Sheila. He had also started having sudden anger outbursts, which made his wife believe that he was bipolar. Sheila's bad time wasn't ending as she got pregnant with twins and lost both of them in a premature delivery. One baby died in the womb and the other died shortly after birth. The doctors told Sheila that she wouldn't be able to conceive again, but the couple wanted another child. So in 2006, Rod and Sheila resorted to an egg donor and welcomed a baby boy named Miles. To the family, Rod had slowly become so toxic that he frequently reminded Sheila that because of her, they had to use an egg donor to get their son, but he didn't stop there, and later even told their son that Sheila wasn't his biological mother. In 2008, exactly 10 years after they had met and married each other, Rod and Sheila's marriage was damaged. Beyond repair, things had gotten messed up to the point that Rod even asked his wife for an open marriage, which made an Orthodox Jew like Sheila disgusted, and she immediately rejected her husband's idea. But this didn't stop Rod from his streak of infidelity, and he joined J-Date, a Jewish dating website, under a fake name, James Early. Rod had become so toxic that he didn't even hide his affairs from his wife. By January 2009, Sheila was completely fed up with Rod, his anger issues, and his infidelity. She even told her sister Eve that she was scared this could lead to something bad for her and her children. In April 2009, Sheila decided to live separately to avoid issues with her husband from affecting her children. But Sheila didn't want the children to be separated from their father, so she leased an apartment across the hall in the same building and asked Rod to move in there. The couple tried to make the new arrangement work, but soon things got worse within a month when Rod forcefully moved his stuff back into Sheila's apartment by mid-May 2009. Sheila knew her marriage couldn't be saved and filed for divorce. This forced Rod to move back to the apartment across Ross the Hall, and things slowly started getting back to normal for the couple. Sheila now put her full focus into work and continued with her successful career. Since she and Rod had officially separated, she also started seeing other guys. She was once again a happy woman who was thriving in her personal and professional life. Sheila's progress didn't sit well with her ex-partner, who decided to make her life the living hell. That was in the later years of their marriage. He put up spy cameras in the hallway and even installed spyware on her computer to monitor all her online activities. But he didn't stop there and tried to get Sheila fired by falsely complaining to her boss that she was using drugs and was also draining their joint account, when in reality Sheila used only $800 from the account compared to Rod, who had withdrawn $7,200. Since their separation, Rod's attempt to get Sheila fired from her job failed because her boss was already aware of the situation. Infuriated by this, Rod Coughlin decided to become even more evil. Having unrestricted access to Sheila's apartment, Rod took the kids from their mother's apartment on July 8, 2009, and didn't come back at 8 p.m. when he was supposed to return the children. Sheila tried contacting him, but he didn't respond to her calls or messages. Worried about her children's safety, Sheila decided to contact the police on the other hand. Rod hadn't taken the kids sightseeing or to a theme park, but rather took them to a Columbia Presbyterian hospital to report Sheila for sexual abuse. However, the doctors and the Administration for Child Services quickly saw through Rod's lies, and the kids were returned to Sheila around 5:30 a.m. the next morning. But this didn't stop Rod from claiming his false story was true. He filed a complaint about Sheila's made-up abuse in the NYPD's Special Victims Unit, but like the doctors and the AC's agents at the Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, detectives in the special unit also concluded that Rod was lying and the case was closed. This move ALS also backfired, and the family court judge who was hearing Rod and Sheila's divorce case limited his visitation privileges and allowed him to see his children only under a court's official supervision. The court also ordered Rod to pay $425 in child support to Sheila, and when he said he didn't have the money, he was forbidden to spend money on backgammon and gambling, which infuriated him even more. The anger soon turned into physical abuse when Rod choked Sheila and threatened her that he would kill her, scared for her and her children's lives. Sheila immediately got a protection order from the court. Up until this point, Rod was still a part of Sheila's will. But on December 29, 2009, Sheila decided to fully and permanently cut her ex-husband from her life and asked her estate attorney to remove Rod's name from her will on the 30th of December 2009. Sheila left the children with a babysitter and went on a date with someone she had recently met on J-Date. When she returned from her date, she played with the kids for a while before putting them to bed at 10:13 p.m. Sheila logged into her Jade 8 profile and logged out after a few minutes on the 31st of December, the day when Sheila was to meet her estate attorney and put her husband's matter to rest forever. Her 9-year-old daughter Anna woke up at 7 a.m. and went to her mother's room to wake her up. However, Anna didn't find Sheila in her room. She then went into the bathroom, and as soon as she opened the door, she screamed. Sheila was lying face down in a pool of blood. Anna immediately called her father, Rod, who came running into their apartment. Rod removed Sheila from the tub, called 911, and performed CPR on her motionless body when the police reached Sheila's apartment. First responders were already there and informed the officers that the deceased was in the rear bathroom of the apartment. Soon the investigators also arrived at the scene. Rod told them that he believed Sheila accidentally slipped and hit her head on the bathtub while taking an early morning shower. He even showed the investigators a cabinet above the bathtub with its hinges partially pulled off. The investigators also thought that it was nothing more than an unfortunate accidental death. Anna, who found Sheila's dead body, and Rod, who was the first adult to come into contact with her body, were asked a few more questions before the officers concluded the investigation and informed Sheila's family of her death. After returning to his office, one of the detectives, Rodermel, went over the details of the crime scene, while the evidence pointed to Sheila's death being an accident. Rodermel believed something was off because a lot of things he saw that morning didn't make sense. For example, the position of the body and the angle of the cabinet door that was pulled off didn't match the slip and foul story that Rod Kovlin had told him. Another thing that Rodermel noticed was that the victim had bruises and red scratch marks on her face, lips, and right arm, which was unusual for a person who had just gone to the bathroom for a shower. The detective then tracked Sheila's activities from the previous night, and one particular detail made him even more curious about the cause of her death. The day before her death, Sheila had received a keratin treatment and was told to not wash her hair for the next 72 hours. It raised a question: why would Sheila decide to take a bath when she wasn't supposed to wash her hair for the next 3 days? Rod had also told the investigating officer that he had pulled Sheila's body out of the blood-stained water, but his shirt was... Lights stopped flickering and everything went silent. The air felt stuffy, like no oxygen was circulating. After a few minutes, I forced myself to go back to bed, but I couldn't sleep until early morning over the next week. The same events repeated. The trembling at 1 in the morning never failed. Sometimes the windows opened by themselves. The smell of wet soil lingered everywhere it was in the bedroom, the hallway, even inside the closet. One day I tried to pinpoint the source of the smell, thinking maybe there was a leak or some rotting wood, but I found no obvious signs. The wood on the walls seemed damp in some spots, yet there was no water stain or mold. I tried lighting candles, but the smell overpowered them at work. I had trouble focusing. My head felt heavy, like a mild headache that never fully went away. My eyes stung sometimes, especially when I thought about going back to the cabin. I felt a constant tension in my stomach and my appetite dropped. I'd go through the motions of my job, but all I could think about was what was happening at night. One night I decided I'd had enough. I called the landlord to complain. He sounded annoyed and said he had no idea what I was talking about. He claimed previous tenants never mentioned strange vibrations or smells, but he also didn't seem surprised. He just told me to make sure I was closing the windows properly and to check if the heater was making the noise. He brushed me off and said he couldn't refund me unless I found someone else to take over the place. I felt trapped. I didn't have a lot of money to rent somewhere else, and I needed a place to live while I worked on my project. I tried to stick it out, telling myself that I was being paranoid, but my body was telling me otherwise. I was constantly tense. My muscles felt tight and my back ached from sleeping poorly every evening. My pulse would spike when the sun went down. The final straw came about 2 weeks in. I dozed off on the couch, hoping to avoid the bedroom altogether around 1 in the morning. The trembling woke me up this time. It seemed a bit stronger than before. The floor felt like it was buzzing under my feet. I stood up and grabbed my phone to check the time, right on the dot 1 a.m. As I stood there, the overhead light in the living area flickered again, but more erratically than before. The window at the far side of the room slid open with a loud scraping sound. I rushed over to close it, and I could see the yard outside dark, and still the smell of damp dirt flooded in like a gust of foul air. It made me gag. My head started pounding. I slammed the window shut and locked it. At that moment, I heard creaking in the hallway as if someone was walking toward me. My ears buzzed and my chest tightened. Sweat dripped down my temples, and I felt my legs tremble. I forced myself to walk to the bedroom to grab my keys and wallet. I stepped inside the room, and the smell was even stronger there. It made my stomach clench. My eyes watered. I switched on the bedroom light, and the bulb flickered. I couldn't see anything moving, but I felt like someone was standing in the corner watching me. My scalp tingled, and I had to remind myself to breathe. I yanked my wallet off the nightstand and reached for my keys on top of a small dresser. I stumbled back into the living area. I didn't bother packing my clothes or my electronics. I just wanted to get out. As I reached the front door, the shaking stopped. Everything went quiet again. The sudden silence felt oppressive. The single overhead light still flickered, and I kept glancing around, expecting to see something in the shadows. My chest felt tight, and my mouth tasted like metal. I swung the door open and stepped outside. The air was cool, and my heart was racing so hard it hurt the nausea. Locked up and drove off without a word. When I was pulling out of the driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror for a split second. It seemed like the front window's curtain moved, like someone was peeking through it. My eyes watered and my throat felt dry. Part of me wanted to accelerate and not look back. Another part of me felt relief. I sensed that whatever was there was either sad or satisfied that I was leaving, but I didn't stop. I kept my eyes on the road and never returned. I lost my deposit, but I didn't care. I found a different place to stay far from that cabin. I still have nightmares sometimes in those dreams. The floor starts trembling at exactly 1 in the morning and I smell that damp earth. I wake up sweating. My stomach clenched tight. I never figured out what caused it. I don't plan on investigating. I'm just glad I'm done with that place, and I hope nobody else has to stay there alone at night. Feeling that silent force. Under the floorboards, I never expected a rental house to shake me up. I saw a listing for a stone cottage on a mountainside and thought it looked perfect. I wanted fresh air, a quiet spot, and something different from the usual apartments I'd lived in on the day I first stepped inside. I felt the cold under my feet and noticed how the light hit the exposed beams in the ceiling. Everything looked sturdy with thick walls and large stones stacked together. I signed the contract fast, carried my boxes in the following week, and felt good about the place. At first, I remember the first night I slept there. I had a single lamp in the living room and a small fire going in the old fireplace. The fire snapped and popped and I could feel the warmth, but only in that room. The hallway leading to the bedrooms felt like a different climate zone. I put my hand on the stone wall and felt it draw the heat away. I figured it was just the way older houses worked. I shrugged it off, slept soundly, and got up the next day to finish unpacking. The first couple of weeks passed quietly. There was always a chill in some rooms. Even when the fireplace roared for hours, I discovered the best way to keep warm was to stay close to the main room or bring a space heater with me when I worked on my laptop. Still, I felt something odd in the evenings, a slight feeling that I wasn't alone in the house. I told myself it was just the wind or my imagination. The floors sometimes creaked. The old pipes groaned when I turned on the tap. I told myself it was normal in a house this old. But one morning I woke up and walked to the kitchen the moment my feet hit the tile in the hallway. I saw a set of wet footprints. It had rained a little a few days before, but I remembered that morning's forecast said no recent rain. I lived alone and hadn't had visitors over in several days. Yet there they were, damp footprints that trailed from the front door across the living room and ended at the entrance to a guest bedroom. I looked around for any sign of a leak or a spill, but the footprints were shaped like bare feet. I didn't like that. My body reacted right away. My arms tingled with goosebumps and the back of my neck grew stiff. I stood there trying to figure out how water could have gotten inside. Then I checked my own feet. They were dry. I took a few photos with my phone, wiped up the prints, and went on with my day. Not sure what to think the next few nights. I felt uneasy. My ears tuned into every small noise the walls made, faint popping sounds as the temperature dropped at night. My second bedroom, the one where I stored some boxes, stayed cold. No matter what I did, I put a small heater there. Welcomed their first child, Alec, after a couple of more pregnancies and some unfortunate miscarriages. The Todd family comprised Anthony, Megan, and their 3 children, Alec, Tyler, and Zoe. It was a perfect American family, and Tony was the best father and husband anyone could have asked for. He was faithful to Megan and committed to providing for his children. Not only this, he made sure he was there for his kids on important occasions like school events and sports practices. Megan, who had now become a housewife full-time, was equally dedicated to her children. The Todds were a well-respected family in the community. A part of this was because of Anthony's physical therapy business, which had grown significantly over time when the money started coming in abundance. The couple decided to buy a condo in Celebration, Florida, a master-planned community located near Walt Disney World Resort. It was the perfect place for the Todd family to move because the place promised happiness, peace, and more importantly, safety. But they soon moved to a house nearby when the condo started feeling small for their family. The Todds were living a happy family life, going on day-long trips to Disney World, visiting the beach, playing games, attending piano recital, and participating in different sports. Since Tony's business was based in Connecticut, he would return to work on his own while Megan and the kids stayed behind. Until this point, it was a picture-perfect life for the Todd family until 2011. When everything changed, when Megan was a teenager, she was bitten by a tick which developed into Lyme disease, which is a bacterial infection. LME disease normally stays dormant for years and doesn't cause any health issues until something triggers it and ignites its symptoms. That's what happened in the case of Megan in 2011. After a trip to Disney World, Megan told her husband that she had been bitten by a bug. Initially, the couple thought that the infection would go away after a few days. As in most of such cases, however, it could quickly turn into serious health problems. Megan was soon diagnosed with tonsillitis, hepatitis, and several other diseases. These health problems affected Megan mentally as well, and her personality completely changed with time. Sometime after her health issues began, Megan was diagnosed with depression, which only worsened when she had another miscarriage since Tony was in Connecticut to run the business the whole week and could only be in celebration on weekends. It made things extremely hard for Megan to make things worse. She didn't have the kind of community support the family had enjoyed while they were in Connecticut. The only positive in the whole situation was Tony's physiotherapy business, which Megan thought was going really well, except it wasn't at all. The company hadn't been making a profit for some time, and Anthony Todd was the main reason behind that. He had been using the company funds to buy condos across the country and intended to rent them out to vacationers, but those properties didn't make the desired profit, and most of them were running at loss. The little money that the physiotherapist business now made wasn't enough to run 2 houses in different states and cover Megan's medical bills and Tony's airfares as the financial problems increased. Anthony Todd decided to take out a small loan to make meet, but couldn't pay off the repayment when the time came, so he took another loan to repay the first loan, and the cycle continued. Things quickly worsened before they knew it. Tony was under $100,000 of personal debt. He also owed money in terms of company debts and 2 mortgages for the family's houses in Connecticut and Florida. Until this point, Anthony had been hiding the financial problems for Megan, but thought it was now time to tell his wife exactly what was going on, and he decided to keep it that way to make things worse. He thought it was a good idea to repay their debts by committing fraud. Anthony started sending invoices to different health insurance companies and the Medicaid program for physiotherapy treatments that he had never delivered to his clients. When the money came in, Anthony repaid the smaller of nearly 20 different loans amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. After some time, the insurance company started to grow suspicious, and the FBI began an investigation into the matter. In 2019, when the FBI agents interviewed Tony's patients, they complained that their insurance companies were billing them for 5 sessions a week, when in reality they had seen their physiotherapist once or twice a week. In some cases, the patients had moved out of the state and hadn't seen Tony in months. These discoveries prompted the FBI investigators to secretly check the documentation of the 2 clinics Tony had been operating, and they immediately noticed discrepancies. There were invoices for therapy sessions on days when the clinics weren't even open on the day of the surveillance. Tony billed insurance companies for the therapy sessions of 16 different patients. Despite the fact that the clinic remained closed that day, the authorities decided to bring Anthony Todd in for questioning. He initially denied knowledge of any wrongdoing, but direct testimonies from several of his patients left nothing for him to convince investigators. Of his version of events, he eventually admitted to fraud, but insisted that his wife didn't know anything about his fraudulent activities. He also agreed to plead guilty to any future charges. If Megan was left out of it, in September 2019, Tony was stripped of his physiotherapy license, and both of his clinics were suddenly closed without any prior notice to his employees. Despite his admission, Anthony wasn't under arrest yet. In November 2019, he told the investigators that he was going to visit his family in Florida and would be back in Connecticut. In the first week of December, he was allowed to travel to Celebration, but never returned to Connecticut. When Christmas came, Anthony's sisters informed the police in Celebration that she hadn't heard from the family in weeks, which was quite unusual because they regularly kept in contact. She told the authorities that she was particularly worried about her brother because she knew he was involved in a fraud investigation. She also said that during the call with her brother, Anthony told her that Megan and the kids had gotten ill and hadn't gotten out of bed in a few days since Tony never called after that. It made her wonder if the illness was more serious than what her brother had told her on December 29, 2019. Police officers knocked on the Todd's home to do a welfare check. No one answered the bell, and there were no signs of anyone occupying the house either. The sheriff's department in Celebration noted its report that the family had probably gone back to Connecticut. It took 2 more weeks to find out that the entire Todd family had been inside their Celebration home the whole time on January 13, 2020. Investigators from the Department of Health and Human Services and police officers from the Ecola Sheriff's Department visited the Todd family's house. They knocked on the front door for 3 days but didn't receive any response from the inside. There was also an eviction notice posted on the front of the house, which convinced the authorities that the Todd family was still in Connecticut. Meanwhile, Tony's sisters told the local authorities that the family had been receiving disturbing messages from Tony and Megan's numbers. This was around the same time when the FBI agent who was investigating Anthony Todd's fraud case followed him to Celebration. This was because he had failed to report back ever since leaving Connecticut to spend Thanksgiving with his family in Florida. An FBI agent was parked outside the family's house in Celebration when noticed. Anthony stepping out of the house and briefly sitting on the patio before going back inside. The agent immediately informed the local sheriff's department, and officers arrived at the house within minutes to arrest Anthony Todd. But the police also had the responsibility to check on the welfare of Megan and the kids because of the official request by the couple's families. When the officers asked Tony about Megan and the kids, he told them that Megan was sleeping and that the kids were at a sleepover. But the officers knew they had to search the house because of an unusual smell when the officers entered the master bedroom. The smell became overwhelming and was identifiable. It was the smell of a rotting human body. The law enforcement officials were shocked to see the decomposing body of 42-year-old Megan and their 2 children, Alec and Tyler. The family dog was also lying dead in the room. As for the 4-year-old Zoe, she was nowhere to be found. It was clear that the bodies had been there for several weeks. What was even more disturbing was that Tony had been sleeping beside his dead wife the whole time when the forensic experts started removing the bodies. They discovered that Zoe was also in the room. Her remains were so badly decomposed that they had melted with those of her mother. Anthony was immediately arrested and interrogated about what had happened at his house. Meanwhile, the victim's autopsy report revealed that all of the victims except Zoe had been stabbed in the abdomen. The medical examiners also wrote in the report that they were murdered around Christmas in late December 2019. Anthony initially denied having any knowledge of his wife and kids' deaths, but later he told the authorities that Megan had made a death pay act with him because of their shared fear of an imminent apocalypse. He also said that Megan supported him when he went into each of his children's bedrooms to murder them. He suffocated Zoe while stabbing Alec and Tyler. According to Anthony, Megan then stabbed herself in the stomach and took her own life. Anthony Todd was charged. house. The next morning, Megan brought him into the room and told him that she had murdered their kids. He also added that he was so shocked by all of what had happened that he fell down the stairs, smacked his head on the stairs, and fractured his neck. He told the jury he didn't remember what happened next until he woke up in jail when asked about the recorded confession. He said he had no knowledge of it and saw the video for the first time in the court. But in his recorded confession, he had told the investigators that he and Megan had collectively made the plan to kill their children, and the kids were also well aware of their imminent deaths because Megan and him had gotten their consent before murdering them. Although surprisingly, he denied responsibility for murdering the family dog. In the recorded confession, he also answered the question about when he had killed his family. 2 days before Christmas of 2019, he told the jury when he saw his wife and children dead, he wanted to take his life and be with them. For that, he cut his wrists and took multiple doses of Badril, and at several points even tried hanging himself. He further added to his version by saying that his wife had all the phones in the house, so he yelled from the window to get help. When no one arrived to help him, he visited a local store to buy a gun and tried taking his own life. In his recorded confession, he also told the investigators about the suicide note he and Megan had written together. According to the note, they as a family had decided to end their lives. For several reasons, they wrote that they were seeing the end-of-the-world prophecy coming true and chose to not suffer and be subjected to foreseeing tortures, cataclysmic demise, and continued agony. The note also referenced that through death, Megan would be free of pain because the ultimate goal was to be together without pain and suffering. When it came to discussing his wife's death, Anthony Todd told the court that she had stabbed herself twice in the stomach after consuming a large amount of Badril, but according to the autopsy report, the downward angle of the stab would strongly indicate that someone else was responsible for killing her. In 2022, the jury unanimously found Anthony Todd guilty of 4 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 4 lives in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge, in an unusual move, added 1 year to Anthony's sentence for animal cruelty charges, stemming from him having killed the family dog story. 4 Amanda and James Coley lived in a charming neighborhood on South Baggio Drive, a cul-de-sac in St. Augustine, Florida. The couple had a son and daughter, and to the outside world, they appeared to be the perfect family living the American dream. Those who knew Amanda described her as confident in the life of the party. She was always surrounded by friends and had a vibrant personality. James, too, was personable and easy to befriend. He was involved in coaching his children's sports teams, and everyone thought he was a great dad. However, as time passed, cracks started to appear in their marriage. James had always had a jealous side, and Amanda's outgoing nature and the way she lit up every room she walked into made him insecure. Her ability to make friends and attract attention further fueled his insecurities. Matters worsened when James began to drink heavily. His jealous tendencies became even more difficult to control when he was under the influence of alcohol. It became a common occurrence for James to verbally abuse Amanda. Blaming her for the problems in their marriage, Amanda believed it was important for their children to have their mother and father in their lives, so she and James tried to make their strained relationship work. Despite Amanda's best efforts, James' jealous behavior did not subside. It continued to manifest in various ways, including constantly monitoring Amanda's movements, controlling her social interactions, and questioning her fidelity. She attempted to navigate these challenging waters for the sake of their children, but her efforts were met with increasing aggression and intimidation from James. The toxic environment created by James' behavior had a profound impact on Amanda's son and daughter. They witnessed their parents' drug struggles, and the emotional turmoil began to affect their well-being. This constant tension and fear became unbearable for Amanda and her children, and she realized that something had to change. After careful consideration, Amanda made the decision to end her marriage with James. She knew that staying in the relationship was no longer a viable option, not only for herself, but also for the well-being of her children. The decision to leave was not easy, but Amanda was convinced it was the best choice for her and her children. When Amanda informed James of her decision, he was devastated. He did not want to lose her. However, Amanda's decision was final, and she was determined to create a safe and nurturing environment for her son and daughter James moved out of the home he and Amanda once shared on South Baguio Drive, but he visited the home often. There were times when James was over at the house that he and Amanda engaged in relations, but Amanda alleged that she only did so to comply with James to keep him from getting upset and hurting her. Amanda started dating a man, Lamar Doley, but kept it a secret from James. Despite their separation, James jealous tendencies did not subside while Amanda was away one weekend. James decided to act upon his jealousy. He broke into Amanda's home and carried out a disturbing act of violence. James gathered all of Amanda's clothing and burned them in the backyard. After that incident, Amanda officially filed for divorce and sought an injunction from the court. This injunction included a provision that stated James needed to stay away from her home. In her injunction, Amanda explicitly stated that if James found out she had a boyfriend, he would kill her. She knew first the lengths James would go in order to control her, and she had seen firsthand the consequences of his jealous rages. Feeling threatened by Amanda's independence, James took drastic measures to spy on her. James sought the help of his neighbors living on South Baguio Drive. He asked them to keep an eye on Amanda's activities and inform him if they noticed any suspicious activity, particularly men around her house. In August 2015, Mike Dickens, one of James' neighbors, sent him a text message containing a screenshot of a shirtless man mowing Amanda's lawn. This text sent James into a furious rage. He immediately confronted Amanda, demanding to know the identity of the man in the photograph. Amanda assured James that the man was merely someone she had hired to cut the grass. However, James was not convinced and continued to harass Amanda through text messages. James turned to Mike Dickens, who had provided him the initial image for support. In his message to Mike, James referred to Amanda as an evil person, a cheater, and the worst person on the planet. He expressed his anger, stating she will pay for her perceived infidelity. On August 27th at 4:41 a.m., James drove to Amanda's house on South Bellagio Drive. Amanda, however, was not home. Frustrated by her absence, James decided to enter her house. Once inside DI, he embarked on a destructive rampage, breaking every television and destroying the furniture and walls. As James made his way through Amanda's bedroom, he stumbled upon a collection of men's clothing and adult toys. These items did not belong to him, and he immediately became enraged. In a fit of anger, he began incessantly calling Amanda, informing her about the intimate items he had discovered inside her bedroom. At 8:34 a.m., James left a voicemail on Amanda's phone, calling her. Disgusting, his message was filled with anger and accusations, further escalating the situation. Just half an hour after leaving the voicemail, James arrived at St. Johns County Courthouse for an appearance on the injunction violation that Amanda filed against him for an earlier incident. During the court hearing for the injunction violation, James pleaded no contest to violating the terms of their protective order. Unaware of the mess James had just made at Amanda's house, the judge took into consideration James' lack of criminal history and decided to impose an alternate sentence rather than send him to jail. The judge ordered James to attend anger management classes and placed him on 1-year unsupervised probation. James, dressed in his work clothes, appeared to accept this decision and leave the courthouse. However, his plans took a turn for the worse. Before leaving the courthouse, James called Amanda and left another voice message. This time he pleaded with her to listen to him and call him back. James referred to Amanda as baby and expressed his desire for reconciliation. Amanda finally answered the phone and they engaged in a 14-minute conversation. The exact content of this conversation remains unknown, but it significantly impacted James' actions. Instead of heading to work as planned, James changed his actions. He headed to a gas station there. He filled up his tank and purchased several cans of beer at approximately 10 to 11 a.m. James started his journey towards South Bellagio Drive, where Amanda lived, armed with 2 loaded handguns. Amanda returned home to a devastating scene. James had not only damaged her home, but also caused her immense emotional distress. Alarmed and upset, Amanda sought solace in the arms of her boyfriend Lamar and was joined by 2 friends, Lindy Robbins and Rachel Hendrick. Visibly shaken and in tears, Amanda reached out to the sheriff's department and requested assistance. However, after careful consideration, she decided against pressing charges against James. Amanda wanted to avoid seeing James go to jail and be separated from their children since Amanda denied the officers help. They left Amanda's home unbeknownst to. Been together is deserving of attention and intervention. The violence can escalate rapidly, leaving good people like Amanda and Lindy. Dead domestic violence does not discriminate. Affecting individuals from all walks of life, it does not solely manifest in young couples or those experiencing rocky relationships. Even couples who have been together for decades are not immune to the destructive power of abuse. Through Amanda's story, we are encouraged to break the silence surrounding domestic violence and seek help when needed by raising awareness and advocating for change. We can prevent future tragedies and ensure that no person has to experience the pain and loss of losing a loved one to domestic violence. Story 5. Robert Lemon, known to his loved ones as Rob, was a man with a heart of gold. From the outside, his large stature and tattoo of his last name on the back of his head might appear intimidating, but those close to knew that he was a gentle giant, a big teddy bear with a kind soul. When Robert and his wife Sabrina first met, they instantly connected. Sabrina, a sweet and loving person, instantly resonated with Robert's character. Despite their differences, they formed a deep bond and fell in love. Faith was deeply important to them, and they attended Mass together every Sunday in 2000. Robert and Sabrina were baptized in the same church, solidifying their commitment to each other. They later exchanged vows in a beautiful ceremony in Arizona, surrounded by their family and friends. Over the years, the couple had 2 children, dedicating their lives to raising a loving and stable family. Actually, Robert and Sabrina decided it was time for a change and relocated to Silver Lakes, California, a picturesque town located 99 miles from Los Angeles. Silver Lakes was a peaceful family community that offered a perfect setting to raise their young family. Sabrina stayed home and cared for the house and children while Robert worked at BNSF Railway, a job he loved. Robert's job at the rail yards was both his passion and a source of pride. He genuinely loved what he did and excelled in his role. His superiors admired him for his reliability and his unwavering work ethic. The rail yards were a bustling and chaotic environment. Despite Robert's dedication, the work was not without danger. The area was frequented by thieves who would patrol the rail yards looking for cargo to steal. These individuals posed a significant threat to the safety of the employees. However, Robert never let these security concerns deter him from his job and remained vigilant. With Robert's size and smarts, he could easily take down any opponent, human or animal. Robert was more than just a man, he was a force of nature. Robert's personal life was as vibrant and dynamic as his personality. He and his wife Sabrina, 2 peas in a pod, had an active social life and loved nothing more than throwing parties and hosting gatherings at their home in Silver Lakes. They were known for their warm and welcoming personality, attracting people from all walks of life into their circle of friends. But what captivated everyone about Robert and Sabrina was their youthful energy and unbreakable bond. Robert and Sabrina were like a couple of teenagers in love, not a long-time married couple. They had adorable names for one another and were always laughing, leaving those around them feeling uplifted and inspired. Robert's attentiveness and dedication to Sabrina left many of her girlfriends envious. They wished their husbands were as attentive and considerate as Robert. He seemed to know exactly what Sabrina needed and would always support her, making her feel valued and loved. Even though Robert and Sabrina's social circle was large, at the core of their friendship was a group of tight-knit men and women who referred to themselves as the Wolf Pack. This Wolf Pack included Jason Bertine, a firefighter in Silver Lakes, and his wife Kelly, a hairdresser. As the years went by, Robert and Sabrina became the goat of people for these parties, creating a fun atmosphere filled with laughter and good times. Alcohol played a significant role in the lives of Robert and Sabrina. They embraced the mantra, "It's 5 o'clock somewhere," as their go-to phase whenever the urge to drink struck. The heavy drinking accompanied a changing dynamic in their marriage. Due to the changes in their relationship, the couple decided to embark on an open arrangement, allowing each other to explore relationships with other people. One of the couples they frequently socialized with was their friend Jason and Kelly. Despite the unconventional nature of their arrangement, Robert and Sabrina seemed happier than ever. They presented the image of an ideal modern American family on Sunday, August 17th, 2017. Robert embarked on his usual 85-mile journey to work at the BNSF Railways in Tehachapi. Robert, covering for a co-worker, had a scheduled shift at the BNSF warehouse, a mundane industrial building on the outskirts of the city as the KSEDC. Night progressed. Sabrina awaited Robert's return. This night held a special significance for the couple as their daughter's first day of school. Was the following day, the couple's daughter did not want to go to bed without getting a kiss. Good night from her daddy. However, Sabrina's concern grew when Robert never returned home. Meanwhile, in Tehachapi at the BNSF warehouse, Robert's replacement for the night arrived to find Robert lying lifeless on the floor. The co-worker, in shock, immediately called 911, alerting the authorities to the situation. Officers and paramedics arrived at the scene within minutes, but their efforts proved to be in vain. Despite their best efforts, the medics were unable to save Robert. Robert was found sitting against his work truck upon examination. The detectives saw that Robert had been shot twice, once in the upper torso and once in the head. The crime scene investigators immediately secured and processed the crime scene, a small warehouse belonging to the BNSF, as investigators meticulously examined the premises. They stumbled upon a crucial piece of evidence, an expended bullet found above Robert's head. This bullet was collected for evidence testing as investigators sought to piece together the puzzle of this heinous crime. As investigators delved deeper into the crime scene, they walked into the warehouse office and noticed it had been ransacked. Drawers were pulled out, their contents strewn across the floor. Shop manuals, binders, and important documents lay scattered about, seemingly tossed aside in a haphazard manner. Initially, the detectives at the scene believed that the killing of Robert was a crime of opportunity. A suspect looking to perpetrate a robbery had stumbled upon the unsuspecting victim and opened fire, leaving him lifeless on the ground. However, as the investigation progressed, the detectives began to question their initial assumptions. Upon closer examination, the detectives realized the crime scene had been staged. News of Robert's murder reached Sabrina, Robert's wife. The devastating new news shattered her world, leaving her in a state of shock and grief. Sabrina retreated to her room, shut off from the outside world, and wanted no part in planning his funeral during the investigation into Robert's murder. The detectives faced a peculiar challenge. Everyone who knew Robert described him as an exceptional person. Robert's friends and family painted a picture of a man who had it all: charm, intelligence, and charisma.